to collide. Through the world, now here through your eyes. You and I were meant to collide forever. You and I were meant to collide. Through the world, now here through your eyes. You and I were meant to collide forever.
Open my eyes, I'm looking down. Whenever you're calling, baby, you know I turn around. I see your face, but not one sound. Whatever is calling, baby, you know I turn around. Baby, you know I turn around. Turn around. Sound like baby, you know I turn around. Push the tempo. Push the I go to sleep. Open my eyes. Not one sound. Whatever is calling, baby, you know I turn around. Baby, you know I turn around. Whenever you're calling, baby, you know I turn around. Whatever is calling, baby, you know I turn around. Baby, you know I turn around. Turn around. Sound like baby, you know I turn. Push the tempo. Push the I go to sleep. Open my eyes. Not one sound. Whatever is calling, baby, you know I turn around. Baby, you know I turn around.
for size, mister. Check this out. Check this out.
storm. But you don't know me like you say you do. Will I run and find myself? Or will I bite the dust and stay with you? You can help me breathe, but only if I let you. I wanna let you in, but easily forget you. I try to settle down and try to worry less. 'Cause when we face the
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, thank you so much for joining me. We are coming to you. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, thank you so much for joining me. We are coming to you live again from the Cobb Energy Center of Performing Arts here in Atlanta, Georgia, and it is none other than day 4 of the SMITE World Championship. It has been an outstanding display of esports across the board, and SMITE and the fans and the teams and everybody has outdone themselves across the board. But it's not over. It's close to the end, but we've got an absolutely cracking day of action lined up for you as we see the 2 finals go down here. Yes, we'll be crowning champions today in none other than the Xbox and, of course, the PC side of SMITE, and it promises to be everything we have seen. Highs, lows, laughter, tears, upsets, said goodbye to some people, and we've seen some new talents rise. Now, what are we going to do this morning? You can see it already. The red carpet is behind me, which can mean one thing. We're going to go down there, we're going to talk to some people, we're going to see what's happening, try to get hold of the teams if I'm lucky enough, and see how are they doing on this morning when they battle for everything. But before we do that, there's a man who I'd love to introduce. I've been trying to interview him the entire weekend. It is none other than the COO of Hi-Rez Studios. Please come on down, sir. Say hi.
Hey, how are you?
How are you doing?
Man, I'm doing great. It's been a great week for us, so I'm excited. I'm ready to watch. I've been in meetings practically all week, just trying to watch a lot of the games on the TV in our meeting room. So today I cleared the calendar. I'm making sure I get to see every minute of every match today, so I'm super excited about it.
Final day is exactly that. It's super exciting, and I know that feeling. I understand you're running around because you really are. I mean, it's important for people at home to understand, COO is a lofty title in any company, but you're so involved, you're so passionate about what's going on here. This has got to just be, like almost like Christmas and the Super Bowl and everything wrapped up into one, because everything kind of seems to be coming to, this is it, the day.
Yeah, actually it's really humbling, that by a factor of 10, my favorite part of this event is just walking the halls, meeting people, asking where they came from. I've seen people that came here from all over the world just to be here at this event, fans, people that really love and are passionate about the game. It's really humbling and inspiring to us to make sure we do as great a job as we can throughout the year to keep our fans happy.
Well, you're doing absolutely that, and you're actually keeping me very happy because you've been kind enough to come bearing all sorts of gifts, which I really want to get into because I want to get my sticky fingers on them. So let's start off here. First off, you have a competition for us, a really cool one. In your hands, you have a t-shirt, one of the awesome t-shirts that you can also get if you're interested. It's at smite.clothing, that amazing new URL, just .clothing, nothing beyond that. It's a fantastic one. Golden Boy, I love you for pointing that one out. And this is signed by yeah.
So this is a shirt. As you said, you can buy the shirt, but not with it signed at smite.clothing. But this has all 4 semifinalist teams on the PC side have signed this, which is pretty special. I think SMITE eSports fans would be very envious of this. And actually, if you go to either my Twitter at @schism or the SmiteGame Twitter, you can find a tweet somewhere in the history there that if you retweet it, you have a shot to win this. So we'll pick a winner on Tuesday. Find out where you live. You have to follow us so we can make sure we can get your vital information so we can ship it to you. And you can have this hanging on your wall. So I think that would be pretty exciting. Please don't wash it.
Yeah, don't wash.
It's a great shirt, and all the players are really great. So I think that'd be a special memento for anyone.
That's absolutely fantastic. That's. I mean, I genuinely want to steal that from you, but I won't do that. I will leave it for the people that win. But that's as if that wasn't enough. Although that would be enough. Right here, we have what it's all about.
Yeah, this is the winner's loot outside of the trophy, obviously, which you'll see soon, I promise. This is all the players that win today. First of all, they'll get this nice medal, and if you lift it up, that is a real. That's the real deal right there. It's got some weight and heft to it, and it's a really special reminder to the players that they are world champions, which is quite a feat. And then kind of in a nod to traditional sports here, we have 2 rings. This is the PC ring you see with the blue stripe on the top. The Xbox ring is identical except for it has a green stripe at the top. And all the players will get one of these. We'll actually take their finger sizes after they win, and we'll make a version custom to them so that they can wear and share with their families. 30, 40, 50 years ago, when their grandkids don't believe that they were world champions in something, they'll be able to pull this out and say, "Screw you, kid! I did something you probably haven't." So I think that'll be really exciting, and something that'll be really special for the players for a long time.
It is absolutely, really cool. I've seen a lot of trophies around the esports world. These definitely stand out. You've really done it right. I have to ask, you probably have one for yourself, right?
Well, I actually didn't realize they were going to have this at the table, so I did bring one that I had as well, just to show off. So, but I won't keep one for myself. Actually, these are special. These are for winners. So we'll keep a couple around the office for the if one of these years we ever get around to a museum or something, we'll keep one. I joke about keeping it for the museum. We don't really have a museum, but if we ever get around to a museum, we'll keep one for that. And but this is really a special memento for the players.
And let's talk a little bit about it, because this is, as if this wasn't enough, there's 2 absolutely outstanding trophies. The Xbox trophy is literally the size of my entire torso. It literally is, it's like that. It's round, it's huge. And the PC side of things is Thor's hammer. It doesn't get much cooler than that. How do you guys come up? Who's the brainchild behind that kind of stuff?
There's an awesome trophy maker here in town that we work with, and I think they got really inspired. Especially the Thor's hammer. This was actually, we're kind of treating that kind of like the Stanley Cup in hockey. Probably a lot of people don't know how that works, but basically there's a single trophy that they use year to year, and they basically etch the names of the winners on it, and they get to, so after many years, it becomes this really special thing to have the trophy. And so actually one of our 3D modelers modeled that trophy. Based on some other art we had, and it was 3D printed and then handcrafted after the 3D print to make it look as awesome as it is. So it's a pretty cool thing, and very unique. I haven't seen anything else like it, so it's pretty exciting.
Utterly unique. Utterly unique. Now, a question that I had for you is, a question, rather an observation. Being here, walking around, the first thing that stands out is that how many people from the company are actually here, actually involved, and so deeply passionate. It's not just that, hey, there's some esports stuff happening over there and there's a team that's looking after it. It seems that it's almost penetrated and kind of touches every element and every part of the Hi-Rez organization. Was that always something that you wanted to do this? That it really was almost, I wouldn't say a company outing, that's maybe a bit of a silly way to put it, but it feels a little bit like it's really the company coming together to do this for the fans, together with the fans. Was that always intended?
Absolutely, and it's one of the reasons we hold the event in Atlanta, is because to us it's so important for our employees and their families to be able to come to an event like this, because you just have to realize it's very humbling and inspiring to meet all the fans of the game, to get hyped up. It also is, it takes an army to put on an event like this. I don't think probably most people realize all of the things you have to worry about and think through, and the logistics of making sure people get fed and get hotels and get around, and every little tiny thing that you see in the production of the show, someone had to work on for a lot longer than it shows up on the TV. So it really takes an army, and for those people who've worked on it throughout the year, to be able to get a chance to see the event is really special, not only for them but for their families that they can bring here.
Absolutely. Well, look, I don't want to rush away, but I am getting the message in my ear that there are some teams around there. I'm going to throw one last thing out there, just because everybody's been asking me about this. Season 3, you've done Xbox now for year one. You've done a fantastic job. You put out prize money, you made it legitimate. PC is going gangbusters. What's in store? Let me put you on the spot.
Yeah, so, I mean, first of all, for the Xbox scene, I think what people have to realize is this scene is only a few months old. We launched the game on Xbox One in August. So this was really meant to be more of almost like a launch tournament for us. We were very unsure at the beginning kind of what the quality of the scene would be like, how many teams would have gotten in, those sort of things. And we were very impressed with how quickly a lot of teams and really quality players got into the scene. So next year, that gives us confidence that we can up our game on the Xbox scene. And I think you'll start to see us evolve the Xbox scene to look a little more like the PC scene in terms of how we drive the eSports side on that side. And then with Season 3 on the PC side, you know, of course our goal is just to get better every year. So, and I think people that have been following the game for the scene for a few years realize that we've made nice, steady progress year to year, and we have some exciting things planned. I can't announce them yet, but we have some exciting things planned, I think, to keep Season 3 really interesting and fresh and bigger and better.
Well, it sounds like the perfect way, bigger and better. I'm going to give you a handshake and thank you so much for talking with me, Stu. One last thing, predictions?
You know, the one thing that is already true is that a #1 seed will not win. First of all, because #1 seeds never win SMITE tournaments. I don't know why. And second of all, because there's no #1 seed left.
But that's good, right? I mean, that's true.
Yeah.
The scene is broad. We're
Yeah.
not getting dynasties.
Yeah, so if the SMITE esports scene is anything, it's unpredictable. It makes it very hard to pick a winner. I would say I think it's Europe's time. You know, it's we haven't had a European team win a big cross-regional event since the launch tournament, and I don't know. I think it may be their time, but enemies look really strong, so we'll see what happens.
We will indeed. I'm going to run away from Sue. Thank you once again, and I'm going to do a little jaunty step down here. So if I can kind of not run into my cameraman, because that would be bad. Wave goodbye to Sue. Down the stairs I go. Let's see what's happening here. Who can I see? Who's ready to join me on the red carpet? Oh, ladies and gentlemen, none other than our contenders here on the exercise. Sir, how are you doing?
Good, good. How are you?
Yeah, not too bad. How are you feeling today? Come on, boys. Come on in here. Come on in here.
I'm pretty excited. We're pretty excited, I should
Pretty
say.
excited? Come on. You're here. You're about to play in the finals, the Xbox One tournament here at the SMITE World Championship.
Yeah.
How did you feel waking up this morning? Could you sleep?
I slept pretty well. I made sure to get a good night's sleep so that I could, you know, play well today. I mean, I'm a little bit, I guess, a little bit nervous because of just the whole crowd. But once I get on stage, I know everything will go pretty well.
Now, have you been in there already and seen all the people and seen, like, you know, how hype it is already today?
Yeah, I mean, especially the past couple of days, we've been on stage before, and I mean, just looking at the crowd, it's pretty exciting. So hopefully, you know, they can cheer us on and it'll go well for us.
Now, I have to ask, the Xbox scene's pretty new. Did you guys ever think that you'd be standing here doing this whole kind of thing, people from all over the world coming to see you play, cheering you on? What's been kind of the support for you guys?
I mean, it's been pretty great. Like, us playing and having the support from all our fans is pretty nice. I mean, we're kind of a new team, not really their faces. My teammates, I mean, this is my...
Let's go down the line. Let's have everyone introduced. Sir.
Hi, I'm Soup Kitchen, quality player, solo laner, captain.
I'm Xing. I'm a jungler for COG. Yes.
Hunter, Paul.
I'm Gustavi, I'm Sport.
Mid, Freya.
Absolutely. And these guys, look, are you feeling confident?
Very confident.
Very confident, very confident. How much, let's say preparation, research have you been doing on your opponents? Because, you know, enemy is no slouch in the esports scene.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't had a lot of research. They kind of just started playing the Xbox, and it's really difficult to, you know, find out what they play and stuff unless, you know, we were watching them, which of course they're not going to let us. So, I mean, we have a little bit of things that we have studied, but, you know, I guess we'll just leave it to the gameplay, and hopefully we can perform better than them.
Now, for the last thing, you've been walking around the last days here, you're in the hall, you're seeing everybody, fans, everybody coming together. For the people that aren't here, the people who are watching at home, how would you describe the feeling here at SMITE World Championship?
It's amazing.
Perfect. That's
Better than I would have done.
It's awesome.
awesome, amazing. Those are the kind of words we need. Guys, I wish you the best of luck today. And we'll see you later, hopefully. And we'll see you definitely on stage. All right, guys, I'm going to let you pass down, let you get prepared. Thank you so much for taking the time. Let's see who we've got coming up here next in my ear. My ear's already gone out. It's finals day, ladies and gentlemen. It's exciting. I'm looking down there. As if it was meant to be. None other than the powerhouse themselves, the team that we all know. Come here, group around, lads. Come join me. Sir, how are you doing?
I'm doing fantastic. How are you?
I'm doing very well. How is the team feeling?
Feeling great. We haven't dropped a game, and we're going to try to continue that.
Now, we just talked to the guys from COG. They seem very kind of, calm, cool, collected, just enjoying themselves. How did you guys wake up this morning?
I woke up, I was ecstatic. I'm excited to play. I'm excited to win my second World Championship, so we're all pumped.
There you go, big words there. Let's go down the line and introduce everybody. I'll start off here, good sir. What's your name?
My name is Kevin Lim, the Occasion Asian.
Nice.
I'm the manager of the team.
I'm Allied, the mid lane player.
I'm Cyclone, the ADC.
I'm Kiki, the support.
I'm Weekend, the jungler.
I'm Omega, the solo laner.
And that is your Envy. Now listen, guys, we all know, or at least I'm very familiar with the name Envy. It's an absolute powerhouse. You guys came over from the PC side. How have you found that transition? How have you been finding things now stepping onto the Xbox side of things?
It's actually been going pretty smooth. We do really well in scrims. We clash together really well right off the bat, and we've only been playing a month, and we haven't dropped a game at LAN, so it's pretty good. Pretty good.
And now you've been here the last days walking around. This truly is a celebration. People from all over the world coming together for Smite, to kind of celebrate the game, as it were. What's your experience been like? Just in the evenings around. When we don't see you on stage, when we don't see you playing, what's the rest of the vibe like?
I mean, I was at last Worlds. It was great. I'm at this Worlds, and it's even better. So, I mean, it's been awesome. I've been signing autographs, taking pictures. Everyone's like big smile on their face. So it's been pretty fun.
Now, guys, any thoughts? You woke up this morning. You had a good breakfast, I'm hoping. Is this it? There's no question. I can safely put my house on the fact that you guys are taking home the trophy?
And pretty much, it's going to be a 3-0 sweep.
A 3-0 sweep, ladies and gentlemen. Very confident words. Well, guys, look, it's been an absolute pleasure speaking to you, and I'm just going to meet you, so I'm going to let you guys go down. Enjoy the rest of the day, and the best of luck. I hope to see you later. Any final thoughts?
Xbox, too easy.
Such hype, such bravado. I love that about you. Thank you so much for hanging out. Guys, thank you so much. We'll see you all again later. You're absolutely wonderful. The guys from Envy. And, here on the red carpet, I'm joined by one of my colleagues from the talent crew. How are you doing, sir?
I'm doing well, thanks. How are you?
I'm here for the fourth day now on the red carpet. I'm going to tell you, I'm going to miss this. Yeah. It's that way, and it's kind of a bittersweet one because it's been fantastic. It's been lovely to meet everybody. The response has been so great, but this means that we're gonna do what we came here for, and that's crown the world champion. What are you thinking about the two matches up that we have today?
So the Xbox Finals will be a really interesting one. The storyline there is, of course, that Cognitive is a very tenured Xbox team. They've been in that scene for a while, whereas Envious is pretty much transferred straight over from PC. So it'll be whether Cognitive could take their Xbox knowledge and use that to take on the just raw skill and talent of Envious. Looking towards Epsilon and Enemy, well, Epsilon, they've been the dominant team in Europe all season long, and falling a little bit short at Super Regionals, just been an absolute force to be reckoned with here at SWC. Enemy, as we know, dark horse of the whole competition. No one expected them to do very much. No one expected them to even be here. So can they keep riding that wave of momentum to win the finals?
Well, we saw the guys from COG and from Envy just a second ago right here, and they both seemed so incredibly calm. I think I was more nervous than they were. They just seemed like, yeah, we're just going to go in there and just play our game. I feel like they're both almost not cancelled, but this is just another day at the office for them. Do you think that's more show, or is that really what they're going on inside them?
I think that's a lot of experience from both teams. Everyone obviously talks about Omega being on Envious World Champion for PC last year, and the rest of the players on his team, very experienced Smite players. So to them, this is just another day in the office. Same thing with Cognitive, although there's not the kind of trophies and stuff associated with Envious. They're all very experienced Smite players, especially Xing, and they've been to LANs before. So again, it is just another day at the office for these guys, and I don't think nerves will be a factor for either of these teams.
Now, what do you think about the fact that we're, in this, basically, less than a year-old Xbox platform, and already there's such a quality that's going on. Already, you've got the big teams like Envy, an absolute eSports powerhouse across so many different games, already stepping up to get involved and stamp their authority on the Xbox side of things.
I think it's fantastic for not only Xbox Smite, but Smite in general, because a lot of organizations are very kind of exclusive to PC or Xbox, or consoles in general, I should say, and to see some of those orgs, looking towards Smite will only be good for the Smite scene. It'll help it grow. It'll get some attention from outside viewers that are fans of these organizations, and they'll turn their sights to Smite, and hopefully Smite will continue to grow off the back of it.
Cool. Well, I'm gonna let you go because I know you've got lots more to do. We'll see you again in a little bit, sir. You're an absolute gent for taking the time to talk to me, guys. This is exciting because 4 days ago, thank you again. 4 days ago, I actually announced this team as the dark horse of the entire competition. Now, standing down there, I can see the man himself. He's been such a personality there. Come on, boys, come on down. It is none other than Payne Diviane and the guys from Enemy. Payne, come on, boys. Come on in here. Come on. Go down. Come on. Some on this side. Come on. Balance it out. Let me get in the middle.
Some chaos.
How you doing, mate?
Pretty good. What about you?
4 days ago, I was just saying to the people watching at home, 4 days ago, we stood and we introduced you guys up on the balcony, did the wave, and I said, the dark horse. Now, you are in the final. You're no longer the dark horse. You're one of the favorites, if not the favorite. Your confidence, your showmanship, you guys' attitude, your play throughout has been phenomenal. Tell me the secret.
Well, I mean, we are the dark horses, right? Because the dark horse is supposed to lose, but ends up taking it all. And all I see when I turn around here is that one last spot where the 3's not there and the 0's not there, So today, it's happening, right? 3-0. That's it. The dark horse.
Confidence is truly your middle name, Payne. Confidence. From now on, that's the way I'm going to refer to you. What do you guys do last night, this morning? What's your prep? Are you guys sitting, planning strats? Are you already choosing who's playing what? Talk us through your process.
We kind of strategized for the upcoming match, obviously, because we have to. But I think we just took it like a little bit more cool because the stress is kind of gone. We made the finals. We're about to get $100,000 per player. So, I mean, everything's off. So we're just relaxing, enjoying ourselves, and ready to play. Ready to play. Now, guys, throughout, you guys have performed as a team so well. It seems to be that you almost are like in such sync that you just are working as a unit. Has that always been the case, or is it coming together right here this weekend? I don't know why on LAN we play so well, but online we just we're kind of off, and then on LAN we just show up and we play so amazing for whatever reason. So I mean, I guess it's just the fact that we're in a more realistic environment, no ping, comfortable in a nice chair, nice setup. We see the fans cheering for us whenever we make a play. It's super amazing. So I think that's just that. Now, that was an absolutely perfect segue and not rehearsed at all. The fans, they have been so vocal and so supportive of you. And of course, in your rise here, you've gained a lot of fans. We've also had the guys that were perhaps haters and now joining on supporting. What's it been like walking around the now sacred hallowed halls here at the Cobb Energy Center and meeting everybody and kind of coming together almost as a celebration of Smite and you guys playing it? Well, it's really nice to see all the fans are super supportive of us. They're telling us, take it back. If they're C9 fans, they're like, avenge C9 for us. If they're enemy fans, they're just like, take it all home because you guys are going to make it. And for the online fans, though, I'd say some of them were a little bit disappointed in my trash talking on the stage. But I just want to tell everybody that, obviously, I'm going to smack talk a little bit, but all of the players here, even the foreigners, we're all good friends. It's all in good banter for the pleasure of it because it's entertaining and it's fun. But in the end, we're all good buddies, and whoever wins is the best, right? So us, right? But obviously, like I said, it's all good banter for fun. So don't take it at heart. We're not jerks. Well, they're not jerks. So but I think the nice way to say it is it's all showmanship. You guys are having fun. You're enjoying being here, and we're enjoying having you. Guys, thank you so much. I can see just down there the lads from Epsilon, so I'm going to try and grab them. We'll see you in a little bit. The best of luck. Get prepared. We'll see you up on stage. Thanks again. Take care, mate. Cheers. Thanks, guys. I can see the man himself, Iraf. If I ask him nicely, he'll come over and say hi to me. Had so many chances to talk to him throughout the weekend. He's always a pleasure. Hey,
That's very kind of you, sir. Hey, mate, how you doing? You all right? Get in there. Good stuff. All right. This is it. You said from the start this was the plan, and now you're standing here, day 4, and about to go up there and do battle.
The original plan was to beat them in the quarters, but I guess it's come to the finals now, so I'll get the job done.
Now, obviously, you guys know the team. You know what's ahead of you. You know what you need to kind of do. I mean, there's only 2 of you, so I'm guessing the rest of the guys are in such deep preparation that they said, I don't even want to see Sean. What has been, you know, what's your last 24 hours been in the lead up to this?
I mean, they have to stay as a team, you know. We only need 2 of us. Saying something, right? The rest are just sleeping, you know, just getting prep for the next game. It's going to be an endurance one. It shouldn't be as hard as it was, you know, with C9, but you never know. I don't want to get complacent. Just take one game at a time.
Now, I have to talk about it because it was, I wouldn't say an upset because you guys played phenomenally and nobody ever saw you as, you know, okay, there's no chance there. But C9 were, for a lot of people, definitely a favorite, but also a crowd favorite. They had a lot of support. So was that something that played in, you know, that the crowd was also so heavily C9 centric for you?
I mean, myself, I don't get tilted on that sort of thing, but when I was hitting Kepri ults, saving people, I could actually hear some people booing. And it just gives me more motivation to win the game, you know. But, you know, out of game, everyone's so friendly and stuff out at the event. Everyone wants signatures, meet and greet. It's just, I really appreciate everyone's support.
That's something really nice that Payne was saying earlier about how there is a lot of banter, and it seems to be kind of almost in the Smite scene. It's, you know, very similar to, you know, a lot of the fighting game communities. There is a lot of showmanship, bravado between the teams, but it's all really in such good jest. I mean, the guys really are, and I cannot stress it enough. Behind the scenes, you guys are all just buddies. You all know each other. You all play together. You all have a good time. Where do you think that came from? There is that kind of a little bit of BMing or bad mouthing or whatever that's going on.
I think that just comes with competitive sports, to be honest, you know. That's how it is. And then once you meet the players, you know, behind the scenes, like maybe the guys at home don't see that, but, you know, we're hugging, shaking hands, saying well played, you know. Everyone deserves to be at Worlds. That's why they're here right now, you know. Everyone's a good player. There's no bad players. I just love it, you know. It's so weird calling people by in-game names. That's one thing that I couldn't get to grips with at first.
You'd rather just go with the classic names of, hey, you know, Todd, Josh, whatever it is, rather than, or what's the feeling?
I guess so. It was until my first regionals, and then it kind of sunk in after that, but it was really, really bizarre at first.
Now, I'm going to ask you guys, because you've been walking around, you're here in Atlanta, you know, a great city, nice. What's the vibe when you walk around and you actually see the fans and everything? I mean, obviously, you know, they're excited to meet you, but what does that give to you as a player, you know, knowing who's often playing, you know, on offline, you know, a final, coming to something like this from playing, you know, just at home, you know, practicing with a team?
It's phenomenal, you know, you just... I don't know, I guess you don't socialize much at home when you're playing 12 hours a day of Smite, but it's just awesome, you know, you see people catch your eye and they're like, oh, well played yesterday, or I don't know, I love your streams, I've been supporting you since day one. You know, a lot of people jump on the bandwagon, but, you know, I know other fans who've been supporting us since day one, and I appreciate all their supports.
Now, the last thing that I'm going to do before I let you guys go, because I know that you will want to go and chill out and relax and enjoy things, is let's say you do it. I believe in you. I believe you can do it. What's next?
I guess there's always that little break, you know, after Worlds, so I'd probably relax, you know, in a small game. Like I don't know, you know, like an MMORPG, you know, relax for a bit and then come back hard, scrimming, ready for next season.
Well, we absolutely love you guys. Stay with me because there's somebody who's coming down here who I feel like this is a great moment to get in. I hope the camera can see this. I hope that we don't have a moment here. This is truly some cosplay of biblical. Talk us through, what are we looking at here?
It's the Olga, right? The Cyclops from the buff camps.
It is indeed. Hi, Rafa, what do you think when you see this?
That's one big buff. Oh my God. I wouldn't fight him for that buff.
That is absolutely fantastic. What an amazing job. Now, I do actually have on good authority that's actually one of the Hi-Rez team that's in that outfit that went ahead and cosplayed. They didn't take part in the cosplay competition yesterday, obviously because as a Hi-Rez employee, they wanted to keep it open for fans, etc. You've seen a lot of cosplay around here. I'll put you on the spot. What do you think of it?
I think that's absolutely awesome. I've only seen a few of them. I've seen the Unher one, and And it's
Yeah, the tier 1 was really sick as well.
yeah, they're all equally as good. I wouldn't like to pick a winner, to be honest. They're all awesome.
Now, obviously, there's a lot of, let's say, should we say, a lot of dedication that goes in. I mean, you guys put in serious hours in order to get on the, make it on a team, play as a professional within the SMITE world. What do you think about the guys that are putting in the hours to create this?
I love it. You know, I love their motivation to do it.
Absolutely. Guys, I'm going to let you go down here. Please, the best of luck. Noise is coming as well. Thank you so much, lads. Absolutely wonderful. Sir, how are you doing?
Great. You want me to...
You're fine. Okay. This is such fantastic stuff. You look absolutely brilliant. I salute what you've done. It's truly, truly amazing. I can see all the wonderful Nabil here as well. Nabil, come on down. Come say hi to me, buddy. Nabil, you are truly, I wouldn't say the Bond villain of the SMITE World Championship, but you kind of are. We've been buzzing around in the Segway. How has the last 4 days been for you, sir?
It has been great. It's been crazy. Just seeing all the community, all the SMITE people, just being here, talking to everyone, seeing the excitement of all the teams, and I root for the great, awesome 2 teams. I wish them luck for PC and Xbox.
Nabil, I'm gonna follow you because last time you ran away from me. So guys, here for the last time from the red carpet, I'm signing off with my main man Nabil. There's gonna be lots more action, and we'll see you later. Go on, Nabil.
It's been a great year for SMITE eSports, and there's no doubt that the Xbox One has been a huge part of that. In July, we announced a $150,000 tournament to be played alongside the SMITE World Championship. The top 4 Xbox teams from the competitive scene will come together for the Invitational after qualifying through a variety of ways. Big-name organizations such as Epsilon Esports, Team Eager, and Elevate would enter the fray early in hopes of grabbing a team that could qualify for the tournament. From August to December, MLG ran the first Xbox Pro League for SMITE, which would culminate into a $50,000 LAN held at MLG Columbus to qualify for the first spot. Former PC pro player Shing and his team Cognitive Gaming would take the first spot heading out of Columbus and then set their eyes on Atlanta. UMG held 4 qualifiers in the fall, which all led to a $10,000 LAN right here at Hi-Rez Studios, which Xbox powerhouse Team Eager won in dominant fashion. Across the pond, ESL UK ran 2 online qualifiers before holding a LAN of their own at ESL Studios UK. Underdogs Aware Gaming EU secured their spot after taking down Paradigm in the finals and will be the European representative at the Invitation. Heading into the Xbox One Invitational, the final team will come from an open bracket tournament held at the SMITE World Championship. If you want to find out more information about how your team can compete, visit esports.smitegame.com for ticket details. The teams are set and the stage is ready. After a year of Xbox One, we're excited for what the future holds with SMITE and Xbox One eSports. We'll have more details for you in the coming months, so be sure to follow us on Twitter @SmitePro for all of those updates. We hope to see you there at the SMITE World Championships, January 7th through the 10th, here in Atlanta, Georgia.
Welcome back, everyone, to the final day of the 2016 SMITE World Championships presented by Xbox One. Before we get to the grand finals between Enemy and Epsilon, we have the final set of the Xbox Invitational. Announcing your solo laner for Envy, it is Omega. Your solo laner from Cognitive Game, it is Soup's Kitchen. Your jungler from Cognitive Gaming, it is Shing. Your jungler from Envy, it is Weekend. Your hunter from Cognitive Gaming, Paul. Your Hunter from Envy, Cyclone Spin. Your Guardian from Cognitive, Gustavi. Your Guardian from Envy, Kiki. Your mid laner from Cognitive Gaming, Freya. And finally, your mid laner for Envy, Allied. All right, gentlemen, Freya, Allied, if you would please join me in the middle. Oh, Paul, please, come here. Sorry, Freya. All right, gentlemen, is there anything you'd like to say to your opponent before you go to your battle stations?
Let us win. Thank you.
Anything you'd like to say?
Let us win.
All right, gentlemen, well, hopefully one of you will win. Go to your stations, and let's go to the analysts.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Alienware Analyst Desk. And this is the first time we're doing analysis for the Xbox Invitational. Very exciting stuff. So because we're doing analysis for the Xbox Invitational, we decided to change up our experts. Unfortunately, joining us is the one, the only, my dear friend, Scott Gandhi.
Hi,
How
Alex.
you doing, my friend?
You've done so well this week, and I'm so proud of you. Normally, you're pretty lackluster, but this time you've done pretty good.
Don't you you know, actually, you were going to say something nice, and then you evened it out with something really mean. I expect nothing less
This is
of
what I
you.
don't get, Alex, right? So, Gandhi, Halo Pro, really, really amazing. Awesome. Then he starts to suck, right? So he goes to casting. Fair enough. You know,
You did the same thing.
I did the same thing.
You did the same thing, and now Cougar is actually doing the same thing as well.
Then he starts sucking at casting Halo, so he moves to COD.
Okay, yeah.
And then, you know, he starts sucking at, you know, casting COD. So, you know, we're nice. We accept him in Smite, right? We're like, we'll give you another chance. Dude, he was so bad, we kicked him off. And, like, somehow he snuck his way onto design team.
It's pretty much.
And he's bad at that, too. So we felt bad.
Basically,
we brought
my
you back to the
career has been a
analyst desk.
downward slope into where now I've propelled to be better than all of you.
Now's that is a bold-faced lie. But now's your opportunity to blossom. Of course, I don't expect much, but anything will do.
Okay, well, the real person that we need to introduce on the desk here is Mr. Air Cougar from Team Eager. Air Cougar, you've been here since really the inception of Xbox One Smite, and it's been a pleasure to watch you guys grow as really a community and competitors. But you guys fell a little bit short to Envy here, and that kind of sucked. Everyone kind of felt like that was the finals, but I still think this is going to be a good set.
Yeah, absolutely. That game was definitely, it sucks to lose, but we've came a long way, and even getting a chance to play in front of the crowd and the stage, just amazing.
Yeah, did that make you nervous, actually? Because, you know, for the Xbox One Smite scene, you know, it was at our studio with not too big of a large audience, and then it was at MLG New Orleans, which had a bigger audience, but not nearly to the capacity as what's out there. Were you a little bit nervous?
Personally, no. I prepped. I have like a good prep, I feel like, and I like to get in the zone, and I felt like I felt good.
Stoic in his reserve, some say, Alex.
That's right. That's right. Well, look at you doing such a good job. You wouldn't even know that you haven't been on the camera for like a century. That's
well,
fantastic.
normally I do the patch notes that just gets teleprompted in front of me, so I'm not too bad.
That's right. Good job, buddy. So, and of course, folks, we have a great matchup lined up for you guys here today. We have Envy versus Cognitive. Should be a good one, folks. Of course, Envy, this squad, comes with it a lot of experience, but we saw what Cognitive Gaming were capable of doing against Aware. And Eric, I think I'm going to talk to you about this because you guys actually scrimmed and played against Cognitive Gaming quite a bit.
Yep.
But was there any surprise, I should say, in that match against Aware with how easily they handled that?
Unfortunately, no. I feel like on the Europe side of the Xbox scene, they don't have a lot of teams to practice against. So it was really hard for them to prepare properly for the event. And someone like COG, they've been scrimming people like us and Envy and other high-level Xbox teams to really get a good prep.
That makes sense. Now, of course, folks, let's actually introduce to you guys the roster for both teams. I mean, Kelly did talk about it before, but I want to get into more detail about what each player could potentially bring to the team. First player I want to talk about on the Cognitive side is actually going to be Shing, the jungler for this team. Yep. Scott, we'll start with you. What is it about Shing that he brings to the squad and why he's going to potentially be a factor here?
Well, the good thing about Shing, when he turned into a jungler from a solo lane after Season 1, he's always kind of focused on ganking the solo lane in particular. And the best thing about that is when you look across the way, Envy has probably the best solo laner in the world on Xbox One Smite, which actually is Omega. So I'm hoping kind of Shing's going to just continue to camp Omega and try to shut him down, because that's really going to be the key to beating Envy here.
Yeah, and then of course the on the Envy side, one player you had mentioned him already, Omega. This guy,
I mean, so much history with this kid.
Yeah.
I mean, Omega, let's just bring it all the way back to 2006. So way back in the day when we used to compete in Halo, Omega always kind of floated around the top 8. Now, granted, I was winning, you know, we don't have to worry about that much.
Yeah, definitely.
But Omega was always a fierce competitor, and he's been continuously getting better every single year. I mean, last year he won the World Championship on the PC. This year, he's posed to win it on the Xbox.
That's pretty incredible.
It's insane. He'll actually make esports history winning 2 championships of the same game on different platforms.
A multi-platform champion.
Yeah. Multi-platform champion on the same game. That's never happened in the history of esports.
Now, Air Cougar, what is it about Omega that was particularly difficult to play against yesterday? Because I could already see like the challenge that Omega had for your team. he was pretty good.
Yeah, he really likes to play those warriors, man. He knows how to play them well. He just dives the back line, and he really messes up the squishy targets that are supposed to be doing the main damage, like Joust for us. And he can just solo them and zone them out of the fight completely. And someone that can do that by himself is it's a really big threat and something that Cog will definitely have to try and handle.
All right, folks. Well, guys, I know you're all eagerly anticipating it, so let's go ahead and get right into it. It is time for the picks and bans for the Xbox One Invitational.
Oh, that's right. We get to do that. I'm so used to sending it over to the casters.
That's right. Actually, we get to do that this time. So, Adonis, let's talk about this here because lots of options I have. And Air Cougar, I also want to get your insight on this too, because it is the Xbox, so there are some differences in how you should approach it as well. Yep. So Adonis, we'll start with you though. What do you expect to see go first here?
You know, I expect to see some interesting picks, but I have to imagine that the Soul Laners are still pretty similar on the Xbox. The Jingtin Bologna are 2 top-tier picks, and honestly, Cognitive Gaming banning away Weekend Store is a good look too. He played so good against Eager with it.
Wow, a shot at Paul there, taking out the Hu Yi. Really just don't want to deal with the big circular ult that they have. And really, that's more of a shot towards Shing, because Shing loves running Odin, and it's normally just the 1-2. They throw down the Odin ring, and then here comes the Hu Yi ult. And now getting rid of the Khepri, that's just a shot at Kiki saying, okay, we want you to go into the Sylvanas, because Sylvanas can kind of get caught in the early game, and then as soon as he's behind, it's very difficult to come back.
Yeah, absolutely. They definitely took the Thor out to try and not get invaded like we did the first game.
Yeah, that's
and now they just took Bologna over the Xing 10 first pick, which is actually pretty interesting. So they might be trying to set up for an invade themselves.
You know, I'm going to go ahead and go out on a limb here and say Envy should be looking to grab Giannis in this first set. Maybe not the first 2 picks, but overall, because Ally doesn't have that great of a god pool on the Xbox One Smite, but his Giannis is fantastic. And if he loses Giannis, then he has to go all the way to Kukulkan.
Do you expect Cognitive Gaming to look for that early invade, especially matched up against the Jing 10? Because that's what we've been seeing, right? Early on in the competition, when teams were trying to run aggro on the PC side, it was all Bologna, all invading, all aggression. However, now that the games go later, and I know Xbox games go pretty late as well, Jing 10 is just such a powerhouse. Do you think Cognitive Gaming are going to be able to get that early lead they need?
Yeah, I think the invade, when you're invading, especially the Xing 10, you can't really bully the Xing 10, because even if he gets behind and he reaches late, he'll still get there and he'll still be annoying. You're really invading to bully the jungler because he has a Xing 10, and they should definitely try to build the comp around that, I think.
Waiting for this next pick to get sent in. Chiron, okay, so this is, of course, a good hunter, very versatile hunter that we've seen played numerous times now. Let's see what else Cog goes for. Is going to be the Jean Kui. So, Scott, at this point, do you think they go for the Giannis before the next ban phase?
I think they absolutely should, because when you just look at the Athena, you already have a pretty global comp, and then with Giannis, you're never mad about getting a Giannis on your team because there's instant synergy across the board with him. I mean, you saw how much of a nuisance he can be, and full CDR on Xbox, you can get so slippery, just like on the PC, and the good Giannis players, they're exactly the same as the PC ones, where they just kind of get their team in and out very, very quickly.
We just saw the Chibalanque get locked in there. What do you think about that one?
I actually want to take a step back. I'll be really surprised if they don't go Kukulkan right now with Envy's setup. They have a lot of CC with Athena and Xing10. So if they can pop those beads and they get caught out once by an Athena taunt or the Xing10 ult with a Chibalanque also trying to disrupt their vision, the Kukulkan could dominate.
Really?
That is true. I mean, the taunt is going to just set it up for Spirit of the Nine Winds to come in and do 8 billion damage.
Yeah, exactly.
But it is going to be a little bit risky. It's funny seeing Allied actually play it because he goes full CDR Kukulkan, and he just sits back and throws tornadoes until the later stages of the game where he gets his Book of Thoth and then a Spear of Magus, and then it's like, oh, wow, those tornadoes now hurt.
So he's going to look to go with a Circuit here, so locks that one in. And what are they thinking about, Cog, for this next pick here, Cougar? And also thoughts on the Circuit pick.
So looking at the jungler, maybe looking at Humbat's probably not going to be the Ode anymore because it got banned, yeah.
Yeah.
It seems like, Cognitive Gaming, Chiron, Bologna, definitely two lane dominators. Especially, Bologna is going to be Xing10 in lane. Based on God matchup, we don't know how the solo lane matchup will actually go against Omega, who is one of, if not the best player on Xbox.
For sure.
Zhang Kui and Hunbats actually provide a lot of space and a lot of team fighting potential in that mid game, though. So I think Cognitive Gaming, their game plan with this comp is early mid, and looking at Envy, I'm looking at mid to late with them.
Well, there goes the Kukulkan there, and now Hunbats is saying, okay, well, we're going to gank Kukulkan early, and this is going to be easy for him.
All right, folks. Well, that is it. It's been locked in. Cog Envy for Game 1 of the finals of the Xbox One Invitational. It's lightning round. Pick it, boys. Let's see. What do you got there, Gani?
I'm going to go Team Envious because I'm expecting big things out of Omega and Xingshen.
Cougar?
Envy with their comp in the Kukulkan.
Envy. Okay, well, I got to go for the boys in blue as well. All right, people, make some noise in the crowd. It is the Xbox One Invitational Grand Finals, people. Let's go ahead, toss it over to our casters.
Thank you so much, Golden Boy. I'm here on the, well, it's not quite a desk, as Bart made the mistake yesterday. My turn. I'm here with Hindu Man and Husey. We've got the finals going on here. Envy, Cog, are these the teams you expected to see, and how do you expect this to go?
I really expected to see Eager in these grand finals. They've been the dominant team on Xbox, as we've mentioned, since the inception of Xbox SMITE, but Team Envious, such a strong team coming from the PC side of things, it's not too much of a surprise to see him here.
Experience versus Xbox actual skill is the big difference here between these two teams. One thing though, picks and bans, I'm surprised we saw Kukulkan get through there. There was an opportunity to ban that one out. Instead, they focused onto Weaken. And another talking point with Weaken here is that he went for the Circuit, which is something we don't see a lot of on the Xbox.
Yeah, it's very hard to pilot the Circuit, just the way things work with the controllers. So that's going to be interesting to see how well Weaken does here. And, I like your point about how the guys on the side of Cognitive, a lot of them are very strong with the controller in general, Xing being the only sort of transplant from PC, where it's kind of the opposite on the side of Envy. But I really want to point out a fact about my friend Omega. I mean, like Andy said, he's a deep Smite player, but he used to be a pro Halo player, so he understands the controller. He kind of like, his team didn't do so well on the PC side of things, looked at his old drawer, play some Xbox.
And Omega's got a chance for something special here as well.
So if Omega wins today, he will be the only two-time world champion on the same game 2 years in a row, multi-platform.
Yeah.
It's a bit of a mouthful to say, but it's something special.
It's a huge achievement. He's the only person that could potentially do back-to-back worlds. Actually, it's a lie because the owner, David Fry of Cognitive, he's on form as well.
That's true. So we've got a big one on the brink right here. We're going to get into the game. Cognitive Gaming versus Team Envy.
So what I expect to see at the beginning of the game, Cognitive got to go aggressive, and that's what you're seeing straight from the outset. They're going to look for potential invades here. Is Xing10 Circuit in the jungle? It is going to be, though, up against the Bologna and Humbats early on. I would like to see Cognitive look for an invade, but Envy, like we said, they have the experience. They should expect this, and it's going to be very difficult for them to find that invade.
Early wards are a staple of Xbox. You want to know, as you mentioned, early aggression is a big thing, so being able to spot out what the opposite team does early on is very, very important.
Taking a look here, pretty standard itemization across the board, really. Of course, people like to point out Mark of the Vanguard. I actually really like this item, especially in the early game if you want to fight, because of the way it works. It's -5 damage off of every piece of damage you take, which means all of those archers that hurt a lot. They're going to hurt a little bit less if you dive behind enemy lines.
Well, in the open bracket tournament, Omega didn't dive for the first 3 rounds or something like that. I think it was only against Team Orbit in the finals he finally was taken down.
Well, without those deaths against Team Orbit, Omega hasn't died for about 3 weeks.
It's taken a little while for him, and the thing here for me though is the Kulkan once again, played by Allied this time. Again, he played it yesterday as well up against Eager, and he's having a good time with it. With the roots from Jing10 and with the Athena here and the taunt, it's very useful.
On Xbox, it's really, really hard to juke out of the way of abilities, and as Air Cougar mentioned in the pre-game, the Darkstar Knight's coming out from Xbalanque as well. You don't know which direction you need to turn in, so you're already slow, and being blind like that is going to be devastating to be hit by a Kukulkan ultimate.
When you mentioned about turning circles being a little bit more difficult because of the hypersensitivity, this is why you don't see too much Circuit, because she's a highly mobile god but very high skill capped.
Zhang Hui and Hun Bats look like they're going to be able to control this left-hand Harpies.
They're a little bit worried about Weaken there, but Allied showing his face in mid. They're actually going to give those up. I'm quite surprised by that. Tornado was down from Allied, so there wasn't a whole lot of potential there for the steal coming out from Envy.
Weaken does have a red pot online and Allied with a purple pot as well, so Xing, the veteran player that he is, didn't want to risk giving up an early first blood, considering he's got a power pot of his own.
I think it's just going to be early days for this team for Cognitive here. They're going to take it very, very slow and just be patient. They have the Zhang Hui for the mid to late game here. They'll want Bologna to get a couple of levels under a belt as well and allow the Sobek in the lane and the Chiron just to get themselves in. Once Sobek's involved in this, I think that's when we'll start seeing some aggression coming out. Gustavi has to make some good plucks with that charge prey on the Sobek.
Pretty standard choreography coming here, especially in the mid lane. Mid laners are pretty much just going ahead, clearing the lane with their jungler, and then heading back to these back camps. So really just waiting for the real first big engagement of the game.
We saw yesterday in the Cloud9 Epsilon games the Sobek Cupid kind of classic combination. If you're taking a look at Cognitive's dual lane at this point, they've actually got a double knockback in the Sobek pluck and then the Chiron charge. It actually knocks your opponent back if you hit them with it. So
you can really pull them like half a lane, if not further. So you could actually end up in tower range and not even realize it, so it's a little bit too late. Tuning with mid lane, you can clearly see that Envy have the wave clear advantage with that Kulkan, able to rotate away early, knowing that they're going to get the experience still, as we see Freya and Humbats heading back to the back Harpies.
Allied's already level 5, so look for Weaken to set something up as soon as he hits level 5 as well, potentially on this duo lane, considering that Kiki and Cyclospin have been pushed out early.
Freya and Xing going to meet up one more time in the mid lane. Soup Kitchen here taking on his opponent Omega in that solo lane. You know, I wonder how Soup Kitchen is feeling, because Soup Kitchen is a very confident player, but they're, make no bones about it. We've talked about it, the analysts have talked about it. There's a lot of fanfare around Omega, and we've also discussed how specifically mental that solo lane is. So I'm very curious to see how Soup Kitchen winds up playing.
Soup's Kitchen's often been bested by Joust from Team Eager, so he's actually the captain of Cognitive. A lot of people think that Xing is, but Soup's Kitchen's the real kind of leader of this team, while Xing brings his veteran experience. So it's a very interesting matchup to see those two kind of veteran leadership players going at it.
I really want to see what Cognitive do here, because you saw Envy just zoning them off the experience in mid for a little while until they were ready to rotate and that blue buff was spawning. We need to see Sobek start to rotate early. Gustavi needs to start coming to the mid lane and start to help put the pressure onto Envy, because otherwise they'll sit back like that, zone them off, especially with a Circuit who can just pull them into a tornado and the big ultimate from Kulkan.
Circuit's also got anti-healing, which when you look at Cognitive, they've got a heal on the Chiron and a heal on the Sobek. We can see a pluck here from Gustavi onto Kiki.
Yeah, Kiki under a bit of pressure, but he's going to ult away. It looks like he's going to see an engagement on the right-hand side.
Going right for the Harpies. Kiki lands. Kiki goes ahead and picks up Harpies for his team. All things tied up here as we approach our 4th minute.
Towards the solo lane, Omega already establishing a little bit of dominance in that lane. 100 gold up at this point and a level above Soup's Kitchen.
In a really good position so far.
Oh no, sorry, that's the other way around.
Yeah, no, but Soup Kitchen's doing a very, very good job in this lane. He's pushing under the tower. This is kind of to be expected here with the aggression that you'll see coming out from a Bologna early on. But look at this big engagement. Ultimate goes off, and it looks like we're going to see first blood. Gustavi, the Sobek, has fallen to Allied. And look, reinforcements are arriving from both teams.
Freya's on top of Kiki right now, forcing him underneath the tower. Those ghosts are not going to have enough range to take out the Athena. So 1 kill is all we see. First blood going the way of Envy.
Gustavi in a little bit of an awkward position there. He charged down the very narrow lane between the mid camps, and that's just perfect for a Kukulkan, a large straight line ultimate, and just absolutely blew him up.
Yeah, channels is the big key for a Kukulkan. If you can funnel them into the gaps in the jungle, where it's very difficult to dodge the abilities, especially if you've actually used your escapes as well. It's very difficult to dodge it, and just sets them up nicely for that first start to the game.
in the pregame, we saw Team Envious ban out the Odin. That's really smart when they picked up the Kukulkan, because Kukulkan doesn't have any escapes out of that Odin ring. Early beats from Allied, though, to get him away from Xing's ultimate.
That's just going back to picks and bans again, though, because I expected Cognitive to look at banning away the Kukulkan. They don't really seem to see it as a threat, but on paper, they're going to have double Guardian Envy here, so they've got taunts to deal with, which can pull them into tornadoes, at the same time as they've also got the Xing 10, and Roots is one of the best things that Kukulkan likes.
When Xing 10 first came out, he was kind of noted as very similar to Ares with his ultimate, just a little bit less range. And so I think when Omega gets in these team fights, he's going to be acting in a very similar role to what you normally see in Ares, just burning beads and then setting up for Kiki's taunts.
Those taunts are going to be devastating, as we said, with the big nuke coming out of the mid lane. And that'll also help out weaken sort of the downsides of Serket that we were talking about, the difficulty to really pilot this character. She'll be able to be assisted by the taunts coming out of Kiki and just throws coming out from Omega. There's a lot of control on the side of Envy to assist that difficulty level.
Good work from Omega so far, though. He's going for the right sort of itemization build he wants to. Start with the Vanguard, because when he's clearing the wave with that Roar, he will get some damage off onto Soup Kitchen and get aggro from the minions. Like you said, it will reduce that. Now he's gone for the Shoes of Focus for the cooldown reduction that we're so used to seeing on him, into the Breastplate of Valor, and eventually, well, Bellona's not going to be able to do anything to him.
And Ethereal Staff will probably be a core item for Omega as well, just to do a lot of damage towards the late game. Xing 10 has got very good scaling, and once he gets into team fights, we saw it with Salt Machine on Team Enemy, just diving the backlines, doing so much damage, and being able to zone out the damage from Freya, especially on the side of Cognitive Gaming, will be huge.
Left-hand side, though, Paul under a little bit of pressure here. Doesn't panic too much, shows his experience there up against Cyclone Spin and Kiki.
Cyclone Spin was one of the... Oh, we see Xing using the ultimate there. Not going to find anything. Good beats from allies and Weaken, but Weaken looking for some aggression.
There's going to be help out from the Athena ultimate coming on down. Freya in a little bit of trouble. A lot of damage going out for Kukulkan. It don't matter. Kiki gets the kill.
Oh, but Soup Kitchen trying to turn this one around. Gets the Scourge off to kill Weaken. Omega shows up with a washing machine. The root does not connect, however. Omega out of mana. Soup Kitchen's rotation making that one worthwhile.
An excellent rotation from Soup Kitchen, and that was what Cyclone Spin was noted for when he played solo lane for Team Envious. Playing ADC now, and we don't generally hear his name a lot. Generally, the players on Envious Xbox that we've heard a lot has been Omega, Weaken, and Allied, but Cyclone Spin has done a tremendous job transitioning from one side of the map to the other.
Yeah, I mean, this Hunter situation for Cyclone Spin, I think, is a really interesting situation. And right now, we'll take him, watch him take on 1v2.
Going down. Going to be a kill there. One more snipe will do it. No, he jukes it out nicely. Back to the safety with Rising Jaguar. There was a rotation coming. I agree with Cognitive not continuing.
Cyclone is a very aggressive player, and that solo lane kind of style of play that he's still adopting there. You saw him very aggressive up in lane, but he felt himself enough and was able to get out of a tricky situation, taking experience from his previous work in the solo lane.
Soup Kitchen and Mega tuning with them again. Both have the blue buff here, but low on mana, so you won't see too much action over in that lane for the time being. Top player damage at the moment is Cyclone Spin. He stood and fought very hard there. To be fair, he probably should have died, though, Hughes.
He definitely should have. Paul had landed one more snipe. He was gone. I was actually very surprised. We didn't see the two come out from Karen to finish him off. I guess it was a low mana situation.
It was a low mana situation. Xing in the mid lane, trying to make things happen. Got an assist on the board so far. Working on the Jotuns, as you'd come to expect. Meanwhile, Serket across the way, Weaken 0, 1, and 2.
I'm surprised to see that Xing went the Honbatsu, considering they already picked up the Zhongkui. The Honbatsu ultimate tends to spread out the enemies, but you want them close together for the
big play in mid lane, looking for the pick here onto Freya once again. The Zhong is doing work though, as Ally is being flipped into danger. He should fall. Athena turns up to the fight, but Weaken turns it around on Freya, and we still got more as Kiki is trying to keep fighting.
Stuck in the middle, half HP. He'll walk away. And it's going to be resulted in the final score of 3-2 as we approach the 9th minute.
The damage reduction there from Kiki was key in keeping Allied alive long enough for Kiki to then himself get in the fight and help set up Weaken for the kill.
Talking about damage reduction of Freya using that ultimate does give the extra protections there. That's why you saw him survive the big burst damage that came out from the boys of Envy. This is a lot closer than a lot of people expected here, F-Up.
Looking towards the Weaken now on the side with his Serket. Who's he going to really pick on as we get towards the later stages of the game when the Zhongkui starts to become so tanky? Do you think it's maybe the Chiron he's going to be looking for?
Potentially the Chiron as well. I mean, it's a possibility for that one. You're basically going to see him look to sit on the background and look for somebody who's low health trying to escape the fight for the most part, or spread the poison to people based off that as well. Zhongkui is definitely a target just to stop the sustain.
Maybe he could even be looking for Xing, because Envious obviously recognized Xing is the danger man. If you could take out that Honbatsu early in the fight, it'll be really key for Envious to come out on top in these ones.
3-2 is the scoreline now, just coming up to the 10-minute mark. Xing level 11 at the moment. Got his beats 1 online, which is checking in with the rest of the people. Book of Toth being worked on here by Allied.
that's just his standard kind of build, you know. And Kukulkan's passive, you get as much mana as you can, you get so much extra power. He's going to be hitting like a truck once he's got that one finished.
With the Stone of Gaia finished on the Bologna as well, just going to be really, really difficult to kill, especially if the damage mainly coming out of Allied and Omega. It's really putting a lot of weight onto Weaken and Cyclone Spin to deal the damage when it comes to Bologna.
I really like the shell coming out from Gustavi to deal with the damage from Allied that we just talked about. It's a lot of tick damage with those tornadoes.
Left-hand side, Harpy's due to spawn soon. You can see the small group of Envy there. Over on that side, the red buff is being done at the same time. No contest from Cognitive for the time being here, as it's still 2-3.
It's interesting to see that neither of these solo laners have been forced to go in the teleport. You know, usually when we see one solo laner or another pushed out, they're forced to go in an early teleport to keep that lane dominance. But both of these guys have done a tremendous job so far. All credit to Soup's Kitchen going up against Omega and staying even.
Completely agree. I mean, but to be fair, Soup Kitchen has a better matchup here against the early stages of Jing 10. He can push him under the tower early on. And the teleport game, it will eventually come out. But the longer you can hold off getting that teleport, the more you can invest in items for damage and survivability.
And then at the end of the day, not having that teleport is also, you're keeping that information close to your chest. So if the other solo laner makes the rotation and you have yet to pick up a teleport, well, you can always buy it and then use it as soon as you get it. So there's also that idea in mind of just keeping a couple of little things secret.
Both of these junglers going into what would almost certainly be a Jotun's Wrath here, just to get some cooldown online, allow them to use their abilities a little bit more often. I really want to see from the side of Envious a nice rotation from Kiki out of the dual lane to set up some damage from Weaken and Allied.
I wouldn't mind actually seeing Cognitive looking to try and gank Cyclone a little bit more. They found some success in that lane, trying to pick him off. Take into account that at the moment, Cyclone has no boots, and the mobility of these two gods he's up against here, very, very strong for picking off targets.
Well, once we get to the late game, Cyclone is going to be doing so much damage. They do have the Bologna to disarm him and stop the auto attacks, but he's going to be the main one trying to focus out Zhonghui because he can shred through him with those branch bubbles and all that physical power. Weaken looking for a gank onto Paul here, but, you know, not really going to find much.
No, I'm looking for the opportunity to try and find something here. Athena's still in the jungle at the moment as well. Humbat's round the corner, looking towards coming over here. Xing with the support of the Sobek Gustavi as the purple buff is spawned here. You saw Envy trying to make something happen here, but there was just nothing to really have. And Chiron, very mobile. It did cost him his beads, though.
One thing we haven't really talked about this game is the Gold Fury. We're 12 minutes in. Yesterday we saw Epsilon going for Gold Furies at 4 minutes in. And it's really interesting to see the different play styles between PC and Xbox. PC tends to be, you know, it's really weird. You know, we tend to think Europe is a much slower paced game than North America, but, you know, Epsilon, a very fast paced team. Gustavi getting some damage onto Kiki, but not going to find much. But yeah, as I was saying, the Gold Fury not talked about, not even really warded up here at this point.
The Gold Fury specifically not warded up, but the entirety of the left-hand side of the map is warded up, and it's all Envy, with the exception of this one sentry that Paul just placed.
Right inside, though, Omega's a little bit overextended. Back farm, he's been rotated by 3 now. Has to use the ultimate to try and throw away and escape, but the mobility of Jing 10 paying dividends.
Cognitive weren't really looking to pick him off there. They're just trying to get him to stop proxy farming waves. That's something he's been doing a lot on Xbox. He really feeling himself. We mentioned he's a Halo pro, so transitioning to Xbox and a controller, it's just been totally natural for him.
But that's all about getting in the head more than anything here, after, isn't it? That's what he's looking to do.
Exactly. I mean, Omega still, he gets chased out from proxy farming, and where does he go? Directly back between a tier 1 and a tier 2.
Well, Paul's beads were burnt there, so you can see the extra aggression they're looking for here. But the rotation coming out from Cognitive, trying to make this one back in response as they're looking for the pick on Cyclone, who's surrounded and does not have support just yet. There's the Fear No Evil. Cyclone spin will fall down. Cognitive are making a game of this.
Xing's in some trouble now, though, very, very low. He'll be able to walk away. You know, it's interesting. A lot of people are immediately going to point to lack of boots on the Shibalaki as Kiki gets jumped on by Soup Kitchen. It's a very tanky target, though. Should ultimately be fine.
Oh, the bludgeon was good, but not enough to find the kill. Allied really supporting his teammate there without using that the one on Kulkoken to actually slow him down there would have caused some issues.
With that fight there, Kiki so cheeky used his ultimate to get out of the fight onto Weaken rather than looking for his AD carry. So Cyclone Spin didn't have any support. Maybe it was a misclick from Kiki, but I also think he felt like he was in danger and he was the target they were looking for. Ultimately, though, Cyclone was out of position.
Gustavi's currently out of position now. He was trying to zone out, but he got caught off by 2. Meanwhile, the Gold Fury's been done, I believe, at the moment. Cognitive Gaming were looking for it, but now Omega has turned up and thrown him into a tornado.
Beautiful.
2 people hit. There's the follow-up by Kiki to follow up a tornado. taunt to make sure we're going to find a double here more than likely, as 2 more members of Cog should fall down.
Omega throws out the damage and immediately starts backing. That's the style of play we're used to seeing.
That is just pure confidence coming out from Omega. In the previous fight, a lot of people will note that Allied missed his ultimate, but that wasn't a misplay. What happened there was Gustavi was forced to stand in position and then take damage from Weaken and the rest of Envious.
Yeah, a lot of what Kukulkan players will wind up doing with that ultimate is give the opponent an impossible decision. As we call it, in the sense that you can either get hit by a Kukulkan ultimate or walk directly into a Xingqian. Take your pick. You don't want either of them.
Really, really good work from the boys of Envy there. They get the goal here in the zone that you saw Kiki put on. Xing was trying to come in to contest that one potentially. Doesn't have the opportunity to do it. He was looking at the speed just then, but the rotations from Envy are on point.
About a 3,000 gold difference between these teams at this point. If we could take a look at the graphs, we'll find out the XP difference as well. But it should be trending the way of Envious. If we could see, yeah, about a 2,000 experience difference as well. So as this lead starts to build, expect some more big plays coming out from Envy.
Still the vision on the side of Envy as well. You can take a look, the wards, you got a sentry ward on their side and an aggressive ward in between the tier 1 and tier 2 towers over in the middle lane. That'll really give them the information. More importantly, that'll give the dual lane information about where the jungler on the side of Cog is going to head.
Kiki's placed 8 wards at this point, most of the game, and 5 ahead of his opposing support player, and he's still ahead in terms of items.
He's doing good work. Well, the Gold Fury is going to help with that as well, obviously, but getting involved in multiple of kills and not dying means you're staying on the map, earning experience and gold, which is the big key.
Book of Tough now completed by Allied as well. We saw in that last fight, he did so much damage to the guys on Cognitive. Took Gustavi to about 3/4 health of almost just 1 tornado by itself.
And you can see they're going to try and look to pick up Kulkan. He's an important target to take down. He's going to be working on Spear next for the extra penetration he's going to get from that. But if they don't manage to get to him, it's going to be difficult just getting there in the first place because of the amount of peel this team have.
Duo lane now. We were talking before about the boot situation between Cyclone Spin and Paul. Paul went for the early boots. Karen's got a lot of inbuilt mobility, and you know, it wouldn't have been too bad for him to go the solo at the start, but he just wants to make sure that he's not the target because he kind of recognizes that this early stage of the game, Weaken's going to be looking for him a lot.
Gustavia on the front line there, trying to zone away the boys of Envy once again. He's a little bit too far forward sometimes, though, Gustavia needs to watch that, but looking at this, Xing is around the corner, looking for potential play. He has the blink available. They're just looking for him to get into the correct position here.
But Envious know that there's a gank coming. You see Xing blinking in with the ultimate. Not going to fire much. Allied was playing super safe.
Super safe indeed, and everybody backing out. Taunt turned around and a tornado hits onto Xing as well. So he takes more poke than he actually gave out there for that one. Envy, well aware.
Super disciplined there by Allied, not throwing out the ultimate, knowing that he didn't have the CC chain to secure the damage there. And, you know, rather than throwing it out in the heat of the moment, held onto it, waiting for the next fight.
Yeah, a lot of what made that gank not successful was just the fact that the Fear No Evil was placed with the players on the outskirts of it. So as the players get pushed out, it didn't just in crowd control as much as it needed.
There's a tornado as well onto Gustavi. He flipped a minion, unfortunately. He will fall down as a casualty. And the boys of Envy still grouped as 5 in the mid lane, looking to try and push down this tier 1.
Envy's playing 6-on-5. Apparently that minion, had he not been there, Gustavi would have been safe and clean and clear. But because Charge Prey doesn't go through targets, he gets stuck right in the tornado, and it deals maximum damage.
It was right on the edge as well, just a couple more feet, and he would have been safe. But, you know, great play there from the minions of Envy.
Not a lot they can really do here, Cognitive. They're trying to defend the tier 1 tower. It is on its last legs for now. It'll stand because the rotation coming out from Paul here and Freya and Xing back to it. But look what's happening left.
Split push Athena. Kiki is very cheeky
That was a backdoor as well.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, if any character could do it, it's Athena. She's got a dash to get away. She's got the global to get out of trouble. If she was a physical character, I think a lot of people would be calling her more OP than she already is. That's true. That's true.
Right side, Omega split pushing to victory as well at the moment as we see Super Kitchen returning back to the lane there. Tower's taking some good damage from both sides over in that solo lane. A little bit surprising that we've seen Omega get as much damage off on that as possible.
A lot of backs coming out from Envy, so they're going to convert their gold lane into some items. And next team fight, they'll be coming out on top of Cog a lot more than they already have.
As you actually see the structure damage there, it's all Cyclone Spin, which shows me that that right-hand side tower that's so low has just been whittled down by minions.
Well, look at that 241 from Athena. That's that split push we saw in the left lane.
We saw a similar tactic that, so Envious at the moment, as we said, was split pushing a lot or just forcing minion waves in. We saw this from Cloud9 yesterday in their first game against Epsilon, where they were down a little bit first but managed to bring it back. Envy doing it at this point when they're already ahead is just going to extend their lead so much that Cognitive's going to struggle to come back in this one.
Well, I'm waiting for the first big team fight is going to be the big key here. The first Gold Fury going the way of Envy was, I want to say, an extended team fight that was kind of sporadic and all over the place, but the next big one is where it's going to be key.
I have to give credit here to Xing, keeping up with Weekend despite the Gold Fury. He's only about 200 gold behind at this point.
2 levels up.
And, yeah, exactly, 2 levels up. And he's got another active as well. So Xing really showing his veterancy and experience.
Well, you've actually seen when we spoke about Xing so far this game, he's not actually been ganking that much. He's been mainly farming, looking for the later stages of the game. Getting that crit online, as you can see, is very important, helpful towards the Hunbats for looking for the big damage.
I'm really interested to see how they're going to synergize the Hunbats with the Zhongkui. As I mentioned earlier, Hunbat spreads people out, but Zhongkui, you want them all pulled in. So maybe he's going to be looking to ultimate people into walls, just keep them locked down in place, or look to set it up for a Gustavi pluck.
Yeah, that's really the key, I think, is making sure, which makes this so difficult. And we saw that actually fail in the mid lane a little bit long ago. You need to actually it's not enough to get the Fear No Evil down for the CC like it is in some compositions. You actually need to make sure that the totem is going to be behind your target, pushing them into exactly where you want them to be.
Look at the player damage here. Omega overtaken Cyclospin, and look at all the tank items he's got online. He's got his Breastplate of Valor, he's going to Heart of the Urchin, but the ethereal stuff is the real key here. The HP being converted into magical damage is what allowing Omega to take the top damage.
Yeah, it's a story of percentage damage. You don't even need to build into these offensive items. But you take a look at this Hide of the Urchin. This is one of my favorite items with how active Xbox Smite in general is, specifically Omega. This item will be stacked up very, very soon, and Omega will be nigh impossible to kill.
Tower falls in the solo lane, just giving Team Envious a little bit more gold as we hit the 21-minute mark.
Gold Fury has respawned though, and Cognitive, they're the ones that have warded up early. They know it's going to be important. And going back once again, I expect to see Xing with this Fear No Evil. He's going to be more on zone duty than anything else with it. Not necessarily first engage. They may look for the Zhongkui engage first of all, with the support of the Soup Kitchen on that Bellona.
Cognitive's got a kind of better counter engagement on the Gold Fury rather than a necessary straight up engagement. When Cognitive see Envious going in and starting it, Xing can just spread them all out with the Hunbat's ulti.
Well, in the mid lane, you can still see Gustavi farming up, trying to stay in range of experience. He's currently level 13 at the moment, 2 levels down on the Athena. You can start to see a real big difference in experience.
I love this positioning out of Envy as a great taunt into a tornado is going to put Gustavi down to about 50% HP. This is not a stat that we have, but I think if we were able to tell how much time Allied has spent in the circle of his tower, I'd say it's about 95%. He's really playing ultra safe.
Look at Soup's Kitchen. He's taking a tactic out of Omega's book, proxy farming the wave in between the towers. He recognizes that Omega hasn't been the one hitting the towers. It's been the minions forcing his lay down. Really smart play from the solo laner.
It's also because the Bellona at the moment is now in a position. Soup Kitchen is in such a position with those itemization he's got. It's going to be very difficult to find the kill. Gustavi takes some tornado damage there, looking to try and find a potential pick. But the moment he shows up and the rotations come out, Envy fall back.
And look where Allied is, still in the circle of the tower. He just comes out long enough to throw out a tornado and hide back underneath there. So safe.
Well, Kukulkan's got such good clear, you can do that.
Yep.
He has to be very safe too, because that's where they're going to be looking to pick. Once his damage is gone, if he loses the burst and has to use his ultimate defensively, then the Gold Fury is the potential.
Right now, Weekend level 16 with the Deathbringer online along with the Jotun's Wrath. This is where Serket traditionally not only comes out, but needs to come out. So right now, 2-1 and 3, he's been pretty active. We need to see a little bit more if Envy wants to be successful.
Gustavi and the Tornado taking a lot of poke. They forced the reset do Cognitive for the time being, but Kukulkan's ultimate is still available, and it's very difficult for Cognitive to contest while that ultimate's up.
Envious doesn't necessarily want to do this Gold Fury. They want to beta fight, clear out some of Cognitive, take the notch another couple kills to their belt, and then start it up. Cyclone, though, a lot of power online at this point. Doesn't have any passive stack. Executioner is done, however, so he's going to be able to take down that Gold Fury pretty quickly.
Love the body block, and then the root into the tornado damage. So Soup Kitchen going to be chased away, and Omega throws another dot at him just for...
He only has teleport 1 right here, Soup Kitchen, as well, so hopefully he's going to have to go back to base. He should have 600 gold, I want to say, so we can buy that and get back to this fight, because otherwise, Envy will look to try and put the pressure on.
I love the Shield of the Underworld coming out from Omega to deal with that Zhongkui ultimate and the damage coming out from the Hunbat's ultimate. He's going to be doing so much damage back to Cognitive. They're going to hurt themselves with their own ulti.
Yeah, that's the one thing that, you know, I was actually just about to point that out, Yuzi, because it seems so... Oh, people always go Shield of the Underworld on targets that want to be attacked right now.
Xing just went in with the Fear No Evil, looking for the pick. Now he's had to use Beast to escape the danger, but he's going into tower range, gets taunted, bites Kiki, and Cyclone picks up the kill. It's 4v5. The ultimate comes out from Ally, but it doesn't look like it really hit anybody.
Soup Kitchen gets a stun onto the top. Cyclone spin takes a lot of damage. Meanwhile, Frey on the backside takes out Weekend as 2-on-3, but Envy still pushing the butt.
Freya is doing very good work in the mid lane, but he will fall down to Omega in the end. The Tornado is doing good work to Soup Kitchen as well. He'll survive because of the tankiness with that Stone of Gaia, and the fight is going in Envy's favor.
The taunts from Kiki there were perfect. He got a 3-man taunt, pulled everyone back into his own shield wall damage, as well as Allied's tornado damage.
They do kill Weaken though, and because of Envy's positioning here, they're a little bit too low on health to look for that Gold Fury now off the back of that. But Cognitive, they put up a very good fight there, especially after Xing died so early.
Even though that's the case, Man, Cognitive did play pretty well, despite a misplay from Xing. Envy still in the lead by about 4,000 gold and 4 kills.
Omega still going in, putting poke damage on, not worried about taking the tower. Now that the Hide of the Urchin's online, he's going to start stacking up nicely.
Oh, yeah.
When Envious was a PC team, Weaken was known as kind of the initiating jungler. It's a well-known kind of fact among the Smite community, but he started to play more carry junglers, and one of the best ones he was on was Soket, and a lot of people noted that Soket really started to come back in the meta when Weaken played it. So he's done nice work so far. Hasn't been necessarily the huge damage output, but he has been a lot of the setup for Team Envious.
Completely agree, and that's kind of his whole general playstyle. It allows Omega just to rotate freely, and Kiki can sit on the back and peel the whole time if required. Tier 1 tower did just fall in the mid lane for Envy, so another 500 gold in the coffers for the boys of Envy.
Allied got the spear online as well. He completed it a little while ago, but it's going to be doing a lot of damage. Looking at the graphs, 5,000 XP, 4,700 gold at this point. So Envy is just going to keep building this lead. It's going to be really hard late game for Cognitive to deal with the Gibalanque.
At the moment as well, the next Gold Fury is where the key of this game is going to be. This happened yesterday in the game of Envy versus Eager as well, is that when we get to this second Gold Fury here, if this one falls down early to the side of Envy, they're going to have a substantial lead.
Allied's going for a relatively early Rod of Tahuti here as well, so he's going to have a massive power spike when that comes online, rather than going into something like a Gem of Isolation. And another Gold Fury falls to Envy as secured off the back of Allied's ultimate.
Great work from Envy there. That's exactly what the ultimate brings from Kokokun as well. Secure the buff, and now with that, the gold is just continuing to increase considerably.
Yeah, it's so dangerous to go for the steal against a Kukulkan team. We saw that earlier in the PC world when European player Shadow Nightmare really brought the Kukulkan out. You drop a tornado and you have the threat of the ultimate. You really want to go into that mess of damage?
Exactly right, and you know, Hornbats maybe can do it if he jumps over the wall at just the right time, knocks down the Fear No Evil ultimate, but as he said, it's just... Once he goes in there, though, he's kind of super committed. It's like sacrificing yourself for the Gold Fury isn't really worth it at that point.
Exactly. Well, Plick going off from Kostavi onto Kiki, but Kiki's so tanky and cheeky enough to just use his ultimate to escape back to mid lane. Split push Athena, pay him work.
Cyclone Spin gone the Fatalis again. We noted he did that yesterday, and it's because Gibalanque's got inbuilt physical power in his kit with his passive and his branching rollers. He could really afford to do that, whereas other hunters can't because they just don't have the physical power or scaling.
You know, it's funny, Fatalis is an item that actually, it will lower your DPS, but there's an intangible of the movement speed and how everything can happen and how you can continue chasing. And one of the big things is that different people prefer different builds, and this is a build that Allied likes to play on the Gibalanque, so you can tell that Allied and Cyclone Spin really discuss their own personal likes and dislikes.
I really like the Mail of Renewal coming out for Weaken here. He recognizes he's been the setup, the initiate for his teams thus far, and it's just going to give him a little more survivability in these team fights.
Well, look at this. Envy wants to go aggressive and try and make something happen. The root connects there from Omega, keeping the front line sustained. Took some poke damage from the card, but will sustain that back up with the Stone of Gaia. Sorry, he's not got the Stone of Gaia, the Hide of the Urchin, and working towards that Stone of Gaia.
And there's
look at this.
Yeah, Cyclone Spin going to be in trouble here as he gets ulted on and tail whipped, but he'll be under his own tower. Stunned by Soup Kitchen, forced out. Soup Kitchen in some trouble as well, but Cyclone Spin takes the spill.
Oh, the ultimate comes out from Allied there. Omega going to secure the kill onto Freya as well. Weaken is round the back, looking for reinforcements of anybody trying to disengage.
But Soup's Kitchen doing such nice work in the backline, completely zoning out Allied for doing any damage to Gustavi and the rest of his team. Weaken now getting very low himself.
Weaken trying to fight against Gustavi there, but it's a Sobek versus the Circuit and not able to find the actual kill.
Looking towards that team fight there. 2-to-1 trade in favor of Team Envious, but once again, Soup's Kitchen doing such nice work there. He dove a tower, came back, and was, you know, nearly 3/4 health. It just speaks to the strength of Bologna, and taking Cyclone Spin out of that team fight didn't make it as bad for Cognitive as it could have been.
Rod Tahui on the way from Allied as well, because he's working towards that now. His damage is going to increase with time.
I actually think it will be a Cronus Pennant, taking back my
really?
earlier statement. He loves the cooldown. The more tornadoes and ultimates he could throw down. It just really depends what he's feeling at this point. He does have the cooldown boots. I guess it'll just depend how much golden hand he has when he's forced to back next.
Well, give him max cooldown if he goes to the Chronos pendant there, but at the same time, the big burst damage is what Allied's really looking for here. The spear and those tornadoes doing so much damage with the Ratatouille, it increases it just so much.
Yeah, and that's really the classic 4-item mage sort of go-to build. Is you get your movement speed boots, whichever one you decide to go to. You get a big power bank, which is the Book of Thoth. Third item is almost always your penetration, which is spear, and then fourth, Ratatouille. You're at that point where you're getting extra gold from towers and objectives. So Ratatouille, while expensive, is a huge boon to that power bank.
And we just saw Golden Hand there. Allied was saving up for it. As soon as he hit 1420, he immediately backed to get that online.
Oh, yeah.
Huge, as you guys were just saying, huge power spike, and it's going to make objective secure as well. Extremely powerful from the Kukulkan, and the Fire Giant fight is going to be extremely difficult for Cognitive to fight into.
Big thing on Cognitive that I can see here. Freya is the one I'm looking at. He's doing good work, but look at this. Paul boxing out against Cyclone Spin. Cyclone Spin well aware of Xing coming round there. The ultimate did not connect. And immediately disengaged from Cyclone.
And right there, Xing was getting some revenge on the minion that killed Gustavia.
Envious is going to know that that's down as well for the next team fight, so look for them to engage sooner rather than later.
They're going to have to engage him because Gold Fury is coming up once again very shortly. He'll be given flash in about 30 seconds time, and we'll see exactly whether Cognitive can get something off here. Xing's ultimate will be probably back up by then, all being well.
Smart back timing from Team Envy as well. You see Cyclone Spin and Kiki coming out of the gates right now. The Gold Fury is going to be danced around in a number of seconds, but the Team Envy has already made their back, so they don't have to worry about not being present when it spawns.
Stone of Gaia online now for Omega as well, giving him some magical defense. That's going to be really important against the Zhong Kuei. Some HP 5 regeneration, along with just the base health of a Xing 10 is going to make him almost impossible to kill in these team fights.
Talks a lot about Omega so far, but Soup Kitchen's having a very good game so far. Working on the hide of the Urchin there. 2-0-1. We saw him aggressive in that last little team fight in the mid lane. Diving the tower, picking off Cyclone Spin right under it, and quite happy to tank it up.
Looked like he was surrounded, but finds a way out.
Look for Omega to really push the solo. Actually, he's going to back it. I was going to say, if he pushes his solo, and he could force a rotation out from Cognitive. And as we all know, when there's a play in the solo lane, you go for the Gold Fury.
Go for the Gold Fury, and look at that. Envy is around the area, and they're starting to pull it immediately.
Xing cancels that back as he sees. So Xing started to back. Gustavi looked at the Gold Fury, alerted him. Xing stopped the back, but Envy also pulls off.
Look at how much damage Allied 3 just did there. Gustavi at about 3/4 health after that one. Just
I love the fact that he's actually gone for Spirit Robe here as well, this Sobek. He's starting working at Gustavi. This will give him the extra protections once he gets CC'd, and that's exactly what the combo is. But look at this, in the jungle, we're going to see a fight.
Soup Kitchen taking a little bit of damage. He gets rooted right on the outskirts of that tornado, but he's so tanky, especially with that Stone of Gaia. He's still at 75. Weaken turns around as he gets Athena channeled onto him, able to walk away.
Xing will be very happy with that. He just somersaulted into that and got the ultimate from Kiki, knowing that's on cooldown here. Good opportunity for Cognitive.
It was a really smart disengage as well. You don't want to fight down that narrow corridor when you're up against a Kukulkan who'll just throw down an ultimate and wipe your whole team.
Taunt comes out from Kiki, connects with Paul, forcing the beads. Good response time from Paul there. On the backside, you can see deep in is Freya using the ultimate, and the ultimate comes out from Soup Kitchen too. Eagles Rally did not connect with anyone. The bludgeon misses as well.
Freya's ultimate might have been too soon and too little. Soup Kitchen now down to about 50% HP. Freya taunt in the middle. There's that Kukulkan ultimate. It hits nobody, but damage still coming out against Cognitive Gaming.
Fight still breaking as the Finna.
Beautiful ult.
From Shingy held it long enough to try and disengage his team. Omega doesn't care though. Freya will kill Weaken, but Omega's still going deep, surrounded by 4. Looking for the pick on Freya. Tries to disengage, but he's going to be chased down.
He's 3-0-3 right now. Will Omega find a death in the 33rd minute of this game? Doesn't look like it as he walks out on the right-hand side, and Kiki gets the attention of the enemy team. Meanwhile, off-screen, Soup Kitchen falls to Envy.
Superb taunt there from Kiki, taking 3 members away from Omega. Paul doing some nice damage.
Yeah, and it looks like we're going to see one fall down. Xing's going to drop, and Gustavi straight afterwards. Allied is starting to do a lot of damage. He survived the fight. He missed his ultimate, but the tornado's doing work.
I really don't know what Cognitive were thinking there, continuing to fight into the extremely strong team comp of Team Envious. Only one member had fallen down, Weaken, who's not going to contribute a tremendous amount in team fights. He's looking more to pick off someone just before or at the end of the team fight. The stronger members of Envious were still alive.
3 Gold Furies now in the way of Envy in the finals. This is the best of 5, but taking game 1 here is going to be a big boom for their chances of winning this.
10k XP, 9k gold difference between these teams at this point, and at this point it's Envious' game to lose.
Allied making his way back into the mid lane. He's got that Ratatouille and a ton of gold in his coffers, and wondering where he's going to go. So that Chronos pendant you were talking about, Husey, that that's where I expect it to come after the route to Hootie. So I think the next time we see the back out of the mid laner for Envy, that's where we're going to see
It's going to be Soul Reaver. He's literally just gone back and looking to pick that one up instead, so the big burst is going to be available.
It's going to shred through particularly Gustavi on the side of Cognitive Gaming, or even Freya, depending which one he catches in there. And, you know, you got to lay down a tornado and it's just 15% of your health gone like that. But look at Omega, still hasn't died in this one. And he's gone pretty much full tank other than that E-Star and his cooldown boots. Harder than me in line coming out. We haven't seen a tremendous amount of that on PC, but I've seen him play it a couple times on Xbox.
With how this game's positioned right now, though, that Envy, if Envy win the next team fight, the respawn time's going to be slightly longer, but we're at 35 minutes, just approaching in this one. So if we do see Cognitive fall, it could be a potential for Envy to just break the back and take a Phoenix, if not the Fire Giant and more. Instead, if Cognitive win the next engagement, well, it's going to give them a chance to get back in this and even everything up just because of respawn times.
I like the Emerald Talisman coming out from Kiki.
Look at this positioning by Envy. They're surrounding the speed camp. They can come in from the left or the right if they choose, and if they choose is the real important part. Because Envy, if they went in at the wrong spot, that could have been dangerous. So they err on the side of caution, decide not to, and instead look
Soup
to
Kitchen.
isolate Soup Kitchen by himself in the solo lane.
Is quite out of position here. Does still have his Eagles rally available for him, though, to get out of this one. He's actually standing in the front line with the Shield of the Underworld, returning some damage. And now around the back, Omega is dealing with 3. He's the one surrounding him now, but quickly leaps back towards his team.
Taking some damage there from Paul, but Omega's going to be fine. He's going to heal that up. He's got the Stone of Guile and the passive of Jing 10.
Taunt speeds away by Paul, but those are on cooldown now, and that was not a real important taunt, if you will. The next taunt is going to be probably the one to set up a lot of damage, and Paul will have no CC immunity for that situation.
Or it'll even be the Jing 10 ultimate as well, because Omega still has that online, looking for it to get a whole bunch of cognitive in.
They put a lot of pressure onto Omega and Kiki here, but on the front side, it's Paul who's in the world of hurt. There's the Fear No Evil coming out from Shig. Allied actually picks up Paul with the tornado damage, and they're trying to return the damage here, Cognitive, but Envy well aware and back out, but Omega is back in the fight with the tornado. A root connects as well to keep him pinned in there. Soup Kitchen's gonna fall.
Down he falls, and now Envious pushing down the right-hand side. Freya looks to be the next target. If he falls down, expect to see a Fire Giant from Team Envious.
Yeah, we're seeing Team Envy push down the right side of the map. Junglers will dance by themselves in the mid lane, while the rest of the team forces down this tier 2 tower. Gustavi gets rooted. He tail-whips to push people away, but Envy really looking for the tower overall.
Shing defeating Weaken, doing good work there to push down the tier 1 tower as well, trying to make something happen for his team. Meanwhile, on the right-hand side,
he's going to be fine, but the tower won't be. Cyclone Spin, though, he's going to give chase. Not so fine as Gustavi. One more basic. There it is. Cyclone Spin gets credit.
It was the Fatalis there that really allowed Cyclone Spin to catch up to Gustavi.
Okay, what? Meditation. You know what, Husey? You're the new guy. You got to explain it.
Well, I'm not quite sure about it on the Xbalanque. Maybe just to give him some extra mana. He's got Transcendence though already for extra mana. But I guess just healing in team fights is really important. I would like to see it on a much higher HP character than a Xbalanque. Maybe Omega, maybe Kiki, but you know, maybe this is a hidden tactic Envious has got, and you know, Hunter Meditation might become the new thing.
Cyclone's an experienced player for the most part, and what he's actually doing here, normally you'll see this against gods with executes to try and heal themselves up to stop the kill. Fire shards from New War is an example, or the Thanatos as well, and the Alquang, I should say. Kokokan, I got that wrong. But yeah, what you'll actually see is that they're looking to try and defend against those sort of things. With Cyclone getting it here, I think it's just because he's experienced, he's not worried about having to invest in another active.
It could be to defend against the Chiron ultimate coming out from Paul. If he's quite low there, and he knows Paul's going to fall down, heal himself up, prevent himself from dying to that Chiron ult, and then that way ensuring the kill onto Paul.
On top of that, he can give his whole team mana and health so they can continue fighting and do a Fire Giant after winning an engagement.
We've seen crazier things here at the SMITE World Championship. I mean, we saw a Freya with Hand of the Gods yesterday.
We did, but it worked. They got to finals.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. A lot of things coming out of the woodwork here, and more importantly, you know, really who I'm looking at for this Envious. There's 16 kills, and there's 16 kills and assists on the mid laner. Allied has been playing absolutely incredible. He's only got a single death. He's playing safely, but usually safe comes with a price. You're not involved enough. Well, look at that, 100% kill participation. Allied is playing this game almost perfectly.
Paul taking a bit of damage here from Omega and Kiki. Oh my goodness, that Jing 10 damage is horrendous. But I thought Allied might be going for some more cooldown, but he's going straight into the Gem of Isolation, just pure power. He's not worried about
I guess he's just comfortable with the cooldown on the boots.
I like the patience out of Paul there. He didn't use the beads, even though he took a lot of poke damage there. Holds onto them, knowing that they're going to be very, very important for me. He can't just waste them on the first taunt that happens.
And Kyron's got an inbuilt heal into his kit with his passive, so he's not worried about taking a lot of that poke damage like other hunters. But Fire Giant here, started by Team Envious. This is a pure bait.
From the back, though, Xing is there trying to get in there to look for a steal as well. Allied well aware of it, noticed that one. Now the Tornado's still doing work. They reset the Fire Giant, knowing Xing is in the area. Allied getting ulted by Kiki, but Xing is on him. They're looking for the pick on Allied, but Cog actually get 2 kills on that one. They're coming in good.
It's a 3-on-5 right now. Cyclone spin short, that's a 4. Looking for more as Omega is caught out by Gustavi.
Omega's gonna die.
Into a damage from Freya, but there's a strong taunt. Not enough to save the life of Omega. Paul gets credit for that one. Cyclone spin in some trouble as well. Cyclone and Kiki, the only ones alive. Scratch that, make that Kiki, but he's got a double for himself, which might be enough to keep the enemy off of Fire.
He's in a lot of trouble here. Kiki's very, very tanky, though, is the main thing for him, but they're going to try and run him down instead of going for the Fire Giant here. Nope, change their mind.
That's a great play from Kiki. He's just trying to bait Cognitive off the Fire Giant, buy time for his team to get back. We saw him use that meditation there to try and keep Omega alive at the end. Not very successful, but it means that Kiki here is still alive. Look at the bait out the Fire
It's a very long time, though, to try and keep this sustained up because the respawn times are so long. Kiki is against the world here trying to defend the Fire Giant. Cognitive have played this so well. Can Kiki steal is the question. There will be no reinforcements in time by the time this goes down. It's up to Kiki.
There's the damage coming out from the Bologna ultimate to take out the Fire Giant. Cognitive Gaming picking up Kiki down to about 25% HP. I don't think he's going to be able to get out of this one.
Using the minions to try and block it in there. Gets a taunt up, but he will fall down. Delayed the aside for the boys of Cognitive.
The respawn timers there were really bad for Team Envious. If someone had come up a little bit quicker, Kiki could have looked to use the Defender Olympus to get out. As it was, though, he only had his dash up. So essentially, with all his teammates being down, he only had 3 abilities instead of the usual 4.
Absolutely beautiful work, though, from Cognitive. I just said that the only way for them to back in this game, they have to be patient. If they get the kills and the respawn times are as long as they are, because the game's going late, it allows them to get back in this game. And let's go to the graphs and see exactly how this is played out.
Yeah, we'll take a look. It's 41 minutes in. This is a long one, folks. 7,000 gold in the lead by Envious, but Cognitive took a big chunk out of that with that last exchange. And a lot of credit goes to Xing and the positioning, flanking from the left side.
When you say a lot of gold taken off it, well, there's going to be more gold as well. Take into account the Fire Giants online for them, so they're going to get this gold fury, then they get the towers too, and it'll even this up.
Even though only 3 members of Cognitive got the Fire Giant, it's super important that Paul got it because he's the hunter. He's going to be the one that's doing a lot of the tower damage, as well as that the other physical damaging character on the side of Cognitive is Soup's Kitchen with that Bologna. He's got it as well, so look for them to really pressure these lanes, especially on the left-hand side to set up for maybe the next Fire Giant.
I'm talking about that. Envy, they're the one that needs to focus on Freya here because he doesn't have the Fire Giant just now. He's a potential pick target for them. Getting hold of Xing is going to be very difficult.
I mean, you say a potential pick target, but how often are you excited to attack a Zhang Kui?
Not particularly, but if you get the taunt off into the ultimate from Allied, big opportunity.
Look at Allied here. He's actually sold his level 1 section to go into a hat.
Omega from the backside pushes up Cognitive Gaming. Cognitive, on the other hand, is going to engage on the front side of the tower. Tower's still alive, but not even looking towards it is Cognitive. Just instead looking for the kills that will create space, allowing them to get free objectives. But it might be problems.
Gustavi will fall down, and Xing has to somersault away. You can see they got the tier 2 tower, but Envy is still fighting this one. Weekend comes in, finds Paul. Good taunt from Kiki. Somersault and beats away Freya. Jukes out the ultimate from Allied, but still falls down. Envy turn this one around, and it's a deicide. Oh no, it's not, because Soup Kitchen's in the mid lane. Soup Kitchen wasn't with the team there. He was split pushing the mid, fall back. And Envy against a Fire Giant defend well.
You know, technically the definition of deicide is just the killing of a god or a monarch figure. So, you know what, with the way Cognitive Gaming looked, those last 2 exchanges, you could say they were gods.
Big key here, though, is what Envy actually did, defending the tier 2 tower. It did fall in the end, but look at the Golden Experience League. They can now push on for a Phoenix. Remember, the respawn times are just so long. This is a potential 2 Phoenixes here.
Oh, Cyclone should shred this Phoenix in very short order. Omega just tanking it up. So tanky at this point, going to take hardly any damage. Soup Kitchen is here. If you could get a nice disarm off, it might stop this, but he's playing it very, very safely, which I think is wise.
I agree. He shouldn't be going for that one. He should let the tier 2 tower fall in either mid or the left-hand lane here. Look to defend the Phoenix with the disarms is the big key here. Let his team try and respawn. We got 1 second till Gustavi's up. They have a chance to defend a little bit, and Envy will be well aware of that, so they probably won't overcommit.
Yeah, and all the while during that situation, Weekend was pushing up the left-hand side, getting some of the jungle, which means the minions are now here ready and waiting for Envy, which just allows Cyclone Spin to walk right on in, use his basic attacks to take him out, and now all of a sudden, very quickly, Cognitive have no towers to hang their hat on.
Allied forced to use his beads there as Gustavi got a nice pluck onto him. He's actually sold, as I was saying before, he's level 1 gold and such, looking to go into, I think, a Celestial Plate Legion helm.
Possibly Celestial Legion helm would be an interesting choice. I like the Malice going on Circuit. It's a very classic Circuit build that Weekend is going. There's really no reason to deviate from the norm when it comes to Circuit. You know exactly what she wants. She wants good cooldown reduction. She wants good critical strike for those Deathbane hits. And then, of course, Titan's Bane at the end to tie it all together with a nice bow.
These junglers have got the exact same build, and they're very similar in what they're attempting to do. But Xing's more of a team fight. The Hum Butts is more of a team fight-oriented one. Weekend just looking for, I guess, individual targets. And we saw him go after Paul there and just take it completely out of the fight.
And that's kind of what Xing does, though. Xing's mentality generally is like a Circuit. You're looking to be on the backside the whole time. Xing, you'll be looking to get away into the fight when it's the best opportunity to at least find a pick or disrupt if he needs to with the Fear No Evil. But then he'll be quite happy to 1v1 anyone, especially with that Malice and with that Deathbringer online.
45 minutes into the game, and that's pretty incredible that we've gone this far. And, you know, with the skill that Envious has, it's really impressive for Cognitive keeping up this long, although I suppose with their experience, it's not that impressive.
Paul's B's forced in mid lane there. Has to get away. Xing trying to reinitiate with a blink. Fear No Evil. They're looking for the pick onto Allied here. They're ignoring Omega on the front. Ultimate comes out from Allied defensively. They're still chasing Gustavi very deep.
Beautiful
Good Aegis.
That's going to help out Allied for just a moment. Soup Kitchen comes after it's over to seal the deal and take him out. Kiki so cheeky, going to ult and help out his teammate and stop down Paul. Kiki with credit for that one with the assist from everyone else.
Paul is just being called out in his team fights as Soup Kitchen followed the burst damage intense there from the side of Team Envious. And Allied is essentially being used as a sacrificial lamb in these team fights. Cognitive's been burning everything on him, but then the real damage is coming out from Cyclospin, who's actually got a red pot online. That's how late this game has gone.
What you actually saw there as well is that Cognitive initiated, got a good playoff, and immediately Xing had to go back to base. He was low and he had to defend against the minions pouring in to the Titan. And with that, Envy, after winning that fight, well, they're looking for the Fire Giant once more.
Well, they're looking at the Fire Giant, but because of what you just mentioned about needing to push out the Firemins, there might be an opportunity for Cognitive to start looking.
Last time there was a fight at the Fire Giant, Xing rotated around beautifully and managed to prevent Envious, but he's just a little bit too late at this point, pushing up the mid lane. Timed it, I think, was a little bit off.
We will see Allied won't have that Fire Giant this time, but 4 members of Envy do have it. Only 2 Phoenixes remaining. Expect to see them look down the right-hand side first of all for the Phoenix respawning. They'll be waiting for Allied to come back up as well before this begins.
What's really impressive is the amazing amount of assists Team Envious have. Despite Omega being a relatively fresh face to this team, the other 4 have all played together a lot during the SPL.
Xing's in a lot of trouble here. He's looking for the somersault over the wall. Can't make it over the wall, but Weekend can. He's around the corner. There's the ult as well to follow up. Xing will fall down to Weekend as Omega pretty much did a very good 1v1 there to set that one up.
Omega with the pretty much, I mean, the perfect execution of that ultimate. If he was early, Xing wouldn't have deployed Fear No Evil. If he was late, he would have been already CC'd, not allowing him to use that ultimate. He read Xing like a book, and because of the perfection in that timing, Omega was able to bring that out. You know, I'm really, usually Xing is very, very quick on those Fear No Evils. Very surprised that Xing wasn't able to put that one out first.
And because of that death on Xing, now you can see his respawn time is still over 40 seconds left, and the pressure is on from Envy. They're looking for the middle Phoenix now in a 4v5 scenario. It's going to be very difficult for Cognitive to hold on now.
The chin size coming out from Soup's Kitchen, looking to burn through Omega, doing percentage health damage there. It's a smart item pickup, a little bit expensive, but I guess he can afford to do it this late in the game.
Second Phoenix falls down, and immediately Envy rotate to the left-hand side, looking to take game 1 down against Cognitive in the best of 5 finals here on the Xbox One.
Mid Phoenix, right Phoenix already toasted. Team Envy now looking directly towards the left. As you mentioned, Gustavi already down to about 50% HP. Lot of damage coming out from Envy right now. Omega tosses Soup Kitchen in the middle of everything, and in the process takes out Gustavi.
And the Tornado is just doing work to Soup Kitchen. He pretty much felt it out, but it was Omega that got the kill credit. The Phoenix still stands. Xing respawns, goes in and picks up Cyclospin at the back. Great individual play from him. Tries to pick up Weekend, but Weekend jukes away into the Tornado, goes Xing, and his death falls to Paul is the last man standing.
This should be game for Team Envious here. A 4 against 1 here, although it is Paul highest damage on his team, but just so much damage going to be coming out from the side of Team Envious, and that is going to be game for Team Envy.
Absolute fantastic work from the boys of Envy. They've been in these sort of positions before, and they're showing their experience.
Yeah, they don't look stressed at all. You just took a look at Omega in the front of your screen and the rest of his team as well. Really, no stress. These games did go long. I'm very curious to see how much endurance that these teams are really going to have.
very, very long games.
Not enough can be said about Weekend in those games, really playing this role of Circuit to perfection, taking out the damage dealers of Cognitive.
Considering exactly how Circuit is played and how difficult it is on Xbox, I'm very impressed.
Again, gotta mention my man Allied for the majority of the game, 100% kill participation. Fell off towards the end, but that's because, as we said, he was the sacrificial lamb, just playing his role. Great play by guys on both sides of the field. Let's go ahead and talk to the analysts.
Thank you guys so much, and that was a grueling matchup. Nearly went an hour. Insane game, though, between Xbox and Cognitive Gaming, or Xbox, Envy on Xbox.
That's our host, guys.
Sorry about that, people.
Big round of applause for Golden Boy.
You know what? I'm old, okay?
You're at least 38.
I'm at least. I mean, at least I'm not balding like Maven, but
or me, for that
it's an
matter.
inside joke between us. So. Anyway, let's actually talk about that matchup. I mean, honestly, that one went the distance, and that is even being generous. That went the miles, one could say. Adonis, we'll start with you. You know, one thing I'm sad about, Omega died.
Omega did die.
Omega died.
He is a mortal, believe it or not. But I mean, a lot of it came down to the late game team fights and mid game as well. There was a lot of baiting coming out from Envy. They knew they had the superior poke with the Athena into the Kukulkan Whirlwind, along with the Jing 10, always throwing out that Furious Roar. You know, it's a percent HP hit, and that's what they did. They just constantly poked you out until they could find a pick, and then they just did Gold Furies.
Yeah, absolutely. The Athena really shined that game, popping beads almost every time she could, and then Kukulkan Whirlwind, OP.
Yeah, actually, I want to talk about the Kukulkan that Allied
it's
played there.
It's not OP, actually. It's quite balanced.
You know, you say that's the thing. Designers, man, you just say whatever you want, you know?
For 2016 in Smite, if there's ever a balance problem, blame Scott Gandhi.
I don't do anything about it.
Blame Scott Gandhi.
Blame Scott Gandhi.
Systems.
That's going to be it. Actually, let's talk about Allied's Kukulkan there. Definitely was a difference maker. You had actually called for the Giannis. You thought that would be something that he would pick up, and instead going for the Kukulkan and doing work with it. So what was it about Allied's play there, and anything else that caught your eye in that game?
So the main thing when I looked at this, I said, okay, Giannis should get picked up because Xing knows how to play against a Kukulkan, right? He's been through alpha of Smite. He's been here since the very beginning. And you lock down Kukulkan. That's what you have to do. So when he grabbed the Hunbats, I was like, okay, he's going to look for a level 5 to level 7 kill on the Kukulkan, but he never found it. And that's really just a testament of how Allied was positioning himself throughout the entire game. If you notice him in the team fights, he's all the way in the back, just dropping tornadoes and dipping out. And so when you go the full CDR, I mean, those tornadoes come up very, very fast, and he was able to do consistent damage every single time.
And that's something to note, too. If you look back at that fight, the couple team fights later in the game, specifically at the Fire Giant, that Cognitive were able to pick up.
It's okay, words are hard.
I know. There's, hey, Xbox versus, you know,
Xbox versus
no
PC.
one said Golden Boy was smart, though.
No, I know. I never
but
claimed that
it
one.
was Allied actually died very early in the team fight, and you could see Xing try and focus him down. And when he was able to open up the team fights with those kills, that's when they won. Unfortunately, they couldn't do it enough times.
Yep. The one thing I do want to point out is the fact that Envy just plays a really, really slow game.
That's right. And that is probably why it went to almost an hour. But all right, folks, Cougar, any thoughts before we go into this pick and ban phase right now?
I want to see Cognitive not give Envious such a CC, like easy CC, like Xing 10 ult and Athena taunt, so the Kukulkan doesn't have that easy setup. Really make Allied work to hit those big ultimates and not just get free triple man ults.
You know, for me, I look at this and I say, Envy, you can grab Circuit all day long. Weekend was pretty lackluster with this character. I mean, only doing 17,000 damage over the course of 50 minutes isn't really what you expect from a Circuit, because at the end of the game, she's going to be able to blow you up. And that's really just a testament of how the meta is different on Xbox than it is on PC. We were talking about it a little bit. Air Cougar, I'll let you go into the specifics, but Circuit just doesn't perform as well as on the Xbox as she does on the PC.
Yeah, absolutely. The skill level that she can be played and how quick she is and how slippery she is on PC, you really just can't bring the same sort of mechanics to the Xbox. It's just too hard.
Yeah,
well,
even
especially at this point too, right? Because keep in mind, right, a lot of these players are still very much adjusting to, especially when you talk about Envy, right? They're very much adjusting to playing on a controller.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right, and while the knowledge of the game and everything else is generally the same, still you always have to factor in the mechanics necessary to play with the controller. And you know, if you didn't grow up with it, it's actually quite a challenge. But here we go. First couple of bands coming through. You got Thor, Peppery, as well as Huyi and Guan Yu. Bellona is going to be locked in first for Envy. We saw that go to Cog last game, but now they're going to take it, Scott.
Yeah, I will say I'm actually going to let Adonis talk a little bit about Omega's Bellona as he's watched him destroy over the years, but it's quite a sight, isn't it, Kevin?
It's pretty phenomenal. It's very frustrating for the other players, especially early. I think, you know, we didn't really see the solo lane matchup where the Bellona really outbullied the Jingten, and that's also contributed to the fact that Envy played a very not passive, but group up early and look for the poke composition. I expect Omega to be very aggressive with the Bellona, especially if we see the Jingten, which it looks like that's what Cog's going for.
Yep. Makes sense there as Jingten gets locked in. Let's see what's going to come for number 2. It's going to be Athena. So this actually looks
They actually might
like
try and steal
last
the
game.
composition.
Yeah, they might. I'm scared for Cog because Envy won't be afraid to invade. They might pick a jungler to look for the early invade and keep invading the Jingten and try to keep him down.
So they're essentially just flipping sides here.
Yeah.
Pretty much,
like
yeah.
it.
That's all
Do you
that's
think,
really happening.
Do you think Cog goes for the Circuit?
No.
No. I really hope he avoids the Circuit at all costs. And Allied saying, you know what,
Right
I
now-
did so well with it last game, and I may not have all of the peels so far, but I'm still going to be safe with Kukulkan and get out of the early laning phase.
Right now, Odin's looking really good for Cog. I'm not that I'd pick it right here almost because Envy might look to ban it because
It was banned in the third spot last game.
Yeah, it was banned last time, and they picked Chiron and Kukulkan, and mainly Chiron. The Odin is absolutely great against.
Well, let's see what they're going to lock down.
And
here.
Shing's been practicing lots of Odin. I'd say that's probably his favorite god going into the event.
All right, so that's going to be the big question mark. They're deciding what they go for, and it looks like it's going to be a Hunbat or
No. This is perfect. This is perfect right here. Picking up Bastet is so good on Xbox because you're talking about a god who can jump into the enemy backline before they can really react, throw all your damage, and then jump away. At the very beginning stages of Xbox One Smite, Bastet was it. Every jungler played her. It was really annoying to deal with. Yeah. In fact, I hated playing Conquest because of it.
This is also a pretty good matchup.
Johnny hates Conquest, confirmed.
Against. This is a very good matchup against the Kukulkan specifically. Most notably because Envy doesn't have like a hard peel for the Bastet right now. Bellona can ult in place to try and save the Kukulkan, but that's not going to be enough. There's also delay, so Bastet's going to get a lot of free poke off. And like we said last game, that was kind of the key was if Xing was able to take out Allied on this Kukulkan early in the team fights, they won it.
See, I really wish Cognitive would have left that Circuit open, and because that wasn't a problem at all last game, and just said, okay, we can, you know what, take Circuit. We get that your icon on Twitch is a little scorpion, but you know,
I mean, that wasn't even English. So we'll go with the pick.
it's my 7-year-old Scott impersonation.
Cog must want Team Envious to play Mercury because I feel like that's probably Weekend's last.
Where's
god that he's
QE?
comfortable
Is
on.
QE in the crowd? He's probably screaming if Agni gets locked in here. Never mind. Poor QE.
Now, Agni does not get played that much on Xbox.
Yeah, but QE's like the Agni fanboy. So, you know, but Neath is going to be locked in here. And let's see, Mercury. We saw Mercury get banned out in the last game.
All right.
Why do they want them to play Mercury specifically?
It's more set up for the Kukulkan. They barely have any right now. So, and the ult can bring some pretty great setup. And as long as comms are good, the toss can always do some good stuff.
I figured Geb would be the support here as well because they don't have any peel for Kukulkan right now, and Bastet, like, she's going to have a really good time against this, and Kiki is going to have to save a shield specifically for Allied.
Yeah.
Because if he wastes it early on Mercury because Weekend gets out of position, you know Xing is going to know that cooldown, and he's going to go right on top of him.
I think if Weekend gets out of position, you just have to let Weekend die in this scenario. The primary target has got to be Kukulkan. He did so much in that last game, and obviously the damage numbers were all in favor of Omega, but, I mean, that's the majority of that's just slapping one another.
All right, well, let's see what Cog's final pick is going to be.
Ooh.
Hell, potentially.
Okay.
I doubt it.
Oh,
Wow.
okay.
Wow. All right.
All right. You're talking about a sitting duck in mid lane. Mercury's just like licking his chops right now.
All right, thoughts? Who's going to take it? Gandhi?
I'm going to go Team Envious again.
I have to go Team Envy.
I actually like Cog's comp, but I think Envy's going to win.
All right, well, I hate to be that guy, but I got to go with Envy as well. Could they potentially extend their series lead, or will Cognitive Gaming come back, answer back in this matchup with their team comp? Guys in the crowd, get hyped up. We got a good one in front of us. Game number 2 about to begin. Casters, take it from here.
Thanks a lot, Golden Boy. Welcome back to the Casters Cage. We're still here in Atlanta, Georgia, getting ready for number 2. And Envy, I mean, they just looked unstoppable.
Envy looked really, really strong in that last game, but this game, bit of a different situation. We're going to see Jingten and Athena on Cognitive side this time.
Right.
Allied played pretty safe last time, but still got picked a few times. And with a Basset in the jungle, it's going to be a rough game for Allied.
One thing that was really strong about Envy's team comp last game was the ability to set up for that Kukulkan. There's not as much of that this time. You know, maybe we can get a couple of nice ultimates or pullbacks to set up into that Kukulkan damage, but other than that, it's going to be really difficult for Allied to get a lot of damage out.
I'm really concerned or thinking about this hell, honestly. It's either going to be 2 thumbs up or 2 thumbs very, very down. I mean, as Gandhi said, you know, it's a sitting duck waiting to be attacked by this Mercury. So hell's got a lot of stuff to think about.
The way the last game went and the way Envy's playstyle is, as the analyst on the desk said, it's going to be very late games. That's what Envy's playstyle is. If it's going to go late and they're going to let hell get to a late game standpoint, even if you kill her over and over again, she's technically still going to be a ticking clock in this game. And when it comes to their team fights, if she can resustain people back up, then Cognitive are going to be in a very, very strong position.
It's up to Weekend to see if she'll even allow that to happen with the Mercury, because late game, don't forget, Mercury scales very well into the late game, able to take people out in 1 or 2 punches.
We're in game 2 now of the Xbox One Finals. Give a shout if you want Envy to win this one. It's pretty good. What would you like if Cognitive bring it back to 1-1? Well, the fans don't really, it's not so much for Cognitive here.
Everybody's just sort of, I think people just want to see Hades.
There's a lot of Weekend subs in the crowd, I think, as well.
Oh, is there?
Yeah. Yeah, there we go. We can hear it. One thing to note as well is that the sides have been changed here. So Envious on the Order side, Cognitive on the Chaos side. North American teams really favor that second pick in the pick and ban phase to get a nice counter pick or a niche pick like we could see with the Hell.
Right at the beginning of the game, though, we can also see Allied started with the power pot here by the looks of it as well for the extra burst damage.
That's a Hell 80 carry. Freya has taken Neath into the mid lane.
So Neath will be in the mid lane here. It doesn't really surprise me too much because you can protect Hell a little bit better in that lane up against a Neath who has the push power to deal with the Kukulkan push.
This is always so interesting when players take mages or whatnot into the long lane, and you think back to, I mean, Snoopy playing mages, and even Allied, the People's Vulcan, to go back a couple of pages. I mean, it's so interesting. It's not really a hunter role. It's just, as you said, it's just safety.
Well, it's not. While it's a little bit surprising to see the Hell played in the AD carry role, it's not that surprising to see Freya take a Hunter into the mid lane. He did that a lot against Away EU, played a really nice Hoyi in the mid lane there, able to get off some nice ricochets. Let's see what he can do with Neath.
It will really help out the pressure from Cognitive and probably threw off the game plan of Envy here a little bit. They probably expected to be the Hell. They were going to probably look for early invades into the jungle, which is a little bit difficult here. But talking about that, they're still doing it.
Yeah, we can and Allied don't care one bit, going directly for their enemies' back camps.
That power pot on the Kukulkan can just put so much extra pressure on the lane. Early on, it normally takes to level 3 before Allied will be able to full clear the wave with just 1 tornado. But now with that power pot, it's even earlier.
He has to be careful though, because Xing does have a red pot. If he can get an early kill onto Allied, that's going to be 450 gold just straight down the drain.
Left-hand side, you see actually Xing going for the back Harpies here, but he's all alone. Actually, is he? No, he looks like he's going to swing around to the left-hand side here. I think he was well aware of the rotation with Envy going for their own back Harpies.
Yeah, this time around, Cognitive going to look towards their Harpies, and I like how they go at the same time as the dual lane sticks their heads into the jungle. Just in case Envy is in the wrong side of the jungle again, they'll be able to rotate 4.
Take a look at the sprint coming out from Weekend here very early on. That's a really potent item on Mercury early in the game. Gives him a nice power spike with Mercury's passive.
It's like a free power pot, basically, is the big key here. The power pot, well, look at this, Cyclone going aggressive. Instant taunt coming out there from Gustavi, trying to reduce the aggression. He's trying to continue putting the pressure on as well. But obviously, what you're seeing out of this is they're trying to abuse the Hell. They're trying to put pressure on her early before she gets going. But having that extra support in lane with her and running this duo lane makes it a little bit safer earlier on.
We've seen Hells get behind frequently and then come back to carry the game. What's an often said thing about Hell is you can get it down 0-3, but that's not enough. She needs to be down 0-7 for her to kind of really be taken out of the game.
It's going to be an interesting one, though, because obviously Hell, what you'll normally see is her in the solo lane or the mid lane. If she's in the mid lane, she gets focused a lot during the current meta just because of all the rotations from junglers and supports there. However, if she's in the solo lane, well, normally you can make it worthwhile and get a goal for you on the other side of the map when your Hell gets ganked. Her being in the duo side, if we see we can focus duo lane with this Mercury and Hell does fall, we could see a big lead established for Envy as they look to convert that into a Gold Fury.
It really shows the diversity of Cognitive's God Pool, the fact that their AD carry can play a Hell in this duo lane, and it's going to be really interesting to see how they make that work. But Weekend on that Mercury is going to be looking to to focus that lane a lot. There's a lot more openings into that lane than there is in the solo. Looking at the solo side now, we've actually got a mirror match of last game.
Yeah, a mirror match, but in reverse this time round, because you can actually see exactly the two guys playing the same two gods, but just on different sides of the map.
Yeah, it's very interesting to see. This is one of the things I really love about the solo lane is how similar the god pools are, and I love to see the players switch around and just to really show that they can play both sides.
We can just showing his presence on this right-hand side here, looking for the invade onto the blue buff here. Omega keeping the pressure on, and look at this, Allied even rotating over to this right as well for extra support. They may look to pick up the pick on Soup Kitchen here if he's not aware of it.
Xingten's a little bit weak early on. He does have Mark of the Vanguard, however, to reduce some of the damage. We noted that Omega did that last game. Allied and Weakened, though, going to start at this blue buff. Taking away from Xingten is super important. A very mana-hungry god.
Allied doing a good job with that power part of really abusing it, pushing out the mid lane so hard that he's able to rotate around, get extra experience in the map, and help create more pressure.
I love the positioning that Envy shows on that right side by the blue buff. You had a triangle going on. One person on the buff itself, one person guarding the lane, one person guarding the jungle.
While Envy did take away the blue buff there, Cognitive did manage to take both mid camps, so they have the timers on there and a good amount of golden experience coming through from those mid camps.
4.5 minutes in, no first blood just yet, but a small lead established for Envy. It's not too much to write home about, but 1,000 experience across the map isn't too bad. Take into account it is a Bellona versus a Xingten, so you generally expect a bit of a lead there.
One thing I'd really like to see from Cognitive is to take away Weakened speed off. Not only is that usually so important for junglers, it's even more important for Mercury because it gives him a good amount of damage. We mentioned Mercury's passive before. Taking away that speed buff will make him just that little bit weaker, and in the early game, the weaker you can get a Mercury, the better.
Wait to see the first gank come out because Weekend is level 7 right now, hasn't gone for a gank opportunity. It's very similar to what we saw last game, honestly, from Xing, where he just continued to farm and establish a good experience and gold lead. Maybe these junglers will look just to go for the mid game here, get some core items online so they can look for the big play.
Yeah, I think that's really the case, especially when it comes to a god like Bastet. She scales very, very well, which makes it look like she's good in the late game, which she is, but it's really where that mid game is where she really hits her stride because of those cats. The cats become really just a nuisance in the late game, whereas in the mid game, the slow can be very devastating.
Again, Allied staying well within his own tower range, doesn't want to risk anything with Xing running around in the jungle. He does have a bead to get away from the cats, but it is level 1, so it'll be down for 3 minutes if he forced it early.
The beads will help him a little bit just to remove the slow. He's also got his slipstream as well, which will give him immunity from slows for a little bit of time. Doesn't last as long as the cats do, though, so they will continue to chase. So Allied's position is going to be very, very important to keep safe, especially with him being the major and only real magical damage on this team. Obviously Geb, but it's not as much as the Kulkan. The whole focal play from Cognitive this game should be bringing down Allied and building physical defense after that.
We could see that the Hell in the duo lane has gone for the penetration boots here. I guess she just wants to put out a lot of damage on the front line. I'm surprised, though, that she hasn't started to max cooldown.
Shoes of Focus. Yeah, most of the Hells you'll see go for the full breastplate of Valor Shoes of Focus build or Chronos Pendant if they're not worried about the physical gods on the enemy team. But this time, going for the extra damage early on, it means we'll see a Chronos Pendant more than likely, maybe even a breastplate of Valor too. So maybe that combo will come out.
Yeah, I fully expect the breastplate of Valor to deal with. I mean, this is going to be Mercury versus Hell as the game gets later and later. So I fully expect a lot of physical protection on the side of this Hell.
Look at all the beads just bought there by Cognitive Gaming. 4 beads, all in a row, ready and waiting for Weekend to initiate.
I think that's the big key here is the all bought beads just about now as well is the big key. That means they're potentially looking for something. Blue buff on the right side is spawned. You can see that Xing is already in the area. They don't want to lose that one again. And Gustavi will not, Sukuchin will not be happy if he loses that one. And Weekend finally starting to look towards his left-hand side for some pressure.
Just going to take away the purple buff. Not the worst thing in the world for Cognitive Gaming, considering it is a Hell over there in the joy lane, but still extra experience there for the boys of Envious. They also took away the left-hand mid camps. They didn't have the timer on it, but just veteran experience, knowing when that buff was supposed to come up.
Veteran experience is really showing through because the first time round they invaded the blue buff and got that one away. This time round they expected defense from Cognitive, so they switched to the other side of the map and take away the purple.
Shing's doing the blue buff on the side of Envious. Gustavi getting a taunt there onto Kiki, so Cheeky poking him out a little bit, just making him a little bit weaker for this team fight. But Shing going over to that blue buff, securing it for his solo laner.
Yeah, this time around, not wanting to really have that pressure on the solo lane. Shing comes over and gets the blue buff, so there's no threat. Last time, we saw 3 members of Envy there. Shing this time says, I'm going to get it right away, so that's not the case.
The longer this game goes, the more we're going to get towards the carry stage, and it's going to be who the big carries are of the teams. For me, it's going to be Weaken on the Mercury because of obviously all the crit damage and the burst that he can put out, but across the way, it'll all be about Paul on that Hell. Can he sustain his team? Can he duke out the abilities and get good cleanses off to keep himself alive and keep sustaining his team through the fights?
He's pushed himself up a little bit too far here, I'd say, but backs off now. He's got a ward down there ready for the ultimate coming out of Weaken. This game's 8.5 minutes in. We haven't seen really much action other than a blue buff invade and a purple buff invade. Just really shows respect these two teams have for each other.
It is respect, but it's also game plans here. I think Cognitive have adapted well to what Envy's game plan has been so far, which is get to the mid to late game stages, win one big team fight, and look to break the back of their enemy. This time, Cognitive, well, they know what to do too. They've done the same thing.
Again, we can see the Jing 10 with the top player damage. There's, interestingly enough, Allied, 0 player damage. That just shows how safely he's been playing, not wanting to get anywhere near the opposing team just yet.
It's quite difficult to actually land a tornado onto somebody unless they're going to step into it.
Yeah.
You have to fire off the Zephyr first of all, but getting in range for the Zephyr could mean the Bastard jumps over the wall and then your first blood.
Yeah, so really, I mean, last time there was more direct the taunt. That's really what I'm talking about. You could actually bring somebody into the tornado. This time around, it's going to be a little bit difficult with there's no Xing Chen, but you do have the Mercury, which can be problematic because late game, a Mercury in special delivery is as good as dead.
Cognitive looking towards the gold tree at this point, going to back away. What I think these team fights are really going to come down to is Kiki so cheeky. Can he get off a good Cataclysm? Because if you can get that off, it does percentage health damage, and it can set up really nicely for that Cuckoo Khan, whether it's the ultimate or just the tornado.
Bit of a difference in the solo and this time. We saw them hold off and getting teleport for a very long time. This time round, though, early teleports picked up by both of them, and you can actually see that the Bologna picked that one up already. Omega getting that to his advantage, will be off cooldown soon, and they're both back in lane continuing to farm. But look at this, we do see the rotations coming in from both teams around the gold tree, looking for positioning once again as the Harpy spawn.
Last team Envious had, I think, 3 or 4 gold trees, and Cognitive recognized that that's where they built a lot of their lead from. They're really trying to protect the gold tree, not wanting to give any of them up for free. It's going to be still, though, difficult to kind of protect, given that Envious has a Cuckoo Khan.
Yeah, that's what we were talking about yesterday, backwards, right? We were talking about how dangerous the Cuckoo Khan can be to protect the Gold Fury. But in this situation, Cognitive can take out the Cuckoo Khan a little bit easier than last time around with their composition. So Envy has to be very careful with how Allied positions himself.
Again, Envy is taking away the purple of Cognitive. Not really worried about that one.
Well, to be fair, let's be honest, it's a Helen lane, right? It's attack speed. That's what it gives you. You're not too worried about that as Hell. You're going to be using your abilities to clear out the way for the most part. So losing the attack speed on that side is less detrimental to Cognitive than actually losing the blue on the right-hand side.
Look to see later in the game the Hell and the Neath trading out buffs there. Freya playing Neath, going to go for the purple buff, whereas the Hell looking for the red buff. But you know, I don't think enough attention has been paid to this duo lane. Hell is only 200 gold behind.
Yep.
The later we get towards this game, and it looks like it's going to be another late game, this Hell is going to be hitting like an absolute monster truck.
I'm just waiting to see exactly when we can look for some sort of aggression here, because at the moment, what he's continuing to do is just farm up. I've not seen him ult once just yet, and he's actually looking to pressure the blue buff here, as we did see the Jing Tan did respawn back to, recall back to base there, but Weaken has to ult away after the World Weaver comes in. Omega in a bit of trouble here, but jukes through nicely.
And that's a fantastic bait coming out from Weaken and Omega. They're over here causing commotion. You know what they're doing? They're standing on the corner, clapping their hands and flashing the lights, while their 2 friends are down the block, robbing the bank. Team Envy picks up the Gold Fury.
Well, they do rob the bank, and now it looks like Cognitive trying to answer back in some way. They were looking for pressure onto Omega, but he's too healthy. Instead, all they can really do is get a blue buff over there for Soup Kitchen.
But Omega doesn't doesn't even care because he stole away Soup's Kitchen blue buff. As well as that, looking towards the Gold Fury again, the Geb Chiron combination to take that is really, really safe because Chiron's got inbuilt heal, you've got a Geb shield as well. You can do that with just 2 people.
Beautiful interrupt right there. Soup Kitchen showing off. I mean, this is the basics of fighting against the Bologna. You have to interrupt that bludgeon.
Look at the pressure in mid lane, though, coming out from Cognitive, trying to put extra pressure on the map. Tier 1 tower does fall there, so they do answer back with 500 gold for themselves.
That's actually a really important tower to take because that prevents Allied from moving up and farming. He's got a lot of farm in this game. I believe he's highest gold at this point, and to take away that extra security from him, particularly with a Bastet running around, is super important.
And you've seen how safe Allied's been playing the whole time. He knows he's going to deal with so much CC on the enemy team that he has to stay safe and stay very far back. Expect now that Cognitive will have a map advantage for the time being. As you'll see, the mid laner has to sit back, which means Weaken will sit back as well, which means they have bigger run through the enemy jungle.
Looking towards the duo side of things now, Hell being left relatively alone. Weaken, his ultimate should be coming up very soon if it's not already up, and I feel like he's going to be taking a look towards that side as Hell's all alone.
13 minutes in, very quiet game number 2.
Not quiet, but just tactical. I mean, I hate when we say quiet games.
It's a quiet game.
There's abilities going off everywhere. Listen. Where? I don't hear. That's Gab. That's rollout. That's loud.
Kiki's going to make his way to the mid lane while Cognitive sort of chase him into it.
The worst thing about these sort of games is that both teams, because of the game plan of going mid to late game, the moment one team fight breaks out, the back of the game is broken. I said this last game, but
exactly.
It's the same thing here. We're going to see one huge team fight, and if one team comes out on top, what ends up happening is that one team just accelerates a monstrous lead.
And that's what makes these games fun, right? We say they're quiet, but it's sort of, I mean, the calm before the storm is so overused. It's really like when you're sitting. It's when you're sitting in the principal's office. You're sitting there waiting. You know something's going to happen, right? You can't wait. And then
I was a good boy.
No, you weren't.
It's true, I was.
But then what's going to happen is one of these teams, Cognitive, is going to call the name of Envy, or Envy is going to call the name of Cognitive. And as soon as that name is said, there's a fight, And we saw how in game number 1, these fights go on forever.
Well, we mentioned Envy has a lot of experience in this game, played a lot on the PC, went for the open bracket to get here. And actually, Allied is showing his experience here today because instead of going for the Book of Toth, which is very, very good on Kulkulk and works very well with his passive, he realizes how under pressure he's going to be. Gone for this Warlock Sash.
We've talked a lot about how team fights are really going to be what's opening this game over, but I feel like Cognitive's kind of strategy should be a little more pick-oriented, given the Bastet that they have. You can also rotate over very nicely with an Athena's Defender of Olympus. Xing, he's been farming up nicely, but he's still behind Weaken.
Exactly. While Bastet is not quite a Thanatos, Bastet is definitely a character you want to get going early. If you don't get that motor running, as I said, those cats can be devastating in the early game, very powerful in the mid game, and almost useless in the late game.
You say useless, but I want to see where Xing's build goes, because if he goes for the full penetration build, backdoor Xing could be a thing on the books here.
Which is definitely something out of a Xing book.
That was exactly what I was about to point out. Was I mentioned in the last game, we saw from Cloud9 in the first game where they didn't really feel like they could deal with Epsilon's team fight. Look to split push. If you've got a Bastet, it's one of the best split push gods in the game.
Actually saw some aggression out of Envy there. We saw Weaken looking for the potential pick there onto Paul and Hell, but immediately responds from the ultimate.
What I loved about that play, Weaken goes in, as soon as beats happen, everybody walks away. You know what? We tried it, we got the beads, that's it, we'll see you later. And you know what? Looking at that beads cooldown, that's a Hell with 3 minutes on beads, they're definitely gonna see her later.
We were talking about the Warlock Sash coming out from Allied. That's a really in response, I feel, to the Bastet. Just a little bit more health to stop the tick damage from bursting him down as fast.
Well, as we said, oh, look at that. We do actually see first blood. I don't know where it went down. It was actually Gustav picks up Cyclone Spin. The aggression from the boys of Cognitive paid off for them. But look at this. We're going to see rotations and the fight could continue. But it looks like Cognitive not want nothing of this. They will take what they got wanted.
Yeah, Mega showed up just a little bit too late. Cognitive plays well, and Gustavi winds up with the first blood.
That's exactly what Cognitive needed to do. Xing rotated over, Gustavi taunted in Cyclone Spin, Xing bursted him down.
Crit coming online though for Weak, and you can see he's already got that golden bow completed, already working towards more than likely the Deathbringer here, and that's when you'll start seeing the damage from the Major Look do so much. And if the people group up, especially around the Gold Fury, which is just about to spawn, we can see some good work.
Even though Hell's got a lot of healing, you can only heal every so often. If you're getting pounded on by a Mercury with those crits, it's going to be really hard to heal up a lot of that damage. So look for Weaken to ultimate in, looking for Gustavi, making it pay for the first blood. Good taunt, but it's not going to be enough. Weaken gets a response from Envy.
Super well played by the jungler on the side of Envy with the perfect accuracy.
Cognitive are in a good position here because they're still chasing down Allied. The cats are still applied. The slows are being connected. Jumps in, comes out as well from the pounce from Xing. He's in trouble though. A cyclone spin has respawned, gets back in the fight and turns it around.
Great
cataclysm coming out from Kiki to manage to disengage the team. But the sustain from Hell is doing work.
You're saying disengage. Omega says no way. Might be a problem here. Kiki has to throw out a shield, but Omega ultimately will turn around. Cyclone spin and fires some warning shots, but that's really it.
That Cataclysm burnt so many beads, so the next team fight, we're going to see we can go in with a great ultimate and disrupt a lot of Cognitive.
Game's starting to pick up a little bit of pace now as well. Gold Fury spawn, both teams looking to try and get themselves in position. Neither team wants to really back here. You saw Super Kitchen didn't want to continue the fight there, was completely out of mana, and it was just up to Hell and Neve to hang around.
Something we haven't talked about is Chiron's one's actually got a cleanse for CC on it. So when Allied's was being chased down by Xing's cat there, we saw Cyclone drop that onto him to look to help get his team out. Xing though jumped in, picked up the kill, did pay for it with his life though.
Kind of how Xing's playstyle though, he will try and secure the kill even if it may cost him his life just to make it worthwhile for the team as a whole there.
Well, at this point in the game, Allied's worth more than Xing is. Xing's a little bit underleveled in farm, so ultimately that comes out as worth from Cognitive.
Let's check in with the graphs once again. I just want to see the golden experience of these two teams because at the moment you can see the little dip here on the gold where it was up from the first Gold Fury, came back down because First Blood was so late that the First Blood was actually worth about the same amount of gold as that very early Gold Fury.
Both of these teams now just farming up back camps and buff camps. The solo laners, Omega had a really good impact in that team fight there. Didn't manage to secure the kill onto Freya, but did what he needed to, disrupted the backline of Cognitive and kind of traded out even there for Envy.
Talking about Omega here as well, because he's actually changed up his build for this game. Obviously, he was playing Jing 10, but an earlier hide of the Urchin coming out from him and from Soup Kitchen this time round. These two pretty much matching builds, magical versus physical, in terms of defense items.
Yeah, these teams are really well balanced as far as magical and physical are concerned when it comes to the damage sources, so the Urchin is a great choice.
I love the early Pestilence coming out from Kiki, so Kiki getting rid of some of that healing coming out of Hell.
One thing I don't like, I'm not sure what Ally's doing here. Is that Polynomicon I see being built? It looks like Polynomicon.
Well, I mean, I guess he's going to go for the tornadoes and then an auto attack after that to do extra damage?
Potentially, but it's not that easy to really... I mean, you can hit with the Zephyr and then follow it with an auto, but a tornado and an auto is a little bit more difficult.
Yeah, the Zephyr, that used to be the classic item on Kukulkan once upon a time. Granted, Polynomicon was more powerful at the time, but it was so powerful on Kukulkan for two reasons. One, the Zephyr sets up the basic attack almost for free. And secondly, now Slipstream is a damaging ability.
I reckon he'll look to use that on Xing when Xing's chasing him down, hit him with the Zephyr from behind, and then hit him with another auto attack, doing so much with that Polynomicon.
So we can go aggressive from the left-hand side there onto Paul on that Hell. Did take a little bit of burst damage from it though, but we'll go back to the jungle to sustain back up. But Hell, now out of mana, had to recall back to base, and it did force the ultimate out of Gustavi to defend there. A little bit worried because of the mana situation. And with this, Envy now looking at the Gold Fury.
Xing is in the area though. Not the best steal potential on a Bastet. You usually look to solo that down with the cast, but Weaken looking for a kill here. Xing just going to jump over the wall, and with that jump down, it's going to be a little bit easier now for Envious to take down this gold field.
They have to contest this one though, and you can see Gustavi on the front line trying to do what he can. Disengages for now. Paul around the left-hand side, slightly isolated, but on the backside, Soup Kitchen has arrived. Still has his teleport here as well, which I want to point out because if he gets low, he can recall, teleport back in, and turn the fight. And Gustavi's going in looking for an ultimate.
Soup Kitchen goes ahead, gets the beads out of Cyclone Spin. Meanwhile, top side, Omega surrounded by members in the enemy team. Omega now looking directly at Xing, who's got the dot on him as well. Forced out on the right-hand side. Soup Kitchen is toast.
He has teleport, but it's not going to be able to be used for a little time. There's an little sonic boom coming out as well from Weaken. He annihilates Kogshin with a crit damage. He's looking for the pick on Freya, who's trying to box him down, but the kickback comes out from Cyclone into Allied Zephyr, and another kill for Envy.
This was the exact plan Envy had. They started this Gold Fury, and I don't know if you noticed, a couple of abilities missed. It's by design. They sat there basic attacking, waiting, forcing Cog to come over and join the fight, knowing that they could win a fight if it came to them.
Gustavi channeling the ultimate onto Paul at this point just to get himself out of dodge. Looking at the grass, however, we see a 6,500 XP, 4,000 gold difference going the way of Team Envious.
Such a big jump for the boys of Envy there. And this is exactly what you'll see. Look at the respawn time is still, we've got a long time on Freya. And Soup Kitchen died relatively early in that, as did Xing, and you can tell they're still respawning just now. This late game is starting to pay off for Envy once again. Weaken on the board, involved in all 5 kills.
A Divine Ruin actually coming out from Allied. They're really focused on these Hell heals. This is the experience coming out from Team Envious, recognizing the potency of that Hell late game.
I completely forgot Divine Ruin was in the game for some reason. I think it's because I've not seen healers for a little while. I thought he was going to go for Polynomic. I was like, what? But it's obviously the Divine Ruin deal with that, shut down the healing. Will affect the other gods that get hit by it too.
I like the sprint choice here
Yes.
if we take a look on weekend. So the difference between sprint and Heavenly Agility these days is 30 seconds. Heavenly Agility is a 90-second cooldown, but everyone goes fast, and 60 seconds for sprint, but only you go fast.
Junglers don't care about other people, they just care about themselves. You know that with the speed buff. They'd rather do that than defend a lane.
I mean, that's usually the position I play when I play casual.
I learned that from Weekend watching this stream too, so I know exactly how that is.
Omega looking 1v3 here. Kiki So Cheeky has rotated over. 4 members of Cognitive here now, but over on the left-hand side, Cyclospin going to take up his purple buff.
I love how comfortable Omega looked. He was 1v3, he looked so comfortable, and because of that, Cognitive fell back, understanding there were people in the jungle. There's no vision here, so Omega plays up and goes directly.
Wow, Omega just went so aggressive. Tried to teleport and steal away. If he would have stolen that, I was done. Omega still going in though, going aggressive with Allied in support. Tornado doesn't connect, but the bludgeon does from Xing. And Omega just backing up, still being a front line. Soup Kitchen comes around the side, and Omega still looking to try and fight this insult.
No fear whatsoever. Very content to be between 3 members of Cognitive Gaming is Omega. He's got help from the right-hand side. Double Cataclysm comes out of Kiki. Omega's going to be thrown into a tower. He's got a Geb Shield, but now it's down. Over the top comes Xing. He's in trouble. Zephyr will slow him down and force him out. Envy pushing Cog underneath their own tower.
Still looking for more pressure. The ultimate comes out. Spirit of the Night Winds connects with one, but Xing jukes it just at the backside. Omega still tanky enough to keep the pressure on here. We can channel in the Sonic Boom, looking for an opportunity. But this fight is still going in Envy's favor.
The whole time, Cyclospin's been split pushing on the left-hand side, but now, 4 members of Cognitive, Gustavi pushes forward, looks for the Tornado ally, great beads there to get him out of trouble, and a disengage likely to come out from these two teams. I'd be interested to see what happens on the left-hand side.
Left-hand side is a big talking point here because you can see Cyclone's been pressuring Freya here. Level 20 to the level 17 Neath in this one so far. Freya, remember, was the mid lane of this game as well. He's going to try and defend against this good wave clear coming out. Meanwhile, right-hand side, we still have more aggression going on.
Soup Kitchen gets 3 people as Weekend comes on through. Soup Kitchen still in trouble. He's going to find himself on the backside, and great heals from Hell. Is it enough, though?
Divine Ruin is online, and their taunt is good, but the washing machine of death throws them both under the tower. They're looking to burst down. Kiki's the one that got aggro, though, so Omega very healthy and gets a shield from Kiki just to keep him up longer.
Well played by Cognitive Gaming right there, understanding exactly what they needed to do as far as who to control, who to deal damage to.
Neath coming in.
Weekend going to take that one for his solo. And a Cyclone Spin, though, gets a solo kill onto Frey. He should take this tier 2 on the left.
Now, the big key there, what Cyclone did is he abused the will. We saw it going up.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my gosh.
Done.
That was a huge bomb on Omega. Will clean up another one. Omega's still alive. He's juking out. They're going in. Weekend pulls him back in. He's still got aggro, but his Soup Kitchen is so tanky.
This is one of those Weekend's going to take a spill as well. Right there. Wow.
Meanwhile, left-hand side.
That's totally worth for Team Envious there. They lose a couple of players, lose a tier 1 tower on the right, but 3 towers fall on the left-hand side to Cyclone Spin, and he gets a kill off the back of it as well.
Shout out to Omega and Allied, though. That was such a nice play to see. It didn't work out as well as they wanted to, though, because they did still lose the tower and a little bit more.
You say that. I honestly think Omega and Allied are totally fine with that because of Cyclone getting that Phoenix. And you know what? Cyclone goes ahead, or Omega goes ahead and gets 4-man stun. Gustavi starts tower diving. He gets in the head of Cognitive just a little bit. Allied secures some damage, all the while Cyclone's pushing up a Phoenix.
Even if the members of Cognitive Gaming back there, the fact that Allied and Omega got them so low meant they would have to stay in the fountain just a little bit longer, allowing Cyclone to get that extra little bit of push. Looking towards Xing's net build now, he's got himself a Brawler's Beat Stick.
So he is looking for that penetration build here, which can continue to develop. Look for him to start to try and split push to deal with the situation.
But why is he going for the Brawlers before Titan?
It's a cheaper option earlier on as well, and it still gives you the amount of penetration you want. You will see him eventually go that way, but for now, he's just happy to get these items online.
Look at the Witchblade coming out here from Gustavi. That's a direct kind of shot at Weekend, preventing some of that attack speed coming out from the jungler.
At the end of the day, though, as the game gets later and later and later, Weekend doesn't need many attacks. He just needs 1, 2, 3, 4 punches, maybe not even 4 with the max crit build that he's building.
I can't wait to say kicks when we actually see that new Bruce Lee skin.
The Bruce Lee one?
I don't think it's called Bruce Lee, but it's definitely Bruce Lee.
Is it?
Yep. On the Mercury. 0, 1, and 6, though, is Omega this game. He has fallen in the last engagement, but 6 stacks is a big important factor here on that Hide of the Urchin, making him very, very tanky with those extra protections he gets from each one.
Cyclone's been going into crit. He has got himself a Rage, looking perhaps next to a Malice or Deathbringer. So he's going to be hitting really hard in these team fights. We haven't called Paul's name terribly often in this game. He's just been kind of what hell's supposed to be healing up the backline.
He's been doing his job, keeping him sustained, trying to keep everybody up to date and keep him going. But for the time, it looks like Golfy is going to go the way of Envy once again, uncontested. Cognitive can't come in and find it.
This is a real problem for Cognitive Gaming, not being able to secure these objectives.
Well, with that objective, more damage coming out onto the guys of Cognitive. Freya doesn't look like he is very comfortable right now. Soup Kitchen, on the other hand, very content to be playing in this front line level 20, 2-1-1 in the Xingqian. Soup Kitchen has been playing very well, and he is a big part of what Cognitive need to hang on to if they want to take the win.
And he's got to keep the pressure on here. He's trying to force Cyclone back, but now he's going to be surrounded by multiple members. He needs reinforcements soon, or he could be in a lot of trouble here. Kiki going to do zoning work, knock up into a tornado, into a throw, pulls him back into danger. Washing Machine does not connect with anything, and Allied picks up Soup Kitchen 4v5.
In the middle, Omega was going 2v1 there, forces back Gustavi, and now content just to fight with Xing.
Weakened by himself, looking towards the Hell, who's going to get help as well. There's Neith, there's Athena, Kiki is playing goalie, and Omega still fighting Xing.
Nice healing coming out from the Scourge there. Xing in a lot of trouble, forced to pop the beads. Actually, he knows that he's dead. He's just going to sit under the tower, try and force Omega to take as much damage, but I mean, I don't think that was worth
Waiting
it.
on cooldowns, that's all it was. He was waiting patiently, trying to get the cooldowns, didn't have them in time. Now we're going to see Envy try and pressure the tier 2. Blinking Cataclysm hits 2. Big knockup, bigger ultimate from Allied, but good tankiness from Gustavi to survive. Now Paul surrounded. The healer's going to do what he can to keep himself going.
But Weaken's after him now, and I don't think you could get away from that Mercury Kiki. So Cheeky gonna get the kill, and now only one member of Cognitive left, and it is the Athena on Gustavi.
See, that's exactly what I was talking about, guys. I mean, there's that classic statement that you referenced earlier, Husey. You can kill a Hell 3 times, and it doesn't matter. She's still going to run the game. You got to kill her 12. Well, when you have a late game Mercury, he's built to tear through people like hell. That's exactly what Weaken did. Now he's tearing through towers. He's tearing through Firebirds, and Envy look like they're poised to win game number 2.
Kiki So Cheeky was so important in that fight. He's got his Pestilence online. He's got a Weakening Curse. So even though Paul had heals available off cooldown, they just didn't heal him at all.
Didn't get a chance to. The big thing here as well is Soup Kitchen dying early on in that whole game meant there was a 4v5. The frontliner, the one that could survive for a very extended period of time, fell down early, and that just made it so much easier for Envy just to get through this team.
While Freya is playing Neath in the mid lane, we're going to compare him here to Cyclone Spin because they are both on 80 carries. 5,000 gold behind at this point. Only got his Executioner online, whereas Cyclone's going into his second crit item.
Look at the graph right here. There is one moment at around 25 minutes or so where someone did something on Cognitive Gaming. Other than that, it's just been up.
The first
up,
blood
up,
brought him
up,
back
up,
a little
up.
bit for a second, but then after the first blood, it's all been Envy's way.
This is the kind of graph you want to see if you're a team like Envy, just steadily trending your way, showing, you know, you just you haven't been necessarily explosive. You've just been steadily building your lead up and up and up to the point where it's unassailable by Cognitive.
We did see a surrender vote coming out from Cognitive there as well, so clearly they're pretty sure this game is done, or they're not sure they can really hang on much longer. What they should be doing is what Zat was talking about.
That's right.
Take the time now to actually plan for the next game. What's gone right? What's gone wrong? What do we need to change up? What do you think it is, Hughes?
I think the jungle pick needs to be a little bit different. I'd like to see Xing on the Odin and really abuse Allied's Kukulkan.
Right side now going to be pushed in by Envy as the Fire Giant now on all 5 members here, with Fire Minions starting to pour down the left-hand side and the middle. Well, Cognitive are going to have to either split the forces or look for a big fight to try one last stand.
Though Allied hasn't necessarily done the most damage in this game, the respect for the Kukulkan damage has just forced Cognitive to really play around that a lot. He's sitting at the 3rd lowest damage, but Cognitive just focusing him in every team fight, getting out of the way of the damage, and look at Omega.
This is what he does.
He's trying to bait them in. That's the big key.
Exactly.
Taunting, force them to come in so we can get some damage off onto them. Try and set his team who are waiting in the wings to come through.
Exactly. That's really what I wanted to say. Is he just gets in the head and he forces you. We saw that earlier in the solo lane, and now there's a fight. Envy pushing the Phoenix.
Omega just going straight after the Phoenix here. There is a nice ultimate from Allied. Hits Freya in the mid lane, and Omega jumps straight on him. There's the shield back. Freya should go down here in a second. Bludgeon lands. Not enough to finish him off, however. Barely out alive. 5 gets the mid laner of Cognitive.
Phoenix does go down on the Titan. It's under threat. All 5 members of Cognitive still alive, but it looks like Envy, with the Fire Minions help and that Cataclysm from Kiki, they'll find a kill onto Gustavi. They're looking for kills here, Envy, but the Titan is still being whacked away on as the tornado ticks. It looks like Envy is going to take game 2 against Cognitive in the grand finals.
Envy us, ladies and gentlemen. They're looking absolutely fantastic. I mean, really, this Cognitive team, they're playing well. I'm not even pointing to mistakes they're making. It's just quality play coming out from the guys on Envy.
It's good play from both sides, honestly, but I think what we need to see from Cognitive, I want to see an early game composition. I want to see them not play to Envy's play style. Don't let them go for their comfortable things and try and match it. Go for early game aggression. Really high, really pressure them.
Something that we noted about Isra's game was they modeled themselves a lot on Epsilon, and what I believe Zapman said in that one, or maybe it was Adonis, is if you model yourself on someone, if you try to play their game style, they're just going to play it better than you. And I think that's what Cognitive has done, is they've modeled themselves a lot on PC teams, what they like to do. They need to do something very Xbox here. I'd love to see an Odin-Sylvanas combination.
Shing does have the experience, though, so he's probably sat there now with the Cognitive boys coming up with some sort of idea for the game plan as a whole. Some of these other players as well in Cognitive, like Soup Kitchen, they've been around the PC scene as well.
Exactly. There's a lot of thinking about the X's and O's right now for the guys on Cognitive, and that's exactly what's going on the Analyst desk.
Thank you so much, guys. And wow, what a game. Envy looking good. One step away from becoming the Xbox One Invitational Champions. Can Cognitive answer back? Adonis, what do you think?
You know, I actually really like Cognitive's composition there. They had the Bastet to dive the Kukulkan, although it wasn't very successful. They had the Hell for the late game. Unfortunately, I think Envy, the individuals, the players there are just too good. And you just saw just constant outplaying, you know, the 2v4 under the tier 1 tower, you know, and it ended up going in Cog's favor, but just barely. Envy almost won a 2v4.
Yeah. I think for me, when I look at it, is you can't actually give Omega his comfort picks. And that's what's been happening every single time so far throughout this entire series. He's had Xing Shen, which is his wet dream, and then he's had Bellona, which is his favorite god in the game, right? And so I think you have to target ban out Omega. And when you're talking to the Envy guys, everyone will say, oh yeah, Cyclone may feed, Allied might feed, but we have Omega, so it doesn't matter. So you gotta ban out Omega.
Would you say he 100% is the guy that Cog needs to focus on?
I think so. I mean, regardless, even if you take out the Xing Shen and the Bellona, he's just going to grab Osiris and or Tyr, but maybe it's a little bit more manageable, right? I mean, Bellona and Xing Shen are so very strong.
And let's actually check out the play here with Bellona. I mean, again, this is, you know, he had Xing 10 in game 1 and was a factor, but not as much. He was, you know, the Kukulkan kind of played more of a role. You know, Allied's Kukulkan and a couple other factors in that in that game. Also, the fact that I think maybe Cog Prime just fell asleep because of how long the game went. But
yeah, they were like, "Are we really still fighting over Gold Fury, guys? This is insane to me."
How did you feel about the Hell in the duel lane, Cougar?
I didn't like it, honestly. I'm not really sure, especially Paul. His one gods I would like to see him play is his Hui. His Hui is easily one of the best on the Xbox. And I personally have gotten soloed by it multiple times. And him taking Hell just seems really weird because he's not going to be able to trade with the Chiron at all during the laning phase. And if he did maybe have another ADC, someone that could maybe box at least Hui, maybe Freya, especially Freya, like that's a great pick. I'm really surprised that they would go Hell Magic instead of...
It almost seemed like that was kind of a cheese strat that they were trying to get into the game, and it just didn't work out.
Yeah, look.
Keep in mind, though, that Hui was the first ban in both games.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Right.
Yeah, that's a really good point. They've target banned him out consistently. But speaking of the Freya transfers very, very well over to the Xbox. I mean, you have a bigger hit box as soon as you hit your 2 or left bumper, depending on your configuration, whether it's PC or console, right? But, I mean, it's bigger, so it's easier to hit. And chasing people down, and the best item, in my opinion, on Xbox, just because it feels so good, is Hasten Fatalis, and that's what you build on Freya. So you're just going fast.
I just want to also take a moment to see the shameless plug you made about the Savage controller layout.
Okay, number 1.
He didn't even say
I didn't have to say it.
You just said left bumper.
You know what's my favorite part? My favorite part was I was watching all the pros play in the open bracket, and I went by and I looked at each screen, just kind of, you know, trying to get a little confidence boost, and not a single one doesn't use the Savage config. I was like,
what do you use there, Cougar?
I use Savage.
That's right. You know why? Because you're smart. Up high.
All right. Our jungler uses Claw, though. He uses whatever the default is and uses Claw.
That's right.
Banned.
Keep it default. Keep it simple.
Yeah. Are you in the finals?
That's why.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
Dude, he's a guest. He's doing us a favor.
Hit him with the, what did you do? Play on Reason Gaming?
This is Savage Sunday. This is Savage Sunday, so I do.
Big Play Ray over there?
Big Play Ray. No, Big Play Ray. Shoutouts to Big Play Ray.
Yo, High Tech Pack is the best.
Oh, man, you guys are just too much. All right, this is it. Backs against the wall for Cognitive. I mean, you know, I think I don't know what Cog could do here. You know, Envy is kind of focused on them very well. And just to even highlight it again, the Hui ban that comes through at the start, right, just immediately eliminates that potential threat that they could have.
Sure.
And for Cognitive, they have to ban out Omega. They have to not allow him to have either Xingten or Bologna. Definitely not Bologna. So
Not Bologna.
What do you do here? I mean, do you ban it out? Here's the thing: because I believe they get first pick.
They'll get their option.
They'll get
They
their
have their
option.
option.
They'll get their option. If they don't take first pick, which I would imagine they would, but you know, why not? They could take Bologna and ban out Xingten. Maybe.
Could. In theory, but it really comes down to, you know, I saw my buddy Hi-Rez Chris out there was like, why would they not take away the Kukulkan yet? I don't understand. And as long as Ally doesn't have a lot of the setup, and Air Cougar pointed this out, if he doesn't have a lot of CC to guarantee the damage from the Kukulkan, I mean, he only did 11,000 player damage, so they don't really have to worry about it. But I think if you just get Allied out of that comfort zone of, okay, this is Kukulkan, I'm going to sit back, I'm going to throw out my tornadoes, and I'm going to do the serpent thing, right? As long as you get him out of that comfort zone, maybe he plays an aggressive Giannis and he gets first blooded, right? There is a possibility there that you could look for, but I still think it's the Omega.
His Jance, though, I don't know. His Jance it's the same thing. He has one of the most unique Jances I've ever seen.
Really?
He'll sit in the back and he'll literally just 2 over walls. And you never even see him. And he doesn't use portals to try to like portal someone on the ground. He'll only portal a wall for his teammates just to get out.
Well, let's see if that actually, you know, happens. I mean, again, we did see the Giannis spawn, I believe, in game 1. So I think in game 2 as well. No, actually, it was open.
Not game 2.
It was open in game 2, but they opted to go for the Kukulkan anyway. So, I mean, we'll see how this goes. You know, I believe picks and bans should be starting up in just a little bit. But I guess, you know, some more analysis from that game. What more can COG do on their end? You know, is there... Do they, for one, also, how was the Bastet pick for them in your guys' opinion? Did you feel like that worked out for them well? Should they look to do something like that again, Adonis?
I kind of agreed with Air Cougar during picks and bans. I think the Hun Bats would have been better. I don't think Xing had the best game 1 on it. And I almost feel like Cognitive Gaming kind of got scared of running that Hun Bats pick. But it just causes so much disruption, especially when you're running a Hell. You want that protection, especially for the early and mid game, because their team comp was designed to go late game.
Yep.
It was the Xingten, Hell, and just a lot of poke from the Neath. Unfortunately, Envy didn't let them. And I think a lot of that came to the fact that Bastet really wasn't able to do anything. And having that Hun Bats, I think, would have given them better disruption.
Yeah, especially when they have something like Athena and Xingten, they could have built something really bursty, and the only burst they even had was the Neath route. And other than that, you just have Razor Claws from the Bastet. So I would have rather seen, even if they could have gotten the Odin earlier, even a Bird Bomb off of a taunt, that's an insta-kill.
That's a good point. I think the big testament here is the fact that Envy is used to Xing's tactics, right, from playing them throughout the SPL all season long in 2015. And the main claim to fame of Xing has always been like that early game cheese strat, right, where they just try to invade and just 5-man invade, they group up, and then it's just an early fight where they try to catch them off guard. But Envy's been so smart at always defending it. They're throwing defensive wards down, they're splitting the map up, right? And they're basically saying, okay, you're coming, okay, we see you from a mile away, you can't do this. So with that off the table, they really have to fight them straight up. But I really do think the key is going to have to be around the early game. I would love to see the Hun Bats get picked up and really just see Xing get more involved in the early game. He can't be afraid.
Yeah, that's going to be a key for him for sure, and hopefully that is the case. I mean, you know, COG, they know that this is it, right? This long journey that they took to get to this point, you know, could very well end today. Or Envy comes out on top, a team that came out of the open bracket, of course, a squad of well-known PC Smite players who went to console, learned how to play with a controller. That is definitely something to be impressed about, because you know it's not easy to do that. But guys, Who do you think's going to take this out in the crowd? Do you think COG Gaming's going to take this one, force to game 4? That was a little dead. That was a little dead. There was that one guy.
I think everyone's rooting for Envy here.
There was that one guy. He was like, yeah, man, go. And that was it. That was him. And what about Envy? Oh, goodness gracious.
There's a lot of Envy fans in here, and honestly, rightfully so, because 3 members of Envy, really, Weekend, Allied, and Incon, have really done so much for this community, whether it's streaming every single day or putting out YouTube content to really grow the scene. They've done such a phenomenal job. The only other person you can really say is in the same category is DM Brandon, who also just does so much. So having these guys out here is just such a benefit, and I'm really thankful to have them on the main stage.
Well, guys, here we go. It's going to be game number 3, and this could very well be the last one. We see Hui, Guan Yu, Xingten, and Kepri come out, and Bologna to COG. So that is exactly. Hey, man.
Alex, you're a cornucopia of knowledge.
I truly am. Wow, that was a good one, buddy. I don't have a response to that.
Envy continues to ban away Paul and take away from him. We saw in game 1, he actually had a pretty solid Chiron. Unfortunately, they couldn't convert that into the win, but Hoi banned every time, and that's Envy's strategy. They feel like Paul right now is the guy to watch out for. They're making sure Cyclone Spin feels comfortable and has a very lane-dominant duo.
Absolutely. Paul is definitely one of the scariest players on COG, and he's carried multiple times, especially during the MOG event. So seeing them pick Chiron again for Envy, I really want to see the Freya come out so Paul gets a chance to really show everyone what he can do.
And COG's picks and bans so far, very strategic here. Ban away the Xingten as you have the first pick. It basically force Envy to decide what you want to take okay.
Okay.
And now they're highlighting Odin, so you were expecting this last game.
For sure.
Because it wasn't banned away, but Xing going to have that pretty early aggressive warrior.
Ooh.
Big Daddy Zeus.
Eager straps coming out from COG right now.
The gods of gods have been locked in. That's awesome.
That
Odin
beard
and
is
Zeus.
so good.
Actually,
and who better to go against Zeus than the almighty Thor?
Well, you know, I mean, Odin kind of got his song on check. You know what I mean? Maybe this is it.
I feel
we've all seen the movie.
You can stick him in timeout.
I feel in the Soul Lane we could
read the comic
books. I feel like we could see a Hades, but I also feel like Omega just personally prefers Osiris over it. I think Hades is the proper pick for Envy, but I still feel like Osiris will be what goes there.
I think you're spot on with that. Personally, I would love to see the tier. Even though it's not the best matchup, I just love seeing what Omega can do with the tier. And they've taken away the Kukulkan here. Now, this is going to force Envy into a decision. And if he does Hubwa, I'm going to freak out because Hubwa is so difficult to use on the Xbox One. Insane. Anything with the Y-axis.
Bologna.
That sounds
it's Zeus Odin Bologna. It's actually the worst pick you could have there.
But locks in the Hades instead. And all right, good job on the Kukulkan.
I'm really interested to see what COG picks here to peel for the Zeus, because that's the most important thing right now.
Ooh, big man.
How are they going to help the Zeus survive the Thor dunks?
And it looks like Kumbo. Like that's the best thing you can have for peel.
Yep. Kumbhakarna at the very beginning days of Xbox One Smite was considered the best, or basically the best Guardian possible. And now we saw him get a little bit of jungle love there. Weekend did it a couple times on PC Smite, but really Kumba just has such a big impact in all of these fights. And the big thing about Kumba is people sleep on how much damage he does.
And it's Gustavi who has been known as the primary Kumba player on Xbox.
Absolutely.
Kumba gets locked in here, folks. Let's see what that final pick is going to be for COG. And you called it before.
This is like a perfect lineup for them.
This is a perfect lineup for COG.
So at this point, it all comes down to execution, right?
Absolutely.
They need to just do it in the game.
Yep, absolutely.
Oh, no way.
No, he's not going to.
There's no way he's going to do this. And if it is, this is the Weekend curse, because Weekend, for some reason, every time like a tournament's close to being online, he's like, oh, I want to play Nemesis.
I was as a Jetpack Fighter fan, I actually really wanted Nemesis. Okay, Osiris.
This could be a thing.
So,
the Hades mid could be a thing.
Hades mid.
As I said, Hades was a perfect pick against the Zeus Odin. It has the escape, and it's also very good for locking down Zeus. But Omega just wants to play Osiris.
Yeah, that's all he wants to do. But the big thing is, how does Hades actually get in to deal with Zeus?
Well, we're only going to have to see that in the game, Gandhi. So let's go ahead and make these predictions. Gandhi, start with you.
I'm going Cognitive Gaming in this one.
Cougs?
Envy.
I like COG's lineup once again, but Envy's going to take it.
All right, I actually would like to see a game 4.
That's what I'm saying.
So, you know, I'm going to go with Cog. All right, I'm going to go with Cog because I want to see a game 4. I want to see Envy play more Smite as well as Cognitive Gaming. All right, folks, make some noise. This could very well be it. Backs against the wall for Cognitive Gaming. Or will Envy cement themselves as history-making champions in Xbox One? Only one way to find out. Time to dive into the game. Casters, take us away.
Thanks a lot, Golden Boy. We're back here on the Casters mezzanine. I'm here with Husey, and right away, I'm going to you immediately. You've been talking to me on camera, off camera, everywhere about you want to see Xing Odin.
We saw in their games against Aware, Xing used Odin in both of their games and just absolutely dominate with it, shut down the mid lane completely to the point where we were calling it Xing's ring, basically. And it was just a really potent force, and it just speaks to Xing as a player. So much early game aggression. It's got mobility as well. I would have liked to see them let Kukulkan through to trap him in there. With the Hades, he's going to be able to get out of it.
You said that to me as well, but I think leaving Kukulkan, taking Kukulkan out is good, because if you don't trap him in the ring, he can still drop tornadoes that will cover the entire ring and actually put Xing under some pressure there. So I understand still banning the Kukulkan. What I do like, I'm going to say it, Kumbhakana. The reason I'm looking forward to Kumbhakana here is because the amount of control he can bring to these team fights, he's going to be able to put a lot of pressure on. On paper, Cognitive Gaming have this in picks and bans for me.
It actually synergizes really well with the Zeus. You get a Rudolph with the Kumbhakana. How are you supposed to get out of the Zeus ultimate?
It also, yeah, it confirms the Zeus ultimate more than anything else, as well as continue with an Eagles rally coming in from Soup Kitchen there. And Paul's able to get his pulse at the right time for the landing and have it procced, ready to deal damage.
It seems like there's a lot of excitement for the lineup that Cognitive Gaming has brought up. And looking over at Envy, you know, I have one thing that's really sticking out to me is just how opposite this Hades is from the Kukulkan. Now, Hades mid is a great choice. I actually like this choice. But just the idea of Kukulkan was, I'm going to sit back as far as possible and fire off mortar artillery. Hades is the opposite. He's got to go right on it.
He is, but what you're looking for when you're against an Odin Zeus combo, this goes back all the way to early season 1, is you're looking for escapability.
Yep.
I actually said to Hughes, you reckon we'll see a Scylla here? Because that's something that's very good at getting away. It's one of the only mages that can escape the ring of Odin. This time around, though, we're going to see the Guardian in mid.
We could see actually Weekend and Omega invade the blue buff there, taking that one away from Zeus Kitchen, looking towards the speed buff, but Xing wasn't even looking at that. They went for the mid camp straight away.
They're in trouble already. Allied's going to be dead. 40 seconds on the clock. Cognitive Gaming get first.
This is exactly the way they need to start. Not only does it give them an early golden XP lead, but it's all about the confidence, the mental game.
And look at this, they're looking for the invade on the back on the speed buff here, but immediately Weekend and Omega notice this could be going on, rotate round to it, and the call came out nicely from Soup Kitchen. Communication is good.
Much different tempo we have in this one. Last time First Blood came in about, I think, 12 minutes.
Yeah, and already
This time around,
off to a good start. I said they need to go early, Cognitive. They can't rest on their laurels and wait for the late game. They've got to go heavy.
But they've also gone secure for if it does go to late game. They've got that Freya there to just shred through Envious.
And the longer the game, you're still going to have like Kumbhakana when he gets full cooldown reduction, ridiculous amounts of CC to control these fights as well. And the late game composition of Envy, not as strong this time round.
The Kumbhakana really helps out Freya in lane, provides a lot of poke and lane clear to complement the Freya, so to get her through that early game.
Yeah, the throwback really does synergize well, but the issue is he can put himself in a bit of danger from the taunts, which you can see there, but a good yarn from Gustavi gets him out of the danger.
Great mesmerize there to keep him out of danger. This duo lane is going to be a very interesting one to watch. Cyclone Spin's Chiron has been fantastic.
Has been very, very strong for the most of the tournament. Use the ultimate defensively very, very early on if he needs to keep himself going. Omega, first one to reach level 5, though. No surprise there.
We've talked about how good Cognitive's lineup is. The one point, though, I'd like to make, which is kind of a negative, is Zeus has got very little mobility, and mobility is king on Xbox, given how hard it is to juke and run away from skill shots. With the Zeus, it's got no escapability. Look for Envious to really pick on that mid lane.
And that's against the Hades as well. Allied's Hades can get him trapped inside the ultimate and keep him pinned there. There's no escape for him. He'll have to just stand and fight.
And let's not forget about Weekend's Thor as well, which is apparently fantastic here on the Xbox. Getting down some of those dunks or the walls, trapping in that Zeus is going to be a rough time for Freya in the mid.
Thor makes the rotation over to the mid lane. It looked like, it almost looked like for a moment, I started pointing to the screen. It almost looked like we were seeing a rotation over to the dual lane by both Weekend and Allied, but instead they shied right back over to the mid.
Back to the dual lanes, tuning in with those guys, continuing to farm. Should be hitting level 5 relatively soon over on this side as well. Xing, level 5 in the mid lane here on that Odin, so expect to see him try to combine with Freya relatively soon. If they can catch Weekend's hammer down, they can look for a pick.
Are you guys ready for the confusion about Freya being played in the dual lane and Freya the mid?
No, because from now on, we're going to call Zeus.
All right.
There we go. That's how you deal with silly names. Call him Zeus.
Alrighty, so Xing with that red pot start did manage to get himself some early aggression. The first one clicked up on Allied, I think, is really essential. Not only does Allied have had the most farm in these last couple of games, I mentioned just kind of the confidence factor that it's going to bring to Cognitive. Get themselves mentally back in this one.
Mentally back in one is the key here. They've got to get off to a good start. They've had that to begin with, but they need to continue to mobilize on this. They can't just sit back and continue to just allow Envy to continue farming, because when it gets to team fights, they're showing that they're stronger.
Exactly, especially when it comes to this mid lane choice of this Hades, this team fight. As long as the Pillar of Agony is pulled at the right moment, we always discuss how important that is. When you look at the guys on Eager, Dwarst plays a very good Hades. They tried to swap it around to Columbus. It didn't work out.
Omega invading the blue buff there, taking a little bit of damage. Nice wall there from Weekend. There goes Xing's ring down onto Omega. No healing for him. Great dunk down onto him. Xing picks himself up a kill, and Allied's in trouble.
Weekend just get the kill, though, on one side onto the Zeus, and they actually pick up Allied as well through Soup Kitchen. Good backwards and forwards between the two teams, but it's 2 for 1 in favor of Cognitive early.
Team Envy, right there, that's what I was talking about. The Pillar of Agony came out directly inside of a Zeus ult. That's not, unfortunately for Allied, the strongest spot to deploy that ult, because you can't move.
A lot of times you hear from professional players, and in not only esports, but in sports as well, when you have best of 5, best of 7 series, you have to take it one game at a time. Now, often you hear that from a losing team, teams that are down in the series, but I think it's equally as important for winning teams. I think Envious, their lead is continued from the 2 games rather than being even in this one.
Resting on the laurels could really hurt them a little bit, because if they do lose this game, then it will give the confidence to Cognitive to try and power through for the game 4 as well, which can tie it all up. We saw that in Epsilon versus Cloud9 yesterday. Those opportunities do present themselves sometimes, and if Cognitive can do that, that's great. But Envy, well, they should be well aware of that. They've been in these situations before.
Yeah, and again, what happened in that exchange is really what I was afraid of with this Hades pick for Allied, is just how opposite it is. It's so upfront and personal, as for last game, it came from a distance.
If you subscribe to, if you follow Allied on Twitch and subscribe to him, you would have noticed a lot of times that he plays a lot of Hades. I mean, whatever. He does play a lot of Hades, so it's not something he's completely unfamiliar with as opposed to the Kukulkan.
Yeah, no, not at all. I was just going, just sort of thinking about the take one game at a time. Sometimes when you're really tanky towards the end of a game and you start the next game, you're nowhere near as tanky as you thought you were because you have 0 items again. That's the thought process. Allied gets into 2-game rhythm playing from a distance. Now he's got to be up front.
Omega starting to bully Soup Kitchen in this lane for the time being, but Soup Kitchen due back to base relatively soon to buy some items anyway, because he's got a little bit of gold in his pocket. So probably pick up the teleport here, so if he doesn't want to miss any wave, but it doesn't look like Omega's pushing. Telelight looks like he is now, and there's actually no teleport coming out this time from Soup Kitchen, so he's going to lose a couple of minions to the tower.
Looking towards the duel, and we can see Cyclone Spin pushing that one up very heavily. That's exactly what you'd expect to see with the Chiron versus Freya matchup this early in the game.
Really surprised by the penetration build, but look at this boxing match between Cyclone and Paul as well. They're looking for the pick on Paul. He's in the sky, but look at where Gustavi's position, just hanging at the back, making sure that he's not going to fall down. Now he's going in, though, by the looks of it. Looking for a big play here, Gustavi, with the ultimate coming out onto him. Looking for Cyclone with the groggy strike, does connect. Here comes reinforcements from Xing.
Xing doesn't manage to land the dunk, but there is the ring. Cyclone Spin's got no way to get out of this one. Freya's here as well, just to confirm the kill. Xing credited to another one, and Cognitive up 4-1.
One of the biggest issues I see out of Chiron is the inability to get out of the Odin ring, and Xbox players are exploiting that. No leaps like a lot of the other hunters have.
Taking a look at the open bracket, I saw that a lot when Cyclone Spin was playing this Chiron. The other teams would often pick Odin just to trap him in there. And, as you said, no escapes. He does have his ultimate, but it was burned very early on.
Happened against Eager yesterday as well, so he should have been well aware that could be a possibility for him. But he likes the pick, and it's worked out well so far. Still not dropped a set, have the boys of Envy all tournament, including going through the whole open bracket as well. So they're in a good spot right now.
Shane takes some damage from Omega. Now it's a 2-on-1. Help from Weekend sends Cognitive back safely into the lane.
Mid lane, taking a look towards that way, we see the penetration boots coming up from Zeus.
Nice steal.
Even though there's no cooldown on those boots, I like the penetration going up against the very tanky lineup that we see coming out from Team Envious. We've got 2 Guardians, we've got Osiris, and we've got Thor.
Right now,
He's in
Envy,
a lot of trouble there.
they've got... they don't have Gustavi.
Well, the thing about Gustavi here as well, he went for the penetration boots here as well, which is something that you don't normally see out of the supports too often. He's got good damage anyway in his kit. Doesn't necessarily need the penetration, but it looks like that's what they're looking for. Is a big burst combo more than anything else. One other issue for Kumbhakana here, as somebody who knows him quite well, silences are the worst thing to go up against as Kumbhakana.
Why is that?
Because your groggy strike can get cancelled out really easily when you're trying to use it. At the same time, if you get it just before you yawn as well, makes it very difficult for you to do anything and can really shut you down.
Another issue with the penetration builds is that they don't provide the mana that they used to. The mana is now on the cooldown boots, so as a very mana-hungry Guardian, it's going to force him back to the base quite a lot.
Can force him back to the base, but it can be a little bit... Now at this stage, it should be okay in terms of mana consumption. The shooters of focus do normally really help with that, as we can see Soup Kitchen trying to go aggressive here against the Omega, and we can still just position himself very high. But look at the other side of the map. That's why he's doing it, because Cognitive are rushing the Gold Fury.
This is a tactic we saw straight out of Envious's playbook, and it's very, very positive that Cognitive is doing that. Ring there from Xing just to keep out Kiki, so Kiki prevent the steal, but Allied...
Big play by Allied. Big play by Allied, but Cognitive get the Gold Fury nonetheless. Down in the air comes Freya. Now everybody's starting to look at Kiki as he's trying to protect his teammates. Wicked on the other side.
Gustavi does finally fall down. Meanwhile,
Nice
now
lift.
Freya actually picks up the kill on Kiki. Allied, though, returns the damage back to Freya. 4 for 5 is the scoreline, but the Gold Fury going to Cognitive is definitely worthwhile.
Experience, though, still in favor of Team Envious at this point. It's actually been a very up and down graph taking a look at it now. 1,200 is the gold difference, though, in favor of Cognitive.
Did give him a lead, but you can see the experience, though, went in favor of Envy because of all that, too. They continue to farm up and get the experience across the map.
We can just going to steal away the red buff here. Take it away from that Zeus is very important because that's going to be a lot of damage in these team fights.
Here's one of the problems, though, for Envy. They're getting their kills, right? Now, almost tied up, 5-4, lead still for Cog. But Envy has yet to kill this Freya. And Paul is, we heard the analyst talking, Eric Cougar specifically. Paul is scary, Freya is scary, Paul on Freya is scary.
Xing there taking a little bit of poke there from Omega as he looks towards his mid camps, but these ones should fall the way of Envious. And Fire Giant now having just spawned 10 minutes into the game, scores 5-4. Cognitive is doing everything they need to in this game, but I just don't feel it's enough to take it away from Envy.
Interesting in Xing's build here. It doesn't look like he's going to go for any sort of damage whatsoever. He's investing into a Hide of the Urchin very early on in this game. He's going to combine nicely with his ring and his passive if he can get those kills inside it. He needs to be a frontline tank.
Well, all of the damage is going to be coming out of the duo lane and mid with the Zeus, the Kumbhakana, and the Freya. So he really doesn't need to do that much. He does have inbuilt power in his kit if he gets kills inside his Ring of Spears.
Yon goes off from Gustavi there. He got aggressed on by Kiki one more time. Left-hand side, Chiron versus Freya still going at it. And Cyclone having a bit of a better time of it in this lane.
Well, that's what you'd expect. Chiron up against Freya. Chiron got a good early mid and not so much late game, but the push is certainly there.
Look at this, though. Xing looking for the pick onto Omega potentially here, but he's not an easy target to kill because, remember, Lord of the Afterlife to escape the ring, but he can also just walk through it anyway with his passive.
So slippery is that Osiris. 3 people forced to take out the blue buff.
I absolutely love the blink coming out here from Gustavi. A blink Kumbhakana is one of the scariest things to see coming at you because he'll blink right in front of your face and then hit you with that ultimate.
Yeah, the ultimate can be initiated on straight away. It's very, very fast now. It used to be a little bit slower, so you can just force it. But Paul's in trouble here. Has to use the ultimate defensively once again. Reinforcements from Xing with a ring to pin them in there. Gustavi on his way as well. Good defense work from Xing there, but in the mid lane, Weaken finds the kill on Freya. Nicely combined with Allied when Freya's trying to rotate to support his team.
Great rotations, counter rotations, I should say there, from Team Envious, but that ring from Xing was absolutely perfect to get Freya out of trouble.
Really good position on it, and that's a trouble for the Athena and the Chiron to continue chasing. And I think that's why it's working well to have Paul on this Freya in the duo lane here. He's having a good opportunity to just wait for defense to come through with the Kumbhakana, with the Odin.
Something I noted in the in the early game was Zeus is very, very vulnerable. He doesn't have any escapes, very little movement as well. He's just, I said, Weaken is going to pick on him with the sword, and that's what has happened so far. This Zeus is sitting at 1 and 3.
He's sitting at 1 and 3, but look at that player damage, 6,000 so far, only 12 minutes in. It's pretty good. Freya on the left-hand side does get a double banish off as Gustavi blinks in, looks for the yawn, but kick back from the horsey, trying to chase him down with the ultimate.
Beautiful
to avoid the mess. Groggy strike available though. He does get the cleanse up, but he's trapped in the ring now. Will Cyclone fall is the question. Use the ultimate to stay alive, and it's Gustavi who's in trouble here instead. Cyclone survives. No, he doesn't. Detonate from the Zeus.
We saw two fantastic mechanical plays coming out from there. One on the defensive side from Kiki with a great surprise taunt coming from around the corner. But ultimately, the Zeus is really what made it happen. Throws the shield out, bounces the chain lightning off of the shield enough to get a charge. That's the detonate. That's the kill. Great mechanics coming out from the mid laner for Cognitive Gaming.
Soup's Kitchen forced to use his ultimate there. Not a terribly big loss, but Envious will know that's down in the near future. One thing I was thinking about between games was, what does Cognitive really need to ban out? What is the strength of Envious' squad? And I couldn't think of anything, but looking at it now, I think the Athena from Kiki So Cheeky should have been taken away. He's been fantastic with that. The taunts, he's always hit multiple members.
I agree, but then if you try and take something away from Kiki, he's got Sylvanas in the God pool. He's played Gab as well this tournament and had very good times in it. He's just a very good support player overall. Very difficult to try and pin him down. I think you've got to really look at the picks and bans in the stretch of how do we deal with their whole composition and their play style. And this comp so far for Cognitive is working out a lot better than the last two games.
Heart of the Urchin completed on Xing now, already up 1 stack on that. That's going to give him a lot of physical and magical protections.
I'm laughing. Both junglers had the same plan to hide behind the rock and jump into the lane. The difference is Cognitive had vision on Weekend, so they're able to mess him up a little bit, send him packing, but that is an ultimate out of Kumbhakarna.
It was a little bit of a mess up there. Epic uppercut goes off, but missed time by Xing there. Didn't get the bird bomb exactly as he would have liked it. We could have seen potentially Weekend forced to use his hammer to get away from that, or actually go back to base so they could try and force a gold.
Omega here has picked up a Midgardian Mail second item. That is a really good choice here, as he's chased down by Soup's Kitchen. Should be able to get away under his tower, but looking towards the late game as Envious is, that's going to be effective against the Freya coming out of the dual lane, as well as Soup's Kitchen.
Soup Kitchen is having a very good game. They're 1-0-1 so far, level 15, decent amount of gold as well, and he's actually starting to bully a little bit Omega in that lane. Obviously, blue buff is very important for both of those to continue lane dominance.
Early Midgardian Mail, this is an item that I absolutely love, but it is curious to see it this early on. Of course, built directly against basic attackers.
Well, the basic attackers, exactly, that's the key. We've got Freya, who's technically a basic attacker with a pulse. You've got Zeus, who uses them to apply his stacks for the detonate, and then you're still going to be dealing with Bellona anyway. So very, very wise decision-making from the experienced Omega.
Freya here looking like he's going into the Book of Thoth. Maybe a Warlock Sash might have been considered just to give him a little bit more survivability in teamfights, but he's pretty much going pure glass cannon.
Left-hand side, Kiki going aggressive, gets the taunt onto Paul there. Paul, very patient though, doesn't worry, just sits there, takes the poke. He knows where the team is in terms of the rotations coming out, so he doesn't force anything.
Look at Soup's Kitchen here, just going full man mode, trying to invade Omega's speed buff, but Weekend is there to help out his solo lane, and Soup's Kitchen actually might pay for his over-aggression, forced to use the Eagles Rally. Weekend should pick this one up with a double tap. There is no mana left for Soup's Kitchen. Gonna secure it with the spin to win.
You can actually see Omega walk back to lane like, okay guys, you got this, because Allied was round the corner as well with the end hands ready.
That is just beautiful team synergy there, trusting your teammates to secure that kill.
Mid lane getting pressured as well by Envy here now because of that. Zeus now rotating back to the mid lane one more time, so the pressure will be relieved for now. But look at this, Envy starting to look towards the Gold Fury.
This is where kind of they've built their leads their last couple of games, has been either taking those Gold Furies or forcing fights on them where they've had the superior positioning.
And look at this, it doesn't look like Cognitive know much about this yet. Xing has an idea though. He's going to try and walk around wall, double tap hits from Weekend, putting the pressure on him. Xing has to back up, using this Raven's shield to keep himself alive for the time being to avoid some damage. Cyclone goes straight back to the Gold Fury.
He actually managed to pick that one up before it fully reset, so a little bit of health regenerated on that Gold Fury, but not tremendously much.
Throwback used there by Gustavi just to avoid some damage there. Still has the blink available and his ultimate in case he needs to use it for the time being.
66 read the kills as we're 16.5 on this contest. This is match point for Envy. If they take this game, they take this series, and they are your champions. Cognitive, of course, trying to force a game number 4.
Weekend's taking a page out of Andy's book here, got the teleport online for that thought, allowing it to have a lot of map presence. He really needs to do that to keep up with Sheik, who's managed to get a nice couple of really good rotations.
Really good rotations. Keeping on the build there, Soul Eater and Transcendent available there for Cyclone Spin. Sheik in the mid lane though, going aggressive there, gonna get walled by Weekend. On the backside, Gustavi goes up with the epic uppercut, gets a good groggy strike on Weekend. Weekend falls down to Paul, and Paul is in mid lane, wrecking havoc on that Freya.
Kiki tried to channel onto Weekend, came right back down. down. Despite not being able to help out Weaken, he did deal some damage onto the enemies of Cognitive. Nonetheless, they're still coming in. Triple taunt into some damage from both him and Chiron through the wall. Look at that play by Cyclone.
Was doing work over the wall, but Paul still gets the kill on Kiki. Shing's in trouble after leaping away onto the boy of Chiron. Allied with the in-hand brings him down. Gustavi has to bravely run away as Omega has made the rotation to pick up Freya in the mid lane on that Zeus. They're looking for Gustavi. He tries to turn and burn, avoids the silence nicely, but you can't avoid that shot from Cyclone. Another kill to Envy.
Soup's Kitchen was chasing down Omega there, but Omega ran towards his teammates, towards safety. And now, Weaken's actually teleported into the water. He looks like he wants to fight Soup's Kitchen. Takes a lot of damage, though, for his trouble.
He's back here with the teleport to help secure the Gold Fury. Set up for the defense here. Paul did great work on his Freya this game. He's back with full health, too. Still doesn't have his ultimate available, though, and it looks like Envy should get this.
Soup's Kitchen looking to try and maybe steal, could get it with a Scourge, but Envious gonna secure it. Paul and Soup's Kitchen now chasing down Ally. Great banish here. The mid laner from Envious could fall down in just a second. Bludgeon off the mark as Omega gets the stun, and now Weaken with the dunk.
No mana. He has no mana whatsoever, so there's no escape for Soup Kitchen. An additional kill to the side of Envy. They're showing their experience and their chance at winning Worlds.
Cognitive should have just given up that Gold Fury there. There were only 2 members of them available. Weaken still had his ultimate to get a nice stun and spin to win off. So, you know, Cognitive just a little bit of kind of inexperience there, not knowing when to give up certain objectives.
We saw 2 things happen. We saw 2 of the same things happen in those 2 sort of separate mini exchanges. Was that Cognitive get an amazing start, right? Shin gets that ring, traps down 1 target and deals damage, and then Envy answers correctly. And the same thing happened after that Gold Fury. Envy has been putting on a show as to show everybody how well they can counter engage, because it's not always about starting the fight, it's how it ends.
We've heard in the pregame, actually, Omega picking up a kill into Freya. Team fight breaking down here. Gustavi taken very low from Allied's ultimate, who is finally credited with a kill. And now Shing needs to get himself out of trouble here as Soup's Kitchen teleports to the mid lane.
Omega considering going in even deeper and continuing the pressure, but instead, Envy backing off, going to take the speed buff on the right and continue to pressure mid with the minion wave coming in now. And there's only Soup Kitchen here to defend.
And they're going to take away the speed buff as well from Shing, which is super important to prevent as many rotations as Shing has been able to put out.
Soup Kitchen trying to hold the front line here. His reinforcements will be back soon with Shing. Ally getting some good poke pressure off for the time being. And I think Envy will take what they've got so far unless they feel like they can commit a little bit harder.
They're getting a lot of really nice poke damage out onto Cognitive. So Cognitive's already at below full health by the time the team fight actually properly breaks out.
Yeah, we've seen that poke strategy come out from Envy a lot. And, you know, it's to call it a strategy is really dressing it up. At the end of the day, Envy is just throwing abilities out, and if Cognitive want to get hit by them under their tower, go right ahead. And then, as you said, when it's time to actually team fight, nobody's at 100.
Surprised by Kumbakarna's lack of damage at the moment. Gustavi, he went for the penetration boots here in this game too. I expect him to be a lot higher up, but he's not been confirming much damage this game.
Even more surprising is Shing at the bottom. He did go the tanky build. Gustavi there getting an ultimate down, but Shing looking for Cyclone slightly off the mark there with his ring, and Cyclone should get away for free. Weaken dunks down onto Shing, spin to win, doing some damage, but I think Envious, they might not be able to find anything though.
Allied's coming from the right side.
Not going to be able to find anything there. Shing is just too tanky right now with the Hide of the Urchin online as well. Hard to bring him down. Gustavi just going to zone them off for the time being. Keep the pressure on Omega. Still free farming over in the solo lane. Not worried about having to come over here. Doesn't even need the full teleport just yet. Omega's doing great work as the rest of Envy on this left-hand side. They're looking for someone in the jungle.
And down goes Freya there. Gustavi there gets a mesmerize onto Weaken, but Paul is the one in danger here. Goes up in the ultimate, but Kiki does have a taunt. Ally drops down the ultimate. Paul got nowhere to run, falls down. Cyclone spin credited with the kill.
I like the decision from Allied for the early cancel of that Pillar of Agony. He cancels it early, gives the kill to Cyclone Spin, so he can just keep pushing this Chiron further towards that level 20.
Talking about pushing, left-hand side tier 1 tower falls and still Envy march on. Right-hand side, Omega pressuring somebody over to defense, so Soup Kitchen is back, which creates a 4v2 over on the left.
We were talking before about Shing's damage, only 3,400, and you know, he has gone to the heart of the Urchin. He's gone relatively tanky. He does have the power boots online, and early game owner is supposed to be putting out a lot of damage. It's no 667, but it's still underperforming.
He's got to be very careful, though, because the big keys with him in the jungle here is that if he uses the bird bomb, then he's going to be no escape away from the engagements here. He's going to be pinned in there, going to get toyed, going to get silenced, and there's no way for him to escape. That leap is very important for the Odin to move around the map. Envy are making him think very, very carefully about when to go in with it.
Back towards the mid lane, we can see Xing just trying to clear some minion waves, put the minions back up towards the side of Envious. Just pressure definitely on the side of Envy. We can even see that out of the ward coverage. Very, very deep. Not worried at all about vision in their own jungle.
Talk about vision of Fire Giant. He's been contested. Epic uppercut comes out from Combo Carter at the back of the Fire Giant pit. They're looking for Weaken. Athena is forced as well as the Fire Giant was pulled for a second. Shane jumps in the air, not by choice, but everything's fine for the time being.
You know, I'm looking for like a mystical mail or something. I don't know why Fire Giant would even be pulled at that moment. Nobody really in position yet. Nobody really vulnerable.
It was more the Combo Carter getting the Epic uppercut, but right-hand side, there's pressure.
It looks like Soup's Kitchen forced to use the ultimate here, uses the bludgeon for Omega, and Kiki so cheeky chasing him down. Gustavi is here, however, Weaken and Cyclones, but Allied's here as well, coming around the back. Great positioning from the mid laner.
Oh, Allied pulls the trigger a little bit early. He's surrounded by members of Cognitive, and he's going to be stuck in that ring. Xing, on the other hand, jumps right on top of Weaken.
Gustavi does fall, the passive now finally falls, and now the pressure is still on. The fans are starting to clap because I think they realize Envy are starting to control this game once again. The golden experience lead is just starting to accelerate all of a sudden.
Yeah, they're sitting up 8K gold as far as that's concerned, and the kills are not too far behind with 7 in the lead for Envy.
Look at the experience though. You can see Hades in mid lane, level 19 to the 15 of Zeus. In the jungle, there's a 2-level lead for Weaken. In the solo lane, a 2-level lead for Omega, and it was the boys at Cog that got the Gold Furies.
The itemization of Envious is really, really good. Take a look at the Runic Shield coming out from Omega to prevent damage coming out of Paul's Freya. The Void Stone coming out from Allied as well, because he knows he's going to be the center of the team fight. He's going to be reducing magical protections on everyone on COG.
Well, Fire Giant is the next call from Envy, more than likely. They're trying to get people in here, waiting for Weaken to come back first of all, with this Thor to get over here to be defensive.
And Weaken with the 416 slash line, really, really feeling powerful, going to feel even more powerful going into a Transcendence. So we're going to see a lot of damage and mana come out from this Thor.
Looks like Envy changed their mind though. They're going to head over to the Gold Fury now, realizing they've got good wall coverage at the Fire Giant. They don't have to worry about potential of losing that one.
4 sentries around there. Nothing Cognitive can do there without the boys on Envious, knowing Omega having a little bit of a slap fight over in the solo lane with Soup's Kitchen. Soup's Kitchen appears to be getting the better of it at the moment.
Yeah, Xing trying to do the red buff here, but Allied on zone duty at the moment as the Gold Fury has been pulled by Chiron over there and the Weaken. They will get the buff, and Gold Fury goes the way, once again, of Team Envy.
5-digit gold lead. 10K is always so scary.
It's very difficult to come back from once you hit that 10K mark. Kiki get rooted by Gustavi here in the middle lane. Omega very happy to just box with Soup's Kitchen, even though he appears to be doing very little.
You don't forget, he does have Athena in the background too, so if Soup Kitchen stays around too long, he could be baited into a bad situation. But Soup Kitchen staying here allows him to put some pressure on mid.
I could honestly watch this solo lane all day. These are 2 solo laners who both love to be aggressive and antsy. Right now in the mid lane, however, Allied knocked up in the sky right after his ultimate use, and now surrounded by Paul and Xing, but Allied in some trouble.
He doesn't have the dash available, but a great ultimate there from Weaker. Freya falls down. Paul, though, gets a return kill onto Kiki, and now Allied, he's just waiting for cooldowns, waiting for that dash. Can he get out in time? Xing looking for the kill, but the heal comes out from Allied. Very nice, and Cyclone with the snipe gets a kill.
Allied's not aiming for the truck. He's gonna jump into the fight. Absolutely love the decision coming out from Allied. Cyclone spins around just for some fun. But really here, I mean, this was a great showing from Allied. You mentioned it before. Allied knows how to play this Hades. It's really showing how well he knows the character by instead of jumping away, jumping in, using the heal, healing up himself and his teammates, and getting the kills.
What else it also showed, though, is the fact that these guys know each other very well. 4 members play regularly together for the whole year.
Oh, yeah.
They know about communication, and they're executing things perfectly, supporting each other when it's required.
I thought Allied was dead before Weaken landed, and I think everyone did besides Allied and Weaken.
If that was PC and it was Weaken on Thor, then yes, he would have been.
Oh.
Just to be clear. He considered it himself yesterday.
I mean, when your own teammate says it, you know, yeah, you must know it yourself. But, you know, Weaken's really come alive on this Thor. It'll be interesting to see maybe, you know, when he's playing some PC, if he uses the Xbox controller when he has to play Thor. You know, Xing actually does that. He plays ranked with a Xbox controller.
I've been on the team. I've been on the team.
You don't sound too happy about that, Hindu.
No, he tried to play Circuit. It wasn't good times.
I mean,
26 minutes in, though, at the moment. 18-9 is the scoreline. 12,000 gold lead there for the boys, as you can see on your screen, and 22,000 experience.
You know, I actually like that strategy, though, of practicing on the PC with the Xbox, because theoretically, right, the PC players they have an advantage as far as turning around and whatnot. It's sort of like swinging a baseball bat with a donut on it. You give yourself a slight disadvantage to really practice against that, because cognitive gaming, well, they're here in the finals of the World Championships. There's not many teams out there that are better than them to practice against.
For sure, and also you can play ranked over there and get the pressure on it. Eagles Rally, though, comes out from Soup Kitchen. He's under pressure still from the team. You see Envy continue to chase at a decent pace for the time being because they want to work out positions of cognitive gaming.
Great taunt there from Kiki, so Cheeky gets 2 members in, but Omega chasing down Paul and Freya. Freya very low at this point. Soup's Kitchen lands a bludgeon, and now Envious chasing down the 3 of Cognitive.
Omega still going in. The dunk from Kiki is good from the ultimate to pick him up. Kiki delaying the back coming out there from Soup Kitchen for a second. Is on the backside. Chiron going to find Jing.
Oh, and as he lands, he gets hit with the arrow. Similar situation to what we saw in the Fnatic games earlier. Expect to see a Fire Giant very soon from Envious.
Soup Kitchen teleports back in, trying to keep him off the Fire Giant for the time being. Gustavi in support, but here comes Omega.
Omega looking to deal some damage. Great stun there, however, but, sorry, that was actually just a mesmerize there from Gustavi. Kiki so cheeky chasing down Gustavi as Paul falls down to a weakened ally, dashing through the wall. Soup's Kitchen as well, running away behind his tower. He's just trying to delay the boys of Envy.
And delay he may for a moment, but Soup Kitchen falls. Omega finds himself with his 3rd kill of the contest.
And with that, Envy can just start looking for the Fire Giant once again. You can see there's only Freya and Gustavi alive. Gustavi has some potential to disrupt at this Fire Giant. The only way to really secure it, though, is with the help of Zeus. And if Zeus can get there, maybe there's a chance.
It's already down halfway. I don't think Zeus is going to be able to hoof it over there quick enough. So just underneath half an hour, Envy find themselves above 10,000 plus in the way of gold, plus a Fire Giant buff. Ladies and gentlemen, Envy, they're making a stretch for the trophy.
Let's take a look at Golden Hand. I expect Envy to have quite a bit in there. Look for them to back, buy, and then go and keep pressuring these lanes. They've already got minion waves pushed up on the left-hand side and the middle.
Last 2 games we've really seen where Envy got a lead from or found something really big was off the back of where Soup Kitchen was positioned. He was either too far forward and the team weren't there to reinforce him, or Envy just did very good rotations, and that was another example of that there.
Cognitive got some good early pressure, but again, as I mentioned in the early game, this Zeus is super vulnerable. 2, 8, and 6 at this point. Freya has just been relentlessly picked up, and look at the damage Envious is able to put out onto Gustavi.
There wasn't a lot Gustavi could really do there other than take it. Like I said, Silence is very strong against Kumbhakana, blinking from Xing. He's trying to make something happen. Ring is on Cyclone. They're looking for the pick on Cyclone spin. He can't escape it. On the backside, though, they don't care.
Wicked takes down Freya, and now Gustavi being attacked by the members of Envious. Great ultimate, though, to stop some damage coming out from Allied, who's forced to dash away. Wicked, though, has got himself a double.
Weekend's just looking for players, not even looking at the objective here, which is the Phoenix. Other members of his team doing all that work as it finally falls, looking towards the mid lane. No towers are on the map, so Envy can go directly towards these Phoenixes.
Envy in a really strong position in Game 3 in this best of 5. If they win this, they will be the world champions on Xbox One. Omega has a shot right now of being back-to-back world champion.
And on 2 separate platforms as well. This will be monumental. This will be, as Alex said at the Analyst desk, historical. Not a player has done this yet.
3 Phoenixes down, minions pushing in every wave. If before the fat lady was starting to sing, she is now starting to shout. Cognitive, I don't think they could come back in this one.
No mistakes from Envy.
Look at Gustavi.
No mistakes from anyone, though, right now. They're going to go back to base, buy up, finish off all their gold, pick up their buffs, and rotate back.
Yeah, Gustavi feeling it a little bit. He had a Watcher's Gift, boots, a salve, and a Heartward. Sold it all, thinking that Envy was going to push in the base. Instead, have to buy some re-items.
It was the Heartward that was causing him issues, okay? Give him a chance.
So he naturally had to sell the Sovereignty and the boots.
What he wanted to do was sell everything so he could rebuy, instead of getting the Heartward, get something else.
You know what? I'm usually on that side. I'm usually the guy trying to find some sort of ridiculous explanation, but there's one explanation. Gustavi is trying to wiggle his way out of this one.
Gold Fury goes down for Envy again, just denying any opportunity.
Uzi got it. Gustavi used to be Wiggles.
I'm not doing that.
Gustavi used to be Wiggles.
Not doing that one quite that way. It was okay though.
I liked it.
Meanwhile though, Gold Fury goes down, denying every objective. Cognitive have an opportunity to get back into this game at all. Fire Giant still on all 5 members of Envy. And well, it's going to be a rough ask.
30k experience, 20k gold, just not good numbers if you are a fan of cognitive gaming. The one saving grace is that they do have a Freya. If they could set up some damage for her, maybe if Xing could trap all 5 members of Envious in that ring and we could get a nice Valkyrie's Discretion off from Paul, that might be enough. But at this stage, the XP and gold difference, the itemization coming out from Envious, I just don't think it'll be enough.
And there's the third graph as well. It's just off the bottom of your screen called morale.
Yep.
And I think we took a look at that with Gustavi. There's just no thought here for cognitive gaming. This one is all Envies.
Gustavi taking a lot of damage here. Forced down into the passive. Weekend should pick this one. Actually, going to give that one credit to Cyclone Spin.
Stole that. Cyclone stole that one, but why not? You're about to become world champions on Xbox One. Weekend ducks in. Shake tries to jump away. He'll go down to eventually. Eagles rally coming out defensively from Soup Kitchen, but it's not going to be enough. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, you're world champions on Xbox at Team Envy.
Omega has now claimed 2 trophies in 2 years, and Envy, the #1 seed on PC, comes into Xbox and takes the world.
I think this is even more important for Allied, one of the most tenured Smite players, and Weekend as well. First title for him.
First title for quite a few of these players, to be honest, apart from Omega.
Yeah, a lot of these players, look how casual Omega looks. Everybody else is all smiles and ready to go. Omega's collecting his stuff and walking off the stage. He's ready to go.
So when's the next tournament? So when's the next tournament?
Pretty much just looking towards the next one. I'm sure that's what Omega's going to say, but really what an exciting match we had here. It really was just a lot of pressure being put on by the guys by Envy. Cognitive came out to play. They had a lot of cool stars. We even saw in game number 3 an all Cognitive beginning, but it's an all Envy end here at the SMITE World Championship.
Allied gets to kiss the trophy for the first time, and not in disappointment this time, actually in excitement, because he's actually going to be able to lift this soon.
All right, so we're taking a look at Envy. Let's go talk to Kelly and Sean where they are.
Thank you so much, F. Congratulations, Envy. How do you guys feel about winning the first Hi-Rez Xbox Invitational?
Great.
So, Omega, this is your 2nd World Championship. You've now won on both consoles. What does this mean?
I'm just tired of playing the Xbox. It was too easy. I'm excited to go back to PC. I mean, we didn't drop a game, so let's be real.
All right, well, let's get my lovely assistant, Sean, out here to give you guys your medals. Congratulations on your win, Weekend. Do you have the same feeling? Do you feel like Xbox might have been a little too easy?
I mean, we played for a month and just stomped everybody.
Okay, well, thank you very much. Congratulations, you guys, and we are going to be having the PC Finals with Enemy and Epsilon coming up very soon. Let's go back to the analysts.
Congratulations to Envy. They are your Xbox Invitational champions as they crowd around the trophy. Back here at the Alienware Analyst Desk, folks, it was a interesting situation going into the game. A lot of people thought Cognitive. I mean, I even had Cognitive taking that game. I wanted to see a game 4, you know, in all fairness. But the boys in blue did it, took the trophy, and Omega does something that hasn't been done in the history of esports. Yep. Because it really hasn't had an opportunity to be done before.
Not once.
He is a champion on PC and Xbox for the same game. That is something that you definitely have to appreciate, Scott. You were over the moon for that.
Yeah, it's pretty surreal to see a player who can play at that caliber on both systems. And really, when I look at it, this entire event was really just Omega's dominance. And it doesn't really shock me that he has the comments that he does, because he translates so well over to the Xbox scene that when I was watching him, I was like, man, it's like watching him on the PC. And to see him just be able to come in and dominate lane every single time, especially in a meta where, you know, Season 2 has been all about just tanky compositions with solo laners really being able to carry their teams. And Omega was the perfect carry throughout this entire event. I actually can't believe how good he is.
Cougs, what about you?
Yeah, he definitely showed up, and it's unfortunate that Cog wasn't able to handle him, but there's a reason why he is a world champion, and there's a reason why Envy was #1 seed going to Super Regionals on PC.
Speaking of Omega, why don't you come over here, buddy?
Coming in here, Omega.
Hey.
All right, well, congratulations. You're the Azubu most valuable player. You had some choice words out there. Actually, it was like 4 words, you know, and then that was it. But congratulations, you know, and I want to say, as a console player, right? That did break my heart a little bit. But we will retaliate, and we will get our revenge
Yeah,
on you one
kneecaps,
day.
baby.
All for the kneecaps. That's all we go for. But, you know, you did compete in Halo, right? So that actually helped you out quite a bit here. It wasn't even just your knowledge of Smite, but also your knowledge of playing on console as well.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, I kind of had an advantage over a lot of people because I played like 7 years of competitive Halo, went to PC, and then, you know, obviously failed miserably at regionals. And so, yeah, I gave Xbox a try. So.
Well, congratulations, guys. Any questions for him?
Yeah, I have one. When you translated from the PC directly over to the Xbox One, as soon as your team kind of lost, what was it like to learn the Xbox One? Did you find any differences? Were there gods that were out of your favor, or was it all pretty much your same god pool?
A lot of gods were out of my favor. Gods that are hard to hit the Y-axis ability, so like Osiris is 2. Like, at this tournament, it was the first time I've ever played Osiris. I never played it in scrims. I never played it even in casuals. So anything with Y-axis, I was like no good with.
Wow.
Gotcha.
Okay, well.
That's pretty insane because I was watching your tier and I was like, oh man, that's really good.
Wow. Well, congratulations, man. Guys, give it up for Omega once again out there in the crowd, man. Thank you one more time. That's what Scott does. He does fist bumps.
I hate you. Look at that. That's what we do in console. You
Yeah.
know better, Alex.
Yeah.
Mendez.
I do know that. Why do you have to say it with such conviction for? Like, you're so angry at me. All right, well, guys, that's going to do it for us here at the Alienware Analyst Desk for the Xbox One Invitational. Of course, guys, if you have never given Smite a try and you are an Xbox player, and there are millions of you guys out there, give it a try. Give it a try, seriously, because it is a fun game. And heck, if you ever thought about getting into MOBAs, well, you actually can now because it's on the Xbox and it works and it doesn't suck, which is wonderful.
Thanks, Alex.
No, listen.
That's our salesman, guys.
No, I'm being very honest with you. Like, I always said Smite was perfect for a controller, and I'm so happy that it is because it's amazing. I'm a console guy, right? Everyone who knows me knows that I'm a Halo commentator, and I love playing on console, and I always told you that. Did I not?
I know. The whole decision to bring Smite over to the Xbox One was actually just so Alex would play it.
That's right.
That was it.
All right, guys. Well, that's going to do it. Congratulations once again to Omega. And, of course, congratulations to all the teams who competed in the Xbox One Invitational. Seriously, give it a try, guys. You don't know what you're missing out on. But that's going to do it here for right now. Coming up next, folks, we have... Oh, man, I'm so excited for this one. It is going to be the grand finals, Enemy versus Epsilon. But before we get into all that good stuff, I know there's a lot of people who have questions about what they're going to see in Season 3 of Smite. Well, there's only one way to find out. That's right now.
All right, so you know how sometimes a new pantheon gets added? Well, that's where Amaterasu comes in, the shining light. You see, Amaterasu brings warmth and life, and everyone thinks she's just swell. Her brother Susanoo, on the other hand, well, let's just say Amaterasu must be peanut butter, because he's certainly jelly. He even went and burned his sister's golden rice fields and shattered the sacred looms of her people. What a rude dude. Well, Amaterasu was pretty bummed, so she dealt with her sadness like any well-adjusted person, by sealing herself deep within a cavern and neglecting her people as they suffered in the crushing darkness. Anyway, some time passed, and one day Amaterasu heard a thumping noise from outside. She managed to pull herself away from all that exciting cave standing and went to explore. Upon moving the big stone sealing the cavern, she was met with a mirror. So it was that she was lured out by her desire to check if them eyebrows on fleek. And what do you know? Gathered all around were friends and loved ones. Even the goddess of mirth was partying down. Amaterasu smiled a smile that would make Chip Skylark proud, and light returned to the world. Welcome back, sun goddess. Now get in line.
Kawaii desu! Cute outfit? Check. Bow? Check. Arrows? Check. Ready or not, here I come! Look! I did a thing! Aw, what a pretty weave! Away we go! Sending good vibes your way! Yay, got you! You're just missing hearts and rainbows. Oh, and a bunny, of course. What would you get if you crossed a rabbit with a bumblebee? And that's the way the cookie crumbles. Stop being so sweet. You're giving me cavities. Please don't be mad.
Welcome back, everyone. So last year during the first SMITE World Championship, we got to see a bit of Season 2 changes with the new map coming in, a lot of changes into the meta, and we're getting the same thing this year.
Well, hopefully we do get the same thing this year. What's the plan? What we're going to talk about first?
Well, first, we're not going to talk about the Season 3 changes, guys. We're going to be talking about the much anticipated Chinese Joust map. And I was fortunate enough to sit with two of our devs, Hi-Rez Holt and Hi-Rez Scott, and talk a little bit about what's going to be in the Chinese Joust map. Let's take a look right now. Hey guys, Hi-Rez Kelly here, and I'm joined by Hi-Rez Holt and Hi-Rez Scott, and we are talking about the much anticipated new Chinese Joust map. Gentlemen, everyone has been so excited. We've been teased about this all the way back from June, I think, in the summer. Why are we changing the Joust map?
Well, you know, Joust is one of our most popular modes. It's actually the most popular mode on Xbox, and it's the second most popular mode to be played on PC. And it's been out for a long time, and it's you know, some would say it's just time for an update. It's time for a design update and for a graphical update. And really, that's why we're tackling it.
So the first thing that I noticed when I look at this map is how visually astounding it is. What was the inspiration behind it?
Well, we started with the Sun Wukong legend, specifically the Sky Palace. And so you have the Jade Emperor and his palace up there. We pulled from a bunch of different dynasties, kind of pulling them together for the architecture elements. And then they're all set on these floating islands in the sky. So you have the islands floating, waterfalls, and pulled together with like the heavenly peach orchard and basically a lot of things from the different elements of their mythology kind of pulled together into one cohesive vision.
So what else is changing besides the aesthetics of the map?
Yeah, you know, there's a lot of really big design changes. It's actually an entirely new layout for Joust. The original Joust map had 6 monster buff camps in the jungle. The new one has only 3. And that's a reduction, obviously, from an even number to an odd number. So now it's actually, there's one camp that's pretty much always contested while you play. But really, we reduced the number of camps because there was a lot of space that wasn't being used, or when it was used, it felt like players were moving away from the action. And so we wanted to bring it kind of all together into a tighter, kind of more cohesive experience.
We're changing the camps as well, as in a visual sense, right?
That's correct. So the same as we've done with the other maps, as we've done a visual update, we've readdressed all of the NPCs. So everything from the Titans for the different sides, to the minions, phoenixes, towers, to the buff camps themselves.
Now, something really interesting about this map is that there is a new mini-boss. What's going on with that?
Yes, so one of the big community suggestions that we liked and we kind of ran with was the idea of putting in a mini-boss. And it actually has a very unique mechanic to it. When you defeat this mini-boss, in addition to some other effects that happen, it actually shuts down the enemy towers for a short duration. They're still there and you still need to destroy them, but they won't actually defend. So it's one way to, if you're able to push towards that objective and take it, then you're able to really take out a team that might be camped around their Phoenix, for example.
What was the art direction for the mini-boss?
Well, the mini-boss, similar to the other ones, is we're taking our own personal take off of different creatures and demons and characters from the different lore. So the mini-boss has a kind of a pull on a Chinese bull with it's a tortoise-type creature with a snake for a tail for the mana camp. So.
All right, I know another thing that the community has been asking for is the 3v3 league. Is that going to be happening?
Yes, we're very happy to announce that actually Joust will be added into League. It'll be our first ranked mode in quite a while that we've added. And it will actually support parties up to 3. So you can get 2 of your friends and play with just your friends in a ranked match. Yeah.
Well, thank you guys for joining us, and everyone, that is it for the Chinese Joust Dev Talk. You can look forward to the new mode coming early this year.
3v3 League? Hell yeah! I'm happy about that. And from what I heard as well, you're gonna be able to play with just 3 men, so you and your friends can queue up all the time.
That's right.
As a 3-man.
That's awesome. But I mean, who are you? If you could queue up with 3 people, who would your preferred people be? Or 2 people, I guess.
Can I say who I wouldn't queue up with?
Yeah.
DM and F-Dot. I'll queue up with Kevin, but not those 2, because I'll queue with Peckies. I'll queue with Raymond Peckies. That's a good idea. He's got like loads of Masters accounts, so that'd be fine.
So
I've got an issue though.
What?
Is that all we get?
No.
Because that was awful, Kelly. You had all this time with them to sit there, and you didn't even get a proper look at the map.
You know what? All right, fine. Let's take a closer look at the map in the new Chinese Joust map cinematic. That new Joust map looks so good. My favorite part,
brilliant.
though, it has to be the monkey minions.
And the dragons that shoot fire from the towers as well. I have one issue with that whole video, though, is that I was too confused about Medusa using the ult on the buff.
But she didn't use her ult. She didn't take off her mask. She used her bow.
That was OP then. And then the tiger form, he had full cooldown reduction on that one. The map, though, looks amazing. There's a lot of intricacies to it. You can jump over multiple areas of this map as well.
That's right.
There is, if you didn't see it, there's a lane behind the Phoenix as well. So there's no more turtling in the 1v1s anymore.
Especially with the new mini-boss closing down the towers once you take him down. I'm really excited to see 3v3, especially with the 3v3 league coming in. But we've already seen a little bit about the Chinese Joust map, but what we haven't really heard about is Season 3.
We don't know anything, so you're not getting anything there. I'm joking. Let's have a look at the map. Season 3, I got to sit down with the guys at Smite and talk all about Season 3 and actually have a little look at what we're going to be bringing you in terms of the map changes.
Welcome to Season 3 Map and Jungle Changes. Joining me is Scott Zir to go over all the ups and downs, the highs and lows of what we've got to look forward to in terms of the map. A lot of changes so far.
Yeah.
The first one I want to talk about is we're losing a buff. Why is the purple gone?
You know, purple was something we introduced in Season 2. I think the main reason is that when we really looked at the jungle from Season 2, it was very complex.
Well, the junglers generally had to be everywhere at the same time, right?
That's right. There was a lot of demands on where they should be, and it made little time for them to take actions around ganking and other things that they might want to be doing. So we kind of looked at saying, hey, 4 buffs for 5 teammates, that's just a lot going on. Okay. So we want to make buffs more important, more valuable again, and one of the ways to do that is to, again, limit how many there are.
So there's going to be 3 buffs now. That's right. There's blue and red, and the blue is going to be at the speed, where old speed buff used to be.
That's right. So it's more centralized now.
So we said there's 3 buffs, but that's just 2. Where's the speed then?
Yeah, so there's...
Speed exists still?
Speed still exists. Okay. It's kind of in a new area. Around the Fire Giant layer, which is a space that really didn't get a lot of use for us.
Area,
Yeah. There's now these little, we'll call them fire elementals. We're still working on concepts. And there's several of them, and each of them will give the speed buff. And if you get multiples of them, it'll either increase potency or speed. We're still experimenting with it a little bit. But that's where you can now pick up your speed.
Okay, so we're going to see a speed buff in that sort of area there, blue buff. Red buff stays the same though, right? Red buff's in the same spot as it was. However, the design of the pits where they spawn in of the buffs of blue and red now are more open. There's like 3 ways in, I'd say.
Yeah, you know, really what we wanted to do was, it was very hard to invade and to be aggressive. You could get in, but getting out was very difficult because you had to do a long run around. In addition to that, getting to lane from the buffs was kind of a big run around that you had to do. So we've kind of solved that by simplifying it. We've opened up that area, so it's more easy to get in and get out. Which is better for both traversing the map and for if you're trying to be aggressive and invade.
We've seen some other changes to the map layout as well, like back harpies have now been pulled up into the map.
Yeah, it's really to get them more involved in the general play of the map and less something you just do when you happen to be running back from spawn.
It also means you can get them when you invade too. That's right. Actually as well, so you can see a little bit more fights over them as well. So map a little bit clustered a little bit more in the middle area, at least with the back harpies moving into. And then we're going to see some other general revisions to the jungle as well, like solo lanes going to have potentially more ability to gank because of the entrances to the solo lane.
Yeah, there's a lot of other adjustments that have made small adjustments to where the various islands and routes are moving in and out of the jungle.
And they're still up for debate about exactly what's finalized just now, right?
Yeah, you know, we're taking all this onto PTS. We actually have a longer PTS cycle. We're going to be running for 3 weeks, multiple phases. So we'll have a lot of playthrough to kind of help solidify these changes.
Now with the jungle changes as well, we've also seen potential changes could be happening to minions as well in terms of like their health or we're experimenting. Yes. Is that the case right now?
Yes, definitely still something we're experimenting with, but we're looking at essentially increasing slightly the health of the minions, but also decreasing the damage they do to players.
So keeping them in lane longer, but at the same time, it'll be harder for them to be killed.
One of the things we wanted to do was that, you know, we really penalized early aggression with how much damage the minions did, which, you know, did some things we didn't like at a competitive scene, but also was really hard on our casual players as well. And whenever we can make a change that's good for our entire player base, you know,
you're going to try and make them. Any other changes that we could see or anything interesting you want to tell us about?
Yeah, actually, we have a really great graphical update that we're doing. Okay. We've added support now for edge highlighting, is kind of what we call it, which is where the highlight is actually around the god now when you're targeting on them. One, this is aesthetically we like it because you know no longer is the god filled in all red. You can still see the details on it. It's a little bit more clear what you have highlighted. But actually, there's a big gameplay difference that's happening here too. Because now when you look at a god on the other side of a wall or a target or any minion on the other side of a wall, you can actually tell, assuming you have vision to them from an ally or a ward, you can actually tell if you have them highlighted for targeting.
So you get that feedback of the highlighting as well. And that's going to be through all game modes, not just...
No, that's an across-the-board kind of graphical update that we're doing.
This was a little look at the map changes for Conquest for Season 3. Nothing is finalized just this second at the time of filming this, but most of it's probably going to be likely.
That's right. Most of this will be on PTS, and we'll see where it goes from there.
Anyway, with that, that's the end of the jungle changes for Season 3. Find out a little bit more detail about the map changes as things move forward.
Man, I am so excited for those Season 3 changes. Are you guys excited?
They seem happy for now. I had a little talk with some of the pro players too behind stage and gave them a little bit of a sneak peek. Like, oh, I like this idea. Some of the nice things that I like about it is like where the camps are now, where the red and not the speed, it's going to be a blue buff. Where they are right now, you can actually see through to mid lane as well, so there could be potential gank paths all the way.
Like the map is so much more open now.
Yep. With back harpies now being moved up as well, we're going to see a little bit more aggression, and the jungler's not stuck just farming.
What is it?
The
You
whole
said
time.
that Merc can ult from.
Merc can ult from some of the buffs all the way through mid lane, or all the way from mid lane, all the way to one of the buffs.
So what is that? How does that change the gameplay? How does that change for junglers?
It opens up the map a lot more. The junglers should have a little bit more time for farming here is the big thing. So a little less time of having to farm and be somewhere all the time, so they can look for some more pressure on the map and actually have some fun with it.
But the map isn't the only thing changing.
No.
What else is changing?
I don't know. Do you? I know who does. Scott Z. I spoke to him earlier and made him tell me about items and general gameplay changes as well.
So the gameplay changes potentially for Season 3. We'll find out how much stays in. We're here live with Scott Z and Scott Gandy. So let's start exactly, because that's what you're waiting for, to find out what's going to be happening in Season 3. The first one to talk about is actives. We're going to be doing the Oprah treatment, right? Everybody gets actives. You get an active, I get an active, and I don't have to pay for them.
Yeah, you know, it was interesting when we talked about the systems that we'd want to kind of overhaul for Season 3. Active items was very much at the top of the list. I think, you know, our users kind of know that we've struggled a little bit, I think, balancing them through the course of this season. But one of the things maybe our users don't know is that they actually have a very poor buy-through rate among our casual population.
I mean, a lot of people view it as vital to actually play the game,
right.
but then there's people that aren't buying them.
That's right. Actually, the majority of our players don't pick them up. And, you know, we spent some time talking to those players about why that is. Some of the players feel like, you know, if they're already behind, spending money there gets them more behind.
That's
or
true.
maybe they don't know how to use them more effectively. But either way, this was a major system that we just saw not getting enough play and that we wanted to go back and revisit and change.
So we're looking at potentially giving everybody a starting active at the beginning of the game that you can choose yourself?
Yeah. So, I mean, one of the things we've done actually is we've renamed them from active items, which is a little bit confusing to some newer users, to just calling them trinkets.
Right, okay.
And basically, trinkets are now free. You get your first trinket at level 1. You just grab and pick the one you want. And then at level 12, you get to get a second trinket.
Oh.
And along with that change, trinkets now also don't, you don't rank them up over the course of the game.
So you don't pay more for them, you just get that trinket at that rank. Does it evolve as the game goes on, or is it going to be staying the same as
No,
what it starts on?
it just stays the same as when you get it when it starts.
So is it technically a nerf and a buff to trinkets and actives? Because if it's not going to rank up, you're not going to get a lower cooldown on it? Or?
It's interesting. You know, they fall somewhere between the tier 2 and tier 3 of what they used to be for actives, at least the ones that are converting over from active items. So for some of them, it's kind of a big buff because you're getting for free basically a tier 2 or tier 3 active right at the start of the game. But for other ones, it's towards the end of the game, it would be considered a little bit of a nerf. So I think purification beads is one example. It'll actually stop short of where the tier 3 used to be.
Makes sense.
So it's a little bit weaker. But along with that change, we're actually doing other itemizations and adjustments to gods to deal with how much crowd controls there is in general.
Well, talking about new items and balances there as well, we're going to be looking potentially at like things with aura items and passives in them in Season 3. We're going to see some new items too, I believe.
Yeah, there's definitely, we're kind of holistically looking at the entire itemization system. There's new items, there's pretty big changes to existing items. We kind of have an emphasis too on looking at items that we think over the course of Smite's last 2 years have gotten a little bit bloated.
Okay, now we're looking, it appears we're going to be rebalancing a lot of the gods to look at trying to get strategies going. Is that right? Like team strategies are going to be changing?
Yeah, I think one of the things that we're looking at is obviously, doing a big change to itemization is going to affect very heavily where gods sit. So there's some adjustments we're going to do based on that.
Yep.
However, I think when you look at kind of the meta strategy of the game, one of the things we want to do is to better focus gods and teams on whether you're building compositions for kind of early, middle, or late game.
Right, okay.
Which is something we have right now, but not to the degree we'd like to get to.
And I guess that'll play into the new trinket system as well, with the trinkets being like early game focused, maybe like as the game goes on, beads aren't going to be as effective as they used to be on such a short cooldown, so a more middle, early game composition might work out well with them as well. So we're going to be looking at the gods in general and then looking for potential extra strategies, like maybe split push, maybe, looking for other things? Is that what we're trying to aim with this?
Pretty much. It's really just making sure that gods fit a certain role, right? We want to have, you know, let's take Neith, for example, right? If we decide that we think she's really early game focused, we want to make sure that she fits into an early game composition and that there is a point where she does fall off.
Gotcha.
And so there is a pros and cons every time you select a god.
Makes perfect sense. So, God, general rebalance is going to be happening as well. We'll find out a little bit more about that later on. We've also got changing the way CC effects look. We're going to make sure that everybody knows exactly what you've been hit by and what's affecting you. Is that just basically going to be shown on your UI more than anything else?
Yeah, there's two pieces here. One is that, you know, right now when you get hit by a debuff or a buff, there's basically it uses the icon from the ability of the god. And there's hundreds of abilities in the game.
Yeah, of course.
So it was kind of a poor decision, I think, to do that there because it's really hard for players to know what happened. And so what we're doing with this season is we're going back and we're making new icons to represent every debuff in the game.
It's like stun,
that's
disarm,
right, stun, and
especially disarm.
Yeah,
especially disarm.
Especially disarm.
It's so confusing. And to be fair, you do see the bar go across.
You do see the bar, but it could always be better.
So now on your debuff bar when you're stunned, it'll always be the same icon that displays, regardless of who stuns you and what the source is, or if you're silenced or whatever it is. And that's really just to add extra clarity to the game.
Awesome. So we're going to be clearing things up for Season 3 as usual.
Yeah, and then there's some adjustments to, you know, we've kind of had general rules around the effects, like generally when you're slowed, it's stuff around your feet. But we're going to be tightening that up and just doing some improvements to that as well.
Fantastic. Next thing to talk about, daily quests. This is you, right?
Yeah, it's me. Basically, the daily login reward bonus that's currently in the game, where you log in every single day and you collect your bounty, is going away. And the quest system is going to replace it tenfold. Now, how many quests you have will depend on your level. So a level 5 will only get 1 quest, whereas, you know, a level 15 will have 2. And it'll max out as 2 as well. So each quest will give you a favorite reward, and then you'll build up to actually getting gems. And the best part about it is that if you miss a day, you don't get penalized.
Oh, so you don't reset back to 0 on favor
That's right.
again.
You just keep progressing, which is one of my favorite things, because you know, it's really painful as a player when you got every single day except for the last day and you missed your reward.
The worst is you log in for 5 days and you don't get it. Because you go out on Saturday.
You go out Saturday and you come back and you're like, oh well, back to the drawing board again over again. So we're going to see different types of, what kind of quests are they going to be though?
So
is it going to be like
this was actually one of the more complicated parts of actually building the quest system, was trying to figure out how to not impact gameplay with negative behavior or to de-incentivize playing with friends, right? And so what we looked at, we said, okay, well, we can't do game modes, because if I have played 3 Conquest games and Scott Zier has played 3 Arena, we're not going to play together.
That's true.
So we had to look at what else we could do, and Scott came up with the idea of we should look at pantheons and then role specific. So play 2 games as a hunter or play 3 games as a Roman. Those are kind of the quests you're going to see.
Next up, and finally, want to touch on, we are looking at ranked. Like we say every year.
Yes.
Ranked, we're looking at changes to league system. You can't go too much in depth now, I understand completely, but we're looking to try and change the way matchmaking is going to work and how you get seeded and what division you start in.
Yeah, I think there's a couple of big announcements we can't talk about now.
Okay.
I think as we've said before when we talked about Joust, we are actually doing a Joust League. That's 3v3 Joust.
Hey.
Yeah.
Okay.
So 3v3 Joust League, we're very excited about that. You will be able to actually take 2 friends in with you, so you can just play with friends on your side.
Full 3v3
full 3
team
people.
up.
So
That
we're pretty excited about that. Joust is a popular mode, and the new map's going to be fantastic. So
it's gorgeous.
But what we can't say we're doing is there is going to be a soft reset that happens going to League, and all players are going to re-qualify for the next season.
Right. Okay.
So you will see your position and placement be adjusted, and we'll have more details along with that and some of the adjustments that are going on a little bit later.
It's all in the talk at the moment. That's the big reason here. Nothing's finalized just yet, so we can't say exactly how it's going to go down, but you are looking at it.
That's right.
Finally, again, after season 2.
Finally.
Thank you so much for joining me, Scott, and Weaker Scott. We will be back, obviously, with more future changes. Keep an eye out for the videos for that. This was the end of gameplay changes for season 3.
So what I noticed most about that, or what the most intriguing thing was, is that you have to buy an active now at the start of the game.
You don't buy it, you get it free.
Right.
So you're going to save 900 gold on each active, so that's 1,800 gold that's going to be extra in your pocket for the whole game. No one likes investing in actives, but you have to. It's a necessary evil. So us giving it you right at the beginning of the game means that you can start making strategies around that.
Well, what strategies are you going to be making? What's going to be changing?
So let's look at it this way. It's going to improve some of the gods in the game. So for example, if you're against an Ares and a Poseidon, we can only have 1 active at the start of the game. What do you get?
Can't get beads, can't get ages.
You
One or the other.
So if you get beads, you're going to be fighting against Ares, right?
Yeah.
But then the Kraken's going to kill you every time.
Ooh.
Going to have to think a little bit more. And because you've got the extra gold, well, you can invest in items, get your builds on earlier as well, means it's going to be a little bit quicker.
Man, well, I'm sure everyone is really excited for the Season 3 changes, but as you guys can see behind us, we have Mjolnir, the beautiful SMITE World Championship trophy, up on stage. And you know what that means, guys, that we have the grand finals of the SMITE World Championships. It's Enemy versus Epsilon coming up right after this short break.
All right, everyone. It's time for the SMITE World Championship Grand Finals. Are you guys excited in the house? I think I'm going to do this one more time because I truly think you guys, with the thunder sticks and the yelling and the screamings and all the things, can get a lot louder. One more time. Are you guys excited for the Grand Finals? That's right. I wanted to feel the earth shake. All right, guys. This is exciting times indeed. We are going to crown a new world champion. Of course, folks, if you're just joining us here, this is the grand final between Epsilon versus Enemy, and this is the pre-show before we kick off and introduce the teams. Let's actually talk about the journey that these two teams took here, because it certainly was one for the ages. I actually want to start with Enemy, because Enemy has had challenge after challenge placed in front of them.
You know, heading into the fall split, Payne Devion picks up 4 new members for his team. Everyone thought that this was the wrong move to make. He said, this is the squad I want. This is the squad that I think can take me to Worlds. I predicted that they were going to be the worst team in the SPL. I honestly thought that, and most people agreed with that. They ended up being incredibly average. Finished in the middle, and then regionals actually was only supposed to be 4 teams. They weren't even supposed to make it to regionals. It got expanded to 6 for super regionals, and then they come in still an underdog, that average team that people thought would just fall over in the first matchup. And then they beat TSM. And everyone's like, okay, this team's all right, but they're not going to beat Envy. And then they beat Envy.
Awkward.
I don't know what you're talking about. I took that out of my memory.
Did you? Selective memory,
yes.
Of course,
and,
right?
and then they fall to Cloud9 3-0. Like, it was just destruction. It was such a stomp, and it really seemed like the team just, you know, they made it to Worlds, and they kind of like lost all that energy.
It was like, yay, you made it to Worlds. Congratulations.
And,
like
people were saying, Envy had been struggling near the end of the split, so it's kind of like, okay, they got lucky, right? They're just like, oh, they got lucky because they beat a struggling team who was really starting to fail. And then heading into Worlds, once again, it's just like, all right, Fnatic and Paradigm are going to be the semifinal, and Cloud9 and Epsilon. And then they beat Fnatic, and everyone's like, okay, they start to be legit. But they're not going to make it past Paradigm. Well, except me, I said they were going to make it past Paradigm. 3-1. I said it.
You did. You get a cookie for that, and you already got your cookie, so stop talking about it, okay?
And then
we went through that.
Enemy are the dark horse, like the truest dark horse ever. It's a bunch of players that, people thought were just average, and Payne Devion has drafted a squad that are now world-class players. These players have done so much to improve, and they deserve to be here in the finals, and they're going to have a very strong showing.
All right, well, Ataraxia, let's go over to you, because you have a lot of experience with this squad. You know what they're, Epsilon, excuse me, you know what they're capable of. In regards to Enemy, how do you feel Enemy will do dealing with a squad like Epsilon, a team that looked, I mean, especially in those last 2 games where they sealed the deal and cemented their ticket here, looked pretty much unstoppable?
I think the Enemy have a lot of work cut out for them. We had a grueling 5-game set with Epsilon versus C9 yesterday, and if I was Enemy watching that game, I would have been almost terrified as to how many picks each of the players on Epsilon brought out. We saw like at least 3 to 4 per player in a 5-game set, and they did very well on all of them. We saw Emilito pick out picks like Cupid, and we've seen it on her early in the tournament, as well as the meta picks like Neath and Freya. Adapting played, Mercury, Fenrir, 100% win right now, 3 games, all from adapting. Very impressive stuff. And
Naja as well.
And Naja too, yeah. All of them, they have so many strong picks, and Enemy have been getting through, we've agreed, through their drafts. They are probably the strongest drafters, at least when it comes to meta picks. And how is that going to stack up to Epsilon when they are making stuff that isn't necessarily meta, putting it on the world stage, making it amazing, to the point where I guarantee people are back home playing ranked and thinking, this could be the new meta.
That's completely true. We looked at Enemy, and over again we've said, wow, these guys are winning games in the picking and draft stage. They're coming out and they're really focusing, they're using target bands, they're doing a lot of research, and they're playing incredibly smart. So the question is that can they do it against Epsilon? Because Epsilon has been the other best team in terms of the banning and draft stage. They did it very strongly against Cloud9. So will they be able to take out enemies, picking a draft stage? Because if you can make them not get an amazing draft, you go, okay, we're going into this even, then that should shift towards mechanically inclined Epsilon.
Yeah, and I think Epsilon, they know and they feel very confident in to kind of echo what you said, Ataraxia, that they have that deep God pull, that they know what's at stake here, and they have the tools that are going to bring them to victory. I think that's going to be very important to talk about, right? The identity of this team, right? What is it about this squad? I mean, you heard the crowd just now, right? They are firmly on Epsilon's camp. And everyone that I've talked to, when I came outside yesterday after we, shut down the production, I was making my way downtown, making my way out to. Feel good about that one. Nailed it, baby. And I swear to God, if I get a boo out in the crowd, no,
They're all hating.
no, please. I'm a good man. Okay. My mom likes me a lot, all right? She told me that. Anyway, you guys are amazing, by the way. Thank you so much. You guys are all incredible. Give yourselves a round of applause. Seriously. Best crowd, bar none. Amazing stuff. And you had this very blank face. Very blank face. Come on. I just want to chat about this squad. And, they are the fan favorites coming into this game, and they just bring with them a lot of clout.
Epsilon are just so mechanically gifted. We've all agreed it's kind of mechanics versus intelligence here, but the problem is that Epsilon are also incredibly intelligent in their drafts. They have so many different diverse styles. They bring out these hunters mids, and we actually did see Epsilon, enemy deal with that very well against Paradigm, but I don't think they've dealt with Yaman's Medusa, right? I don't think they've dealt with how good Epsilon are at these different kinds of styles. I think, Paradigm, they ran a bunch of different strategies, but they never really played to the strengths of the strategies they drafted. Epsilon will.
I think the biggest difference between, for this matchup for Enemy is they've played against Paradigm, and Paradigm went incredibly out of the box. They went so far out of the box, they couldn't even see the box anymore. They were just all over the place in terms of picks and bans. And I don't think we're going to see that with Epsilon. I think we're going to see the perfect, the game that Paradigm won, where it was unique enough that it was going to throw Enemy off, but it was still, you could clearly see this is a great draft. And I think what we saw in the set against Cloud9 yesterday was that exact thing in every single game. And that is, it's scary.
Our biggest comparison point for me that we have for Enemy going up against this incredible Epsilon squad is the Cloud9 games at the Super Regionals. A lot of people have compared Cloud9 and Epsilon to be very similar teams. Same style, same kind of gameplay. And Cloud9 destroyed Enemy at the Super Regionals, and then Epsilon beat Cloud9. They play the same style, but they played it a little bit better. So, can they go up against that squad that they've proven that style of gameplay seems to be their counter? That's the question for me.
Yeah, again, there's just... I'm so excited because the thing that has been, I would say, annoying a lot of people in here that I've talked to is that we as analysts, right, well, mostly you guys, I'm just here to look marginally pretty, is how, they just do not quit. And everyone says, oh, yeah, they're going to lose this game. Actually, if we even talk about their road to this event, right, and the teams they face off against, people even said Avant-Garde had an opportunity against them. And not to take anything away from Avant-Garde, absolutely phenomenal team, 5 great players. But it was based off of what happened to Super Regionals, right, and how they got shut down. Again, it was like, yay, good job, Enemy, you made it, right? Avant-Garde, we predicted there's a possibility they could lose. And then they won. And then they faced off against Fnatic. And then everyone's like, no, they're definitely going to lose against Fnatic. Fnatic they're just too good. And then they won against Fnatic. And then Pain Gaming, everyone was like, I can see Pain Gaming defeating Enemy. And they did it again. They just shut up everyone. And then Paradigm, last but not least, Paradigm. Everyone's like, hey, man, this is it. Enemy's run is over. And the question was asked by DM Brandon, how many people or how many teams do they have to beat to be taken seriously I mean, is 4 the number, or does it have to be 5 now?
You know, here's my opinion on why this is, right? We've known Epsilon for a year now as Season 2 players that have played at this highest level that we've ever seen, right? And then coming into the fall split, you know, 27-1 run, an unprecedented run in the Pro League. And that makes sense, right? It's like we expect Epsilon, each individual player, to be phenomenal. And they are. An Enemy, you know, they came out, and even during the Pro League, like individually, they were just like, okay, they weren't star players. You know, they haven't even been at the top of ranked outside of, you know, 1 or 2 of their members. And it's just like, they're average. But honestly, their path was perfect for them because every team they face gets progressively better and better. They're not jumping straight. They didn't jump straight into the Epsilons and the Cloud9s, right? They started with TSM, who was struggling, right? Envy also wasn't, you know, they had their problems and issues as well. And they faced Cloud9, right? World champions, they lost in the Super Regionals. Each team is getting progressively better, and these players, I think, are also growing individually. The players here now at Worlds, especially against Paradigm, look twice as good as they did at Super Regionals. Like, Joust is playing out of his mind. You know, Vedium, I think, is playing kind of the Vedium we expected to him. Pain Devion, his mechanics have been godlike. Like the Geb shields and the saves, and him and Raffer, honestly, have stepped it up. And right now, the gameplay they've both had at Worlds has honestly been the best support play I've seen all Season 2 out of any individual players.
Dare I say they are the Titan of the 2016 Worlds?
They definitely have a similar rise, I guess.
Not as nearly as good looking as you are,
well,
though,
not even close. I mean,
I mean, look at the vest. You know, you got
the camera's not on us, but you know,
the camera's not on
the
the
camera
flag
was.
right now.
I'm flaunting it right now.
It's showing all the beautiful people out there.
But they do have a very similar story in the terms that they kind of came out of nowhere. You know, they were not a big force at all in Season 2 until the very end, until they're showing at Super Regionals, which is the same for us. We came from the Challenger Cup, and our first land before Worlds was the qualifiers. We won that and then came to Worlds. So it's the same kind of story that, you know, they have made it here, they have qualified, they are absolutely good enough. It's just that I don't think they've been in people's minds, in the view long enough to really have the people's vote, you know? It's like the same thing with us and Fnatic last year. Everyone still regarded Fnatic as the top EU team, even though they lost to us at the Super Regional, the EU Regionals. And I think it's just the same story, that they haven't been in the public eye long enough to really be considered favorites.
Yeah, I feel like this is where, you know, like we talked about earlier, every single game, oh, this is the game where they're finally going to lose, you know? But that hasn't been the case. And so it's hard to vote against Enemy right now when they've proven everybody so wrong so many times in a row. But at the same time, when you have Epsilon, who everybody goes, oh yeah, they're just the best team and they're going to fly through the bracket, and now they're in the finals as well. So we have these two completely opposite stories, I think, in my opinion, of Epsilon, who just breezed kind of through. You know, they had the hard games against Cloud9, but, you know, everybody thought they were going to beat them. That was pretty good consensus, was Epsilon was going to win. And then, of course, Enemy, who shouldn't have won any of their games according to the fans, and all of a sudden they're in the finals, so I wouldn't vote against them.
Yeah, I mean, you know, maybe it's just now's the time that you just say, no, this is it, Enemy. Like, we're not going to discount you anymore. The matchup that I am eagerly anticipating is the Dimmy Salt Machine matchup.
Yes.
Dimmy the Undying, as he has been called, although he did die quite a bit in the matchup against Cloud9, still, though, holds one of the most incredible records, in my personal opinion. Just, I mean, absurd how he could just stay alive. So, yeah, I mean, let's really talk about this solo lane matchup between Dimmy and Salt Machine, because this certainly has a lot of stories that can come out of this one.
For the topic of Dimmy particularly, I think it should be very much highlighted for everyone at home that Dimmy is very sick at the moment. He's come down with the flu at LAN, and yesterday you could see that on the camera after they won their game. You know, Epsilon all came up and they started jumping around. They were celebrating because they beat, you know, Cloud9, last year's champions, and Dimmy was just sat there on the desk like, you know, it's really affecting him. And the fact that he is playing as he is, you know, he's playing that good, and he's still putting out such a performance, even though he's that sick. You know, I just hope he's better today, at least a little bit, because, you know, he's playing out of his mind, and he can do a lot better than he already is.
Yeah, and
at this... pull a Jordan?
Yeah.
You gonna pull a Jordan?
You might.
The Jordan of Smite? Dimmy?
The Jordan of Smite.
Let's find out.
Could be. Yeah, I mean, it's good to point out, like, anything at this level of play could be a reason why you win or lose. So if Dimmy's not firing at 100%, that's a great opportunity for Salt Machine to come in, and especially with how strong the solo laners are in this meta right now, they're really carrying their teams. We're talking about them over and over again. Even on the Xbox scene, we talked about Omega, as MVP of that series. So we're talking about how strong these solo laners are. If one solo laner shows up because the other's sick, that's a totally valid reason why one team could win.
And the Salt Machine we've seen at Worlds is the Salt Machine we saw against Envy. It's the one that's dominating lane and also rotating heavily, because that was my real question for Salt Machine heading into this tournament was, which one were we going to get? Were we going to get the ranked all-star who just wanted to sit in lane and outplay his opponent, but then get out-rotated? And we actually did see that against Pain, right? I think they were a little bit cocky because they felt like they were going to walk over Pain, and I think Salt Machine, that also played into that. Going against better opponents, though, we did see him start to rotate and honestly just outplay so many individuals. And, Joust put so much pressure on his lane, too, right? Pain Deviant, he rotates and helps the mid. Vedium's just kind of left alone, and Joust, he's always over to that soul lane. So, normally we see, I think specifically in the Cloud9 Epsilon matchup, we saw a lot of mid-jungle matchups, a lot of fights there. I think this game, we could be seeing some jungle solo fights.
I absolutely agree. Salt Machine, he's had a pretty solid tournament,
He's had a great tournament.
Yeah, and for me, he was one of the players that I was worried at for Enemy coming forward. Because previously, in the SPL season, I think it's the main thing, he didn't have the strongest of showings. So for me, I'm absolutely overjoyed that he's turned up and he is showing that he is a top-tier solo laner. It's a shame that I'm sure Omega would love to give him a run for his money, but he's on Xbox, so rip Omega. You're going to have to let Salt Machine take that title.
I don't think he's crying too hard. He just multi-platform world champion now. I think Omega's going to be okay.
Yeah, probably. He's going to love that.
I think he's all right.
He'll be good.
Right now, at least. But yeah, you guys are right about that. It is going to be a very fun battle to watch in the solo. And then you got to talk about iRaffer, right? We got to talk about this young man. He, again, just I really have been enjoying what I've been seeing out of him. What is a difference maker here? What a difference maker he can be in the games. Are you expecting more of that? I mean, that Ymir plays, it can be, come on. That was just awesome.
And we've seen so many different styles from him as well, right? We've seen the aggressive Ymir play, but we've also seen the very defensive Khepri and Geb play. So iRaffer showing that he's going to be very versatile in this matchup, and that also goes towards the picks and bans. So far, Pain Deviant, he's been succeeding more with the defensive style of Geb and Khepri. We expected, his Athena, them to try to play some aggressive games, but that's not what we've seen so far. Every team has given Enemy a very defensive draft style, and if iRaffer can take that away and force Enemy to be the aggressors, that could be something they could look to go.
I think Epsilon have got a big advantage when it comes to drafting against Enemy as well, because what we saw against Enemy Paradigm is that Paradigm figured it out, let's get Pain off these comfort gods, and he played Bacchus, and it was, for a guy who's been playing out of his mind, it wasn't the strongest of showings. So I think that Epsilon have got a real invitation here to target Pain, honestly, because he does have a very specific playstyle, and when he doesn't get the gods that can do that playstyle, he suffered. So I think that going forward, Epsilon have got this big advantage when it comes to the draft because they can, they can specifically target him, and I'm not sure that Enemy can do the same against Epsilon.
I agree. Targeting Pain is probably the smartest option, and I don't even honestly believe that it's so much that Pain can't play these other gods as much as it is that his team is so reliant on him being able to peel for them. They're so used to being able to play extra aggressive because, oh, we're going to have the Geb shield, we're going to have the Khepri res. And so when you don't have that mechanic to help you out towards the end of the game, you all of a sudden put yourself in very bad positions, and that's something that gives you a lot of leeway as a team.
Speaking of Pain, one thing I do want to note is he's kind of been the villain this time around. And also, I just want to say, the way that he's been going on stage with like the Superman pose is probably like the most awesome thing. Every interview too, it's just like radiating with confidence. He just says whatever he wants to say. Do you think that's just kind of him being him, or him just trying to be like, hey, I'm going to do this because I just want to get my team in the game?
It's kind of both, right? First off, Pain has always been like this. The kid has no filter. He's very confident in himself and his own play, regardless, right? Even when he wasn't performing well, he's like, I'm not performing very well, but I'm still one of the better players in the world, right? And then honestly, that's helping his team because they feel and feed off his confidence, because regardless of whether he thinks he's going to win or not, he shows that he's going to win. And, he's going in with no fear in these matchups. And I think that plays, and I think that also, that feeds into the rest of his team.
Yeah, so, you know, Pain of Yawning has that confidence level that just, it's an aura around him where you can feel in the way he walks and the way he talks.
Well, let's be honest. His name is Meatloaf.
Yes,
So you have to be confident with a name
to have
like
a name
that.
like Meatloaf. I agree. You know, he's kind of been the villain for me, at least, since Super Regionals, right? So ever since then, I've kind of been like, that's the bad guy. But no, they've been playing so strong. And I do think that that kind of confidence level can show in the game where you see, especially through his playstyles on Athena, where he just goes into a team where he's like, I'm not afraid of you guys. That kind of playstyle is really effective, though.
I do want to talk about something that Zapman had actually talked to me about. We've been discussing kind of the games and, you know, why Pain, Deviant, and Enemy have been working so well. And Pain makes his presence known. Even when he's playing Geb and Kepri, the more passive defensive style supports, he's always in aggressive positioning and making sure he's not in a bad position to where he'll get picked off, but he's making his presence known. He's picking players off, knocking them up, giving them a little bit of poke, and you're always so scared, right? It's like, can I go onto this Geb right now, or is Chaos and Joust about to jump out of the jungle, right? If we full commit to Geb, we're going to die, right? If we full commit and try and pick off Pain because we think he's out of position, we die. And we've actually seen multiple teams baited into that. And that's the same thing iReffer does too. iReffer makes his presence known. He's always aggressive. And sometimes both players do get picked off, but I think it gives both teams such a benefit because you're so unsure of whether he's actually out of position or if he's just setting up for his team.
Yeah, and I think going into the matchup, we're definitely going to see that be challenged, right? We're gonna see, and whichever side does it, we're gonna see who will be the team that makes and forces that situation, maybe to get the overextend, and then just full command and just picks them off, right? So again, lots of really interesting stuff there to talk about with the support game there. Now the Hunter game, we gotta talk about how that's gonna pan out. Emilito and Vedium. I mean, again, two talented players deserving of this spot, fighting for the right to hoist Thor's hammer over their head. How much of a difference maker do you think these guys are going to play into this one, Ataraxia? We'll go over to you because Hunters have been a conversation point at this event because of how prominent Solo has been.
Yeah, for me, as a Hunter player, these are the guys that I look most closely at. And, real talk right now, Risham or Vedium really, really impressed me at Super Regionals. He was, in my opinion, the majority of the reason they qualified, him and Pain, seeing Pain on stage and the way he commands his team, and then Vedium in game. That combo was, for me, that was such a big driving force. And I have not seen that same Vedium here. He's been very quiet. He's been sticking to his Neath and his Neath, then his Neath. He played Chiron once. I feel like maybe he's gotten too attached to it. I mean, don't get me wrong, he's still playing really well, but it's not the same Vedium that we saw at Super Regionals, and I was excited to see that. And then on the other hand, Emilito he is playing out of his mind, and he's not just playing one god or two gods as most Hunters tend to do, especially at events like this. He is playing everything. He's playing Cupid, he's playing Honor, he's playing Freya, he's playing Chiron, he's all over the board, and he's doing great every single time. Like, has he had a bad game yet?
No, I mean, he really hasn't, but for me, honestly, he talked about Vedium. He talked about how he's not playing that same carry style, and he's not, but I don't necessarily think that's a bad thing. We saw Joust is really the carry this tournament. He is absolutely destroying them through these amazing picks like his Surcat and his Hunbats. So I don't think Vedium has to go that carry route. He's been playing the Neath, and his World Weaves have been absolutely incredible for saving his team and setting up kills.
The saving the team is a big thing. It's less about setting up kills, it's about making sure his team can get into the late game. And that's the style I've really realized that Enemy go for, right? They draft these very late game team comps, but what they do is they make sure that their Hunter has that aggression. And the thing is, right now in this meta, is that Hunters aren't as strong as solos, right? Until you get Deathbringer and Rage and Malice, right? Until you get this mass amount of crit, you're not as effective as the Jingtens and the Blonas heading into the late game. And what the Neath and the Soul and the Chiron specifically allow you to do is have a lot more presence in these early and mid-game team fights. And that's why we see that go to Vedium, because his team trusts him. And it's his job to make sure his team can escape into the mid-game, not too far behind, so the Chaos, Adjust, and Salt Machine show can take over.
Well, you had mentioned Neath and how it could be a comfort pick. He is playing good with Neath. Could you potentially see, Epsilon just ban that out and just be like, all right, well, try something else now, right? You've been playing this all tournament long. Here you go. Now it's time for you to do something different.
I know that me and Ataraxia both have been wanting to see the Chiron back out of him. He had such great Chiron gameplay, and while he's bleeding heavily towards the Neath, for helping the team, I would love to see him break back out that Chiron. It's such a safe pick. It's not like it's a risky pick. You don't have to do anything crazy. It's not an Artemis, but it's a very safe pick that brings good damage and can still help your team out. I mean, he has a passive heal that can heal your teammate.
We know Emilito runs it as well, too.
Yeah, so this is my question now. As Vedium, we've seen just 2 gods all tournament long. They've played a lot of games now, when he's played Neath and he's played Chiron. Has he played Assault? No, he hasn't, has he? He's just plays those 2 as far as I know.
It's usually banned away from him.
Yeah, so if he has these 2 gods, that's all he's shown. What if they ban Neath and pick Chiron? What are we going to see out of Vedium? And that's
Cupid.
what I would love to see. I would love to see where he goes to next, because I have no doubt in my mind that he has another couple of gods that are going to be at the same level, but he hasn't been willing to bring them out yet. You know,
Maybe Freya?
more than anything, I just want to know what they are.
Maybe Freya or something
Yeah,
like that.
I mean, it
it's
could
just
be
anything,
anything,
right? You
yeah.
just want to see something else,
Yes.
you know? And I totally get that. Yeah, and I wonder if Epsilon's thinking about that. I truly wonder if they're thinking about, you know, because there are a lot of things that you have to, you know, take into consideration, right? Especially in the first phase of bans, right? Of course, you have to think about Xingten and Bologna, right? Do you pick them? Do you ban them? Right? Like those are the, you know, and we've seen them banned and we've seen them picked, or we've seen them picked a lot. You know, they've pretty much been involved, I think, in almost every single game that we've had here thus far in this competition. So that's one portion. You already know, like, that ban's going to be gone, right? So do you target ban? Is Vedium important enough to target ban?
I think so. I mean, it's hard to say because he's not the standout player in these games, but he is doing very good, and you know, he's never a liability. So it could be that.
So yeah, you turn him into a liability.
Yeah, but at the
right?
same hand, you know, if he has to play a different type of god than a Neath or a Chiron, someone who is more prominent, then he could turn into a liability, or he could turn into a bigger problem. He could be a carry, and that's, you know, that's the risk, I guess.
And that's what we're going to see in the best of 5 is the changing of the draft. And we know enemy are very good, and we know Epsilon are also just as good, and they also have a very deep strategic, you know, notebook. So we'll see what Epsilon look to open with, because enemy run the same style of composition. So we know Epsilon is going to either look to target ban something, force, you know, their other picks, and then really have a strategy to counter it. And will that work? I think that's the thing, right? Is Epsilon going to be able to find out something that works against enemy? And honestly, you know, I mentioned this earlier, this is going away from the players and more towards kind of a meta sense, is that
You're
enemy
so meta.
Thank you. Is that enemy have won every game 1, right? If they lose a game 1, is that just going to end them, right? Are they just going to fall? Like, is their mindset going to be bad?
I don't think so.
I don't think it necessarily ends them, but I do think that in order for enemy to win the series, they have to win game 1.
I agree. If they lose game 1, series is over.
Yeah, I don't think, you know, I don't think it'll be a sweep, but I do think that they need that game 1 to get the momentum. They're so used to having that game 1 momentum, like, we beat this team, see, they're totally, they're vulnerable, we can do this. Without having that, it's the Cloud9 syndrome where they lost the first game as Super Regionals. It was like, oh, we didn't beat them, I guess, you know, they're just going to beat us, so then they lost 3-0.
And this is a big point as well, that, you know, Epsilon have had this grueling set against Cloud9 where they had to, you know, each game was, you know, first Cloud9 went to Epsilon, figure out what was the reason, and then they change it, and then they beat Cloud9, and then vice versa. And, you know, they had to adapt every single game. They were changing the strategy. And enemy didn't get that against Paradigm because Paradigm had such out-of-the-box picks. So what is going to happen is if, you know, if Epsilon win game 1, and then enemy are like, oh, we have to figure something out, we have to change this, and they've not had that pressure yet. And that could be devastating in a long series, and it could cost them a couple of games.
Truthfully, I'm tired of counting enemy out. I truly am. And I just don't think, and don't get me wrong, and here's the funny thing, even right now as we sit here and analyze this game, I still haven't made my pick as to who I think will win. I have literally no idea, right? I'm going to make it at the end. It's going to be like, and that's what I'm going to go for, and, you know, pray to the gods that I get it, but that I get it right. I want to keep the record alive, you know what I mean? Finals picks, right? Keep the dream going. But I just don't know, right? Because I feel like, yeah, sure, right? You know, like if they do lose game 1, it is very realistic that they could just beat themselves up. They're young players playing on the biggest stage of their lives for a, you know, insurmountable amount of money. They're, you know, it's pressure, right? 100% through and through. It's easy to say that. Epsilon, seasoned, one of the best in the world, defeated Cloud9 on what could have arguably been one of the most insane games of this entire tournament. So yeah, composure, they got that in spades.
Here's the difference maker for me, and his name is Adapting, right?
Adapting.
Just has been playing phenomenally, but Adapting is actually the best player SMITE has ever seen. I was talking to top-tier North American, pro players like Yannick and Bickham last night, and they even said, right, they're like, I never really bought into the adapting. They're like, he's very good, but, we're North America, we love Announcer, we still think Announcer's the best player. Adapting is the best player. That's what they said. They said, last night, those 2 games on Fenrir convinced me that there is no one better. And Joust, as great as he's been playing, he is not going to be able to compete against the best player in the world, especially if adapting gets rolling early.
Yeah, I'm honestly a little bit worried, too, that they might start to target ban Joust. I think that would be a perfectly viable strategy coming out from Epsilon. We've seen him basically play the Surcat in the HUD match, right? That's what he's really leaning heavily towards. So if you get rid of those guys that he's so comfortable on, what's he going to break out? Because we know Adapting's just going to break out Fenrir, Mercury. He has this huge god pool. So, but as we talked about earlier, the god pools are so deep for Epsilon, you can't really target ban them. So you have to go meta ban, where Enemy, you either ban out Pain, in my opinion, or you ban out Joust. You have 2 options.
I feel like you can probably target ban everyone on Enemy, actually, because they have, I guess, because they haven't been target banned in the past, they've just been playing the same comp every single game. And, this is the deception. Do Enemy actually have a small god pool, or are they just getting everything they want every time, so they haven't seen the need to bring out other picks?
In talking about that adapting target ban, it's like, I look at it as a scale, right? My head just works that way. And I see in this scale, adapting is like 80% full, right? Like he's like 80% higher than Joust is in skill-wise, right? This is the scale. And if you target ban adapting, you just bring him, or Joust, bring him even lower, right? And that just makes him even weaker. And then that just affects it even more. And then they get into their head even more. And then from there, it just snowballs. Like, because we know that adapting is the GOAT. So you just make the guy who has to go up against the GOAT worse. That is like demoralizing. Honestly, in any game that you play, that is demoralizing.
Right, and like, is Joust head in this? Like, is he going to? Because we've actually seen him, against Cubo Fred, he had no fear. He was going in, he was taking the 1v1s. I remember in one of the games, right, that Thor versus Hunbats play we saw at the Mid Harpies that honestly could have turned that fight into either team's favor. Joust comes out on top, right? Now, there isn't a lot of respect for Cubo Fred, at least coming from the North American junglers, I think. But everyone knows adapting. We've been talking him up. Every player has been talking him up. Everyone in the community has been talking him up. And there's always a slight fear factor when you face those top-tier players, right? So, like, is he going to be there, right? Is he going to hesitate when he sees adapting in the jungle? Even a fraction.
It's hard
matters.
not to. You see it. I play a lot of EU rank to get to see a lot of adapting players, and you do. People will, you see adapting come in, and you think he has something that every other player doesn't. Like, I joke that maybe he just has a built-in red buff. That's why he's so good. Like, his Thor just does more damage than everyone else's because he's adapting. And it's like, it's that kind of fear. Exactly. He's just, that consistently good. And I think that will get into players' heads, especially if adapting has a great game 1. Like, if we see a repeat of the Fnatic game 2, where he went off on Mercury and his slash line was like 15-2, if we see that in game 1, it is very difficult not to be afraid of that for the rest of the set.
But that's what it is. People wonder what makes adapting better than other players, right? At some point, you can only hit all of your skills, right? You can't hit more than all your skills. It's because people give him too much respect. When you play against somebody of that caliber and you're scared and you're playing back and you're not invading the buffs because you're like, oh, he'll invade me and he'll do all this stuff, and you're playing like that passive nature, that's what gives him the extra edge that makes him the best player in the world, is he has a presence that makes people fearful.
All right, folks, so that is going to do it for our pre-game show. Of course, the main event is going to start in just a little bit, but before we do that, I do want to so Bonafide decided to do something pretty cool, and yes, we have clothing just underneath the desk. That's all that's here. Bonafide did something pretty cool. They ended up getting the signatures of a lot of players here. I see Jeff Hindla, top 4 teams, as a matter of fact. iRaffer, Pain Deviant, like everyone's here from the top 4. So it's actually pretty easy, and here's the hoodie. It's a pretty nice one, right? And all the signatures are here. All you have to do on Twitter is go and follow Live BNFD. So there you can see it right in the lower third right there. Live BNFD on Twitter for a chance to win a signed Smite hoodie. We just thought it'd be a good idea for the viewers at home, you guys who have been supporting us all weekend long, to win something cool from the event. So that is going to do it for our pre-game show, everyone. Are you hyped up? Are you hyped up? Now you know literally everything there is to know about these two teams now, courtesy of my expert crew of analysis. It is now time for the grand final between Epsilon and Enemy. Who is going to raise Thor's hammer above their head? It's time to find out. Let's see how they got there.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it is time for the SMITE World Championship Finals! 3 days ago, they were the dark horse. Now, they are your first finalists. Enemy with Solo Salt Machine! At Jungle, at Joust! In the mid lane, Chaos! At support, it's Pain Divione! And their hunter, Vetium! Your second finalist at the SMITE World. That was Enemy. your second finalist, the European powerhouse, Epsilon with Solo Demi. At Jungle, adapting. In the middle lane, Yamin. At support, it's Hi-Rez. And rounding it off, the Hunter, Emilitu. That is your team, Epsilon. Let's take a look at how they got here. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together. Make some noise for your SMITE World Championship finalists. Hey, Niviane, please come a bit closer, buddy. Hi-Rez, come up here. Wow. Dark Horse, 3 days ago, to finalists. Talk me through it.
Easy. Not even close.
All right, Rafa, you've played phenomenally throughout. You've done absolutely everything. You even bested last year's champion. Talk me, where are you now?
We're in the finals. We're here to play, we're here to win. Hopefully we give you a good set. Hopefully not just 3 games.
Let's take it all the way. Gentlemen, I can imagine that you are excited, so I'm going to do nothing more than ask one more time for you guys to give it up for these great champions. They're already winners, your finalists. Please, shake hands down the line. Everybody, shake hands. You got to trust sides anyway. As I stand here next to the hammer that they both so badly want to lift, I can imagine that there is nothing else going through their mind than putting on a show for you. But I know that they've enjoyed your support. So I think one more time, guys, let's take a look at these guys over here. They were the Dark Horse. They are the finalists. Please make some noise for the guys from Enemy. Now, each story has a beginning and an end, and for Epsilon, it's been fantastic throughout. They played like utter champions, even taking down the mighty Cloud9. So please, ladies and gentlemen, show some love for Epsilon. Guys, you have been wonderful. Support these teams. Enjoy this final. This is it. It all ends here. For now, we're going to take it away with the picks and bans. I say thank you and thank these fantastic teams.
Here we go, everyone. It's time for the picks and bans to begin game number 1. Epsilon Enemy. This is it. I'm excited. Everyone here is excited.
This right here might be the most important part to this series. Game 1 picks and bans is going to set the pace of this game.
Before we talk about picks and bans, I just want to say that I was in Epsilon's spot last year. And it takes, you know, I think it's a very humble thing to say, which is not humble in itself, but it's a very humble thing to say that I think that this is the best team Europe has ever sent to Worlds, Titan included, and it's with that confidence that I say, and this is not disrespect to Enemy, but I think that Epsilon are this good that they are going to take this 3-0 unless Rafa picks Guanyu.
Oh, let's slow down for a moment. The picks and or in the predictions. You know, we always do the lightning round, guys. Come on, don't mess up the flow. But we do got to mention Xingten and Bologna. Goodbye.
Yeah,
not
so
going to happen. Kepri as well from Epsilon.
There's the first target ban, of course, looking right there at Pain, saying, no way we're going to deal with you being able to bring people back to life. We'll fight all 5 of you, but not going to fight 6 of you.
I really like the bans coming out so far, and you know, Enemy here, are they going to ban away the Zeus? Because that's Epsilon has shown that they like to prioritize it. However, it hasn't been successful so far for them.
Ooh, banning out the Freya. Well, we know that in Europe, Freya has been used quite a bit, right? That's been a storyline that's been brought up numerous times. And Soul locked in for Epsilon here to start this off. Adonis?
I expect Neath here, almost guaranteed, coming up from Enemy. They love the Neath matchup versus Soul. And I was debating whether it was going to be Osiris or Athena, in my opinion. It looks like they want to make sure that Pain Devion's comfortable.
Is this the first time that we have seen Pain's Athena at the SWC?
He played it one early game.
I think he got it one time, then they're like, never again.
Right. So he had an absolutely dominating performance at the Super Regionals. Incon knows all about this. Are we going to see the same kind of style coming out against Epsilon?
I love the Zhongkui pick here. We've seen Chaos play it, and honestly, he had absolutely amazing showings on him. We saw the one play where he teleported behind them and got the kills. Epsilon eSports, though, leaning towards that Neath. It's actually a brilliant pickup because it takes away the counter pick for Soul.
I agree, but this is exactly what Fnatic did against them as well. They ran the Soul Neath, and the problem was that Enemy drafted into late game, and they held out against it. But the thing is, Epsilon's not Fnatic, and Epsilon aren't going to allow the 4K gold lead to stand for 20 minutes.
Yeah, but that Thor's adapting. Did you factor
Thor's
that?
adapting.
Thor's adapting.
That's how good adapting is. It's no longer adapting Thor. Like, Thor bows to adapting.
Thor bows to adapting.
And I love the Chiron pick here.
I am upset about the Chiron pick. I think I agree it's a very good pick, but I did want to see a third god out of that.
Can you blame him? No. Look, you got rid of the Neath. You bring out the Chiron.
Look at the aggression from Epsilon. Like that 3 core, the Soul Neath, like Thor, you can't have a late game hunter in the duel lane. You need some pressure.
Interesting ban there. We see the Geb ban coming out towards shots at Raffer, but honestly, I'm thinking he's probably going to lean towards that Ymir pick, Atarax, yeah?
I think so too. It would be, he's shown he loves it against Zhongkui specifically, or at least that's the correlation that we've drawn. So it would be very good, as well as against Chiron too.
Well, we know Enemy has gotten their dream comp right now. Everything they're going down the list like, all right, number one.
It's gonna be a Hunbat's pick here in the last spot. I forgot that Serket was already banned away and they've got Thor.
Yeah, so they have all of their almost priority picks, 1 or 2 slot picks. And there's
man,
Ymir.
We saw what happened when Ymir was in the battleground last time. Does he lock him? Yes, he does. I'm excited for that one. That's a good pick. I like that pick.
Yeah, no, I do like the... Oh, interesting. Sobek coming out for against the... Actually, technically, the Sobek Ymir could be interchangeable, but it's probably going to be the Sobek,
Do we know how Ymir's matchup against Osiris is in the solo lane? I do expect the Sobek, but I know that's not, it's kind of in Osiris's favor. But the Ymir could be one of those off-key picks that could surprise the Osiris.
Outside of Neath, Enemy has got their dream composition. Epsilon Esports has this hyper early game. Fnatic couldn't do it with the early game comp versus late game comp. Can Epsilon? That's the question of this game.
All right, boys, it's been locked in. Predictions, Ataraxia, we already know where you're going, but might as well just repeat it anyway.
Epsilon, Epsilon, Epsilon.
This game goes to Enemy Esports with their perfect draft stage.
I think Epsilon Esports are going to take this series 3-1, and I think this is the game that Enemy's going to win.
Enemy will win this game. Enemy will win this series. That's it. All right, folks. Here we go. It is now time for the grand finals. Get hyped up in the crowd, and let's go ahead and send it to our casters.
Thank you very much, Golden Boy. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the finals. We are very happy to be here. This is Brandon, and also joining us is the one and only Zapman, owner of Team Eager, and we are very excited to bring you this contest. It's a best of 5 between Epsilon and Enemy. Guys, who do you think?
I got Epsilon in 3.
I got Enemy in 3.
In 3?
Wow.
All right, maybe 4. That's adapting, man.
I have Epsilon winning this in 4. I do think Enemy will win a game. What do you think about this one, this particular draft? You always got to like when Painavillon gets the Athena.
I think that they got probably their perfect draft here. I mean, they got all of their comfort picks. For some reason, it just keeps getting these same 2 junglers that he's so comfortable with. No one's trying to take him outside of his comfort zone. And like you said, if they're going to win one game, this draft is definitely something they could do it with.
Yeah, however, I do think Epsilon did pick, knowing that Enemy would pick this draft, because the Ymir can wall off the Zonqui when he uses his ultimate. The Sobek can also peel, pluck him away from the team. So I'd like to see how much control Epsilon will put on the Zonqui.
We saw Epsilon play a very similar draft against another very similar draft, and it was successful with the walls against Zhonghui. We'll see. Chaos has been the best Zhonghui in this tournament so far.
I think he's been probably the best Zhonghui, I mean, like in years.
Yeah.
The way that he's played, I mean, Eager and Envy both kind of fell victim to this character, playing against him, and I didn't think that he was going to be able to perform as well at this tournament, but Chaos has proven me wrong.
Yeah, it's very interesting to see that Chaos kept picking the Zonqui. Didn't have a good showing at Super Regionals for NA, and but Chaos is making it work.
Well, guys, we are getting ready to start this game off. Let's go ahead and introduce your teams. Epsilon, they are the blue team in the bottom side of the minimap and the left side of the spectator UI, nearly undefeated in regular season play and running through the World's Tournament. It's Dimmy in the solo lane as Sobek, adapting in the jungle as Thor. Yamin is the mid lane, Neath. Rapper and Emily 2 will combine as a duo lane, Amir and Soul. Their opponents today wearing the red trunks, fighting out of the top side of the minimap and the right side of your spectator UI. It's Salt Machine in the solo lane as Osiris. Adjust in the middle lane as Hunbat. Chaos is the mid lane. Zhonghui, Painavillon, Vicium are the duo. Athena and Chiron.
Speaking of Athena and Chiron getting pushed away, Vicium going to take a lot of damage. That was a frostbite shot. Rapper going to control this lane, and that's going to be a missed purple buff experience. Both still available as the ever-aggressive Epsilon continues to strike first.
Yeah, both duo lanes have really good pushing lanes, so in order to guarantee that Epsilon would have the pressure in the duo lane, they went for the early invade.
50 seconds in here. Emilito continues to be very aggressive. He'll pull some archer shots here. Probably going to get the better of that is Vicium, although Emilito does have a fair amount of health potions available as well.
Well, it looks like a fairly standard opening here, out with the exception of Epsilon's aggression over here into the left side lane. Painavillon, you see dashing through the minions and doing the damage with Athena. Being very careful not to hit the enemy gods and draw that aggro. Archer advantage is going the way of enemy.
We actually saw this strategy from Epsilon during the C9 games. Here you see adapting here, rotating to the purple buff. They stop Enemy from doing the purple buff, then Thor comes in and rotates.
No, he's going to be looking for more than just a purple buff here. Tectonic Rift is going to be on the mark. That's going to keep Painavillon locked in, but it's not enough with that Chiron Cripple coming out to follow up, and the first gank is avoided by Epsilon.
This might be trouble, as Yaman's going to be forced to stay in lane a little while longer to clear this up. Adapting's not going to have enough of a chance to really get crazy and go for the invade, especially with Adjust starting to rotate over, but he'll choose the wiser, go to the safer side of the map and go for some clear that otherwise should have belonged to Epsilon.
Yeah, smart plays by...
Baby, on a lot of trouble here. If they have the CCK, the wall is brilliant from Adapting, and that is first blood for the European squad.
You can hear Rapper, easy game, easy life, starting off with that first blood.
That one all comes down to that Tectonic Rift coming out from the Thor, locking in the Athena. No dash available there. And, well, we're going to see the geometry line up here with the Thor wall plus the Amir wall. We saw this be very successful in the past for Epsilon. and I will be surprised if they win this game and this gets through into game number 2.
Yeah, again, Ymir is actually a very strong pick against Athena, or against any character that has a dash. The Athena has to be very careful of her positioning throughout the whole game.
Adapting going to get experience for both purple buffs on the left side of the map, be able to rotate back into mid. I'm expecting a back pretty soon for Boots too. This will also allow him to get to the right side of the map and continue that just excellent farm by going for the respawn blue buff.
Yeah, he'll leech out enough XP to get to level 5, and then probably look to set up a gank, and if it doesn't come shortly, go ahead and move on back to the base and find those boots too. But take a look at the Joust. He actually comes out ahead in the race to level 5 from the junglers, even with those 2 camps stolen.
Yeah, smart plays by Joust. He knew he couldn't even help the duo lane, even if he rotated. So what he did was he invaded the back right harpies of Epsilon and kept his lead over adapting.
Both of Emilito's potions have been exhausted. You'll see a very low mana pool. He's going to be forced back sooner rather than later. He'll sit on enough gold for Boots 2, which I assume is going to be his next pickup.
Support Ymir leading all players in gold per minute right now.
Well, he got a kill.
He got a kill, but hey, it should accelerate him into these completed, what are likely to be pen boots, is what we've seen out of Raffer from ahead.
Yeah, it's actually strong for the support player to get the first blood. Him finishing the aura items that help his whole team can, excel them to the mid game.
Plus, this early on the pen boots is going to make it very hard for them to fight into him at this level. A very highly health scaling as well. You remember, 104 health per level means that the more Raffer farms, the harder he is going to be able to kill in the mid game. A level 12 Ymir versus a level 10 Athena, which is just what it's looked like to shape up. I think that's going to be more than enough for them to control it. And with how early they've been going for Gold Furies, that extra help's going to be very useful.
Exactly. Now, expect enemy to just stay away from this dual lane side. Joust is going to head over towards his solo lane side where they do have the pressure. And one of the big things in this game to look at as Emilito gets jumped on here.
Yeah, Pen's going to get a bit of damage here out of that shield wall, and Vicium trying to nail it down. He's going to run for it. He will get set up, but the ultimate is popped, and that will be sufficient to avoid the stun out of Souls in corporal form. And enemy answers back at the 4th minute.
Yeah, Emilito was a little bit too far up there. Around the 4-minute mark, all the early game wards have vanished, and Emilito just didn't expect the Athena rotation there.
With that, enemy answers back now 1-1, and they gain the gold lead as well, albeit only about 100. But at this stage, anything could be valuable. I mean, moreover, I think the value there wasn't so much the gold or experience, but the showing that, hey, we're still willing to fight you. We're not shaken.
And the biggest thing there is Soul is a god that's supposed to be ahead. She's made to be ahead. She has so much clear, but now the fact that she's behind, I expect her to get bullied throughout the whole game.
Enemy does have the very modest gold lead here through the first 5 minutes. 1 kill apiece on the board. The junglers sitting both at level 7, but no one really factoring into a kill just yet. You got to think of Joust and adapting. The 2 synonym junglers are looking to get involved here shortly.
Look at this here. Salt Machine.
Oh, did he get it? He got it. Salt Machine with the timing there. Enemy solo later. A cheeky steal.
Yeah, these are the kind of plays you want to see from Salt Machine. Osiris arguably the best laning solo laner in the game other than Bologna, and he needs to keep putting this pressure on the Sobek.
That was a really good steal. I mean, that's gold experience. I mean, the blue buff loss doesn't hurt Sobek too much. He has nigh on infinite mana between the builds that he's going to go for. Extra mana from things like Breastplate of Valor and cooldown boots. And then, of course, his ultimate that gives him back pretty much all of his mana as well. So he shouldn't be too troubled by that. Raffer going to be forced to ult early. He'll pull the Gold Fury here. Very surprised to see it just not push him back into the Gold Fury. That should have been a kill. This time, he's going to wind up pulling it. That could be bad.
Joust takes a ton of damage there. Emilito going to rotate in as well. Vicium does find at least 1 kill, but now he will fall as well, it does appear. It will come Chaos as well with the ultimate adapting in a lot of trouble. He's going to go down as the Exercise Demons comes out, and now falling as well as Chaos. It's a bloodbath outside of the Gold Fury. 4-3 for Epsilon.
Very similar to the Cloud9 Epsilon game yesterday. They start off super strong, very aggressive in 7 kills in 6 minutes. Spells that both of these teams really want to show each other.
Remember
that they
when
have
Soul
what it
was
takes.
behind?
Not anymore. That was really important for Soul to get those kills. But one thing to note is the Humbots, instead of just staying in there and auto-attacking the Ymir down, he tried to run away, but he still took the same amount of damage as he would have if he would have just stayed in and got off all that damage.
In the beginning, he should have ulted immediately, pushing Ymir back into the Gold Fury, which he pulled. I mean, that would have been a guaranteed kill, but I think he maybe got a little bit afraid. If I'm Epsilon, I'm noticing these things. I'm seeing that he's not willing to commit super hard.
Well, there was a big skirmish there just outside of the Gold Fury, but probably the biggest, or rather the most important or impactful part of that fight is that Yemen does not have to rotate out of the mid lane. He gets about 50% of the tower damage in the mid lane there, in addition to getting a credit for an assist with his ultimate. He picks up a kill with his ultimate, in fact, and is sitting at level 10 above of the Zhang Kui here. You can see putting up 500 structure damage with no other damage dealt on the map is likely to be the thing that's going to be the most important going into the mid game. It's going to be this level advantage on the mid lane Neath.
So 7 minutes in now for 7 kills, adapting, grouping up here with Raffer for the left camps. Should be pretty free here. No contest, it seems. Enemy going to let this one go for now.
If you guys are just joining us here, wherever you're watching, whether it's Twitch, YouTube, Azubu, or any of the other fine streaming partners, or here live in the audience at the Cobb Energy Center in Atlanta, Georgia, thank you for joining us. This is game number 1 of a best-of-5 series for all the marbles. $500,000 going to the first place victor, Epsilon versus Enemy. And we are just getting underway.
Yeah, the biggest thing here is Epsilon has more of an early game, you know, I want to fight, I want to gank comp, while Enemy has more of the late game team fight comp. So I really want to see Epsilon try to push their lead, use the advantage of the Amir early game, and try to build their lead.
Oh, Pain Devion taking a huge shot at about 50% of his health. He still has
no, adapting, channeling his ultimate over here on the left side. He's not going to be able to close the distance all the way into the mid lane, but will still get that double tap. The poke out of the Pain Devion factory here pretty heavily here. Just in a lot of trouble. The ultimate from Soul is going to be enough. Mudbot's ultimate expended, but with nothing in return. A 5th kill for Epsilon.
So smart. Emilito holding the backline, forcing him to jump into his pathing, and then using his ult to block off exactly where he's going to land. With that, Pain Devion was going to be forced back to the base. He still has his ultimate available to him, but they'll have to expend it to hold this one off.
Yeah, they've poked out not only Athena, she's going to be channeling the ultimate onto Chaos, but not before he takes about 3/4 of his HP pool. Junkway in a lot of trouble. One more shot from Yaman to do it. It's going to be run down by Emilito. Now Pain Devion, who's got a hard path to run. He can't go through the stun. And Salt Machine's rotation will be good for 1 kill. Can he find more?
Raffer by himself here. Yaman took a different route. Good stun!
Oh!
I don't know if he's going to have this one. Salt Machine's looking for the 2. He's not getting slowed out. He'll find it, but he's stuck. No, it's going to be Yaman who's stuck. He's forced to backflip. Salt Machine, Adamana will let that one go, and for some reason, Timmy in the other direction lets his team fall.
Extremely important rotation by Salt Machine there. In the 4v4 without the solo laners, Epsilon has a huge advantage. So they needed Salt Machine to rotate on that Osiris, who has a huge lead on the Sobek to really turn the tide of that fight.
Sobek choosing not to go into teleport, at least not just yet. He finishes off his Breastplate of Valor. Will be stuck in the solo lane for quite some time as a result.
Unbots is going to shove that lane in over on the right side as well and move back into his jungle, as we see Adapting doing as well. Still a 1 kill advantage on the side of Epsilon, but the gold lead has shrunk down to effectively nil. Experience ever so slightly in favor of Enemy.
Yeah, I expect this Sobek not really to rotate at all, and he didn't want to buy the teleport because the Breastplate of Valor is such an important item for a Guardian in the solo lane. He needs that extra CDR, he needs that physical protection. Now look for the Sobek to try to apply more pressure onto the Osiris.
Bottom side buffs going to be taken here, purple and red to be cleaned up quickly. Actually, all the buffs. You see the speed buff, not even on a sliver of respawn as the blue gets taken, all within 30 seconds of each other. Very efficient farming on the bottom side from Epsilon.
Yeah, the 4-man split those 2 camps as well. That should give them a honestly, yeah, you do see that reflected. They go about 150 gold off of that split.
A Sentry Ward win here. Nice teleport opportunity, but a little bit too far. Didn't want to put himself out of position.
One of the interesting things to note about this early game is that even though Raffer got the early kill on the Ymir, Pain is still ahead of him in experience and even in gold.
That's true. How did that wind up happening?
4 assists for the Athena, even though she got poked out of that last engagement. Has factored in pretty heavily into these fights. And, well, I guess, it comes down to Raffer rotating maybe a bit more than Athena has, catching an extra wave or 2 here and there.
In the mid lane now, Yaman and Adapting grouping up here with Raffer. It's a 3-on-3 as per usual, around 10 minutes. Gold Fury still available, and neither team going for it just yet.
Well, yeah. Transcendence is up here for the Neath with the power boots. A lot of power going to come out of this physical caster here in the mid lane. You know, do you think Epsilon should continue to apply the pressure, or are they trying to get into a farm game versus Enemy here?
No, Epsilon really needs to apply the pressure there. They have a lot of long distance damage and poke, which can really punish the Zhong Kui pick when he tries to rotate.
And Demi activating a health pot here to continue the slapbox fight. Shouldn't have too much trouble cleaning this up, even with a low monopool. You'll notice he does have the blue buff for sustain. Salt Machine trying for some damage here. Shouldn't get too much out of him, though.
Yeah, the Judgment Tether comes out, and that's going to force Demi to dash away. And then Osiris will continue clearing the wave. He'll get enough mana back through either his ultimate or the blue buff. But no, instead, Demi will fall back and go ahead and pick up that teleport.
Even though these slap fights in the solo lane, they look like they don't mean much, but they actually do. What happens there is Salt Machine makes Demi use a lot of his mana, so when maybe a team fight does break out on the other side of the map, Salt Machine's ready to rotate while Demi can't.
Speaking of Salt Machine, still sitting on Teleport 1. It is active and ready to go. A full Teleport 3 picked up on the last back. And you'll notice he's walking back to lane, talking about Demi. This is so he can actually rotate to the Gold Fury a little bit later than if Salt Machine were to, take the Teleport. But he's going to do, no, not the same thing. Sitting still on Teleport 1, going into Runeforge Hammer.
Okay, so thinking that he's not going to be needing to make the rotations too quickly as Salt Machine, rather preferring for the more mid-game itemization option here. BGM's going to get caught out of position. Adapting's going to lock him in.
Decent damage.
They're going to deal a decent amount of damage, but they're not really willing to commit as Epsilon.
decent damage, not from adapting that time. Yaman forced the backflip a bit early.
Let's take a listen to with Epsilon's comms as iRaffer moves in and adapting goes up.
Be careful, Joust are blinders. I'm pulling Osiris. Trying to make it safe. Junk me ulting. I need help. Run me.
Look at strong.
I'm on strong.
Close up.
Careful.
Careful. Okay, I have a slow.
You wanna go?
Nothing. Yeah, healing. Nice.
Spread out. I have to get out.
Yes, down.
Hold him in. Part me.
Nice.
Alright, go. Hombat's alive. How much you spawned?
The delayed deicide will result in a gold Fury pickup by Epsilon, and once again adapting. We've heard him called the best player in the world, comes up with a phenomenal set of plays.
Poor Joust. The whole time he's trying to jump out of that fight when he's actually getting stuck against the wall. It looked to me like he was aiming his targeter inside the wall and was unable to jump away. He got caught. I mean, that's land nerves. That's what's happening when you're on the biggest stage of all.
Yeah, and that's the thing. When you're looking to escape with someone with a leap, you automatically default to max range leap, but what happened is that clipped the wall. He really needed to do a medium range leap to get out of there.
And a small mistake like that results in Hunbots not getting anything off in that fight. They won the extended 5v4 as a result, and there's Yaman, 3 kills out of the 5 in that exchange, and of course the Gold Fury afterwards. They're up now 3,600 gold.
And Raffer's Amir, I mean, is this going to be the second year in a row where we're going to see Amir from a European squad be the difference maker? And will we see a ban on the father of the Frost Giants?
I mean, if you're going to play Zhang Kui against Epsilon, Ymir has to go away. I mean, I think that's what it is. This is the second time we've seen them do this, and it's incredible.
Right, I mean, when you think about Chaos's god pool right now, we've only seen Zhang Kui and we've only seen Agni, both gods which Ymir is a good counter to.
Fair enough, yeah, with the dash and with the need to basically walk into the fight from Zhang Kui. And you notice there, Raffer has leveled up the wall yet again. I think he has 3 points in it now in his first 10.
Yeah.
Yeah, the 3-4-1-2 is the build-up for your Amir.
Very strong. I mean, just being able to block
it's heresy to not level the stun. Basically, I mean, like 3 months ago,
Glacial Strike.
If someone, yeah, I mean, Glacial Strike and the stun are always the first 2 maxed.
It does work well with this comp because he does have the root from Neith. All Neith needs is half a second to guarantee her root, and it doesn't DR the target.
Which is so good, too. I mean, with this wall, being able to block out for so long, at this rank, I'm pretty sure, if it's level 3, I would assume it's 5 seconds, yes? 4 seconds, 5 seconds? 4 seconds.
Start counting, 3, 4. Okay, 5 seconds.
It's like 1,000 seconds.
Yeah, a long time is the point there, as it's Raffer adapting and Yaman in the mid lane facing off Chaos, Pain of Beyond, and a Joust. All 3 from the same positions here, the support, the jungler, and the mid laner.
Plus, they have the Thor wall as well, which is really important. I mean, consider, Vidium does not have a jump, he has a dash. So does Athenas. Zhang Kui has neither. Salt Machine would have to use his ult or his passive, I guess, to get through these things. Structure comp against enemies' current team comp is actually really strong.
Yeah, I mean, and they're doing a great job of making enemy use their actives. 3 times, all 3 deaths that Adjust has had is because he's been caught without his beads up.
It seems like more and more teams are really figuring out the Hun bots in this tournament. He's been a very, very popular pick. He's factored in pretty heavily to, yeah, you could go, Brandon.
I mean, this sounds like 2012, 2013 when, original Sun Wukong broke the game entirely.
I thought you were going to say that you called that Hun bots was going to be a pivotal pick in this tournament.
Oh, no. I mean, this is, well, I did, but this is like way old school, right? I mean, Zap, you remember way back in the day, I mean, Sun Wukong was banned every tournament, and then eventually people let him through. It's like, I don't think people remember how to play him anymore, and if they do, we figured out how to fight him.
Yeah, I mean, he was extremely strong. His passive actually gave him 10% movement speed. Movement speed is one of the strongest stats in this game.
Yeah, the out-of-combat movement.
Tell that to Analyst yesterday, who got that crit twice in a row, right?
Yeah. but this is why Thor is such a popular pick. If Adjust or the other team wants to go for the Hunbots pick, it's very weak in the early game. So you saw Adapting put a lot of pressure into the duo lane, while Adjust, all he could do was just farm.
Speaking of Adapting, the Mail of Renewal getting started up here. Once that's finished, he's going to have full CDR and a lot more effective frontline push in these fights. Remember, with the Raffer's Wall, he'll have a way to get in and out very efficiently. And if he does find 1 kill, he's going to start taking health back faster than what I assume enemy can deal.
But once again, it's Yaman. I mean, there's so much attention paid to the rest of the squad on Epsilon, but this cat is the reason that they are winning these games. 4-0 and 6 on the knee.
Oh, this
finds 2 wards.
That was 2 sentries too.
The dream.
That was really
sentry return from Vicium there as he rotates in and does get that vision back. But Yaman is definitely the player to watch here. I mean, there's some flashy plays coming out of Raffer and Adapting, but Yaman is the rock that is the key to victory for Epsilon.
Emilito right now, Stellar Burst, some damage to Chaos, not a lot. They're going to pressure in.
There's a Polynomica done on Emilito here, so you know, each one of those shots is starting to tick this tower down more and more.
Speaking of which, look at that one, adapting to the sky, and the backline gonna miss, but the structure comp starts to tick away. Raffer with a ton of damage from the ultimate, and adapting, although he's in trouble. The Mail of Renewal, a small amount of CDR lets him get in and out very efficiently.
Yeah, I mean, that one just comes down to the ability to lock those targets down with the structures in the Soul ultimate, and you notice that Soul is going for a very mage-esque buildup.
You got to be so impressed with Epsilon. What they did there is they baited their 2 carries, so Athena thought she was safe. She got, oh, I got a taunt on 2 carries. Raffer was waiting in the back line there, so once the taunt went off...
Whoa. Soul Machine that has just not rotated over at all. He finally gets back, and there's the wall. He walks over. I don't even think it needed, but the Phoenix is going to fall at 18 minutes, and the teleport available on Soul Machine does not get used.
A little bit odd by Salt Machine not rotating there. He probably thought he couldn't do anything, try to get as much farm as he can.
Maybe just misjudging the damage coming up from Soul with Polynomicon as well. And yeah, he does... What's so curious there is that he kind of commits to that split push, but gets what? 7%, 10% damage on that tier 1 tower on the right side.
Let's go back to the replay. Let's check out, the unsung hero again. It's going to be Yaman from the backside, doing as much damage as possible. Immediately puts the weave down and is ready to initiate on the fight again.
Doesn't even need the ultimate here. You can just see how the fight breaks out, and then comes that AoE route to hold them in place. Damage coming through, and there's a rampage for Yaman here. He'll find a second kill as well at the end of this.
Yeah, the most impressive thing, like I was saying before, is that the carries baited themselves for the Athena to come in. Raffer waiting in the back line, moves forward, uses his freeze, forces beats, and then adapting goes up in the air as Thor to clean them up.
It's an 8,000 gold lead, or at least almost. They're getting there. I mean, Epsilon has already put themselves in a great spot.
Oh, adapting once more, looking over here, just outside of the red buff, going to go into multiple targets here. They're going to force a leap out of a Just. The wall just off the mark. Adapting, still going to move in.
He's missed everything.
Yeah, he missed all of his abilities there.
And he's fine.
He's going to beads away from the Hunbot's ultimate, and Raffer's now going to take the brunt of the damage from enemy, but in will come Emilito.
Wall.
The shell's been used. The wall is there. Pain of Beyond's frozen in place. He'll take a bunch of damage from Stellar Burst, plus the Polynomicon proc.
That root, man.
But that should be enough to get them out. It just actually goes in, but they're walled off by... Oh, the burst!
So close. If actually he didn't get stopped there by the wall, he might have died because he was stepping inside the trail left by Soul.
Just too much poke. I mean, a Just is poked out. Salt Machine's poked out as well. It doesn't look like enemy's going to have a very good option to aggress in here. In will come Salt Machine plus an Athena ultimate, but too little, too late. Can they find the return kills?
No. Dimmy in the back line just going right through them all. They're going to continue their pressure onto Raffer. It's possible. Damage coming through from Bedium. They'll need a few more. Perfect wall. The slow coming off, but Chiron will catch it in the back. Helped with Chaos with the guard.
Yeah, if Osiris was there a second early, they really could have done something in that fight. That was the kind of fight they had to take. Epsilon was half HP, half mana doing that Gold Fury.
Well, 15-7 now for Epsilon. They've built themselves a nice and comfortable lead. 9,000 gold and nearly 9,500 experience to their credit through 20 minutes here. 15-7. It's looking pretty good for them. They find their second Gold Fury as well and avoid major losses on the retreat. Still the mid-Phoenix down for enemy.
Yeah, I mean, enemy's not out of this yet, but Soul has a huge lead, almost 3K on the Chiron. It's going to be really tough for Vedium to get the kind of damage output that Emilito is doing right now in the team.
And Vedium just procced into level 15 as well. He just got there, which puts Emilito so far ahead. I mean, Chiron is a very strong character, but he's not like a hyper carry. I mean, Soul has the potential to do so from the backline.
Yeah, an enemy right now in these team fights, they can still win a team fight. They do have the Zonkwe all in, plus the big AoE CC of Adjust. What they need to do in these team fights is Athena alt, Salt Machine, go into the back line, try to take out this Soul or the Neath, who doesn't really have a great escape.
Adjust again, forced to beads here. Raffer looking for the wall. No, he second-guessed himself, and as a result, it will miss.
No tier 1 towers remaining on the side of enemy, just a tier 2 on the left and a tier 2 on the right. Mid lane, about a minute away, it looks like, from that Phoenix respawning as well. It looks like the aggression is going to come to the left side, where Vicium is completely isolated there. The Neath ultimate getting credited for that kill.
That was beautiful. The way they shut him down, the way they brought him forward, they gave him no room to walk. They're going to get another tier 2. The lead extends again by another 1,500. Adjust, no beads here. Going to get flung around. He jumps away. 10-second cooldown, trying to find a way out of this one. Adapting, not willing to let this one go. Stays inside the Fear No Evil, and it's going to be a kill for Dimmy.
This is a really, really tough position now for enemy here. Left side being split pushed by a Polynomicon Soul plus the Neath. They're going to be forced to invest in it here, but not before that Phoenix does go down. Emilito looks like he wants to continue fighting, and indeed he will as Adapting comes crashing in. Another brilliant wall out of Raffer. The ultimate going to pop it down. Will go Chaos. 4 members down, just Salt Machine still alive. But not being too greedy yet is Epsilon. Now they will go in and start damaging the Titan. But with 2 Phoenixes down, they know that this Fire Giant is wide open, and they're going to make their way to the right side of the map.
I really thought they were going to end their Zap.
They could have ended it, but, you know, they just wanted to have that mindset. Let's play discipline, let's play discipline.
And I think, you know, trapping enemy in this game where they're so far behind is, you know, it's starting to chip away probably at their morale. Because look at it. I mean, enemy has a Joust on one of his top gods, Chaos on one of his top gods, and Pain on one of his top gods as well. And Salt Machine on his signature Osiris. This is their comfort picks, and they're getting really worked by the Amir.
They're going to bring 2 in. They've released the Fire Giant from the fight, it seems. Yaman will take some damage off the Mist Tank. They're going for it, though. Salt Machine not taking a lot of damage. They definitely overcommitted to this fight on the side of Epsilon, and there's not a lot of mana for them to continue this.
That's big. The Athena taunt is down now, so the re-aggression is going to be really unlikely for enemy for at least the next 10 seconds.
I thought they were going to go in. I mean, Raffer, you can see, he's actually going back right now.
Yeah, you notice how Epsilon backed one at a time. They wanted to make sure they staggered their backs so enemy didn't feel confident enough to use their to go for Fire Giant there.
Demi on the right side continues to hold. He wants to keep himself close enough to the Fire Giant to ensure that they have control. You can see him rotating in after he helps clear the wave. Salt Machine's going to be back in here. Again. Teleport still available. He's got his Nemean Lion and Shield of the Underworld combo on as well to try to help shut down some of the auto attack damage. And obviously, Neath can be very effective in that regard, but Soul not as affected.
You almost never will see a height of the Nemean line outside of a 6th slot. It just goes to show you how far ahead Epsilon is. Especially considering that Soul is a big-time problem here for Salt Machine, and the Thor, not so much. It's really only the Neath that's going to be too affected by the Hive.
Chiron in some trouble early. Ultimate, that's a huge point of CC reduction gone. They're still going right into him. He does get the block, actually, in the World Weaver.
The block comes out from Salt Machine, but it's just not going to be enough to stop the damage coming out from adapting.
Uh-oh, it just jumped early. Thor still in the sky, it seems. Yeah, he'll blink out, but he gets the double tap.
Yeah, he's still going to be in trouble as the beads are going to be used to reset cooldowns. Just in a lot of trouble here. He is going to go down as well. Yaman is divine. 9 kills and no deaths for the mid laner of Epsilon.
You know, if enemy could blind pick, they would have probably picked this comp, but they have no practice in NA against Ymir. Ymir is almost never picked in NA, and this Ymir pick is literally winning them the game.
We saw them use this against Cloud9 effectively. That has Epsilon and enemy as well. Seems to not have an answer for the god and the creator and the father of the Frost Giants.
No trouble whatsoever there. Pain Evian going to get looked to as Adapting goes deep to try to continue the fight. Wall about to come out. Yeah, Pain Evian blocked off. Pain Evian stunned. He's rooted and he's gone. Adapting with the kill.
I mean, those of you at home or watching here in the audience, I think everybody knows what it feels like to get beat by a support Amir.
Whoa, wait.
Just everywhere.
Bart, wait. 3-1-19? Has Adapting been a part of literally every single kill?
Adapting sitting on 100% kill participation in this game. 22 kills in 25 minutes.
It's not even
and
possible.
the Thor has been in all of them. 19 of the kills participated in by Yaman as well.
Jeez. Zap, talk to us a little bit about that. Like, how does a jungler get to that point?
Global's hard.
That's incredible. I mean, that just means Adapting is the one. He's play calling. He's leading his team. He's telling them where to fight, when to fight, and who to go on.
Well, he should stick around for this one. Yeah, Fire Minions coming in from 2 sources, it seems. You'll see, it looks like Yaman going to back up just to get those creeps into the jungle. They have 3 full waves coming in just a second. Are they going to take this opportunity?
Yeah, there's no rush for Epsilon. They're just going to wait here, wait for the fire creeps to pour in from all 3 waves, and probably maybe take down these Phoenixes as they spawn.
I do want to give you a little factoid here about Demi. Demi has been pretty ill for this entire tournament.
Yeah.
And you may notice it in his playstyle. It's a little bit more passive than you expect to see out of this player, especially considering what happened in Super Regionals. That being said, I believe he's died under 5 times in the entire World Championship tournament. That's not a joke. Yeah, I mean, he's sitting somewhere between like 0 and like 4 deaths.
And that's another Phoenix. That's another 1,500 gold between the two. Check out gold in hand here. They're going to back and spend it. It's a great opportunity. Oh, everyone over 2K except for Demi at 1,900. 10,000 gold is about to be spent.
Yeah, there's no point to risk it. You know, it's very dangerous fighting it to 5 and trying to kick out the Titan. They're going to back up. They all had 2,000 gold in hand. They're going to get another item, you know, get another power spike, and then look to end the game.
And they still have 2 minutes with this Fire Giant with 3 Phoenixes down. Nothing is stopping them from taking this over. They still have 6 towers up. Even if they wind up wiping in this fight, there's no way there's enough time for enemy to return this game.
Yeah, there's a Ratatouille out on the Soul as well, which means his poke is going to start nearly killing a Just. I mean, like, there's not much that he can do really against the Polynomicon Ratatouille combination. It's going to be about 1,000 damage out of those Stellar Bursts.
Adapting leading the charge here. Yaman right behind. Just kind of like how the casters talk about it usually.
Yeah. And well, you see Amir and Sol making their way up, and it's going to be a purple pot Amir at the 27th minute.
I think that's a good idea.
Yeah,
I mean, if you know you're going to end, spend the 450.
Yeah, he's just min-maxing his damage. There's no reason if you have 500 gold left to not get that purple pot.
He's going to go for the probably the extra damage out of his ultimate onto the Titan is what Raptor's got to be looking for here.
Adapting, baiting the back. I was affected. What about you?
Yeah, definitely. It's just mind games. Mind games that Adapting's playing, they want to show that they're a dominant team, and they want to, get them in a really demoralized mentality for game 2.
Adapting showing off his best Omega perchination there, spamming the recalls. Now will go up into the sky.
Clean.
With the ultimate coming down from the Amir with the purple pot. Epsilon cleanly takes enemy down.
So it's great. They get the Fire Giant. They go back to the front. They take the right Phoenix, the right tier 2. They go right into the mid lane, get the respawns of the Phoenixes for another 1,500, get a few buffs out of the jungle, and then they back. They don't try to push the win. They're not trying to do anything crazy. They spend 10,000 gold and walk into that base, ignore the ads, and take down the boss.
Yeah, I mean, it was an extremely methodical play by Epsilon. They had a huge lead. This was only a 26, 28-minute game, and they took every single tower, every single Phoenix, and every single objective from enemy.
This could be a quick set.
Now it really comes down to enemy with some of the best picks that they have in their available rosters, unable to break through Epsilon, playing, well, basically an Amir plus a couple of Hunters.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing. They played their exact comp that they've won every single game with. I'm curious to see what they can bring out.
Well, we'll see what enemy has left in the tank, guys. Let's toss it over to Golden Boy to break down game number 1. Analyst, take it away.
Thank you so much, Bart. And in what was a draft that was absolutely on enemy side, they just could not get it done against Epsilon. Look at you over there, Ataraxia. What's up?
I mean, I disagree. I think any EU fans at home, any EU ranked players or competitive players will know that is an EU draft. That is, you guys are all talking about how the enemy draft is perfect. So that is EU's perfect draft, and we saw why,
I think it was more the execution of the draft, okay? And in all honesty, too, right? Epsilon had those gods that could look for the early picks. Sol dominates lane. They have the Neath ult, the Neath global, the Thor global, as well as the Ymir walls. And that's what we saw from First Blood, too. Early on, Pain de Vion gets picked. He walks into the jungle immediately. Iraffer perfectly walls him off, and then the Sol damage and then adapting coming out of the jungle is just too much for him to handle.
Honestly, this is one of the few times I think we saw enemy not play to their draft. They drafted this team comp that they've been looking for, where they fight at about that 20 to 25 minute mark, and they were looking for fights really early, about that 10-minute mark. We saw a couple times where they re-engaged fights that they were already losing, that they had no business being in.
And I felt like they played actually, it was okay at about the 10-minute mark because it was even still. But then eventually it just didn't work for them, and a couple people got picked. A Joust definitely got picked off, did not have a strong game. And, we also noticed Adapting also not having his best game. Some missed mechanics here or there. He wasn't the Adapt King we saw in game 4 or 5, but still, such a great play.
I think we saw some mistakes. It wasn't the usual, perfect hit every single ability from Adapting. But, saying that, it was still a Thor worthy of the world stage.
Sure.
He did contribute to 100% of the kills, I believe, by the end, which is, that's not an easy feat. That is... You don't see that every day, So even though he did miss a few abilities, I think the fact that we are criticizing Adapting for going for a perfect game, 100% kill participation, and he missed a few abilities, and that is criticism for Adapting, just says how good he actually is.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense, and I do agree with you there. He still had a great performance.
Everywhere on the map.
Yeah.
Just everywhere.
He had presence, right? And I even felt like perhaps enemy knew that as well. They were looking at this and saying, oh crap, here comes Adapting. And that can kind of throw you off as well. Like, you're worrying about so many weapons on Epsilon, so many players, that at any point in time could just turn up and just wreck you. Right?
Yeah. So, Adapting played so well, but really the highlight of this match for me was Yemen. Yemen played absolutely on fire, and we're seeing why these Hunter middles are so in the meta right now. How incredible was that Neath play? It was amazing. The entirety of it was so great.
It was just perfect setup, and honestly, for enemy, if I'm enemy, I'm looking at banning away Sol, because right now, that's really what's making the Hunter's mid so potent, because they can put Sol over in that dual lane. And we actually saw Fnatic run a very similar composition against enemy as well, but enemy played a very passive game. They only allowed Fnatic to get about 4K ahead, and then they held out until late game.
Well, this is the thing. They banned Freya going into this because I assume they felt like the Freya was the more dangerous pick out of Freya and saw that enabled the Neath middle. So can they actually ban both, because then we see the dangerous situation of Jingxian, Bologna, or Kepri making it through. And if enemy end up going for the first pick, as we probably expect, then they're going to let 2 go to Epsilon if they try to do that strategy,
But here's
and
the
that
thing,
is
too.
bad for them.
Epsilon could also just not ban top-tier gods and just target out players, and then they immediately get 2 top-tier picks.
Yeah, I mean, that's completely true. They could do that. There's so many, right now, the ball is in Epsilon's court. They have so many options that they can run with, and it's really for enemy to try to figure out, what, they have just a couple moments to try to figure out, all right, we need a new game plan because obviously ours didn't work. We had the NA versus EU, perfect draft picks, as Adiraxia said. We looked at the NA comp, we're like, that's brilliant. He looked at the EU comp, he's like, no, that's brilliant. So we have those completely competing ideals, and so obviously one of them was better than the others, and so we need to see them try to transition a little bit, either get rid of the Ymir, get rid of something that, really makes those EU comps work, or transition towards it themselves.
There's only one way to find out how this is all going to shape up, folks, and that is in the picks and bans for game number 2. Will enemy answer back and put one on the board, or will Epsilon just make sure that they're one step closer from being the SMITE World Champions? Let's go into the picks and bans. All right, folks, here we go. Epsilon eSports, enemy. Epsilon on the red, enemy in the blue. Let's see what we have coming up first. Incon, what do you think?
First note here, of course, is enemy is that first pick. Because they lost, that means they do get to pick of the side that they want. So they have opted for that first pick side, which, the order side has definitely the higher win percentage this tournament. For whatever reason, it usually probably because you get either the Bologna or the Xing 10 pick, how this is usually.
Didn't C9 Epsilon, didn't order side win every game?
Yeah, I believe so.
So, I mean, enemy also against Paradigm won every order side game. We know enemy prefers order side, so like I said, that first game, the fact that they didn't get order could be important.
They are sticking to their guns. Enemy, every time they are on first pick, have banned out this Jingxian as the first thing. And I think that's to force the issue that, Epsilon need to ban Bologna, otherwise they're going to get Bologna. Yeah,
it's pretty straightforward. At that point, Bologna becomes the majority pick where you go, oh, that is the big highlight god that we'll be looking at. So, but it gives them a totally free ban. They don't have to worry about banning it because they always have the option to first pick it. So it does put the pressure over towards Epsilon.
We've also always seen Europe fine with giving away Bologna in that first pick spot if they get the Sobek for the solo lane matchup. I don't think it's had too much success so far, but that's something we could look to because we know Dimmy, he could play a Sobek.
Yeah, I mean, Sobek a great pick to counter the Bologna, but the problem is, will Sobek bring the same presence in a team fight that the Bologna does? And I know Adiraxia loves the Sobek for the late game.
Yeah, I think Sobek, especially, if Dimmy is confident enough to run it against an Osiris, which is a losing farm matchup for Sobek, as we saw in that game, adapt in store again, very exciting.
We could see Serket here because it was banned away last time.
Yeah, they might early pick it because they tend not to. But then
I think this is comfort for Joust because he did not have the best game. He got picked off a couple times, especially once Epsilon started picking up the aggressive pace.
Yeah, if we're going to see that Serket, though, I want to see a Geb instead of an Athena. Geb is one of my favorite pairings with Serket because it allows Serket to use her entire kit to go in and do damage and then still have the safety of the Geb shield. But they're going to be leading towards that Zhonghui, which they played almost every single game. Now, I got yelled at when I played Zhonghui every single game, so let's see what happens.
This is very, very bad for Pain, Pain de Viande in particular, because Geb is going to get picked here, and then Athena is going to get banned.
And then he'll be forced into Bacchus.
If he has to play Bacchus again, then I am not living enemy.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think Geb was the better pick for the Zhong Kui because I think Agni could have worked here, right? So even if Epsilon banned away that Zhong, I think Agni would have worked into enemy's comp just the same.
Yeah, we've seen Chaos play an amazing Agni, so I don't know why they love the Zhong. I mean, Zhong Kui is very good, but we know he has counters, he can be dealt with, and I think they should maybe take a step away and consider getting Pain his gods, because Chaos has other gods that he is very, very good at.
Right. I don't know why they're shying away from this Agni so much. That's really his highlight god. Not only that, but it does so much burst damage, and it's so much harder to deal with, just by buying Shell. That's, of course, the pretty normal counter to Zhonghui. You get the Shell, but you can't just Shell Agni.
Enemy are taking a long time on this ban, and I think they realize what we're talking about right now. I think they regret it. And I like the Sobek ban because that's the expected soul lane matchup. that I think Demi would have brought in. Now the question is Demi going to play Hades, which is also a decent counter to Bologna early?
I think he'll play Tier. I think Demi has
that
a
as
very
well.
good
We haven't seen Tier yet.
Oh,
at all.
Yaman's Isis, exciting stuff. This was a, you know, C9 ended up banning this because it was so effective, and I think they won. Did they win most of the games with this? It was pretty. It was pretty up there. Either way, I do expect a Tier or maybe an Osiris out of Demi, but really knowing Demi,
I could just pull a Gandhi and just make numbers up.
I think I would almost like to see a C9 here and then pick Giannis instead, but I think Isis works just as well.
I do like the Chiron pick. I mean, he actually played very well in Chiron, having a couple early kills. Very good use of the ultimate coming out. But now the question is, what will Pain de Viande play? All of his typical gods are off the board.
Ares is actually great here. I just don't think he can play it. I actually really like Ares in this spot.
Ares thinking too. You can see him.
Yeah,
it's got to be. That's. I think this is a weakness in Godpool right here. Like, NA, I love them, but they cannot play Ares outside of a few players.
I think we're seeing a parallel to, as sad as to say, is the Titan last year with the weakness of Kanye's Godfall. He had very, very dominant, best in the world showings on some gods, but then when he got off those, he was, you know, not as strong.
All right, well, this is it. It's locked in and ready to go. Ataraxia, how do you feel about Epsilon's chances here?
You know me, I'm always going to back my EU boys. I think they have definitely won the draft before. I think Enemy got what they wanted in the first game. Not this game. Epsilon take this game.
I think Epsilon has the better draft this game, and I give it to Epsilon.
Epsilon.
I would have, for this game, I would definitely have to agree with you guys. Epsilon, without a doubt, it looks really good for them. All right, guys, here we go. Game number 2. Can Enemy answer back, or will Epsilon extend their series lead? Casters, take it from here.
Thank you very much, Golden Boy. Ladies and gentlemen, it's game number 2, and Epsilon is once again poised with a hell of a roster.
Even Golden Boys voting against North America. That's a bad sign.
Yeah, I mean, when Adapting gets Thor, how can Epsilon lose?
Well, Adapting is Thor, Raffer has Geb.
Yeah, but that's the thing. They did pick Geb, so expect the game to be a little bit slower than it was last game with the Amir.
Totally. Yeah, I mean, I'm expecting here to see the this Geb plus Thor plus the Isis combination be a big problem.
All right, Chaos coming to the jungle here. What is going to happen? Are they looking for something? They're just trying to ward. We're riding in pretty heavily. Demi by himself.
Yeah, they saw Demi kind of moving around to the right side here. He's going to be in the lane, though. He's going to get a good glimpse of them trying to turn this corner here. Yeah, indeed, Demi has spotted out. The entire team will be communicating that, and you'll see that Raffer will be perfectly happy to walk now into the enemy jungle.
Really clever for him just to hug the wall that way. There was no chance that they were going to pick up a character that's so mobile at this level. They're going to lose the ward coverage, but it doesn't seem like they care all that much.
Yeah, Enemy just grouping up as 5 here, hoping and praying that they could catch someone from Epsilon out of position.
Bacchus just on the left side of mid lane. He's going to get definitely rooted out by the Neath if she wants to. Nope.
She missed.
Emilito missed.
Yeah, just barely, too. Emilito, not really known for inaccuracy. Surprised that he missed a mechanical shot like
Still, it does force out the belly flop to be skilled.
Yeah, I mean, Emilito has been super impressive this tournament. To me, he's been the player, you know, Yaman was the unsung hero, but I also think Emilito, his rotations have forced so many kills for the side of Epsilon.
Well, now, I've been trying to prop up Yaman, and now it's just fallen over to Emilito. I mean, really, the point
Their whole
being,
team.
They're all really good. I mean, they're all basically superstars in their own individual roles. And Demi, we didn't even really mention this, but Demi playing his signature tier.
All right, pulled so far, seems pretty clean. Pain de Viande taking a few more steps than he really should. He's going to be about 6 steps away, which is going to wind up hurting him, but not too much. They have to be careful, though. There's a very high damage with Neath on the top side. It looks like Neath should be getting to lane first.
And it will be the purple pot Jonkwe to try to go toe-to-toe with the Isis here. Her clear is, as per usual, exceptional.
Yeah, the biggest thing for me is where is Adapting going to apply the pressure? They don't really have winning lanes on the side.
Joust taking a lot of damage. Right side camp's definitely going to red. Left side looks like we'll be going to blue. Pain de Viande once again in a lot of trouble, almost giving up first blood for the 2nd game in a row.
In return, though, Emilito has taken quite a bit of poke as well. He does have a weave down, though. He can heal that back up nicely once he gets level 3 with Unravel.
I think he just wants to take the swing, man. I think he wants to go for it.
Okay, yeah, so yeah, he'll just elect to detonate this this wave. No, he won't. Okay.
Nice shot from Vitium.
Yeah, the poke from Vitium there. Nicely done.
Pain de Viande trying to control the front line. Raffer still has Shockwave. Looks like he's going to be moving forward here to keep the pressure on. Emilito, same thing. Vitium going to be forced back under his tower. They shouldn't lose too much, if any, golds here. They're doing a great job of controlling these creeps.
Meanwhile, in the mid lane, the back camps have been picked up. Left side, back camps picked up by Epsilon. Right side, back camps picked up by the Chaos and a Just combination. And back to lane a little bit faster is, of course, the Isis Thor.
They're trying to just keep pace, but it seems like because of that early, I think, misstep by a Joust, it all belongs to Epsilon. They'll have this cleared before it looks like Joust will even get there. You'll see a longer route taken by Chaos as well.
Yeah, both mid and jungle players are both trying to reach 5 as fast as they can to hit that power spike.
Smart rotation, the way that Chaos threw that over the wall, allowing a Joust to pick the camp up with a small amount of damage from his mid laner. This ensures that...
Check out the right side here. There's a great angle coming out by adapting the Fearless Chain into the wall by Dimmy as well. There is no ultimate available from Salt Machine, and in will come the Thor. The stun is on. The Mjolnir's a 2-man. The spin to win. Dimmy credited with a kill.
The second game in a row in which the First Bloods is spelt out by a beautiful wall by adapting.
Yeah, Dimmy there did a great job of baiting himself. He was 3-4 HP, Bologna was full HP, so Bologna thought she could have the pressure and try to fight him, but adapting was on his way and got First Blood.
It's going to get worse now for Enemy too, because when Emilito hits 5 and gets that global presence, it's not going to provide the same level of map pressure as the Constellation shots to the sky. Yeah, he'll take it safe. Smart.
Yeah, he won't find anything there, but it's better to expend that ultimate and get a little bonus experience than it is to just hold it and not find anything. And already, of course, a First Blood has been credited to Epsilon.
And the important thing there is adapting just wanted to take a chance. By the time mid-Harpy spawn again, his ultimate will be up for that crucial fight.
So he controls the wave, helps it clear out a little bit faster, locks Chaos under the tower, and still is able to rotate for back camps and get back to the mid lane. Dimmy in a lot of trouble, though. That's true damage, and he's gone. Return kill. Joust finally shows up.
Yeah, that's a nice response there coming out of Enemy to get the kill, within the same minute.
Yeah, I think both solo lanes have been spoiled from last game. Last game, there was literally no pressure from the junglers in the solo lane, and now both of them changed up their game plan.
Emilito taking some decent damage there. Vidium not going to commit to the shot. I thought they were going to go for it. If Pain hit a good belly flop there with the fact that Emilito had no mana left, it was a guaranteed kill, but they want to play it safe.
Yeah, one of the weaknesses of Chiron is he doesn't have any follow-up CC like most other hunters. On her with his spear, Neath with her root, etc.
It's a little bit weaker as a kill lane maybe as the Chiron, but of course a very safe kind of farmer and can deal some nice damage in team fights with that ultimate as well from very, very long distance. A little bit similar to a Rom in that regard.
Oh, Shockwave. Yeah, Shockwave going to be used, and the Spirit Ball. She still winds up getting the golden experience as Raffer begins to rotate over towards the left side. Camps are respawning. Right side going to red, left side contested, but they're going to change their route here. Adapting, taking some damage. Vicium smart to use his shot 4. CC immunity, looking at Emilito in the back line, seeing if he's going to go for the World Weaver.
Yeah, adapting there went for a somewhat risky play. He knew mid-Harpies were coming up, so Enemy expected the jungler to be there, but instead he tried to gank the Chiron. Didn't work out.
Can we see gold in hand, please? I want to check out where Thor is right now. Let's see, pretty far down the list, actually just getting his boots online, it seems. Just with a slight advantage in gold in hand. You'll notice actually a little bit more gold as well. Oh, is that stolen?
Leading golden hand, however, is the Bacchus as items are picked up and getting closer and closer to those boots here. Raffer's going to move in. Did he steal that? He did indeed steal the purple buff away. And now the Neath ultimate coming out. It's going to be blocked by Pain just barely at that.
Belly flops down here. Yaman does not find it. Pain able to dodge and a beautiful intoxicate.
Woo! Wow. Whoa. Ladies and gentlemen, adapting.
They're still going, though. Joust going to find a decent ultimate here. Yaman definitely will go down. The poison does not spread, but a 1-for-1 exchange so far in favor of no one.
Yeah, nice rotation there. And once the Isis ultimate is down, it's very easy for Sean Quay to walk in and pop the bag of demons open and find himself a return kill. It's just very dangerous to fight into the Isis.
Can we actually hover on adapting, please? I want to see what he's leveling, because with that damage, it had to have been the hammer, right?
Yeah, I was actually thinking that as well. It did a lot of damage on that return swing.
Yeah, there he is, level 4.
That's the kind of confidence adapting has. A lot of players, they want to have that guaranteed spin damage off his Berserker Barrage, but adapting, confident, went for his hammer first.
Yeah, also not to mention that he only has the 1 point in the Tectonic Rift there, which you need 2 points to guarantee the double tap.
Yeah, actually, this does make sense because he is paired with the Isis, so they have a lot of poke coming out and a lot of CC to guarantee the hammer hit.
Salt Machine going back into the jungle, looking for his blue buff now after a successful steal on the top side. No, instead, we'll be going way back to the back camps. Spreading this, it looks like, with a Joust, who is just leaving the base now. We'll likely either see him take blue or speed as well to maximize his efficiency. Oh, that was a little early.
Yeah, I don't think they split that, did they?
No, they did not.
Yeah, Salt Machine really wanting to get back to lane now. And maybe they're going to try to set up a kill here, in fact, onto Dimmy. He'll clear this wave out nice and easy here. Dimmy looks like he wants to continue the aggression, but nope, Sarkett has gone ahead and gone for that orange buff, and Dimmy will walk back to his tower safely.
And Joust does not split that either as he goes over towards the lane, it seems, to hold this. So more pressure on the right than the left right now for blue. Strange, though. I would have expected Adjust to go and split all of these camps. They're not getting any.
Yeah, a little bit uncharacteristic from Adjust. You heard Aurora the other day saying how Enemy has improved so much in splitting their camps, but this game has shown otherwise.
Maybe that might be dissent in the communications, perhaps. I mean, usually they were so communicative. Their CC chains were so on point, and it seems a little bit lackluster so far, but they're still keeping pace. It's 2-2. Gold actually in their advantage by about 200, and they have 1,200 experience as well.
Yeah, Just is making a bit better of an impact than he did last game. Last game he was 0-3 on the Humbots, and this game 1-0 on the Circuit.
Raffer looking at 4 at this mid-camp. That's definitely going to go the way of Blue. Raffer going to have to try to get out of this one. Adjust likely to ult here as Adapting comes in as well. Lots of ults coming out to Chaos. He's just barely alive. He'll go down. They're trying for it. Adapting going to get hit one more time, and he's going down. It's going to be another 1-for-1.
Yeah, I realized about halfway through that he had to cut his losses and not get the poison spreading with the team. Raffer rotating on the backside, doesn't matter. Yaman does pick up the kill to Pain of Yaman, but in will come Adjust again. Cobra's Kiss is going to be used, and the damage coming out from Gambol to Yaman is there. And indeed, it's a turnaround by Enemy, 5-4 in 7.5 minutes.
I think the adjustment has been made, Bart.
Yeah, it looked pretty nice there. I mean, I think Circuit is a little bit of a better character in this lineup than Honbots was in the last.
I just don't understand how Adjust gets to play this god every single game. Like, every game that he seems he wants to get Circuit, he gets it. Why does no one ban this away?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of teams value that Thor. They value that global pressure and the early game pressure that Thor brings.
All right, so coming back down, Salt Machine, another steal as Dimmy walks in with, I think, a thirst for that blue buff. You can see his monopool very small right now. He's going to be forced to back soon. Does he have teleport available to him, and will he even go for it if he goes for blink? Yeah, no defensive actives.
So the teleport plus the blink means that things like Circuit Ultimate are going to be guaranteed to lock that tier down, but you know, Tier's one of the better gods to kind of forego beads or Aegis on, as you do have the passive Lawbringer that states that all CC will be reduced to 1 second.
Which is fine.
Which is just...
It's just fine.
The state of balance.
Adjust, walking back into the jungle, looking at Emilito. Cobra's Kiss will hit. Emilito going to take a 10% shot as well. 50% of his health gone in an instant.
Yeah, I love the play there by Adjust. The discipline, the presence of mind to know that.
Nice dodge.
Yeah, Adapting force a tamer out there.
Oh, and decent damage as well, and technically a dodge as she goes into the Wind Gust to avoid the knockup.
Yeah, exactly. And like I was saying, Adjust with the presence of mind not to use his full kit there, not to waste his ultimate. He knew he didn't have enough damage to one-shot that Neath.
Did he use Cobra's Kiss on the Gold Fury?
And you absolutely must range pull it. Stone Shield no longer does provide that knockup protection, as Raffer gets popped up into the air by Pain Devion, but no major damage coming out into the
Yeah, this is the perfect time for Enemy to be aggressive. Thor does not have his ultimate to surprise and re-engage if Enemy goes in.
That card only level 2 right now, but still doing a decent amount of damage as you see Yaman and Adapting going into the lane. And that's a kill. Bye-bye, Emilito. Oh, wait, no, too much. Enemy gonna find another one. They're up 6-4.
And now Raffer in a lot of trouble. 7. Gotta love the adjustment coming out of Enemy here. I mean, they only really go back to Chaos and Vishium's gods with the Zhang Kui and the Chiron. Chiron seems to be a fine hunter pick. It's the Zhang Kui that really is surprising to me that they go back to it here. But nonetheless, Adjust and Pain Devion coming up huge in this game.
This is the difference between Chiron and Neath. They're both similar in their kits and what they're supposed to do, but Chiron is so much harder to gank. And that's her Ket. If she was trying to gank the Chiron, probably wouldn't have gotten the kill. For the Neath, it was guaranteed.
The first real lead of the game, though. Salt Machine getting soloed by Dimmy. Chance of ooh in the crowd. That shouldn't happen.
That's one of the first real kind of pure one-on-one solos we've seen from the top 4 teams in this tournament. And Dimmy coming up big against Salt Machine there. I mean, when you man fight the tier, you always got to be worried about that burst heal.
You know, I was talking to Cyclone about 2 weeks ago, and he was talking about how there is never an excuse for you to be soloed in the solo lane if you pick a warrior or a guardian.
Shout outs to Red Pot Odin.
Red Pot, oh, Bart, come on. Ooh. I'm going to walk away from that one. Ooh.
Well, speaking of which, let's take a look into the solo lane here and see exactly how Dimmy was able to come up big against Salt Machine. And yeah, let me look. He starts with a big HP disadvantage with those tower shots helping even things out.
I'm expecting like a double fearless kind of thing here with him healing on the back line.
It's got to be footsies.
See what happens. Salt Machine going to move forward here. Blinks past, throws him right back. Gets a good portion of the creeps, too. He's going to hit the bludgeon, but yeah,
Wow.
heal. One hit canceled directly into the Fearless. Beautiful kill.
How perfect Dimmy played there. He had exactly enough mana to use his whole kit as he gets engaged on here by a Joust.
Salt's flowing, though, as a Joust comes over for a turn kill. Nothing going to find just yet. And Dimmy happy to take the damage as he heals right back up to 100%.
I mean, how many Smite players in Dimmy's position would have had the presence of mind to know you could kill the Bologna like that with 1/4 HP?
Yeah, I would have. If you would have told me, hey, it's a just under half HP Bologna, I'd say, just don't even try.
The biggest part of that was the blink. The repositioning is what hurt her so badly.
Archers, yeah.
I just didn't see it at all.
Oh, here we go. Left side of the map. Chiron finds himself.
He doesn't see it.
In an awkward position. The ultimate's going to come down as well. Holding the stun. And yeah, Vicium is dead to rights.
Whoa, he missed! He missed!
Wow, a rare misplay there by Adapting does allow for
Here comes Adjust to try to turn
come
it
back
around.
in. No problem. Adjust moves in. He's not going to find too much as the Stone Shield comes out onto Adapting, but narrowly avoiding a kill there is Enemy, and a big cooldowns used to try to get that one. That was 3 ultimates for the Hunter.
I don't think I've ever seen him miss a shot like that before.
Yeah, I mean, but that also goes to show why Chiron is such a popular pick. He is almost impossible to gank.
All right, so Chiron's going to get some free experience here. Wait, over on the left side, they continue to get aggressive. No, she's going to jump out after maybe overstating her play a little bit, but that's fine.
3-0 and 3 for Adjust Cirquette here through the first 12.5 minutes, and it's 1,900 experience, 1,700 gold in favor of the North American squad. Enemy, as they look to draw even one game apiece here in this best of 5.
I think one of the biggest things for Enemy right now is their leader, their shocker. Pain Deviant is playing with the lead on the Geb. Last game, he was the one targeted. He was the one that fell behind right away.
Another Sentry Ward pickup right there as Vicium gains 50 gold. He's going to rotate over towards the mid lane. Mid camp's coming up on both sides, and so far it seems like the blue team has complete control over both.
Yeah, Epsilon seems like they have no idea that they're coming up.
In the mid lane, lane is pushed. I mean, this looks good for them to grab both.
13 minutes here. The full shell has been completed now onto the Geb to help mitigate some of that Zhong Kui damage. We should see Epsilon be able to stand up a little bit taller in the next fight.
Starting him up, left side, definitely going to blue. Right side, available for contest. As we see Epsilon starting to group up. They're going to control this area. Adjust going to be forced away.
Yeah, I think they'll now realize that they did take those left side camps. Enemy moving forward, maybe thinking about sieging this tier 1 as they have moved their Hunter over into the mid lane as well. A big grouping from the North American team as they look to find a pick.
Yeah, there's just not much to do around the map. A lot of the buffs are down. The only thing that's point of contention are these mid Harpies, but Epsilon's giving them away for free.
7-5 still. Enemy starting to, I think, really start taking this one away. They did have that one transgression with the kill over in solo, but aside from that, they've either sustained or increased the lead since we've seen them start it.
Yeah, they're doing a great job right now of holding back, farming, getting their buffs, and what they're really waiting for is for this Gold Fury to spawn.
Let's talk a little bit about the Hunter itemization here, Zatman, while we, of course, have you on the commentary desk. It does look like Emelito will be moving into the Ichval, where on the other side, it will be the Executioner pick up by Chiron. What do you think about those selections, and how do you think that's going to factor into maybe the 17, 18-minute mark?
Yeah, the Neath is going to be able to outbox the Chiron once the Ichval is done. It's the best boxing item in the game. And you could see last game against C9, both Hunters went for the Transcendence. This time around, they're going for the boots into Soul Eater. They're afraid of all the pressure that both junglers are going to put in the duel lane, and they want to be as tanky as possible.
Just a little bit more clear going on. Gold Fury about to respawn, just over 20 seconds. Both Hunters, it seems, are in a pretty decent spot. You know, Zatman talking about the builds. That Ichval, I think, is really, really effective in terms of tanking the Gold Fury. Just being able to increase the damage for such a small price point, and given the fact that she's behind by 600 gold, I mean, I think that's the biggest point.
Yeah, that's definitely the biggest point. Also, it gives you a bit more attack speed than the Executioner, which will allow you to have more heal per second.
Which is good, too, as well for Neath, who doesn't have that steroid. I've always wanted to steal the attack speed as opposed to just taking it away.
Yeah, exactly. I'm really actually surprised that Chiron did choose to go the Executioner before the Ichval.
Well, it does give them a little bit better objective clear with the Executioner, maybe looking for the Gold Fury in the mid-game to factor in heavily into their game plan as Enemy. You can see they've warded pretty heavily on this side of the map as well.
Just rotating back into mid lane, the Gold Fury has respawned. The next major turn is going to result in this Gold Fury. I don't think either team is going to bait it out too early. They're going to look for someone to back, or they're going to look for a kill, as it just takes about a third of his health.
Or just simply poking out one of the targets sufficiently to force the back. Could be enough to even go for the Gold Fury. In fact, maybe just that small advantage is enough as they see Enemy shading over to the right side as Epsilon. They're going to move into the Gold Fury's lair.
I don't think Bologna can really do much right here. She can't back safely. She can't use her teleport because it's level 1. It gets stopped by just damage. And for her to stop the teleport, it would result in her having to use her ultimate. And then right afterwards, Tyr would be able to rotate. This is a really good spot for Dimmy and the rest of Epsilon.
Yeah, speaking of Dimmy, he was behind all early game, got his blue buff stolen. Now look at him on Salt Machine's blue buff, looking to steal it.
That's what happens when you soul somebody, right?
Oh, man. Dimmy, he's getting smacked around by this Frostbound Hammer.
God bless.
He's going to take about 50% of his HP there before he's forced to heal it back up. Yemen's going to stun out Pain of Beyond there, using Cataclysm as well. Really trying to take down the enemy support here. Can Pain get out of this one somehow? Let's take a listen in with the enemy comms. Does it look like they may be able to turn this fight?
I can't be there. I can't be there. Be
They're ulting me. They're ulting me.
We need to have reset. We need to reset.
Careful. Show you right side. I'm out. Yeah, we should reset. That's all their ultimates. Reset.
Coming underneath.
I'm rotating back in.
I got a really good card.
Really low. They're really low. They have no ultimates. They use every single ultimate.
It's fine. They can't do this.
Can we pressure in? We have
Yeah,
something. Yeah, pressure myself.
They're in mid.
Yo, can we go gold? They're all
mid still.
They're all no HP.
I'm starting.
Yeah, bait him in. We'll check this myself.
Still mid. They're very scared. They have no idea. They have no idea.
They're coming up. I'm pushing. Yeah, still. Get him rolling out.
Yeah.
He's 1 HP.
I got a huge card. Tear by.
Careful. Nice. Keep poking. Poke. Someone go.
I'm on gold.
Force him to come.
I need help. Okay, I almost killed Isis. Isis coming in. 2 HP. Never mind, she's back.
It's my ward.
Can you stay on gold?
Yeah, stop.
I can't take my machine. I can't take my machine.
You can.
Chill me low.
Nice. Yeah, go.
Got him. He's spiked.
Yeah.
Stun it. Burn.
We need ready to burn.
Door.
It's reset. Gold reset.
Yep.
That's fearless down.
Door. Nice. Kill him. Nice. Yep.
Look.
Wait, look, Yep. Stun him. Result.
I can't get him.
Look at you. Turn back. Chow. Knocked up. Never mind. They might go to gold. Which I saw you by yourself.
I have to back. I can rush there.
So reset.
So they're gonna go on you.
He ulted. What the hell?
Nice. They might go gold.
I can't do it. I can't. I can TP.
I can TP too, I guess.
Pain, you should.
I'll TP. Fuck it. It's worth it.
I'm coming. Somebody's gonna go right now.
They're not.
No, Neath's good.
No.
You're Pan there saying it's worth it. He picks up the teleport rank 1 to try and defend this Gold Fury.
Yeah, he was looking to make, a game-changing play there. He thought that Epsilon would stick around, maybe do the Gold Fury. So he took the risk of buying the teleport. It didn't really pan out, but we'll see how it works out later towards the game.
They're only 800 gold up, and they've lost the experience lead. Enemy was in a good spot, but a rather strange extended engagement on a Gold Fury that they reset multiple times will result in a rather important win for Epsilon over the last 5 minutes.
Of course, now with the teleport coming out for the Bacchus, it's going to limit his ability to move into both a Heavenly Agility and a Shell, which is normally what we've seen out of supports in this matchup.
Yeah, actually, the one thing Bacchus probably wanted to get would be a Weakening Curse. It's a huge counter to Ice Assault. Usually, a lot of times, teams like to camp inside the Ice Assault, and it resets the team fight. They all get healed up to full. So the Weakening is actually a huge counterplay to the Isis, and also the Tyr with his burst heal on his too.
I mean, in the last engagement, Salt Machine kind of delayed his ultimate, and Raffer, maybe not luckily, but definitely not by his own graces, gets away. The rollout ticks into the CC immunity right as he goes for it, and then he just kites Salt Machine all the way around the map, away from the Gold Fury. He did waste his ult at the end of it, but at the end of the day, they don't get the Gold Fury.
Yeah, I mean, that small hesitation really costed him. It cost him the free kill on Raffer.
Left side, mid camps are up here.
Dimmy in the back line.
Dimmy, he has the Lawbringer ultimate available. It looks like he wants to just bully them away. There's a blink up in just a couple of seconds as well from Dimmy here. And he may be looking to make the play as Epsilon is going to bait out the Gold Fury here. They're going to start it up. Painavion, the only one that's really in position to contest for now. On the backside, it's Salt Machine, but he is going to be spotted by Amelito. The call should be coming out as he disarms one. Painavion takes a bunch of poke as well, and in will go Circuit. The ultimate coming out from Chiron as well. But the Isis ultimate is there to heal the team up as needed, waiting out that Circuit ultimate for the burst heal. And indeed, but Yaman will still get crushed before he can get out of the fight. Salt Machine causing havoc at the back line, the whole team turning on him, but do they have the damage to take down the Bologna? Indeed they do. Fearless Chain got to be factoring in big here.
The Gap Shield out. The Gap Shield able to keep him alive. In the back line, Chaos still finds a double. Dimmy continues to try to rush forward. Not going to be much here. We're going to get a 3-for-2 exchange in favor of Enemy.
Is this enough now for Enemy to take the Gold Fury on the back of that?
No, they can't take the Gold Fury here. Dimmy is just too strong. He's level 19. I love his itemization choices. He knew he was snowballing. He knew he wasn't getting focused in these fights, so he went for a penetration item to try to help.
He's still going in, using that heal effectively. Smart dash by Vishim to try to keep Dimmy locked down in front, but Chaos is way too tanky, and thanks to the beads, Vidium will get away safely.
Yeah, there's not much they can really do about that tier, similar to the Bologna in regards of the amount of power that he does have, given his tankiness, and the burst heal from tier is very sneaky. I mean, like, it'll trick you sometimes. Whoa! Little bonus attack speed there from the Emilito's Neath is enough to find that ward. I mean, you see he has a balance plate on top of the Ichabal.
All right, so Emilito going to move into the mid lane here against a Just. The mid laner is absent as we see Yaman rotating in, Chaos coming back as well. Gold Fury still available.
Yeah, I mean, the biggest thing here is what can Dimmy do to disrupt the back line? You saw Bologna in the last team fight. She zoned out 4 people by herself, and Dimmy, he wasn't really able to have the same effect.
Pain Devion rotating over through his own ward. He's going to stay safe, but he is spotted. Adapting, moving in, it seems, to the Gold Fury. That'll be a ward clear, it seems, for him as well.
22 minutes elapsed here. This one, 22 kills in 22 minutes. Convenient for me. 48,000 gold to 47,000 gold. Just about the 1K difference between the two squads. This one is very, very even. An Enemy showing up big in this game, though, but the question for me is, can they go on to win this game, and then can they turn that into another victory into Game 3 to move up ahead? Thor is up, and we're going to try this one again. We saw this gank fail earlier. Vishim now taking a ton of damage, and yet again, not enough damage to burst out the Chiron. That is the difference between a Soul Eater and otherwise, is that 300 HP factoring in big.
Yeah, and the biggest thing is, we asked why Chiron didn't go the Ichabal, but look, he went, and he's going for another flat penetration item, so he's going for more ability damage. He wants his 2 to hurt. He wants his AoE 1 to hurt. We'll see how that pans out.
Jotuns, Brawlers, or Titan's Bane? Where would you go?
Jotuns, I think he's going.
Going for extra 2?
Yeah.
I think it might be the Brawlers here. Looking at the Isis, the Neath, and the tier, there's sufficient healing there to make the item worthwhile. It comes down to really, do you want the cooldown reduction or where you prefer the bonus pen?
And of course, there's the Titan's Bane as well, which increases your damage on towers, structures, and of course, your shots all around. I mean, I think all 3 have merit, and plus there's a cost difference between them. I think anything that he takes out of this tree is going to be useful.
Yeah, I think he just wants to stay away from the crit because he thinks he's going to have to focus the Geb down a lot. If you note Geb's passive, it minimizes the damage that crit does.
Which is awesome. Bless. Going back into the Gold Fury area, it seems like Vishim's going to be able to pull this one. Spotted immediately by Yaman and Rafa. Rafa rolling in real deep to make sure they stop that. Over in the solo lane, Salt Machine seems unchecked here as Dimmy is hanging out in mid.
Yeah, I find it hard to believe there's only been 1 Gold Fury successfully taken. Rafa dumped his ultimate. Yeah, Cataclysm was used there.
Pain Devion getting a stun off. This is so far a good exchange for Enemy. Tower going down in favor of Salt Machine. Another 500 gold win for Enemy.
And Yaman's wing gut's doing less and less to the enemy squad here. Pain Devion barely tickled.
You notice Pain Devion did get a 2-man belly flop, but they don't need a fight. Dimmy does not have his teleport up. Bologna does, and this is why you see Bologna getting all this free push.
Ulting over the wall to force Salt Machine away. He continues to battle out on the tower. He's going right for the tier 2. No, he's going to be forced away and not in the direction I assume he wants to go. Top side. Oh, actually, no, this is getting really low. Rafa going to force the reset. Just getting tanked down. They're going to steal it away, and Isis Ult's going to clean that one up. Europe will coming up big.
And this is exactly why you saw Enemy be so reticent to go into the Gold Fury there. That Isis ultimate just so good. Yaman with the juke shoes on will still go down to Chaos. Rafa into trouble as well. He will fall to the Salt Machine. Emilito adapting and Dimmy going to try to make their way out of this one, but carded up. There's multiple targets there. The stun from adapting.
Tower fell.
Not a tremendous wall there. The tier 2 did go down the right side. The Fearless Chain hits 3, but Dimmy now finds himself in a tough spot, trying to dash away. He's going to fall as well. And Chaos, 5 kills before falling down with a rampage on the Zhonghui.
Yeah, even though Enemy did get the Gold Fury stolen, this was 100% worth for Enemy. They won the team fight, and they got the tier 2 tower, which is equivalent to what Gold Fury would give you at this point in the game.
15-10 right now. Enemy now leads Epsilon for real. Look at that. The USA chance began as a 2,700 gold lead extends to 32. They're going to go towards the right side of the map, start cleaning it up, or are they going to pressure into the tier 2? Adapting, looking for a way in. The buffs are down up here. I mean, there is a blue buff. Not much to gain.
Here's the thing, though. Even with all the success that the Enemy has seen around the map here, they haven't transitioned any of these advantages into something substantial that they can really look to win the game off of. They found a tier 2 on the right side, which does expose one of the Phoenixes, but still, these leads are in about the 3,000 to 4,000 range. They're going to need a little bit more than that to feel comfortable trying to break the base. A Fire Giant definitely going to be the big decider still as we approach the 26-minute mark.
Joust is looking great this game. 4-2-7 back into his comfort zone with Cirquet. I mean, let's take a look at the player damage. You'll see Chaos on top. Wow, actually, Dimmy putting up 15,000.
Yeah, I mean, Dimmy has been unchecked in a lot of these team fights.
Oh my.
Oh,
Geb Shield.
That ultimate was used. It's not going to be enough to take down much more than the stone shield there. As Adapting will be forced back to the base, but there's not a big play that enemy can make over here on the right side. They're not in position to take the Fire Giant. They can't pressure a tower over here. So it was ultimately just a wasted Bologna and Circuit ultimate there, not finding the Thor.
Yeah, the biggest thing for me is Thor is behind, and now which target is he going to decide to go on? The Zonkui is extremely tanky with Ethereal Staff and Hide of the Urchin.
I want to see Gem of Isolation, too.
Yeah, that actually might be his 5th item for sure.
Get those crazy slows going, especially if they can wait out either the Heavenly or the Shell. That way the ult is still providing something. I think that would be really effective.
Yeah, Chaos providing a ton of damage, though, in these fights. Just that Spear of the Magus plus the Pen Boots, enough to get 7 kills.
That was not the backflip he was looking for.
On the left side is Emilito. The ultimate's coming through from Chiron, and down he will go indeed. Joust now finds himself some trouble, but it's going to be avoided by the ever so nimble Cirquet. Vicium now going to make his way out of this fight.
Salt Machine's coming in as well.
Right, but Dimmy is taunted away. Vicium, no, the wall is off from Adapting. He should be able to clean this up with the ultimate, but he may elect to go for the higher chance target. Knockup's going to be there by Raffer to get that kill, and now Adapting forced to run out of this one. Heavenly Agility, the Ghost coming in a big way, but Yaman Spirit Ball going to hold them out for now. 2 more Ghosts still pending, but not taking enough damage here as enemy to feel safe for Epsilon.
Salt Machine's in a bad spot, forced to ult away. Damage coming through. Salt Machine stuck in the ultimate. Slowed, not enough damage, but it will be cleaned up. Yaman answers back. Painted on now under the tower from the Fearless Power Cleave. Going for it. Dimmy actually going to get Stone Shield. Just getting baited, and it's going to be Epsilon turning it around.
Absolutely unbelievable that Epsilon's able to turn that fight back around.
Wait a second.
Raffer with the knockup. They're going to look for Pain to Beyond. He has
Wait a second.
The blink forward into the Fearless Pain, and the Silence, and the Spirit Ball. Ladies and gentlemen, Epsilon's Yaman is absolutely unstoppable.
Let's go back to the grabs here. Epsilon's shrinking the lead. It was 3,200, and obviously way down to 15. Experience down to 12. We got ourselves a game here, boys.
Yeah, and it actually looks like Epsilon's rushing that Fire Giant. They know they have this cure with Ice.
Oh boy!
Damage
and look, the Warriors' Bane has been started up by Adapting. He can do a reasonable amount of damage to this Fire Giant as his team moves in. Chaos is going to be in position, as is Vicium here in just a few moments. Chaos, I mean, we saw him make the biggest play of the tournament so far on his Zhonghui earlier on in the placement rounds. Chaos, I mean, the one thing that Zhonghui does not have here is a lot of burst damage to really make this much out of it, but Vicium does have that Chiron ultimate that he can fire off from long range. Very, very low is the Fire Giant now, under 2,000 HP.
Here he's going for it.
And no, it's too late. There's just no way they can disrupt this. They're going to try to get some return damage out of it, but the wall from Adapting is going to make the path just too long, and away will go the Thor to the Anvil of Dawn.
Great play by Epsilon there. You could see them all running around this Fire Giant. They stopped their DPS. Yaman called that his ultimate was up any second now. They waited for the ultimate, put the Ice Assault down, and guaranteed the Fire Giant kill.
That was just beautiful. I mean, I really like the Thor ult at the end, too. Just, hey, I'm not going to mess with this. I'm not going to try to make a play here. Dimmy teleports back in. Enemy hot off that one. They're trying to get away. Salt Machine, it looks like should be safe here. Raffer trying to go real deep. Adjust over on the left, keeping the flank covered, and it seems like they'll get away, but the fight's going to come to them one way or another.
And there's a lot up. There's 2 towers in the mid lane, plus a Gold Fury up for Epsilon. Let's take a listen in with the comms of the European boys in blue as they try to take down enemy.
15.
I'm gonna jump outside heaven, okay?
Right.
Yeah, Buck is gonna jump in probably.
I rooted Bacchus.
Good job.
I'm poking
Buck is poked. I got Bellona knocked up. Circuit behind us. We'll be fine.
Watch out, boys.
Bellona poked.
Stunning Bellona.
I'm ulting in, I'm
ulting. Shield in a sec. Shield for Dimmy when you...
That's fine.
Tower.
Look at tower. Way too deep.
I'm dead.
Good job.
Kill
it.
Careful.
Got a root. No, not yet.
Get out.
I don't understand how we didn't fucking die.
Yeah, he should have died.
I was so deep though. Just go tower next time, yeah?
Yeah,
I should have, if I beat...
What about gold?
You're gonna do gold.
Yeah.
I have to back.
Okay, just let him have it then.
I'm staying around, we shouldn't, I feel like.
Okay,
I don't think we should give it him.
I'm here.
Poke him.
They're on it. Buck is really poked. Yeah, Charon's off HP.
I still have beats now.
Just careful.
I got beats and ages.
I blink in a bit.
Taking this?
Yeah, take it.
Get ready to drop it. Get ready to drop and fly.
So get here.
I need help still.
I'm gonna feel it, Circuit, please down.
Circuit, you got a dash, you got a dash.
Yeah.
I'm on field, guys.
I got her.
Get the goal. Nice. Get the goal, guys. Alright, yo, Tyrone. I'm coming, Dimmy.
I'll be fine.
I got objectives. Push towers. Objectives. Gold went down. I got real done. Can someone be red? Yeah. I don't want to go there right alone. I'm just backing.
I'll come to
A couple of things really stand out to me from the comms of Epsilon there. You heard, maybe most interestingly, that razor edge between should we give up the Gold Fury or should we aggress into it? And you saw the second that they walked in and really like made their presence known, enemy backed right off. And it just goes to show you how kind of minute the decision making is in a game of Smite and how much it can impact the mid game and late game.
Yeah, speaking of decision making, see enemy did this twice already. They are trying to bite off a little bit more than they can chew. They dove the tier 2 on the left while the tier 1 was still up. They paid the price. They tried to do the Gold Fury while they're both half HP, half mana, and they paid the price again.
A top side of 3,200 for enemy has now resulted in 2,000 for Epsilon, a 5,200 gold swing over just the last 10 minutes or so. I mean, they just look great. That's going to be another 500 as they continue to pressure Pain to be on back. Belly flop down. He's going to get poked.
Yeah, he'll take some decent damage here, but he does have the mid-guardian mail up, and you saw that proc out on Emilito, the ice shards, and so it's going to be very hard for them to burst him down, at least through physical in-hand damage.
They're trying to rush this down, it seems. Fire Giant still available here for 27 seconds. They want to use this time to get at least 1,500 more gold.
Well, you have Dimmy basically freezing out Salt Machine far on the right side here, so once those Soul Laners elect to rotate, we'll probably see the fight break out.
Going for it. Stone Shield was just used prematurely just to try to get some of the damage, I guess, away from the card. Doesn't look like a Joust is going to commit to this. The end of the Fire Giant succeeds. 1,500 more gold. Epsilon's lead extends.
Exactly, and look for Epsilon to maybe try to take another tower, but the biggest thing is they don't want to fight. No team wants to fight this close to the Fire Giant respawn.
Yeah, I mean, they used the last basically 3 seconds of the Fire Giant buff there to find that extra tower, and a ton of income coming in, 5,000 experience and 4,000 gold in favor of Epsilon.
I got to disagree, Zat, man. Dimmy looked like he wants to fight there.
Dimmy's just throwing his weight around. You know, he's super fed. He's actually full build.
Last item, Wingblade.
Wow, yeah, he's completely full build. I mean, at this point, he could probably look to sell one of his cheaper items, but I mean, I guess his cheapest item is Wingblade.
He just doesn't want to get slowed down by Chaos, by the Zonkui. And he wants to get into the back line and just wreak as much havoc as he can.
I mean, the only item he could really sell at this point, maybe the Rune Forge and pick up something more like a bulwark if he's worried, or mail. Yeah, if he's worried about burst damage coming out. But yeah, besides that, he's pretty much in a great spot. No, he's pretty close to max.
Oh no, yeah,
Wingblade and Breastplate of Valor. So
that's right.
There's not really room for another CDR item. You could see that Rune Forge sold for perhaps a bulwark if he just doesn't want to ever risk getting bursted down.
Through their own Sentry Ward, that means it's not covered. Just going to be forced to beads. He's used all of his movement, adapting. No, a little bit too soon, but he knew he had to take it from the max distance because it just does have that. Actually, the speed buff just wore off.
But the biggest thing there is getting the beads of Circuit. You can't go in now and look to ultimate the back line because she can't get out. One CC and she's dead.
Bellona's going to pour it in. Raffer Stone Shields himself here. And it does look like Epsilon wants to fight rather than farm the Fire Giant here, looking for these kills.
Just in trouble. He does not have beads. He's going to be forced away. He's out of the fight completely. Circuit will offer next to nothing in this engagement. Raffer blinking in on the bottom side. Wow, we actually have adapting coming in too. A just beautiful counter with the Cobra's Kiss, but Dimmy, unimpressed, continues forward.
Chaos stunned out the Fearless Chain there from Dimmy, but in the meantime, Pandavion takes a ton of damage and gets double tapped by adapting. The wall is there as well to prevent any major follow-up. Salt Machine pops the shield of the Underworld, but it's maybe a little bit too early there. He's not going to reflect a significant amount of damage.
Salt Machine about halfway down. Teleport on cooldown. We're looking at Vicium and Chaos here for the control. Yaman looking for an opportunity to throw a big Spirit Ball. Salt Machine's caught. Is he going to be? No, just slightly outside the range. Heavenly Agility going to get popped. Adapting beads for cooldown. Looking for it. Bellona trying to ult away. She's actually baiting fairly efficiently, and Chaos has a good line to this.
Yaman burst heals himself with the Isis ultimate, and then the Stone Shield comes out. Spirit Ball off the mark yet again. Ebony's doing a good job of playing the footsies game. I mean, they're basically staying right outside of the range of that Spirit Ball.
Bates? No, okay, we actually got it back. It looks like adapting has taken a trip back. He's doing his best to walk away from this.
Yeah, and this is where Bacchus's teleport pickup may come to hurt them at the end game. If he had a weakening curse there, Isis wouldn't have been able to ultimate underneath the tower and reset their HP bars.
Dimmy facing down against a few. Vicium cleaning up the blue buff. He's just trying to control the area. Salt Machine, very smart, placing a sentry ward down. They have now vision control in this area. Timmy taking a few
They got
shots.
his dash.
Whoa, he's going right to the back line.
Yeah, they got Vicium's dash there with the Neath Spirit, or sorry, World Weaver, and that's going to result in a kill. Chaos is going to be zoned out by Adapting, who's going to rally back towards his team. It's just Salt Machine on an island here, completely isolated down. He will fall as well. That's 2 members down on the side of Enemy for more than a minute, as Epsilon will look to move in. No, they're going to spear ball through the wall and just in again. The fearless trade from Timmy. Nearly enough, they'll find the beach yet again from the enemy juggler. Adapting with the wall.
Another
One more
counter.
Spirit Ball or Mjolnir's achievement to do it, but it doesn't matter. They force Adjust so far into the fight. Fire Giant is free.
That is the second time Adjust has escaped what seems like certain death with a beautiful max range Cobra's Kiss as a deterrent to their movement. Beautiful. He's going to get out of there. He has his ultimate available, but no beads for 70 seconds.
Yeah, Epsilon is playing this Fire Giant dance so perfectly. They have vision control. They bait in these face checks. They get the beads, and then they go on the people that don't have beads.
Pain de Vion getting pushed away by Adapting. Fire Giant going down. The lead be damned. Epsilon fights their way back and takes the first Fire Giant of the game.
Yeah, really great play by Raffer there. You know, normally when the enemy team knows that Fire Giant's being aggressed on, they will rush down the gold free. But Raffer, he had that in check. He went to the gold free, made sure enemy wasn't doing it.
Yeah, that 3,000 gold, 4,000 gold, and experience advantage the enemy had just felt so tenuous there in the mid game. I mean, they hadn't really taken a significant advantage or objective really off of it. And now you see really Epsilon putting on a clinic of what to do with the lead. The second that they get that 1,000 to 2,000 gold lead, they immediately just start forcing enemy into the fights at the Gold Fury and the Fire Giant, and they'll take a couple of each into their coffers. 18 to 17 kills at 37 minutes. This is one of the longer games we've seen in all of the SMITE World Championships.
Enemy putting up a good show, but I have to go way back to that Gold Fury. They kept resetting it. I didn't know why they were trying to go for it, and eventually they just kind of gave it away. Epsilon fought back from it beautifully, and now they find themselves, what, 8K in the lead? When did that even happen?
Yeah, I mean, that early in the game, you have to make a decisive call. You're going to do Gold Fury, do it. If not, don't, because no one can really tank the Gold Fury at that level of the game without losing over half their HP.
You know, I do want to point out, to go back in time yet again, it's the solo lane, solo kill for Dimmy that maybe breaks this game wide open here. Maybe not so much in terms of the farm that he gets out of it, but remember, Dimmy is coming into this tournament basically playing pretty ill. He's fairly sick, and that extra confidence boost and really kind of maybe feeling himself now that he solos down what is ostensibly the best solo laner in North America, and it's really turned into an 8, 2, and 6. Hey, they're in Worlds.
I guess so, yeah, but he got soloed. Dimmy's looking too strong, and like you said, he's playing ill. I mean, he's playing out of his mind right now. Raffer in the back line trying to control. Salt Machine overcommitting super hard here. If he doesn't come up big, he's going to come down real quick.
Bacchus belly flop's going to find a bunch, as will the Intoxicate, but the backside Adapting is unchecked. Chaos going to try to move forward, but I do not think that ultimate's going to be enough. Indeed, it will not. The Chiron ultimate coming through as well, but it isn't there. Remember that Bacchus bought a teleport in this game, and the shell just came up huge. Adapting looking to chase down Adjust here. This time he will sidestep the Cobra's Kiss, but I do think that they're maybe overcommitting to the left side here to try to find this Circuit. Is she really that important?
Emilito getting a Spirit Arrow. Beautiful root, going to force the beads away from Bedium. We got a teleport coming right back in. Salt Machine into the fight. He gets away barely. Did not get his full health. Needed another second.
Yeah, still not a lot of damage coming to this tower. Adapting over to the left side. He's going to move up as the Thor. Vicium in a lot of trouble here. He's got to be the target. Yes,
got him.
And there's a CC chain. Down will go the Horseman. As Salt Machine rotates back in. Remember, he died at the very beginning of this fight, and Epsilon is standing outside the Tier 2 tower farming kills.
Raffer moving right in the Tier 2, getting started. Another 1,500 gold going down as no one on enemy willing to go for this.
Yeah, there's no way enemy can defend it. I mean, Epsilon, everyone, or 4 people are alive with Fire Giant buff. There's no way they can win the 4v3.
I mean, did you guys think at the beginning of this game that Epsilon had the better late game?
I think it just comes down to that they have the better late game as a team.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, I mean, they've outplayed enemy here now past about the 25-minute mark.
Yeah, I mean, what it comes down to is the Gep pick. The Gep is by far probably the best late game Guardian in the game, especially compared to Bacchus. His ultimate does percentage damage, so as the game ramps up, more and more people have more and more HP, and the Gep ult scales really well into the late game.
Just in the mid lane alone right now. Fire Giant falling off in just about 30 seconds. I'm expecting that we're going to see Epsilon take a softer route and continue to fight once we have seen the respawn of the main objective.
Yeah, they'll be perfectly happy to fight here with an 11,000 gold lead. In fact, take a look at the Neath build. It's a Crusher. They are looking to end this game.
You said Crusher?
I said Crusher.
Hello? Is that all right?
Hey, it does give you a nice amount of pen up against those towers and the bonus MS.
Yeah, I mean, this is the mage Neath build. You know, you build all flat pens, so her abilities do maximum amount of damage.
Her scaling is very high.
Yeah, wouldn't be surprised to see even the Soul Eater, potentially Executioner, or the Ichaival. Probably the Ichaival get replaced by Transcendence later on in this build. Once he likes to go for that 7th slot.
Well, I mean, it does give him penetration, right?
The Ichaival?
Yeah.
Yeah, but the Transcendence gives you so much flat power with the mana pool of a level 20 Neath that it may be worth it just if you're looking for those Spirit Arrows to really, really hit hard.
World Weaver gets used into the bees. Visham now a sitting duck. Should they commit to him well, he's going to be in a lot of trouble. CC chain, beautiful there. Salt Machine takes a clean 50. It's going to get worse.
And yeah, going up as well is going to be adapting. Going to try to fight in the choke here if enemy looks to move in. And yeah, I mean, another miss there by adapting, but the Cataclysm is still going to be used. They're going to dump basically everything there. You see a 97 damage crit.
I just figured it out. The counter to Bologna is investing all 5 people into her, you know, while everyone else watches.
That Isis ultimate coming up big as well for the damage out on the Pain Beyond. He's going to fall. Chaos channeling the damage in from the Zhonghui, but it's just too little, too late. At 41 minutes, the Ghost not doing enough. Emilito on the backside healing himself up. And continuing to channel in the in-hands. The knockup from the Geb is enough to find the kill. His Midgardian Mail factoring in big there as well. It's a Spirit Robe Midgardian Mail for that Geb. He's very, very hard to take down in comparison to the
I thought you were talking about Thor. Also has Spirit Robe and Midgardian Mail.
Yeah, you can see they're just saying, okay, look, the only thing that's really going to be a major problem in these fights is going to be Bologna and Chiron, and well, Midgardian Mail plus Spirit Robe says not much you can do.
They're starting this up. Not doing a lot of damage. Usually you want to see them wait a little while longer, but Dimmy was actually doing this mostly in blue stand, so he didn't have as much power as he normally would have. Even so, Emilito in tow, nobody answering from enemy. They're giving up another FG.
Yeah, Dimmy has 3,000 HP on the tier here. He's perfectly happy to take the Fire Giant up for a couple minutes for his team to move in, and down it will fall. Fire Giant number 3 going to the way of Epsilon at 42 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, I can't believe they got 3 Fire Giants so far, but enemy's doing a good job of defending their base here. They had to give up that Fire Giant. What they're hoping for right now is Epsilon, you know, overcommitting, overdiving, feel a little bit overconfident, maybe dive the Titan. That's the only way they could probably win a team fight.
For the second game in a row here, you know, adapting Thor in this tournament has not been adapting Thor. It's been his other god pool that's really been the problem. And if enemy can't find a way to force Epsilon to change up their strategy through it, I mean, they basically have to win the next game, right? This one looks very, very dire for them. And what we sometimes will see in situations like this is that game 1 you get beat, game 2 you get a little better, and then game 3 it really comes down to, did you improve enough over game 2? Because you got to think, enemy definitely wins the 4th game in that set, because they're getting better and better each game. Do they still have it left in the tank? Because now they're going to look to defend their base versus Epsilon, who looks very, very hungry for a win here.
All 3 birds still available as Raffer takes to the front line. Beautiful Spirit Wall, double taps across the board. And there's the Cataclysm forcing out both tanky targets immediately in the back line. Serket trying for something, but he's going to adjust to that respawn timer as he's got a clean 60 till we see him again.
Yeah, Chaos left his ultimate as well there and did basically nothing. In will come Epsilon as they're going to look to take out a couple of the Phoenixes here before they try for the Titan. No towers remaining. The Titan is going to be under about 8,000 HP when they do elect to go in.
It's going to go right across the board. No way for this to be stopped here. Dimmy too tanky and they're investing into him. Chaos out of position, blocked off by the wall. He's going to go down in just a second. Another kill for Dimmy. Salt Machine getting sent back. Does he have his ultimate? Does he have a way away from this? It seems for now adapting very low, getting saved by the shield just barely.
And out adapting will go. No dot on him. He's going to be fine for now. Fire Giant buff does heal him back up percentage HP. Remember, Salt Machine knocked up. He's going to go down as well. Spirit Ball not even needed. Adapting moving back in. Is this going to be enough to finish the game? As Epsilon still has all 5 members standing with the Fire Giant buff versus just a Bacchus and a Chiron.
They're trying forward. Vedium trying to throw some shots out. Adapting, taking to the sky. Ult's going to go back. Dimmy goes into the fountain to keep him out. They're trying for it. He's low, but he's actually going to... No, he's dead. They got him in the fountain.
Dimmy does go down, with the Titan starting to fall down now under 3,000 HP, and indeed, Epsilon will win game number 2, forcing a match point and a championship point versus enemy eSports.
Almost 1 year ago exactly, this is where Cloud9 stood 2-0. Titan, however, made a beautiful stand as they took the next 2. It's still possible.
Yeah, I mean, the biggest thing enemy needs to do is make the adjustment in the picks and bans. You can see the consistent thing in Epsilon's draft is the Neath and the Thor.
Yes.
They love that kind of line damage poke. Thor stuns, Neath roots, Thor hammers, Isis Ball. It's a lot of damage.
Yeah, I mean, just looking at the first 3 picks in that draft, it looked like it was going very heavily in favor of Epsilon. I do think that there wasn't enough impact out of Salt Machine's Bologna I mean, he did get soloed, but that's not really what I'm trying to highlight here. I mean, they first picked it, and they gave up so much comfort to Epsilon in return, the Neath, the Geb, the Thor they got in their first 3 picks, that it just didn't really factor into a successful strategy.
I mean, teleport on Bacchus, I'm not in there.
Yeah, you heard Payne make that call saying it's worth it. They didn't know they weren't on Gold Fury, didn't have sufficient ward coverage to really make the right call there.
Yeah, a lot of those team fights at Ice Assault paid dividends when they re-got their HP and where the weakening would have prevented them. Maybe they would have won those team fights.
Well, guys, that's game number 2. Game number 3 coming on the back of this one. Epsilon up 2-0 over Enemy. Golden Boy and the Analyst Prees break down game number 2.
Thank you so much, Bart. Man, what a game. It had a little bit of everything in there from the beginning, first couple of engagements or really you can even just talk about the picks and bans and how, you just wrote off Enemy to Enemy having a good run in the matchup to Epsilon fighting back and then ultimately ending it in game number 2. Welcome back to the Alienware Analyst Desk, folks, as we're going to break this one down. Adonis, we'll start with you. What were your main takeaways from game number 2?
We say it Jing and Bologna all day, and if you get one of those, you're going to control the lane and control the game, but it was Dimmy. Dimmy had full control of this game. You saw at the end there, 40,000 damage, had a single offensive item in Titan's Bane, and then a bunch of utility and defensive items, and he got ahead early, especially with that gank from Adapting that we just saw in the Logitech First Blood. That just helped him gain more control of the lane. We even saw him solo out Salt Machine later in that matchup.
Speaking of Dimmy, as a matter of fact, he is going to be the player of the game for game number 2, and honestly, it is completely deserving. This guy, I mean, as Tier just pretty much went up there and it was like he just chopped him with a giant sword, and look at him, he is just grinning from ear to ear. He is so happy with that. Ataraxia, to you, my friend. I mean, you know what? We thought, hey, Bologna, right? Like, too good, too strong, but Tier showed up.
Yeah, I mean, I absolutely love Dimmy. I've been friends with him for a very long time now. We have a pretty great friendship, and he is just... I've always said on Epsilon there is Adapting and there is Dimmy. Adapting is the flashy one. He gets a lot of the attention, but Dimmy is always there. He is always the rock, and then occasionally when Adapting, makes some mistakes, isn't playing on form, you see Dimmy shine through, and that's exactly what we saw there, even though he was against Bologna. And it's just, and he's sick as well. Yeah. Big thanks to the crowd for giving him a cheer as well, because I think that's really going to lift his spirits. But Dimmy is just, he needs, he deserves this recognition he's getting right now.
That all started, though, with that early gank. He needed the early gank. We were talking about how Tier was not going to win that lane, but because of the early rotation coming from Adapting, help him get that. He got First Blood, and then that really helped him thrive in that lane, and that's why you end up seeing 11 and 3, an incredible slash line.
I mean, we're going to have to get that boy some NyQuil later on so he could, get better. But I will say, Adapting, I do want to talk to him because he was the contributor in that that First Blood, right? Thor. I mean, like, again, at this point now, there's just too much for Enemy to worry about, right? When it comes to picks and bans at this point. So it's like, there's too many things. But Adapting's Thor, despite certain, situations where you're, questioning, oh, did he mean to do that? In the matchup, still had presence, and that was what I was talking about in game 1. Just the presence of Adapting alone has caused a lot of problems. What do you think about this, Adonis?
Thor is just such a powerful pick, and sometimes it's really hard to ban out, especially with the high priority. And we were talking, I think this leads to what we were talking about earlier with how many strategies that Epsilon has, how deep all of their god pools are, and you can't just ban Thor with all these other top picks on, Khepri has been banned out every single game. Soul has been a big portion of all these games as well. And can you really spend a ban on Thor? Because Adapting, he's playing phenomenally, but, it's
there's just too much for them to worry about.
Yeah, I mean, as good as Adapting is playing, I don't think this game came down to the Thor pick. This game came down to actually Enemy throwing. Enemy did have themselves a lead, and they threw it at around the 27-minute mark. We saw them go, trying to get pickoff kills. They went towards the tier 2. They dove, and because they dove, they put themselves out of positions. They got killed, which led to a fire giant for Epsilon, which is where the game turned around. I think they had a pretty solid game plan there, Enemy, and they should honestly, they could run it back as long as they execute it properly and have the discipline to not dive tier 2s.
Yeah, I completely agree. To give Enemy some love, that was their game. They were dominating. They were pushing Epsilon around. They were showing that they deserved to be here in the finals on the grand stage. And I think they just need to not let this get in their head, similar to what we saw with Epsilon and C9 when Epsilon had the big lead and threw it. This is the same situation, and honestly, it was working for them. So I really feel like they should just run it back. That draft was in their favor. They were doing everything they wanted to, and it was just one small mistake that let Epsilon grab the lead and run away with it. So, I mean, it's not that big of a deal. You know, they did lose a game over it, but they could run that back, do the same thing, and just not mess it up.
I'd say the Surquette had a much bigger impact than the Thor for most of the game. I mean, Joust looked so much more comfortable that game. And honestly, the mobility helps him because game 1, he got picked off a lot early.
He was zipping around
in
the
this
battleground.
Game, it was just the mobility from Surquette really benefits to his playstyle. We saw a really nice the taunt into the 2-man Deathbane that got 2 very early kills and really allowed Enemy to gain control of the game. So I do expect to see Surquette pretty highly picked up here, and we might see a ban from Epsilon, right? Even though they won that game, they might be scared of that Surquette now.
No, I think so. I think that would actually be a great thing to do. I think while Enemy should be running it back, Epsilon doesn't necessarily want to run it back because they were behind there at the start, and I know Ataraxia wants to get that Surquette out of the game.
Yeah, I'm just going to say, right, Europe, you guys have been Paradigm and Epsilon now. You are letting it just. He is playing out of his mind on Surquette. Every single game, ban that god. Seriously, like Europe, stop being silly, ban it away. It's too good on him.
Oh man! All right, guys. Well, I mean, this is it for Enemy. Like, you know, they lose this. North America's chances of being the SMITE World Champions 2 years in a row are done. Europe will claim the throne. And I just want to say one thing real quick. You know, I support America like anyone else. There are 3 Canadians on Enemy, so just be mindful of that when you chant USA. How about like a USA, Canada, you know, like something like that. Mix it up a little bit, you know? In any case, though, guys, are you guys ready in the crowd for game number 3? Because I'm almost certain that you are. You learned a lesson, valuable lesson here today, but without further ado, folks, it is now time for the picks and bans to start for game number 3. Let's get right into this one, folks. Here we go. Do or die time for Enemy. Do they make this happen? Do they pull off a miracle and get 3 games in a row to claim that championship? It's already going down. Xingtian and Kepri. Bologna is out of there as well for the bans. What are we going to see out of the 4th ban here? The 2nd for Enemy.
Ignoring the bans, Enemy has taken order side every single game. Every single game that they have option to take order, they've switched it up. This could be a new strategy we haven't seen from them. I talked to Payne, he said he had some different strategies, although it wasn't as consistent. This could be something we've never seen from Enemy. We could see some different picks and bans.
I mean, if it's time to pull out something that's not consistent but that works really well, this would be the time, because when you're in this do or die situation, let's see what they can pull out. And I'll tell you right now, Athena is not a crazy pick.
I think you just have to pick the Surquette. Because Adapting does have an amazing Surquette as well.
I actually really like this Neath pick right here. We saw how effective game 1 was. Epsilon having Soul and Neath. Take that away. Not to mention Neath is a good counter pick against the Soul.
I don't think it's going to matter, though, because I think we'll probably just see the Chiron and Epsilon or a Medusa. You know, they have other hunters which have shown to be just as effective, if not more effective than Neath.
They took Payne's Gap. This is the exact same thing we saw last game. I guess Athena's already picked up.
He's got his Athena, so he's very happy with that, I'm almost certain.
Yeah, and Geb is a lot of supports love to run Geb against Athena, because when Athena does the taunts, if it's on one person, you can save it very easily with the shield cleansing CC.
Do they take Surquette here, though?
You have to.
It's just been the only. It's just been his most consistent God throughout the tournament. He's had a nice Hunbats, but it wasn't there for game.
Yeah, the Hunbats got shut down, and I think that's the wrong call.
It's still, you know, he's still very good on Hunbats.
Yeah, but
game
like,
one though,
but
it
like
wasn't.
he got shut down in game one, like embarrassingly, in my opinion. Like
Yes.
it was the Circuit played a factor in their success in game two, despite them losing. It was still a factor. I don't know. I just don't know how I feel about that.
Yeah, I think it comes down a lot, too, to where Europe doesn't have that much practice time against Circuit, right? They don't favor Circuit so much, so it is one of those picks where, you know, you pick it because the enemy doesn't know how to play against it, not to mention it's so strong.
It just feels like it was working, and it has been working for them. It hasn't failed them yet.
This feels like game one picks and bans all over again.
It does.
It is,
yeah, it's
right?
the same thing. Except for it's going to be a Chiron or a Medusa mid.
This Epsilon eSports draft is absolutely brilliant right now.
They got what they wanted.
Yep, there
And
we
it's
go.
gonna be the
same
Medusa.
thing, but without the Neath. We have a Medusa instead, which I love because I think Yaman's Medusa is probably the best in the world right now, and he runs it in mid as well. So Hunter's,
You had mentioned Adonis before. You said he has some. Oh, wait a minute. No.
You're trolling you. Honestly, right now
against a Geb, though, Geb could get
I want
destroyed.
Agni. I would love to see Agni here.
Anubis against.
He's hovering on it for a long time.
I would imagine Agni over Jean.
Please,
This is his last chance to bring out his Agni at Worlds if they're going to lose this game. Not the Sean. Come on, Agni. Chaos, your Agni was amazing. I want to see your Agni again.
I love Zonkui as much as the next guy, but that was the Agni pick.
Ooh.
So BM. All right. I mean, go ahead, boys. Predictions.
It's the same draft, but with a Medusa. So in my eyes, I think for Epsilon, that makes it better. So Epsilon.
It seems that we have the first European world champions coming at us after this game.
I like Enemy's draft, I really do, but it didn't work the first time they ran it.
You know, Lightning, they really want Lightning to strike here. They need something, but Epsilon eSports will go down as your 2016 SMITE World champions, in my opinion. But we will see. You never know. Of course, folks, this could very well be it. Will Epsilon claim their title, or will Enemy force a game number 4? Let's go ahead and take it over to the casters, boys.
Thank you very much, Alex. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the commentary desk for what could be the final time here from the SMITE World Championship 2016, as Epsilon is poised to knock out Enemy and claim that flag and Mjolnir trophy.
Easy game, easy life.
It appears that way. I mean, you got to think what it took for Titan and Cloud9 in last year's World Championships. It was all about the pocket picks, and Enemy has gone back to this tried but not true method against Epsilon with the Athena, the Neath, these usual suspects, the Hun bots, and we haven't seen it be very successful.
Yeah, I mean, it could be that Enemy thinks one or two mistakes what really cost them the game, and if they clean up their play, this team comp will work for them.
I mean, the thing that I think is most suspect is going back to the Zhonghui yet again. Not that Chaos has not had a great game, but
Agni is amazing.
Yeah, those range stuns could really help change the way the team fights go. Instead of being so reliant on getting Zhonghui free in the fights and able to channel that full ultimate, they could have relied on a ranged DPSer. And again, they're going to give Adapting Thor 3 games in a row, which, I mean, some players like it, some players don't like it, but you got to think, if they're going to go for it this many times, that he's just going to get more and more and more comfortable with each rep.
I want to see them do something different. You know, the reason that Cloud9 fell to Enemy, rather Epsilon, wasn't picks. It wasn't because of Neath. It wasn't because of, really Hun bots. It was because they kept picking the same thing over and over.
Because of Fenrir.
And allowing Adapting to adapt to their comp. That's what he does. But Enemy's done the same thing.
Exactly. Epsilon has done a great job this tournament in just picking differently and always, giving the enemy a hard time in predicting exactly what they're going to pick. Who predicts Medusa mid?
Well, yeah, that's exactly it. Epsilon has 2 or maybe 3 like discreetly different styles that they can play in terms of the pick and banning phase. And it doesn't seem like anybody from North America came prepared with multiple different compositions. It seemed like going out of Super Regionals, everyone was kind of content to trade the same picks back and forth and play the same 15, 16 God pool. But here, Epsilon, they're going to put Medusa in the mid lane.
Yeah, I mean, that's the biggest difference between the regions. North America, we love our meta picks. We love Shin Temple every game, Zonkui, Isis mid every game, or Giannis every game, and Neath every game. So, yeah. I mean, that's the big difference here, and EU is making their strategies work.
Emelito took a lot of damage there, a lot more than I think he was willing to take.
Sometimes you just bait yourself with that ability, right? When you try to disapparate, you're like, oh, I want to stun him, so you move forward and you take extra poke, and then nothing happens.
Yeah, the biggest thing is, there's a 3-second window until it procs, and you're like, okay, I could go in here, and it's like, when is the 3 seconds going to happen? You take all this damage.
Oh, dashing right through. Pain of Yon taking some archer damage here. Needs to be really careful. He's getting slow, but Emilito slightly off the mark with that stellar burst.
Still a ton of damage coming out onto that Athena. That's going to start burning through those health pots. Granted, Pain is sitting on 3 of them, now down to 2.
Raffer going into the jungle here. It looks like we'll group up with Adapting and Yaman.
All right, it's important that Enemy does not give up a first blood to Adapting's Thor before his ultimate again in this game. I mean, that's really been the key to success for the early game for Epsilon.
And look at this, over on the right side, they did the same thing. Out of the lane comes Salt Machine to team up with Adapting. What is this? Pain of Beyond blocked off. He needs to be very careful. Good taunt. Does he have the dash? Does he have the dash? He might not. Another first blood for Adapting. Bart,
no.
The commentator's curse strikes.
Commentator's curse indeed there. This game actually opens up the exact same way. Hunbots rotates to proxy between the tier 2 and the tier 1 tower on the order side to take the left side back camp there, right as Adapting moves into the lane. And that's twice now that Adjust has found himself out of position, more in position to far. Chaos in a lot of trouble here. He's going to stun to spin to win. He needed to save that stun until the spin was out. He gets a return kill, but still, that's a 2-0 start for Adapting on Thor.
And a 450 pot in the garbage.
That's right, yeah. Now, did Duso load out with a red pot?
Yeah,
I mean, that's not Transcendence.
That was definitely worth for Chaos. You can see how powerful these walls are against enemy's team comp. Chaos can't get out of it, and Pain of Beyond can't get out of it. Look for all the pressure to go on those 2 gods.
Yeah, Chaos does drop that pot, and as you mentioned, Brandis, the Transcendence Rush from Medusa, so she'll end up actually quite a bit, about 500-600 gold ahead after that trade, even with the kill going to, well, enemy's Chaos mid laner. Dimmy gonna get some mana back from the Lurking in the Water Sobek ultimate, and also, well, explode a 1 wave.
He's gonna get some of his mana back, right?
Yeah, just a little bit.
Back to full, he controls the lane again. Salt Machine without a blue buff, probably gonna be looking to go back pretty soon.
Well, you know, he's got plenty of gold in hand to move into the teleport at his leisure, looking to finish off those boots where he's at right now. Just a couple hundred more gold to get him back to lane.
Yeah, he's got the boots ready now. He would have exactly enough, but he wants 300 more gold to get that teleport and control the lane. But if he uses it too early, or in fact, if he uses it too late, it's going to be very hard for him to rotate against the Sobek.
Yeah, and it's the magical moment. The wards are starting to fall, and Adapting is starting to roam.
Yeah, they really want to put pressure on this Neath. Again, Neath is one of the easiest hunters to gank in the game, especially for a Thor. Or they could go for gold.
No, not actually.
Pain of Beyond's not even beginning to rotate.
Not actually, right?
Chaos is underneath the tower. Adapting.
This is real.
They got it.
Yeah, Adapting's taking this one up. The Stone Chill coming through as well. Emilito now going to trade off.
Wow.
And it's a 3.5-minute Gold Fury.
They didn't even need mid. Mid didn't even rotate. Yaman stayed there to bait Chaos, and by the time they actually sniff this out, Adjust walks in to see the gold go right into the pocket.
Well, the call was that Adapting is missing, get underneath your towers because we don't have the ward coverage, and Thor may be up, but instead they just ate the map objective.
Yeah, I mean, the biggest thing there was the purple of spawn, so it's not out of the ordinary for the Hunter and support to leave the lane.
In fact, it's every game that Epsilon has gone and aggressed into the enemy purple buff.
Exactly. So enemy's call was, oh, don't worry, they're just doing their purple buff. They're just doing their purple buff. And by the time they actually realized it's taking too long, the Gold Fury was already dropped.
Left side camp's going to be going to enemy. A small win there after losing the Gold Fury. Yaman stuck under the tower at level 6. But I'm sure is not too unhappy with the way things have progressed. The 3,200 gold, that not only gives him his Transcendence, but either a level of beads or, of course, the Boots Eater.
One big thing that Aurora was saying, in the break between the games, remember Aurora from the cast earlier. No, do we not have enough mana, I don't think, to secure this.
Adapting's here.
Oh, this is going to be a fight. Adapting's going to go up into the air, and he's going to live for now. He's going to make his way back to the tier 2, but they will concede the blue buff. Will Epsilon, as enemy's going to clear out this right side jungle. But yeah, Aurora was saying basically that enemy, the key to the success for them this whole tournament, and even into the super regionals, was Geb and Kepri. And instead they've picked and prioritized Athena in every game.
That Gold Fury winds up not being too worth, considering how long they were out of lanes and how much they've given up because they didn't back and heal correctly. You can see the experience difference is 2,200, although not wave to wave, in favor of enemy.
Exactly. The thing is, this early in the game, the waves tend to be the most valuable component of XP and gold. So once Epsilon took the Gold Fury, they all had it back. Enemy got a lot of waves, and they were able to get that level advantage, and then they pushed their advantage in invading Adapting's jungle.
Still 2-1. Epsilon leads smallly. I mean, the gold difference really isn't that big. Honestly, I feel like enemy has the lead here.
Yeah, I mean, maybe they have the experience lead. Absolutely, the gold is very, very even. But Epsilon, I think, is winning the mind games right now with that early Gold Fury.
It's still a 3-level advantage across the board for enemy, which could result in something big. I want to see it just take the fight out pretty soon.
Yeah, and the biggest thing is XP is much more valuable than gold in the early stages of the game.
Scaling is through the roof.
Scaling
you're
is
gaining
insane.
health, you're gaining damage on your abilities. I mean, there's a lot to it. And with that, enemy does have a small advantage here. I would like to see them use it. Adjust ult should be coming up pretty soon.
Well, the boots are double tap adapting. Yeah, he's going to be leveling up that hammer yet again. 4-1-1-1 build out of the level 7 Thor.
Looks like Yaman 5 stacks now on the Transcendent, so that's a pretty big power spike. Another 1,250 gold he'll need to be able to get into the boots for a second one.
Besides that, boots done across the board.
Yeah, and Enemy already brought the game back to even in gold. They pushed their advantage in XP. They invaded the 2 buffs. They got mid Harpies, and then they got their buffs. Game's even.
Gold did not work out at all. It was a cool play, but I mean, at the end of the day, it's all about the farm. That experience difference is paramount.
Well, guys, if you are just joining us here, 6.5 minutes in, it's 2-1 in favor of Epsilon, and they're up 2-0 in this game. In this matchup. It's a best of 5 or a first to 3. Epsilon is on championship point versus the North American top contender in Enemy, and the game is very, very even through the first 7 minutes here. And it looks like there will be a skirmish breaking out on the left side of the map near the Gold Fury.
Melito placing the Radiance down, small amount of healing, plus of course getting himself to have maximum heat. This is going to ensure an extra amount of damage and attack speed, but he doesn't use it. It will fall off, left side purple to fall as the invade begins, but I don't think Adapting's willing to give this one up for free.
Yeah, I mean, love what the enemy is doing. They're finally putting the pressure on Epsilon. Epsilon right now is on the back foot, and this is getting a Just ahead.
And it just needs to be ahead. We've seen what happens when Adjust does not get ahead early. It generally doesn't work out for them too much. Raffer taking a lot of damage forced to use that stone shield early. Doesn't even lose the whiff.
So hard to fight this dual lane out of the Epsilon team. Nice backflip coming out from Vishim there. It shades of what we saw from him in the past. But with Emilito going to the Disapparate and Raffer using the stone shield, it's very, very hard for them to do much about it. There's going to be the Fear No Evil, and it looks like it's going to be a return kill. Nicely done.
Wait.
No, it's the Soul Ultimate saving Raffer and dealing the damage in return. Yaman getting credit for the kill on the Pain to Beyond. And Yaman going to continue to move forward, but I don't think they find another kill on the back of this.
I thought that was definitely going to go in favor of Enemy, especially after Yaman didn't get much off the Stone Gaze. This is going to give them enough room to move forward, clear this wave, and get back to mid. You can actually see Dimmy controlling the mid wave right now to ensure he's getting multiple points of experience. Yaman back to the jungle here, but won't find much for his rotation.
Yeah, that was a bit interesting. It seemed like Just was confused after he used his ultimate. He stopped using his abilities. He stopped damaging the Geb, and Geb got away, and they got a return kill.
Perhaps a communication breakdown.
Oh.
Bottom side, camps being taken here. Yaman rotates over. He'll notice that the right side mids have been taken as well. Right side blue buff has respawned, and we're going to see, looks like Salt Machine just kind of peeks at it to see if they're doing it. We did see rotations towards the right side. He'll notice that it's free for now. Can try to control Dimmy.
Yeah, a ton of that experience gap is actually between the Hun bots and the Thor. You'll notice that Thor is ahead in farm with the 2-0-1 KDA, but is behind in experience to the Hun bots.
Yeah, I love the rotation by Raffer here. They knew the blue buff was coming up and they wanted to guarantee it.
Yeah, they lost both of their buffs in the last rotation, remember. Just is pretty deep here. A little surprised that he's actually going to play that risky just to get a little extra chip onto the Sobek.
Adapting may look to save Yaman here. No, going to retreat back. They'll pick up the speed buff for free, it seems.
Yeah, no problem taking this one here. And yeah, I mean, I do like that adaptation from Epsilon to go ahead and make sure they can secure this next round of buffs on the right side. I'm sure that Kenneth was giving them hell for not getting his speed buff.
Melito taking the red. This is going to go to him. We know that him and Yaman like to make sure they're getting, you know, the normal buffs, but swap. That way they can get the purple onto the hunter and the red onto the mage.
Good play by Enemy here going for the gold free. They didn't get the buffs on the right side, but what they did is they poked out Epsilon a lot.
CC immunity, good damage, but no follow from Adapting. However, Melito forcing Adjust away immediately. There's no way he can go back in. Adapting, trying for it, could be in some trouble here. Needs another crit. What in the world?
Ooh.
That was the first hit. World Weaver going to find a return.
Not sure World Weaver was best used there. It looked like Pain of Beyond was going to be able to run that one down either way. Salt Machine has rotated in. Sobek nowhere to be found in the fight for now. Now Dimmy's going to come in. Tail, no, the ability's just not being that successful. Chaos continuing to surge forward, but the Disapparate is there for them. Melito, the burst coming through, it is going to be enough, but not before Chaos will take a spill as well.
Yaman's here, but he doesn't have a lot of mana.
Yeah, Yaman's completely here as well. Dimmy's just forced to kind of zone out for the team now, as Enemy will get the better of that trade for the moment. Dashing away is Dimmy. The Lurking in the Water is doing a ton of damage there, but still, it's Enemy coming out ahead in that trade.
The biggest thing there was the patience on Chaos with the Zonkui. He waited for Soul to use her Disapparate, and then he popped his ultimate and chased her down.
Left side mid camp's going to be taken. Gold Fury will stand once again. It seems no team willing to go for it. A 3-for-2 exchange favoring Enemy. Doesn't quite favor them enough to go for the, I think, more dangerous objective on the map. They'll just go for some mid camps, extra experience, extra gold. This Adapting rotates back in to just try to get some experience.
Yeah, really impressive that Enemy's been able to continue to build on this experience advantage.
yet the gold remains marginally the same. It's only about 300. I mean, a level of beats might spell the difference, but so far...
That's spread out as 60 gold across 5 players. I mean, it's like, it's not factoring in majorly into these fights, but that 3,000 experience is. You know, we were talking about Amir's health scaling at 104, but that doesn't mean that other characters aren't scaling effectively with HP and levels. We are looking at probably a minimum of about 60 or 70 HP per level, even on the Assassins. Adapting finds a 2-man stun and a ton of poke out on the Pain of Beyond. He's actually liable to go down here as Adapting's going to go up into the sky. Cataclysm and the follow-up Anvil of Dawn as the damage starts to come out. It's been pretty decent AoE from enemy in return, but they're going to pick off 2 targets right away on the side of Epsilon as their single target damage just comes together on top of that Geb Cataclysm.
It looks like Vedium trying to just clear up some waves. He's going to bring it. Looks like Pain to be on back in with his ultimate. Pain, full health, could dive the backline here, but it's a 4v2, full health versus not. Dimmy, again, another mischarge prey as he gets taunted. Decent damage, but not enough to truly deter, I would say.
Yeah, but it's bought some time. In the meantime, Salt Machine does take a tier 1 on the right side and will continue pushing this wave in, forcing Adapting over here as well. It does look like Epsilon is going to move away from the Gold Fury. Yet again, Enemy has scared them off, and now Enemy will be the ones starting to aggress into the Lady in Gold.
This is visible. They know this is happening.
Yeah, maybe they want to try to bait Enemy into thinking they don't, but no, now I'm a little...
Yeah, they just don't need to contest right away. It's only Vedium and Pain to Beyond on it.
One of the supports, maybe both of the supports to fall here. Yeah, I'm not sure why Pain chose to go in for that. I don't know that that was entirely worth, considering Raffer was level 8.
Emilito's solo ultimates have been really, really on point, but you know, he does expend a massive teamfight AoE ultimate in exchange for a single life, and now the Gold Fury's going to be starting up again from Enemy, and they have a bit of a power play here, but Adapting's going to turn the corner big.
And this time around, Osiris is in the team fight.
Emilito pretty low, activates the Radiance and the Corporeal form to try to heal and get out of that one. Once again, the Gold Fury gets pulled. One of the longest engagements we've seen at this camp for quite some time.
Oh my god, the damage from that Mjolnir's attunement on Adapting with Jotun's Wrap done in the max level. It just crushes Zhong Kui there. Judgment Tether going to be used by Osiris, taking a ton of poke in return. The stun from Adapting, yes, going to lock out Salt Machine from making it back to that tier 1, but no follow-up from Epsilon.
And looks like they're going to concede the Gold Fury finally. It's been a long engagement here at the center camp.
Yeah, the biggest thing there is even though Epsilon was at a disadvantage, they do such a great job of poking with Thor that forces Enemy off the Gold Fury.
And Dimmy using his charge prey to get back to right lane as fast as possible. Wants to make sure he's not missing this experience. He's level 14 and behind right now. He's also out of mana.
Yeah, Salt Machine's come up pretty big here in this game so far as Osiris in terms of his farm. We heard earlier, you know, Osiris kind of maybe considered the best warrior lane dominator that's currently in the game. I believe that was Zatman talking about that a bit earlier. And indeed, that seems to be the case here. 0-0 and 3 for Salt Machine, but ahead in net worth and experience over the Sobek.
Yeah, exactly. But the thing is, can he translate that lead into big team fights, big objective games? Whereas Dimmy here, he's the one with the 2 kills. Osiris really hasn't made his presence felt.
Yeah, I mean, once upon a time, you used to see, you know, chin size or an executioner come out on Osiris to really transition into that damage build. But, I mean, these days, you're lucky to see an Iqbal in the 6th slot. So, I mean, Osiris as a damage dealer is not going to be too threatening until much, much later in this game.
Adapting on the bottom side, clearing up red. Yaman's here. Is he going to pick it up or are they going to save it for Soul? He's going to grab it. Soul has the purple. She rotates down, 4-man split on the backhand.
Yeah, it looks like they haven't really turned the corner yet to where they want to start swapping who gets what buff. I think Soul, you know, needs probably at least one base attack speed item or the Polynomicon to make that red buff more worthwhile.
Exactly. They're definitely waiting for Soul to get the Polynomicon. Wow.
How in the world?
It's just that acid spray plus Mjolnir's attunement poke damage.
And this is why they gave the red to Medusa, for that extra burst damage on her abilities.
Gold Fury again getting gestured here as Raffer walks towards. It looks like the vision still belongs to blue. Sentry wards in the inventory for a lot of the members of Enemy. In fact, Just, Chaos, and Pain to Beyond all have them. It looks like Chaos places his down forced at the top side, and you'll notice it was pinged out by the boys in blue.
This game just feels like Epsilon's waiting to go off. I mean, they're just waiting to pick that one spot where they're going to go completely all in. Enemy's lineup in comparison's a little bit more difficult, I think, to pull off here because they have to make room in these team fights for Chaos to channel that ultimate fully, which means that Just needs to get a big ultimate of his own, and Salt Machine needs to fully disrupt the backline.
Yeah, and one of the interesting things to note is the build path of both support players. iRaffer went for max actives right away, where Pain to Beyond doesn't have a single active yet.
Yeah, and take a look at Raffer there, just sitting on basically a vest.
Yeah.
I mean, he's got cooldown boots and almost no defensive items.
Just very smart to blink away when he did. Almost took a big shot, a wasted ward as it gets dropped down and not picked off. Another one will be placed, and this time belonging to blue. They're out of sentry wards in the inventory, but Just still manages to have when they should belong. The Vision War fight should belong to them, but they're starting the Gold Fury so haphazardly.
Yaman in the front line there, kind of uncharacteristically for your Hunter, but still zoning out fairly effectively. Salt Machine into the backside. Judgment Tether looking pretty good. Up into the air will be going Thor. That will stop the Judgment Tether from coming out. And this is a big Zhonghui ultimate, but can they block him out? Salt Machine isolated here. Yaman kept alive just barely by Stone Shield. He's going to have a very hard time. Lacerate. No! 2 kills. The Spirit Flail over the top. And Salt Machine continues in underneath the tower. Dimmy is here. Tail Whip could be enough to keep him locked in. Yes! Indeed, he will go down, but not before finding also.
In the back line, Emilito is back. He's trying for damage on the Pain of Beyond. He looks big ult coming out, but he's trying for more. He's very low health. He's not going to get much more than that.
Yeah, he's going to go into the incorporeal form here, but enemy finally comes up big in one of these team fights. They get the Zhonghui ultimate they were looking for, but porting into this tower, Chaos is going to be in a lot of trouble. Who is it? It's Adapting with a stun. The double tap, and down you go. You're done, son.
The biggest thing in that team fight was finally Salt Machine making his presence felt. He tethered 3 people, he took out 2 carries, and they won the team fight.
Adapting, clearing up in the left lane. You'll see the goal difference still about 750, experience still about 37 to 4,000 at any given time. Not much has been done, I would say, over the past 7 or 8 minutes. We've kind of been stagnating in this one area. Ooh, all right, just gonna be very mad about that attempt at that steal.
Yeah, the interesting thing is we've had a lot of team fights, but each team fight has been so close that no team has really been able to break it open.
More damage. Just getting much more out of this, though. It doesn't seem like Adapting is chunking 50 or 60% of his health anymore. It's getting closer to a third now. But he's not going into defense. He's going right into crit.
Yeah, but on the side of Adapting here, he's going to have that Mail of Renewal up pretty shortly. I mean, he did find that kill onto the enemy solo laner and got some nice free farm time over here in this left lane. He's getting closer to this item, and then there's really no... Well, there's no built-in anti-heal, and it doesn't seem anybody's going to be itemizing into anti-heal on the side of enemy. It'll be very hard to lock down Thor, getting those the benefit of those Geb shields as well with the Mail of Renewal.
The gold lead has shrunk a bit, only about 400 to 500 gold now as opposed to the 8.
Yeah, and one thing I would really like to see is enemy to push the pace of this game. Right now they have a huge advantage in their solo laner being level 18. It does a lot of damage.
Oh, Pain finds a 2-man taunt here, and they're going to look to pile in some damage. Yaman's going to dash away. Heavenly Agility popped as well. And that should be the end of this engagement for the moment, but fairly low on mana and HP between Adapting and Yaman. Enemy could be thinking about sieging this tier 1.
I think they are. You can actually see VDM start to rotate into the jungle. He's going around top side to meet up with the rest of his team, and Raffer is going to spot most of this. I'm expecting some kind of contest, but if he steps out of position, he's going to get destroyed.
Fitting that Epsilon here in their championship point match is going to be riding the back of Adapting. 5-1-3 on the Thor. Emilito in a lot of trouble here now on his soul. Will get into the disapparate form, and is going to try to make it out. Cataclysm is going to expend it as well. Adjust very, very low. He's forced out, and somehow Emilito on the back of the captain, Raffer, will survive that engagement.
Yeah, Adjust is going to watch that video later on and just yell at himself for not ulting there. I mean, that was an absolutely free kill, and he didn't take it.
Yeah, I mean, another 1 HP shield by Raffer gave Soul enough time to get into her corporal form and just walk out of there.
There's no way he's getting away from this one. Enemy finding a big kill there.
You know, and if Epsilon goes on to win this game, probably the hardest thing that the analysts will have to do this entire weekend is figure out who the MVP is on this team.
Oh, my God. I mean, Yaman... Adjust. I say Adjust. I forgot. Wrong team. I mean, he's just playing so well. Maybe not this game entirely, but his set against Paradigm yesterday was so good.
Yeah, I mean, you're just looking at just so many great players here involved in this match, and especially on the side of Epsilon. All of these guys, I think, are contenders for the best player in the tournament.
Salt Machine taking some decent damage there, but the tether actually winds up keeping Yaman honest. They're going to try to burst this down, it seems. Pain of Beyond backs to the base, but still has a presence with Defender of Olympus. There it is.
Wow, they'll use the Defender of Olympus ultimate as well. They're going to try to burst down Yaman. They'll get some decent damage out of that, plus the Psycho Crusher from Osiris. Dimmy takes a decent amount of poke, but he's not too worried with Zasobek. He's very, very resilient, still sitting over well over 1,000 HP, even though he's down to under a third. The stun comes out from Adapting to try to slow them down. It'll only isolate Pain of Beyond, which I do not think is going to be enough. No, Blinking Black in with 2 now. His enemies, they want to re-engage here. Can they burst out Dimmy in time? Indeed, they can. But here comes the return.
No!
It's a huge ultimate coming out of Yaman. Can they find the kill onto Adjust? Yes, of course they can. Raffer now going to try to make his way out, slowed down by the sickle. He'll have a rollout momentarily, but it will not be in time. Enemy does get the better of that trade. They're going to try to transition this into a Gold Fury as well.
They have 4 versus 3 here. No ultimates available across the board. And it doesn't look like anyone... Actually, no, it does look like they're going to make the attempt here. Yaman on the right side going for buffs, but Adapting not willing to give this up.
Let's see. I mean, in theory, Mjolnir's Attunement is the highest burst damage ability on the map right now that's still up, with the exception of maybe both hits of the shield wall, but they don't happen fast enough. Mjolnir's Attunement off the mark, and Adapting is going to be forced to ult out of this one.
Yeah, it was good play by adapting. There was no reason for him not to try to contest that. He had his get out of jail free card in his ultimate.
Well, all things told here, guys, through 20 minutes and 47 seconds, it's 11-11, dead even in terms of kills, but Enemy is up in gold and experience now as well. You see a quick pause coming out from the players here as they're looking to sort something out, guys. What's the key to victory? I mean, how can Enemy make it back into this one? I'm sorry, make it through this one and into the fourth game.
They just got to keep doing what they're doing. They're baiting out a lot of abilities on Epsilon's side, and then they're re-engaging with the Zhonghui ult and really making them pay.
I want to see more pressure from a Joust. I mean, there were a few times where a Joust just didn't ult or he ulted late. I feel like if he would initiate on these team fights and let Pain be the reinitiator as he uses his jump to get out, I think that would be much more effective. 3 kills have been dropped so far.
Exactly. You know, in the other series, it just seems so sure of himself. We've been calling out his name a lot because he's making all these clutch plays. But in this series, he seems a little bit hesitant with his ability.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. Yeah, I mean, he definitely seems a little bit timid. You know, maybe it's the land nerves, maybe it's the land sickness. Who knows, man? It's always something. The nerd flu goes around easily at these things. And well, all things told here, Enemy at least in a good position in this game to try to take it to the fourth. I mean, let's talk like actual keys to victory here. The objective play has been a little bit sloppy in this game, I think, from both teams. And we've seen really, really long Gold Fury engagements continuing on now into this third game. It seemed to benefit Epsilon. And what's a little worrying here is that this game seems to be on the same track as game 2, where Enemy keeps it very, very close. So pull ahead by a few thousand gold here from about the 20 to 27 minute mark. And then it kind of comes down to, can they finish or will Epsilon surge back?
Yeah, the biggest thing here is Enemy needs to play discipline. In the last game, they did have a small lead, and they pushed it too hard, diving tier 2s, doing Gold Furies when they were half HP, half mana. If they can avoid those kind of small mistakes, they can take this game.
But as we've seen, the longer the game goes, the less Zhonghui becomes important. You know, the scaling he
the
gets
stopping
from his
power
passive.
is what really is what falls off for him.
Right, well, I mean, the passive isn't as effective. You know, those protections are much more effective in the early game because they're a static number and not percent. The late game damage isn't as effective as the shells and more defense come out. I think they need to be quicker. They need to be more precise in their engagements, and I don't want to see them be patient. I want to see them rush this down and lock adapting away, force him to make decisions he doesn't want to make, because when you give him the pace setting, he's going to take it.
Now, do you guys think that Enemy has improved enough from game 2 to take down this game 3? Because like I mentioned earlier at the end of game 2 was that, you know, game 1 to game 2, there's that small adjustment, and you see in game 2, okay, look, they seem to have a better game plan. Going game 2 to game 3, it's looking like they've improved a little bit more, but is it going to be enough? I mean, it's usually in situations like this, you think, okay, a fourth game Enemy probably wins, but can they put it together now instead of just going for that incremental, you know, experience game? Can they really like show something new here with these kind of old and tired picks?
Yeah, I mean, what Enemy really needs to do here is ride the back of that Osiris. Right now, he's so far ahead of everyone else. They need to pressure his side of the map, pressure the jungle of Epsilon, let him not feel comfortable, and try to take objectives off that.
And I like the Osiris pick, though. This has been very strong. There's been so much strength for them going, like for when they went into the tier 2, the double kill with the Spirit Flail, and then he continues to dive. Maybe a little bit more patience from Salt Machine. Everyone else needs to get more aggressive. On Epsilon, it's just, they have 2 characters that are very squishy and easy to gank. I mean, Medusa's dash is easily interrupted. It's a 3-second charge up for the Corporeal form. She's very susceptible to death. I mean, they have to be more aggressive on both sides.
Yeah, they've had a hard time really getting to the back lines and finding that Sol. Really, it's also much they've had trouble getting back there. They've had trouble dealing with Raffer. Maybe they need to pay a little bit more attention to where that Geb is. Lock him down when they look for these kills as well, because Sol and the Medusa, they don't have a tremendous amount of HP. Their problem isn't necessarily killing the target, it's preventing the Stone Shield from saving them.
Exactly.
Yeah, I mean, it always seems like Raffer's in the perfect spot to get that 1 HP Geb shield save, and then they just walk out, you know. But he has been paying the price, though. He has fallen a few times this game, so Enemy's really making him pay.
Do you think that Enemy can win this?
Yeah, I think they can. I mean, they're sitting with an advantage, at 20 minutes. I mean, Smart Money says they win this game, but we saw last game makes me a little bit nervous, guys. What do you think out there in the audience? Let me hear you make some noise. You think Epsilon is going to go on to be the SMITE World Champion?
I see a lot of blue in the crowd.
Yeah, there seems to be some good support for those guys, but who of you out there in Twitch chat or in the audience are voting for Enemy to push this into a 4th game?
I think Enemy takes it.
It sounds like the crowd a little bit expecting Epsilon to go ahead and move on and find this this victory here and bring the first World Championship home to Europe.
Well, launch tournament.
Not a World Championship.
That doesn't count. That doesn't count.
It's an Atlantic Championship.
Young Bay's sitting somewhere like, I won that tournament.
Yeah, as a Malaysian, he's like, I was international.
He's going to get a ring today, maybe, yeah?
Yeah, maybe. This rings, if you guys haven't seen them, both trophies, medals, and rings going to the players here, they'll be well adorned if they are able to take this one down on the side of Epsilon.
The money is so important, you know, the fame of being the world champion, but I mean, for me, it's just, I want to grab that hammer, man. Like, that trophy is the most important thing to me.
Yeah, I mean, it's at this level of game, you know, or stage in your careers, that you put so much time and effort into it. It's really not about the money. What it is proving that all that hard work you put in and dedication was for something. You are the best team in the world, and nothing beats that.
Yeah, I mean, Epsilon's really, you know, they've had that path. They've had a lot of trial and tribulation on their path to the World Championship here. I mean, we go back to Raffer getting suspended from the game, which resulted in Epsilon not qualifying at the end of the last split, right? And then they make it into the third split, and now they've qualified for Worlds. And it seemed like, you know, there was always some doubt with this roster of, you know, could they keep it together? Could they stay, you know, kind of on top of their game? And they drop a game in the regular season to Fnatic, but what's interesting for them is that it wasn't kind of the beginning of a slide in which they start slumping and they start looking like a different team. They really kept it together.
I think that's kind of the same thing for Enemy too. It's a roster. Like, can they keep it together? Are these players good enough? Right? I mean, these were 4 players that were generally unknown.
Yeah, oh yeah. A Moneyball team.
Yeah, they're both Moneyball teams.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, you know, a little bit
what
more.
to do.
Yeah. Well, I'm just, on that topic, you know, actually Enemy, I play a lot of ranked. I know a lot of players. I didn't really know exactly who was on Enemy, and you know they had a decent performance during the SPL, but then at LAN they really turned it up. I don't know what they did, whether it was the boot camp, whether it was their coach, but their picks and bans were on point. They developed some kind of strategy that worked for them, and you know here they are.
Now it comes down to, can they adapt that strategy into something bigger and better, right? Because they came up with the strategy that works. It took them through Super Regionals. It took them to the final game, but it hasn't seemed to be enough to topple Epsilon. What can they do? I mean, what adjustments?
No, they don't want to adapt. They want to adjust.
Right. Okay. Yeah. They want to adjust to Epsilon. Yeah, but I mean, you're right. All things told, right? Is it shutting down adapting? Is that the key here?
It's so far it seems to be, but in this game, I'd be more worried about Yaman and Emelito. I mean, both of those guys are on carries. I mean, they're pretty susceptible to ganks.
Yeah.
We've already seen some defense come out from adapting. They got to take down the damage.
Well, that's a good point. I mean, are we liking the late game better for Epsilon in this contest with the double hunters?
If they can get there.
No, they do. They have Soul. Soul is one of the biggest damaging late game carriers that there is in the game. You know, backed by a hunter. It's going to be tough for Enemy.
Well, guys, some of the words you've been waiting to hear. Let's go ahead and move ourselves back into the game here, as it's going to be the conclusion of game number 3, Enemy versus Epsilon. Championship point for the boys in blue.
Continues on at 11-11, just to catch you guys up. For those of you watching around the world, let's go to the graphs.
Well, you got 5,000 experience and 2,800 gold in favor of Enemy. Eerily familiar to what we saw at this point in the last game as well. It comes down now to objective play from both teams. Can this next Fire Giant break the game wide open for Enemy, or will Epsilon come up with another big team fight?
Yeah, I mean, at this stage of the game, respawn timers are starting to get long. One small mistake will cost the other team the Fire Giant, and most likely all their towers after that.
Let's be sure to highlight Salt Machine here. A 3-level advantage over Sobek. Now 2 levels as Dimmy does just ding 18. And a large amount of net worth as well, about 1,500 or so.
A bet I would have lost. We'll go to the damage charts, and you'll notice Osiris slightly below Sobek.
Wow, yeah.
It's only like 140, but I mean, I still would not have
expected, you know, some of those multi-target sickening strikes in these fights. Oh, we're going to have a fight breaking out here on the left side. There's going to be a port in as well from Dimmy. He's going to be a little bit too late, but here comes Adapting, going to be able to chase this one down. The Soul Ultimate is on the mark. Painavion in a bit of trouble here as Yaman is right hot on his tail. The dot should be enough to take him down. Indeed it is. In will come Salt Machine.
Adjust on the back line, looking for something. He has an ult opportunity, but I think they just took too long to get on this side of the map. Epsilon, like that man said, that's a long respawn timer for Painavion, though he does have a way back into lane very quickly.
Yeah, Epsilon is just so quick at rotating. You know, Enemy said, okay, Emelito's alone. Let's try to aggress on him for a little bit, and they paid the price.
How do you feel about the runic shield here on Osiris?
Oh, absolutely. It's going to shut down attack speed for everyone on the other side of the teams. And then, of course, reducing magic damage for their 3 core. I think that's a really good play.
But here's the issue with what Enemy has drafted into this Epsilon lineup. That Soul Polynomicon Pen Boots build takes down the towers very, very easily. Even the shortest siege situation is going to take 50% of your tower's health. And you see this, both the outside lane tier 1s are liable to go down to the Soul, even with the smallest window.
Only a 2,000 gold difference between the teams. Enemy with a small lead needs to start pressuring. Uh-oh, Pain of Beyond coming in. It's not
Oh,
gonna
look,
get
they want
any
to isolate the
damage.
Neath here now, and of course the Athena on her back as well, slowing down this push for now. The wave clear is pretty good here with the Soul and the Medusa from range, so it's going to be very hard for Enemy to get those pot shots in on the tower.
A full 5v5 grouping here in the center, bottom center part of the map. I don't see Enemy continuing this pressure, despite the fact that they do still have a small lead.
Yeah, I mean, Epsilon really doesn't want to fight right now. What they want to do is they want to be able to farm up their penetration items. Medusa needs to finish her Executioner, Soul needs to finish his Obsidian Shard, and then they can start looking to team fight and taking them.
Do you think the Obsidian Shard over the Spear of the Magus in this particular situation?
Yeah, I think he's going to go into Obsidian Shard because he went for Pen Boots. He wants to. He's building for his 2 damage. He's not building for auto attack.
It's definitely been the favored build for Emily too on his Soul as well, and really it's only Sobek to follow up in the magic damage category.
They're actually still giving the red buff to Yaman. Note the build, still pretty high damage, but with the Polynomicon, I would have expected it going to her.
Well, I mean, it just indicates to me that they want that that guaranteed poke out of the acid spray versus the damn near guaranteed poke out of Soul, right?
I was gonna say.
Yeah, but still, I mean, the code is a little bit more reliable. Plus, it's an instant application of the damage versus that kind of delayed damage. So this is who they're relying on specifically for the wave clear, it appears.
I love this Neath build, by the way, Zab. Check it out. I mean, selling off the starter item, getting the execution, now going to crit with a decent amount of attack speed, and then, of course, tankiness with the Soul Eater. I think this is like covering a lot of bases.
Yeah, I mean, he really wanted to get his penetration item on. He didn't know when the next team fight would be. And if he was 500 gold down, before getting it, it's worth selling your starting item to pick up the pen item.
Yaman, almost the same thing. You'll see him starting the light blade here, but a little bit of ways. I mean, only 600 gold down is combos from
Cataclysm onto 2, the knock-up on Assault Machine as well. Judgment Tether comes out, the Neath Ultimate going to come through as well. World Weaver going to be blocked up by Iraffer.
The issue there is that they were so trying to stop this World Weaver from hitting their carry that they all took a Spirit Flail.
Yeah, a couple extra 100 damage going the way of Assault Machine there as the team stacks up. But no more damage coming out on to Yaman. He's going to be probably begging Soul to leave a couple of those creeps standing so he can lifesteal some.
Over on the left side, Gold Fury about to spawn, but a major grouping on the right with very little to gain here. Top side blue buff just getting taken. Right side bottom blue buff going to be taken as well.
Yeah, with the Gold Fury coming up, this is Enemy's chance to push their lead. This is their chance to break the game open. I really want to see them get vision control around the Gold Fury, force Epsilon to start face checking it and make plays.
Yeah, getting that Athena to dash in and find that 2-man taunt as they try to turn the corner and spot if the Gold Fury is being picked up could be the key to success here for Enemy. They do still enjoy a moderate lead as well in the gold and experience department now through 26 minutes. But they are down 2 games to 0 here in this best of 5.
I wouldn't have expected both Adjust and Chaos to be riding in the bottom 5 of damages. Early game Hunbots and Zhang Kui. Look at that.
Yeah, Zhang Kui, he's gone. His build-up is a little bit more conservative than what you might normally expect here. That ward going to be cleaned up, in fact, by the 2 members of Enemy before the can come in. Dimmy's going to come in too late now on the Sobek and is liable to fall here. Although in will come adapting as well into the back line onto Vicium. Seems to be the target of choice. The wall is going to be there as well to stall them out, but no more rallying in from Epsilon. It will be a clean Gold Fury by Enemy.
That was a very important one, but considering the gold spike had come down a little bit, you'll notice right back up to the 3,500 where they spiked at before.
Yeah, I mean, this is exactly what I wanted to see Enemy do. They're pushing their lead. They're taking the fights when they know they're stronger. And it was a bit interesting that Epsilon seemed like they were out of position, seemed like they didn't know that this was happening. But, as soon as adapting dunked, there was really no follow-up.
I mean, is it maybe just a little bit of lack of wherewithal coming out of that pause? The comms get a little changed up, and all of a sudden, Enemy's able to sneak this Gold Fury. Dimmy, of course, his first port in was interrupted. Maybe that indicates a little bit more about of why that went so wrong.
Exactly. That could have been a call. Oh, my port was interrupted. My port was interrupted. Let's back off. Let's back off.
Speaking of ports in, Salt Machine going to bring Pain to Beyond on the back line. It looks like the speed buff was stolen away successfully as Salt Machine begins to swing its Dimmy. You'll notice that Midgardian Mail trying to slow him down for a bit. They're going to fling Salt Machine back. Decent damage, but I don't think this is going to
Neath is way out of this fight as well. This is a 5v4 for now. The Soul's been coming out onto Salt Machine, dealing a moderate amount of damage here as well. Adapting through the wall with the stun is good. Can they secure the kill on Assault Machine? Doesn't matter. It just does go down to Emilito. On the backside, still looking for this kill on Assault Machine is Dimmy. One more Sickening Strike should do it. Can anyone kill this guy?
This is a let it go situation, I think. But his team has been baited so hard by the result. Look at this. They've already gotten 2. Bad wall this time from Adapting. Slows his team down. Vicium looks like he should be the target. Double tap not to hit. Backflip off the beads from the cooldown. Dimmy is still chasing Salt Machine.
He really wants this kill, but the damage is just not really coming out from the Sobek. He can't dive this tower, but he's happy to just isolate Salt Machine completely out of his fight. The rest of the team does fall as Salt Machine is forced to abandon them, and all of a sudden the game is right back in Epsilon's hands.
Fire Giant. I mean, why not? They're going to go right for it right away. They still have 2 hunters with a massive amount of damage.
Yeah, great presence of mind for Epsilon to know that Osiris Salt was down, and Dimmy, he stayed in the fight even though it was 3v1. He forced him to back plug the Osiris in, and they won the team fight.
I've seen crazier things. Just
Spirit Flail, yeah, I mean, it's unlikely it's going to seal it there. He actually did have the opportunity as Yaman was knocked up with the best first on the squad for this game, but still, nonetheless, it's Fire Giant at 28.5 minutes for Epsilon, and all of a sudden they shoot right back up next to enemy.
Somehow they have an experienced lead at 2,400 when they were down like almost 6,000. And look at the gold lead. 600 in favor of enemy is not going to spell an even route against the Fire Giant buff.
Yeah, and you know, actually one more thing about that team fight is it just thought he had a free kill on the Medusa. He went in and he used his ultimate, but Medusa had the presence of mind and reaction time to use her ultimate. And since it's a channeling ability, she was able to just walk out of the Humbot Salt and burst him down.
Pain of Beyond has actually done 8,300 damage, slightly more than the Geb, which is to be expected. But the issue is that he's within 500, 600 damage of his jungle, Joust, who's normally riding the top of the charts. Where has it just been this game?
Well, they're going to live and die by the Hun bots, it seems.
Yeah, or Circuit.
It's been tough for him. He went for a very, you know, assassin-ish build where he has no physical protection. He's going in thinking he can make the play, but he keeps getting countered either with beads or with Medusa ult, and it's just been rough for him.
So we got an Obsidian Shard, of course, finished for Emilito, and now into the Lost Artifact he goes. This spells to me a Rod of Tahuti for a major damage spike, but he's about 2,500 gold away.
Very, very close here to getting the critical mass is Epsilon, as the big items are starting to come out on both sides of the field.
Yeah, exactly. The biggest thing is not only did they have the Fire Giant, but now everyone finished their pen items, and even Thor is working on his third one.
Look at this. Look at Dimmy forcing away Chaos and Adjust. And they don't go for the speed buff. In fact, it's going to be Salt Machine having to rotate over as Dimmy controls their movement. This is going to give a ton of time for Epsilon to rotate to the left side and start putting pressure on that tier 2. Although adapting on the bottom right side, he does have teleport available to him, but it seems like he's slightly out of position.
He wants to push out this right side lane and try to find this tier 2 tower over here while the rest of the team sieges on the left side.
He's going to be successful.
Each shot from Emilito just does so much damage to the tower with that Polynomicon. They're going to try to go in on the soul, but she does have the Disapparate pop. And now will go into the incorporeal form. Her ultimate going to use as well, and Pain of Beyond is going to get absolutely erased by the Soul. And just going to try to come in and make the play, but just like last time, he's going to get isolated and killed. Zhong Kui moves in as well. Chaos channeling the ultimate. It's doing good damage, and Vicium channeling more in from the backside. Salt Machine with an opportunity to make a huge play. Adapting's about to go up. He's going to come crashing down. Who's the target? It's going to be all three, and two will get stunned out.
Oh, no.
Vicium taking tons of damage.
Oh, no.
Chaos forced to move forward.
They don't have enough time for this. They don't have enough time for this.
Down you go. It's a deicide for Epsilon. Can they win off of this, ladies and gentlemen? He could be your world champion.
They're going in for it. The Phoenix gets tanked. They still have Fire Giant. All 5 members still alive. Easy game. Easy life. Epsilon!
Rapper in the squad gonna move in. A team that was locked out from the earlier splits will go on with one loss to defeat the world. Ladies and gentlemen, Epsilon eSports!
They gave it to Adapting. I love it.
And there you have it, folks. It's all over. Europe reigns supreme on this day. Epsilon are your SMITE World Champions. Incredible display of talent from Epsilon. I mean, let us not forget that their road also was met with a lot of challenges as well. Not only at the beginning stages, you know what, one can argue, things were looking all right for them. But when they ran into Fnatic, they ran into Cloud9. All those games could have gone either way. But my goodness, did this team deserve every bit of what they achieved here today.
This is the best team in the world, and they proved it here. And, you know, shout-outs to Enemy as well. That was not an easy set for Epsilon. Game 2 and 3, Enemy had a chance. Those were very competitive games. But Epsilon, adapting, Yaman, Demi, iRapper, Imelito, these guys are just some of the best players in their roles, and they proved it.
Hey, what's going on? We'll get to you in a second. Incon, what are your thoughts?
People have been saying that Epsilon Esports is the best team in the world for quite a while, and they have proved it here today by besting all other teams in the tournament, going through an incredible amount of competition, and they are the best team in the world.
I wish I could have said this last year, but I can, with full faith, say this year in Epsilon, European, best region for SMITE, World Champions, Epsilon.
Ooh.
You know, they did it.
Hey, well, you know what? I mean, Europe has definitely proven themselves, you know, long road for them as well. I mean, last year, Titan, you guys came close to doing it, bringing it all the way up to a Game 5. But regardless of the fact, I think everyone knew at that moment that it was only a matter of time before a team from Europe claimed the title. North America has been dominant, don't get me wrong. But Europe, I mean, it's going to be great. It's going to be great. Adonis, any thoughts?
Epsilon, we're the best team here. That is completely undisputed. And, they deserve all the praise.
Actually, you know what? I think we're going to take this time to award the MVP.
Huh?
So, Adonis?
Everyone on Epsilon played phenomenally. There was Adapt King, but there was one player who was there every single game playing the best he could. And it was honestly Yaman. Congratulations. The Azubu most valuable player for the SWC 2016.
Congratulations. Grab the mic.
Grab the mic.
How do you feel, man?
It's fucking amazing. I can't even talk.
So, I guess now that you guys are champions, is, you know, Ataraxia said Europe, best region. Is that true?
Of course.
Of course.
What is her name?
I did see the games. Well, Cloud9 was a great series. Actually, I did want to ask you, though, you know, I guess that Game 3, the picks just seemed to have gone your way. But you were consistent throughout this entire tournament, which is the reason why we selected you as the MVP. What do you think it was that you did this time around that really put you over the edge, man?
I mean, I don't know. Yeah.
Could you just play Smite?
I got the snake. I got the snake, man.
All right. Well, I know you guys are still getting over it. So congratulations once again, fellas. You guys are incredible. Let's actually bring everyone up here as well, just like we did last year. I mean, seriously, this was not only the best way to kick off 2016, but it was last year my favorite event of the year, and this year it is no different. Guys, we'll go down the line. Ataraxia, we'll start with you. Closing thoughts.
I mean, what a fantastic tournament. Every team came out to play, and I am very proud to say that Epsilon have truly deserved to be the best team in the world.
All right, Incon.
What a brilliant tournament that we've had here, guys. We had so many fans coming out to support all of these wonderful teams. Can we get a round of applause for all the amazing teams that came out here to play? Absolutely fantastic. And congratulations to Epsilon Esports at winning the entire tournament.
What? Yeah, you want to say something? Go ahead, champ. So long as it's nice.
Yeah, it's going to be nice, man.
Okay.
I just want to say a big thank you to the crowd that turned up. They were roaring, dude. They were roaring off the plays. I just wanted to make one last roar for us. Epsilon, boys.
Adonis.
That was delayed, but can I hear a louder one? Let's go!
Oh, there you go. There you go. There you go.
There we go. Easy.
I have to agree with iRapper. You know, there was USA chants, there was America chants, there was Epsilon chants. The crowd cheered for everyone. They weren't here, you know, representing regions. They were here representing SMITE. Everyone, every fan, every community member, they were so thoughtful, and they supported every single team regardless. They just wanted to see good SMITE, and I think we saw the best SMITE we've ever seen. Epsilon fully deserved everything. They worked for this so hard. Enemy as well. Full shout-outs to Enemy.
That's right.
Everyone
that's right.
in the crowd. That was not an easy set for Epsilon. It was so close, and those boys, everyone doubted them. They're still the second place team at Worlds. They still are the best in America, potentially. That team is legit. All those players are going to come back for Season 3, and they're going to get the respect they deserve that time.
So before we close it out, I actually want to, I know this is not on the script, but I see two people there who contribute so much to SMITE Esports. APC, come over here. Adam, come over here. Come on, man. Come on, come over. Hi-Rez, come on. Let's go. Come on. Come on. Stu, come up here. Let's go. This is you guys. You already made your, all right, Hi-Rez already made his cameo, so that's okay. Stu as well. These guys, without them, honestly, a lot of this would not be possible. So a big thank you to those guys as well. But I mean, that's going to do it for us here at the Alienware Analyst Desk. That's going to do it for us here at the SMITE World Championships. But before I go, I just want to say that if there's one thing I learned this weekend, it's that the SMITE community is one of the most passionate communities that I've ever seen in any game. And I've commentated games all across the world, and I've never seen anything to the degree that SMITE has presented itself. And on top of which, I just want to say, if you're out there watching from home, now is your opportunity. This game will blow up. SMITE is here to stay. It is one of the premier esports in the world, and I want to see it continue to skyrocket. Ladies and gentlemen, this has been, take your money, that was all me. This has been the SMITE World Championships 2016. It has been an absolute pleasure. Good night, good luck, good game.
Really good.
Good game.
Congratulations.
Congratulations, guys.